The city was plunged into darkness. There was once life here, but now people were gripped by fear. People wandered among the streets, consumed by a cruel virus. Now living beings have become corpses. They walked around the city in search of food, and only after being satisfied with human meat could they calm down. Zombies took over the entire area and entered through locked store doors. There was chaos in the supermarkets, but the food that was there could not satisfy people infected with the virus. One of the surviving guys managed to tame the zombies and learn to control them. Ling Mo asked the tamed zombie to get a can of cola from the counter. The obedient zombie meekly complied with this request and then left the walls of the shops. The guy opened the bottle and took a sip with pleasure. He was glad that after several days of hard training, he still learned to control living corpses. His name was Ling Mo. This guy was an ordinary college student and led a carefree life. But recently, everything has changed. A virus appeared that turned most people into zombies. They only cared about finding food. Among the survivors, there were people who did not dare to go out. They had to constantly hide. Ling Mo was the only one who was able to establish a connection with the zombie, but at first, he had a hard time. There were even dangerous and deadly situations, but thanks to his persistence, it still worked out, and he was able to command the zombies. And using his strength, he was able to cross the area. The guy had a dream. He wanted to find his beloved, whom he lost in this turmoil. It all started on a rather uneventful morning when Ling Mo was fast asleep in his bed. He was awakened by the sound of a vibrating phone playing a cheerful melody. It was Ye Lian, the guy's favorite girl. She said it was time to wake up. The girl goes by bus to him along with food. Ling Mo was extremely flattered by her concern. Ling Mo asked her to do one thing for him, and she happily agreed without even asking what it was. The guy joyfully said that he loved her and wanted to say goodbye, but suddenly loud screams were heard on the phone. It was all quite strange. Ye Lian screamed loudly, asking for help. The guy understood that something terrible had happened, and now his life would never be the same. From that time on, he purposefully began to establish contact with living corpses. It was not easy because as soon as he weakened his activity, the zombies got out of control, but he learned to cope with them. He tamed one of the zombies, and now they decided to go in search of Ye Lian. It was quite dangerous because hungry living corpses were wandering everywhere. The guy heard a loud knock in the distance and looked there. The zombies also headed in the direction where the piercing scream and roar came from. Ling Mo soon discovered that these were two guys calling for help, but in this way they only attracted more zombies. Soon, many corpses broke through the doors and pounced on the guys, greedily eating them. Ling Mo understood that he did not feel anything looking at this. It even seemed to him that to some extent he was experiencing pleasure. Perhaps this was due to the connection with the zombies. But he decided not to pay attention to this because the main task was to find the girl he loved. He ordered his subordinate to look around her house nearby. They soon discovered that a car accident involving a bus and a car had occurred nearby. Suddenly, it dawned on the guy because he realized that his girlfriend usually used this bus number. Therefore, Ling Mo asked Zombie to look at the bus. A moment later, the guy felt that his heart began to beat faster because Ye Lian was really there. And apparently Ling Mo was late because now his girlfriend is also absorbed. With a loud scream, she attacked the zombie and pierced his body right through. The living corpse instantly flew to the window, and Ling Mo felt that he was filled with strange feelings. He thought that if this zombie died, then she would run away. This could not be allowed. Ling Mo got the idea that he could take control of her and thus detain her. The guy decided to contact Ye Lian's soul. To do this, he released his inner strength outward. But the whole essence of the girl was closed. For some reason, she resisted this process. The guy was confused. He did not understand why this was happening, and again intended to connect with her soul. But all his attempts to do this failed. It was closed. Ling Mo ran into a blank wall. It was surprising, because this was the guy's first time encountering such a situation. Perhaps Ye Lian did this deliberately, and although it is difficult to find contact with her, this situation gave me hope that the girl could still be restored. Therefore, Ling Mo again tried to find those threads that would connect him with his beloved. He really wanted to subdue her because if this doesn't happen, the guy will lose Ye Lian forever. Therefore, he made every attempt and believed that he would succeed. After some time, Ling Mo was still able to catch the connection that could connect them. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was difficult, he managed to cope with this task. He called the girl to come closer to him, and Ye Lian looked lost at the dead zombie. She took the head of the corpse and started poking around in it. Ling Mo wanted to stop her, but then he changed his mind and decided to let her do whatever she wanted. Yelian took out a small red stone resembling a crystal from the zombie's brain. The girl looked greedily at her find, and Lingmo allowed her to eat it. Lingmo felt that he was overcome by some strange bliss. Apparently, the girl was restoring her strength with the help of this. He was surprised by this behavior, but still Lingmo felt joy that he was able to tame her. He looked at his girlfriend with all his eyes and tried to see familiar features in her. Lingmo felt her pleasant aroma and looked into her eyes with hope, but they were empty. The guy thought that in any case there would be a way to fix everything. But suddenly, he realized that the connection was lost. The girl pushed him away with force, and Lingmo lost his balance in surprise and then fell to the floor. Due to the fact that control was weakened, Ye Lian returned her essence and wanted to kill him. The guy concentrated and was able to renew this spiritual connection that connected them. Lingmo invited the girl to follow him because her clothes were torn and she needed to change. They headed to a clothing store which was located a few meters away. Not far away. Zombies were wandering around the boutique. Lingmo looked at them carefully. They were 4 men. The guy decided that he could kill them, and then, from the immobilized brain, it will be easy to get the crystal that Ye Lian so needs to restore her strength. The guy offered to attack the living corpses together and kill them. The girl was not against it. Ye Lian furiously attacked them and began to mercilessly destroy them, one by one. Lingmo clutched the knife in his hand. He realized that he had to intervene because otherwise his girlfriend would get out of control. He wanted to help her recover. The guy understood that finding an antidote for Ye Lian was very difficult, but hopes did not leave him. Together, they attacked living corpses and tried to kill everyone. And after a short time, they still managed to achieve their goal. Ye Lian tasted this little thing from the zombie's brain with great pleasure. The guy thought that when his girlfriend eats her, her physical strength increases. But it's surprising that during the battle, he did not feel fear. Soon, they decided to go to a clothing store to find a new outfit for Ye Lian. The guy looked around the windows thoughtfully. Lingmo was able to find a suitable dress for his girlfriend and invited her to change. He carefully took off the torn clothes she was wearing and noted with annoyance that his beloved Ye Lian had changed a lot, but still continued to remain human. After some time, the girl was transformed by wearing a new, beautiful dress. Lingmo combed her hair and thought that this crystal that Ye Lian ate yesterday could support their connection in a dream. Suddenly, he heard Ye Lian's stomach growl. Apparently, she was hungry. The guy thought about it, because every time they killed zombies, the girl ate a small pill from their brain. So she ate enough of them, probably this is her food. But suddenly, for no particular reason, she fainted. Lingmo carried her to a nearby house for shelter. The girl lay on the bed for quite a long time, but Lingmo was always nearby. He looked at Ye Lian with sadness. He was sorry that the girl still remained out of her mind. But still, the guy noticed that her look was not so gloomy. She already looked more energetic than before. Lingmo decided that in any case, she needed to be on guard, because by eating her own kind she developed. With this virus, it was clearly not so simple. At the beginning, the guy wanted to hide somewhere in the hills, but in that case, his girlfriend would be constantly hungry. So the smartest thing to do was settle in the city. Lingmo examined all the equipment he had and noticed that the kitchen knife was useless for fighting zombies. The guy remembered that there should be a store nearby that made handmade swords. It was the family of Wang Ling, a once popular girl. Someone definitely had to take care of her, so apparently the store was functioning. The girl was indeed in hiding. Her faithful comrade was looking at the city in order to prevent danger. Suddenly, he said that 2 people were approaching the store, and you need to be on your guard. Wang Ling took the binoculars and began to look who was approaching there. These silhouettes seemed quite familiar to her. She wasn't too worried that these people would be able to rob the store because the weapons were located far away in the room. At this time, Lingmo looked around curiously. He assumed that this was exactly the workshop they needed. The guy tried the door handle, but it turned out to be locked from the inside. This surprised him very much. He realized that there was someone inside, so he pushed Ye Lian aside and then tried to break down the door. But suddenly, a creepy blue hand of a dead man stuck out from there. Lingmo realized that there was a zombie there. The next moment, he saw that the living corpse was really there and was quite aggressive. The zombie stuck his hand through the hole in the door and began to growl angrily. Lingmo moved the girl aside so that she wouldn't get hurt during the fight and took out a kitchen knife from his pocket. The guy swung sharply at the dead man and blood began to splash from everywhere. Then Lingmo jumped high and hit the door with all his strength so that it fell off its hinges and crushed the zombie. In addition to this, The guy sat on him and tried to finish off the enemy with his weight. He shouted at the zombies and to go to hell away and not interfere with them by blocking the road. But his opponent threw back the door with an angry growl, and the guy flew away and hit the ceiling painfully. His back was very painful. Ling Mo clenched his teeth and said that this zombie is very strong. After all, even having lost his arm, the creepy living dead approached the guy and did not want to leave him alone. Yelian watched all the time and did not interfere, but apparently she got tired of just watching and approached the zombie. Then the girl swung her hand and pierced the entire body of the enemy with her hand. Some kind of green nasty liquid poured out of him. The living dead man flashed his eyes furiously. He wanted to take revenge on the girl for the attack. Ling Mo realized that this is a mutant zombie who has incredible strength and is not easy to deal with. His enemy hit Ye Lian and she flew to the side. The guy furiously continues his attacks. He pushed off from the wall in order to make a jump and thereby enhance the effect of the blow. Ling Mo flew at the zombie with a wild cry. He swung, but his opponent noticed it. But the guy still had enough dexterity and he pierced the zombie's skull with his knife. Ling Mo sat down on the floor and took a breath. This battle was very difficult, but they managed to cope. He looked at the bloody hand next to him. The sight was terrifying. The guy looked around displeasedly. There were a lot of human corpses around. The room was terrible and everywhere there were people who had become victims of a mutant zombie. He thought with sadness that many innocent residents of the city suffered from the clutches of this creature. Ling Mo was so immersed in his thoughts that he did not notice Ye Lian approaching him. A moment later, the guy noticed with disgust that she had climbed into the head of the dead zombie, and from there she took out the same crystal that she had previously extracted from corpses. But this time the color turned out to be different, and the guy decided to check if everything was okay with this capsule. He took it from the girl and began to examine it. Ling Mo assumed that the concentration of the virus in it was much greater. Ling Mo decided that first they need to find a place to rest. After all, if the girl eats this capsule and loses consciousness, then he will also not be able to move calmly. The guy suggested first of all to take a good weapon for himself. Ling Mo enthusiastically took the sword, which was large and shiny. The guy really liked it. It was not for nothing that the store had a good reputation, because each of these weapons can be sold for decent money. Suddenly, the guy discovered that there was some kind of secret drawer hidden under the floor. He knocked on the floorboard and realized that there was a secret hidden there. He was curious to see what was there. Ling Mia made an effort and the parquet tiles moved away. From there, a bright glow emanating from the dagger could be seen. Ling Mo said that it must be something amazing if it was hidden intentionally and decided to take the dagger for himself. He sheathed his weapon and thought with satisfaction that he had done his job well. Ling Mo called his girlfriend with him, saying that today is harvest day. They left the store happy. The bright sun was shining and it seemed that life was getting better. But all this time they were closely watched by Wang Ling, who was outraged by the fact that her dagger was taken away. The girl was very upset because the arriving guests killed the mutant zombie and took her favorite relic. Once upon a time, this dagger was forged by her and she came here just for it. Wang Ling rushed after them in a rage. Her friend tried to reason with her by saying that these are unusual people. They are very dangerous because they killed a mutant zombie. Although the girl was very angry, she still stopped and wished death to those who stole her weapon. And having calmed down a little, Wang Ling said that you can go to your cousin, who also inherited skill from her grandfather and has good weapons in stock. Then she added that she curses those people. The stolen thing will not bring them any good. At this time, Ling Mo was already in a safe place. He felt that he suddenly began to sneeze. The guy thought that this was impossible because now he has strong physical qualities and a healthy immune system. He decided that he needed to get rid of the smell with a disinfectant so as not to attract other zombies here in the future. This method is very effective in those places where there is a small concentration of the living dead, but in a large crowd it acts in the opposite direction, attracting them. Ling Mo seed that now his girlfriend can take the green capsule and eat it. Yelian happily opened her mouth so that her boyfriend could feed her this delicacy. It was impossible to look at it calmly. The girl slowly ate the capsule, and finally she swallowed it, feeling an incredible surge of strength. And Ling Mo instantly felt that his heart was squeezing and hurt unbearably. The guy felt very bad. He didn't understand what was happening to him and was shaking all over. Ling Mo, overcoming the pain, called his girlfriend for help and support. The guy and Ye Lian hid within the walls of a large multi-story building. Some time passed and Ling Mo gradually began to come to his senses, feeling what was in the cold floor. The guy opened his eyes and began to remember what happened to him the day before. The painful sensations gradually left him. Suddenly, he realized that he was alone in the room. His beloved girl was not nearby. The guy sat down on the floor and gradually began to collect his thoughts. Apparently, he was sleeping. It is unclear where Ye Lian is because she usually behaved quite passively. Ling Mo stood up and began to call the girl, but in response he heard only an echo. Bad premonitions gripped his soul. The guy thought that Ye Lian was out of control, but suddenly he felt that the thread connecting them was still alive, so he calmed down a little. Ling Mo realized that his spiritual ability remained strong. He sensed where his girlfriend was heading. Apparently, she went down to the first floor along large parquet steps. Lost in thought, Ling Mo followed the trail of the invisible thread connecting them. Suddenly, he saw a girl standing near the window and was very surprised as she looked very unusual. Ye Lian looked into the distance, and at first glance it seemed that she was completely healthy. The guy shouted, "Is it true that she was finally able to recover and become a full-fledged person?" He approached her and hugged her tightly, inhaling the delicate aroma of her hair. And if this were true, then Ling Mo would become the happiest person on earth. But the guy looked into Ye Lian's eyes and realized that they were also empty. There was no living shine in them. Ling Mo felt deeply disappointed because he thought that now all their misfortunes were behind them. But this situation made him wonder if Ye Lian had recovered her memory. And yet, some positive aspects were present because now the girl had emotional expression and could move independently. Ling Mo said that they need to continue the zombie hunt in order for it to develop more and more. Creepy living dead walked on the street looking for survivors to feed on their meat. But suddenly, their peace was interrupted by Ye Lian brutally attacking the zombies. Ling Mo thought that after evolution, not only could his girlfriend move alone, but her instincts had become stronger. Now in her eyes, zombies are like inferior creatures. She kills them calmly without the slightest sense of compassion. The guy thought about how Ye Lian would react when confronted with people, but he still hoped that he could prevent her attack with the help of his control ability. Suddenly, Ling Mo heard a familiar speech and turned around to see who it was. Near the broken store stood a surviving man who fought off a large number of zombies. He had a club in his hands, but he would not have been able to cope on his own if his companion had not come to the rescue. The girl easily attacked the zombies as if they were soulless insects. And in her hands, she clutched a large, beautiful sword, with the help of which she killed living corpses. The girl looked confident. She easily dealt with enemies and seemed to be completely unafraid. She shouted to her partner that she needed to return to the store as soon as possible. And although her friend was very frightened, he still did not dare to argue and agreed. The girl fearlessly walked to the counter and dispersed all the zombies present there. Her eyes glowed with furious fire. She quickly killed her enemies and did not feel a drop of regret. Ling Mo, watching all this from behind a tree, noted to himself that this lady clearly had some kind of ability. After all, she is not only skilled in combat, but is also not afraid of zombies. Great confidence comes from her body. If this girl were an ordinary person, she would most likely run away in fear. But now is not the time to talk to her since Ye Lian is nearby. The guy decided that first of all, he would mind his own business and then, if possible, get to know this lady. Suddenly, the young man who was next to the fighting girl called Ling Mo for help. But the guy was blocking his Ye Lian and did not dare to get involved in a fight. He didn't want to go into battle and take risks, but people needed to help. Therefore, Ling Mo decided that he should fight the zombies, especially since he had a weapon. Moreover, if that girl is truly a person with special abilities, then she might recognize Ye Lian's true identity. Ling Mo took out his weapon and prepared to attack the living corpses. The girl, whose name was Shayna, reproached her companion for screaming and thereby attracting the attention of the zombie. But the guy, fighting back with a baton, said that this friend whom he called could help them. The girl looked at how Ling Mo desperately fought with living corpses and remained silent. She noticed that this guy has a sharp dagger with which he pierces through his enemies. In addition, he has incredible power that can immobilize living corpses. She noticed how the guy coldly pierced the enemy's neck and a thick stream of blood flowed from it. Ling Mo was glad that his abilities had improved, and thus he could control 3 zombies at the same time. Now the guy could control these zombies while he was killing them, and as long as there were only a few of them, they looked like pathetic dolls walking one after another. The fair-haired young man said in amazement that this man fought very well. After all, Ling Mo could instantly pierce them and still remain completely unharmed. The zombies were blinded by his abilities and could not resist, which made it possible to kill them completely calmly. Shauna said displeasedly that this had absolutely nothing to do with her, but her companion said that in any case they have an assistant who can be useful. The guy shouted there that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible and called the girl with him. But she did not move and continued to watch as the battle took place with a crowd of zombies. The young man called Ling Mo to join them and they ran away together. After thinking for just a split second, Ling Mo decided that this was a good idea because the number of living corpses was increasing. And so the guys quickly began to run away together for cover. They ran to a large multi-story building and stood behind the wall, catching their breath. Shauna said thoughtfully that they got rid of the enemies, but it was temporary. Liu Yu Hao, taking a deep breath, thanked the guy for his rescue and participation, but Ling Mo said that this was nothing. But his interlocutor added that he admires the coolness of the guy and his girlfriend, who is very resilient just like his Shauna. The girl was furious and said that the guy would no longer dare to call her his. After all, they were just former odnoklasniki. Liu Yu Hao said that they were very lucky today, and in honor of this, he offered to come to them and drink beer. But Ling Mo was not unenthusiastic about this idea since he did not know how Ye Lian would behave among people, especially since he wanted the guys not to suspect how strange she was. The guy quickly refused, but Liu Yu Hao began to persuade him, saying that they would have a good time together. Shauna, who was standing aside indifferently, suddenly stopped short because she noticed something very interesting about Ling Mo. The girl quickly ran up to it, and began to carefully examine the dagger. But from the outside, it looked a little strange, and Liu Yu Hao tried to reason with the girl and asked her to get up. But she, delighted, began to ask Ling Mo where he got such a dagger, but the guy did not want to answer. However, the girl persistently asked to tell him about it, looking into his eyes. Ling Mo casually said that he took this dagger from a sword store, which greatly discouraged Shauna. The girl said that this is a store that belongs to the Wang family, and now it was Ling Mo's turn to be surprised. The guy wanted to know where she heard about this family and the elite store, but Shauna didn't answer, and a moment later she said sadly, "What this means? Apparently the people in the store are already dead." Ling Mo replied that there is no need to worry about this and asked not to look so closely at his belt area. But the girl could not take her eyes off the weapon, which was in its sheath. She good-naturedly said that the Ling Mo girl doesn't mind, because she's just watching. Shauna went up to Ye Lian, hugged her and asked if she was right. That little sister has nothing against attention to her boyfriend. But Ye Lian, standing motionless, felt an incredible surge of anger. Ling Mo sensed her mood and asked her to behave more restrained on a soul level. The girl obeyed and her gaze again became empty and indifferent. Ling Mo explained that his girlfriend does not speak, so he apologizes for her behavior. Shauna looked at the girl with sympathy and said that she was so beautiful and dumb. It was very sad. She also noticed that her interlocutor did not look very good and offered to join them during the rest. Shauna turned to Ling Mo with an offer to drink beer at her expense and relax a little. Without waiting for an answer, she pulled the resisting guys behind her. Soon, the guys found themselves near a large building where the survivors were hiding. Liu Yu Hao said that although the place here is small and you will have to make room a little, but at least it is clean and safe. When she knocked on the door, they immediately opened it and a girl appeared on the threshold. She looked around at the arriving guys for a few moments and was clearly unhappy that they had brought two more. Liu Yu Hao said that today was not a very good day and he only managed to take a few things from the supermarket on the nearest street. Ling Mo looked around with dissatisfaction at the audience gathered in this room. The guy noticed that there were quite a lot of people here, and everyone was constantly thinking about how to survive and not die of hunger. A moment later, Liu Yu Hao remembered that it was necessary to introduce a new friend to the guys and joyfully said that they had guests. The young man remembered that he still did not know the name of his friend, and his interlocutor gloomily introduced himself that his name was Ling Mo. Then the guy pointed towards his girlfriend and added that the girl's name was Ye Lian. Liu Yu Hao announced to those present that these two were very helpful today. And that is why he and Xiana decided to invite them to their place. But the red-haired guy only grinned displeasedly. He believed that they didn't need strangers here. After all, the gathered guys have Shauna, who easily resisted the living dead. But one of the girls told this guy whose name was Lu Xin so that he should not be so rude because Ling Mo just came to have lunch with them, to which the red-haired objected that they themselves did not have enough food. Liu Yu Hao immediately furiously rushed to defend Ling Mo and said that if it weren't for him, they would not have returned alive. His interlocutor said with displeasure that they could not afford to feed more strangers. The young man asked Shanna to intervene and say a kind word for these guys who helped them cope during the fight with the zombies. But the girl was in no hurry to get involved in the conversation. She looked thoughtfully at Ling Mo. The guy caught her gaze and thought that, apparently, this girl still remembers how rudely he talked to her. He looked with contempt at the guys gathered in this room and thought that he was not going to waste his energy on quarrels with such petty people. Therefore, Ling Mo said that he did not intend to become a parasite and would not linger here. He was already leaving. Lu Xun ironically noted that this guy is quite a brave man, but apparently too self-confident. After all, in addition to the fact that Ling Mo came to their shelter, he also brought with him a girlfriend who he is unlikely to be able to feed, and therefore he does not deserve respect at all. To which the guy looked contemptuously at her interlocutor and pursed her lips in displeasure. But he couldn't call to be talked to so casually, so the next second he headed to Lu Xun. Shauna, watching all this, screamed in fear. She assumed that now their comrade would be in trouble. Ling Mo came close to the guy and looked into his eyes, which were terrified. The next second, the guy easily lifted him off the floor by the collar with one hand. The red-haired man gritted his teeth and muttered for the guy to get out. But suddenly he felt a heavy slap in the face that made his ears ring. The guys were in a stupor. They watched intently as the situation unfolded, but did not dare to intervene. Ling Mo said that this is called a well-deserved slap in the face, and if he hears one more word that makes him angry, the guy will get a second one. Exactly the same. But Lu Xun, although he was cowardly, could not admit his guilt, so he looked at Shanu in the hope that she would resolve the situation. The girl asked Ling Mo to let the guy go, but he said that first he wanted to hear an apology. Shauna tried to call the guy to mercy because he had already hit the red-haired man very painfully, but Ling Mo didn't want to hear anything. He expected a sincere apology from the young man, and without waiting for them, he gave them another slap in the face. But already on the second side, stars flashed before the insolent man's eyes. He could not step over himself and say the words of change because it was beneath his dignity. But Shauna advised the guy not to resist because it was all his fault. This statement seemed unfair to Lu Xun because he was worried about everyone so that the guys would not be left without food. But he had no other choice but to squeeze out words of apology. Ling Mo heard this and let go of the guy, who fell to the floor with a loud crash. Now, Ling Mo had no desire to stay here and wanted to leave, but Liu Yu Hao asked him to wait and take a few cans with him. The guy looked thoughtfully at the assembled audience. He was surprised that these guys were just sitting still and waiting for Shauna and Liu Yu Hao to bring them all food. Liu Yu Hao said that they were not bad at all, and Lu Xun was the son of a large rich family, so he has a bad character. But in general, the guys are nice and friendly. And although Ling Mo categorically refused to be in the company of such parasites, Shauna offered to spend the night because it was very unsafe on the street. Nevertheless, the guy had no intention of staying here and said over his shoulder that there should be a place in the city that could serve as an overnight stay. The girl grabbed his hand and asked him to reconsider because even if he copes with all the obstacles, the tired sister Yelian needed rest. Ling Mo turned around dissatisfied. He could not figure out why this girl was so persistent. Shauna said, embarrassed, that she considered him strong and experienced in fighting zombies, so she had a request. The girl could not cope alone and she needed the help of a reliable companion. But the guy, without hesitation, said that he refused and was not going to fulfill the requests. Shauna said that she didn't even explain the essence of her problem, but this is a very important task. She still did not want to let go of the young man and held his hand in her hand. The girl said that they were all survivors and Ling Mo had skills that could help. She didn't understand why he was refusing. The young man pulled his hand out and hesitatingly began to say why he didn't want to participate in this. He had no desire to help such parasites who did not have their own willpower and endurance to take care of themselves. He then added that it was Shauna's free choice to feed them, but he himself would never do it. Shauna clarified whether she understands correctly that the guy is ready to help if it has nothing to do with the guys. She enthusiastically said that she was a student of senior high school, and at the moment when she left this place, several odnoklasniki remained there, and now it is necessary to pick them up. The girl said that one day they returned to school, but it was impossible to get close to her, and now she wants to try to do it again. Ling Mo asked what he would receive in exchange for his service. Liu Yuhao was indignant. The guy casually said that he was not going to work for free and there should be a reward for every effort. Liu Yuhao was extremely disappointed because the young man assumed that when a disaster happened, all people grouped together and helped each other, but his expectations were cruelly shattered. The girl, on the contrary, remained calm. She said that Ling Mo was right, but he already got what he wanted and pointed to the dagger forged by her cousin Wang Ling. The guy was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that a small and skinny girl did this. Can she really forge swords and knives? This is truly amazing. He looked thoughtfully at the dagger that she forged and thought that it was a pity because the girl died so young. And Shauna talked about how they learned blacksmithing from their grandfather, and although her skills are much better than Wang Ling, the dagger is still very good, so it will serve as a good advance payment. She then added that Ye Lian could stay here and Odnoklesniki would take care of her. However, this was out of the question, because if the girl had been left unattended, then when they returned they would have seen piles of bodies. Shauna said that although this guy is very annoying with his arrogance, he protects his friend, and she is very beautiful and Ling Mo should cherish her. The guy didn't say that apparently there are a lot of zombies in the boarding school, and the people who stayed there are most likely already dead. It's a pity for the efforts of a girl who sincerely believes in good things. Ling Mo couldn't understand whether she was so persistent and stubborn or simply stupid and didn't understand the seriousness. But the decision was made, the guy agreed to help and in return could use the dagger with dignity. Liu Yuhao told the guys that they have a strong accomplice and they need to remember all the teachers and classmates who stayed there. But one of the girls said that she was very scared there because there were a lot of zombies that could kill them. Shauna angrily said that this issue had already been discussed before and they must return to the school to save those remaining there. The girl reproachfully noted that if they had not covered the guys' backs, they would not have come here and would already be in the zombie's stomach. It was difficult to object to this, so the girl remained silent in embarrassment. The guy with glasses said that Shauna was right and they should take care of the kids left at school. He shouted for the girl to lead and they would all go there together. But Ling Mo, who listened carefully to this entire dialogue, was dissatisfied with this and loudly said that it would not happen. After all, the guys had no fighting skills, especially since there are many of them, and this will only attract the living dead. And in fact, he believed that these guys were simply afraid to be left alone without Shauna. But he was not going to be their nanny. However, the girl objected and said that the guys would take care of themselves and Ling Mo would not worry about their safety. The guy agreed because he didn't care how many people would go on this journey. The main thing was that he wouldn't have to protect them. But some guys were scared and would prefer to stay in a safe place. The guy with glasses said that they will have weapons. They will be able to protect themselves and will not drag Shauna and the others with them. Ling Mo said that they will leave at dawn and now you need to rest and get a good night's sleep. Shauna said that Ye Lian would be uncomfortable spending the night with the boys and she could stay in the girls' room. The guy thought for a few moments. He understood that he could not leave his beloved unattended. But he came up with a great idea, so he agreed and wished the girls a good night. After all, even from a distance, he could control the situation with the help of the connection connecting him with Ye Lian. Shauna wondered since when did the guy become so kind to her. This gave rise to suspicion. Ling Mo used an invisible connecting thread and was able to observe everything that was happening in the room. His girlfriend was in complete power. He was able to move his soul into her body. Now, she could not harm the people who were around. Shauna grabbed her friend's hand and called her into her room, saying that there was only one bed, so they would have to stay together. She asked Ye Lian why the girl didn't undress before going to bed. Shauna, after thinking for a moment, suggested that little sister Ye Lian was just very shy. So she offered to help the girl and began to take off her dress. But Ye Lian began to resist and grabbed Shauna's hand, thereby intending to prevent the movement. The girl asked in surprise if her sister didn't want her to help her take off her outerwear. She took Ye Lian's hand and suggested that the girl also help her. Ling Mo lay in bed. He couldn't sleep and kept thinking about what kind of dirty games girls have. But if she herself asked for it, then it was necessary to obey. Therefore, the guy began to control his girlfriend's body and forced her to bow in front of Shauna. The girl was very scared and surprised. After all, she did not expect that the taciturn Ye Lian would be so persistent. Shauna had a strange feeling and could not understand what it was connected with. It seemed like Ye Lian's sister was in front of her, but the girl couldn't shake the feeling that a guy was watching her. She wanted to turn everything into a joke and remind him that it was already late and it was time to go to bed. But suddenly Shauna felt her friend grab her by the jacket. Now it was difficult to refuse her words. In the next moment, Ye Lian threw off the blanket from her in one fell swoop and Shauna screamed in surprise. She said in a trembling voice that she would not be so disgraceful and asked her sister not to do this again. Ling Mo thought that this served as a good lesson for the small and naive girl. He is not the type with whom she can flirt so openly. The rest of the girls who were nearby stared in amazement at the taken aback Shauna. She furiously shouted for them to go to bed. Soon the city plunged into a sweet slumber, and only the moon with the stars continued to shine. Shauna whispered to her sister that the girl was quite sociable and if she smiled more, she would be even more beautiful. Ling Mo heard about himself that Shauna at first considered him a scumbag, forcing him to date him. But when she found out that the girl was mute, she was imbued with respect for him. The guy involuntarily thought that any other person in Shauna's place would have thought about their own salvation. But she was worried about the survivors and was responsible for so many people. Ling Mo drove away these thoughts. After all, she asked for it herself and no one forced her to sacrifice herself. A few hours later, dawn began. The sun rose high and foreshadowed a clear day. The guys crowded around Liu Yu Hao, who distributed food to them before starting the difficult journey. He also gave several bottles of water to Ling Mo and said that if necessary, the guy could always take more. The guys patiently waited for their turn and gradually approached to take provisions. Lu Xun stood behind the wall. He watched this guy carry orders without even caring about them. His friend reminded him to keep his opinions to himself. But the red-haired guy spat with displeasure. He despised those guys who were nearby. Ling Mo asked what weapons his companions had with them. Liu Yu Hao answered that besides Shana's knife, the best weapon is a kitchen knife, and Ling Mo decided to give each one. After all, in fact, one oncoming zombie is not much stronger than the average person. Lu Xuan muttered dissatisfiedly that everything is not as simple as we would like and there are different types of living corpses. The guys went ahead. They decided that they should arrive before noon to the place they were aiming for, but suddenly their path was blocked by zombies wandering nearby. Shauna swung her hand and hit one of them with all her might and ordered the others to follow her example. Liu Yu Hao. Without hesitation, he attacked another zombie who approached him with a knife. Ling Mo appreciated their abilities, but believed that if it weren't for this bunch of people, he and Ye Lian would have done a much better job. He seemed curious about the fact that his girlfriend had lost interest in regular pills and now only strives to consume green ones. The guy closed his eyes, intending to connect with Ye Lian's soul and understand what was happening inside her. He really wanted his girlfriend to evolve, and for this it was necessary to collect more mutated capsules. Ling Mo thought that mutants usually appeared in enclosed spaces. Where there were several people, he decided to inspect the nearby hospitals, schools, and shops. The guy grabbed Ye Lian's hand and pulled her along. He wanted to reach such premises and go there alone. Suddenly, the paw of a living dead man came through the glass and tried to grab the guy standing next to him. The man did not have time to react and therefore was absorbed. Now he was at the mercy of the zombie. The guys watched in horror as the once intact glass became a huge, scary hole. Ling Mo accelerated and pushed off the ground as much as possible and jumped straight into the hole that had formed. Inside, the guy saw a very sad picture of a man being devoured by a bloodthirsty living dead. Ling Mo used his ability to tame the zombie and the monster turned around. The guy concentrated and needed to act very quickly and harmoniously. Therefore, he rushed forward. The treasured pills must be obtained at any cost. Shauna looked around. She couldn't understand what the guy was up to and how it happened. The guys watched with disgust as Ling Mo delved into the brain of the disgusting zombie. Ling Mo said in cold blood that the victim of this creature was already dead. He went outside the room and stood aside waiting for the guys to get over this news. Shauna was extremely upset. She silently looked at one point and did not say a word. The blonde girl asked what they should do next. She was very afraid and did not want to become the next one killed. But Shauna couldn't come to her senses. She was very worried and was silent for a few moments, thinking. Then the girl decisively said that it was necessary to continue and move forward. Ling Mo thought furtively, because despite the fact that Shauna is quite stupid, in critical situations she thinks quickly and is quite decisive. But despite this, the guy still treated this naive girl with disdain. He called Ye Lian, took her hand, and they walked further towards the school. Lu Xun looked at Shanu angrily. He didn't like that it was the girl who was in charge. His bespectacled friend Wang Chen said that it was necessary to follow the guys because they might fall behind. However, Lu Xun did not care. He did not want to be in this company. His friend was very upset when he noticed that the others did not wait for them and had already disappeared from sight. He doubted that it was possible to survive alone. In addition, he was afraid of the harsh Ling Mo and suspected that the guy would persuade Shana to behave the same way. But Lu Xun believed that nothing would change if they followed the guys. He couldn't afford to obey the girl and hated the bastard who hit him in the face. His friend suggested that, after all, if there are fewer people, then they get a lot more advantages. He then continued to say that he knew how Lu Xun really felt about Shauna, and it was better not to resist this but to make her happy. After that, the guy said that the arrogant and cold-blooded Ling Mo is completely untouchable. But his interlocutor said displeasedly that apparently the guy was a real traitor. He looked at the retreating Wang Chen with hatred and thought that if not for this whole situation, Xiaona would already belong to him. Lu Xun believed that this Ling Mo who appeared out of nowhere was not worthy to be next to her. The guy watched a gloomy picture of how restless zombies wandered everywhere. Xiaona looked at the living dead with an appraising glance. There were too many of them. It is necessary to distract them so that the resistance is not so intense. The guys looked at each other. Nobody wanted to become bait for these monsters. Xiaona said that she would attract their attention and asked Ling Mo to take the guys away at this time. But the guy said that he would do it himself. He would distract the living dead and allow them to get through unnoticed. He told the others to find a place to hide, and when the zombies start chasing him, he will need to go through them. Xiaona looked at the guy with all her eyes because it was very risky and dangerous. Suddenly, Ling Mo felt a heavy hand fall on his shoulder and turned around to see who it was. Liu Yuhao said that he admired the guy's courage and thanked him on behalf of the entire team. Ling Mo thought that he didn't do anything special. He just didn't want to stay with them and play the role of a nanny. Besides, if she really goes to distract these zombies, the chances of her returning are slim. She might even ruin everything. Wang Chen began to speak to Xiaona, but she cut him off mid-sentence. The girl did not allow him to finish his thought. She firmly stated that the guys should go hide. She then wished Ling Mo good luck and asked him to be careful. Ling Mo said that it wouldn't take much time and he only had 5 minutes. Xiaona looked at him in surprise. The girl did not understand what he meant. The guy explained that they have exactly 5 minutes to find a safe place and hide, and the zombie party begins. Ling Mo went to the door with Ye Lian. They decided that they should go inside. The guy slowly opened the door and saw several creepy silhouettes in front of him. Here were the disgusting living dead. They were thirsty for blood and human bodies. Therefore, Ling Mo used his abilities and directed invisible threads at the zombies. A second later, they were already obedient creatures who could not hurt him. The guy understood that his strength was already at its limit. Together with Ye Lian, only 3 ordinary zombies could be under his control. But in any case, this is enough for now and we could proceed further using mobile phones. Ling Mo gave them a device with which he could control the movement of the dead. In this way, they could not harm people, so they could feel safe. The guy said that turning on the external sound to maximum turns out very cool. He opened the door and looked angrily at the zombies who walked unquestioningly like obedient dogs. The countdown began with number 3 and the disgusting zombies headed towards the sound. Ling Mo turned on the song and said that now the number 2 begins. And about 1, exactly what he expected would happen. The zombies rushed behind the waves towards the sounding music. They ran very quickly. Other living dead wandered around the outskirts of the city. They broke houses and destroyed cars. On Ling Mo's phone, there was a cheerful melody playing that invited them. They rushed towards the sound and did not see anything around. The zombies ran very quickly. The sound of the song beckoned them forward further and further. Soon the crowd of living dead will become larger, and they will all rush in that direction. At this time, the guys were in shelter. They waited tensely and listened to what was happening on the street. Xiaona heard the ringtone on Ling Mo's phone, and it shocked her. After all, in the girl's opinion, it was very reckless to do this and attract such a crowd. She looked out the window with excitement. She remembered the guy's words. He said that they needed to go to shelter while the zombies would start chasing him. The girl didn't think for a second. She shouted to the guys in the room to go help Ling Mo, and the teenagers quickly went down the stairs, and although they were scared, Ling Mo could be in danger and needed to help him. Xiaona looked at the large hospital building and thought that apparently the guy and his girlfriend were there. Zombies tried to get through the broken windows. They screamed and rushed inside. Liu Yuhao turned around and didn't see Xiaona next to him. He shouted loudly for the girl to catch up with him. But she stood still because she had pictures in her head that Ling Mo could die. But suddenly Xiaona heard loud footsteps behind her and the ragged breathing of Ling Mo and Ye Lian running. And at this time, one of the zombies was already beginning to fall from the windows of the hospital room. However, the crowd of soulless dead did not even pay attention to the falling man. They continued to break in. But soon the zombies realized that they had been deceived and turned their attention to a guy who, for some reason, ended up on the street. Ling Mo turned around. He had a presentiment that this was possible. The dead would notice him and begin to chase him. So he grabbed the girls by the hand and shouted that they needed to run with all their might. Bloodthirsty zombies began to pursue them and ran after them with a loud cry. It was necessary to hide as soon as possible because the living dead had unusual running activity. Xiaona. While walking, she shouted out a question about what they would do next. Ling Mo said that we need to find shelter because the girls will not be able to fight these bastards in the open. The guy saw a place nearby where he could hide and called the girls with him. He rushed there and Liu Yu Hao looked at the guy in amazement. It was a very risky trick. The zombies tried to squeeze inside and hit the window glass. Ling Mo noticed that his girlfriend wanted to go fight with them, but now was not the right time for this. The living dead were approaching. One of them tried to attack Liu Yu Hao, but the guy prepared a knife. Ling Mo shouted to the guys to kill the zombies one by one. Shauna began to swing her saber, mercilessly destroying the living dead. But the rest of the guys were very afraid. They were not sure that they could cope. The girls clutched weapons in their hands. A small trembling ran through their bodies. Fear constrained their movements. Lu Xun asked those present what they should do next and how to get out of this difficult situation. Wang Chen did not know the answer to this question and thought that they could only count on a miracle. However, there was no salvation. On the contrary, the guys heard the sound of heels coming from the top floor. The girls turned around in fear. It was worse than horror films because everything happened so real. Two deranged women went downstairs and headed towards the frightened guys. They were seized by fear. But it was too late to run away and the creepy living dead with an empty gaze were getting closer and closer. One of the guys felt someone pushing him from behind. He couldn't resist and fell to the floor. It was a friend of Wang Chen, who apparently also became infected and was dangerous. The guy screamed loudly asking for help, but all his efforts to save himself were in vain. The zombies continued to approach the startled children, and although the girls tried to defend themselves, they could not hide their fear. A creepy zombie wanted to eat a defenseless girl, and it seemed that nothing could save her. But suddenly help came, and with one swing of a kitchen knife, they managed to neutralize the creepy woman. It was Ye Lian who fearlessly attacked all the zombies in the area. She was able to protect the girl who watched this picture in horror and was speechless. Shauna watched this and was very surprised by the abilities of little sister, who seemed so distant and defenseless. Ling Mo smiled smugly. He was proud of his beloved girl, who even in this state was at her best. The battle with the living dead had been going on for quite some time. Ling Mo skillfully wielded his dagger. He knocked out any zombie approaching him. But suddenly, he felt that he was losing control over the situation and, most importantly, over his Ye Lian. He felt that he was very tired and needed to take at least some break. The guy shouted to the guys that they needed to slow down and move a little to the side. But Shauna, together with Liu Yu Hao, continued to fight desperately, waving their weapons and destroying the dead. Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard in the building, which numbed everyone gathered there. Liu Yu Hao was in a panic and asked what awaited them next. Ling Mo shouted to the guys to take care of themselves first, and pierced the chest of the zombie standing next to him. The guy ordered Ye Lian to destroy the two, but to keep it in moderation and not overdo it. The girl headed there and, with a distraught look, attacked two zombies standing nearby. She made two crushing blows, after which they could no longer move. Soon, dead zombies were lying on the floor and could no longer harm anyone. Liu Yu Hao took a breath. It seemed to him that the fight would never end, and he was hanging on the brink of death. Shauna said that two of the guys were missing and were nowhere to be seen. During the battle, they headed up the stairs and apparently were on the upper floor there. Shauna asked her friend Liu Yu Hao to go up and take a good look at the entire area, but Ling Mo gloomily said that this was no longer necessary. He squatted, turning away from everyone. The guy said that apparently these two have been dead for a long time. He added that zombies were everywhere, and if the guys were left alone with them, they simply had no chance of surviving. But suddenly, a loud scream was heard from the top floor. Apparently, someone was calling for help. The guys could not listen to this piercing screech. They covered their ears. After all, this sound was very terrible. Shauna was very upset. She thought that she had not saved 4 people from her team. Suddenly, she felt a strong hand lay on her shoulder, and a familiar voice said that it was not her fault. It was Ling Mo, who decided to show compassion and support the girl who fearlessly fought with a large number of zombies and sought to help all the survivors. The guy took Ye Lian by the hand, and they went to the exit to the street. It was pointless to stay here. Shauna looked after them and thought that her sister was also very strong, and there was nothing to say about Ling Mo's abilities. The girl looked at Ye Lian's retreating figure with delight. Suddenly, a fierce conflict arose between the guys. One of the guys shouted that all this was because of Wang Chen and swung a knife at him to kill him. But Shauna did not allow this to happen. She snatched the weapon from the guy's hands, and it fell to the floor with a loud ringing sound. Liu Yu Hao decided to intervene and slapped the distraught guy in the face. Ling Mo looked at the fight with displeasure but said nothing. He had bad suspicions about Wang Chun but did not say anything about it. This guy was not who he said he was and was hiding a cruel and greedy essence. Liu Yu Hao tried to reason with the guy attacking him that the weapon was not intended to be pointed at people. Wang Chun good-naturedly said that he was not angry and everything was actually fine. There was no need to make a problem out of it. The guy added that their friend must have just gotten nervous and he doesn't hold a grudge against this emotional outburst. Shauna decided that there was enough arguing for today and it was necessary to move forward. Ling Mo looked at Wang Chun with a piercing gaze. The guy asked with a smile why Ling Mo's friend was looking at him like that. But the young man did not continue this conversation because he had his thoughts hidden from prying eyes. Ling Mo went to the door and told the guys to move faster because they need to leave this place. After some time, the team of guys went to the dungeon in which the Li Ha chain supermarket was located. Inside, the guys saw an extremely gloomy picture where zombies devoured the bodies of soulless, innocent people. Suddenly, a huge, creepy zombie felt a powerful blow and a loud splat sound was heard throughout the space. The creepy monster screamed in pain. He did not expect that a pathetic person would dare to attack him. The room contained traces of a recent disaster. The guys descended into the dungeon with caution. They did not know what awaited them inside. Liu Yu Hao muttered that apparently there is no one here and you can try to get there. Shauna told Ling Mo to go to the middle, and in the meantime the guys would cover him from behind. The girl told Tu to go with her and the rest to look around and look for something useful. Then they would meet at the entrance. Ling Mo thought that his psyche had improved after the fight, and that was very good. Also, his mental acuity has increased significantly. Now he can clearly remember many of the smallest details. But this ability gave him a bad feeling. The guy felt that someone was watching him with an invisible gaze since he entered the supermarket. Ling Mo noticed that his girlfriend was tense and wary. This was not a good sign. Apparently, Ye Lian was thirsty, or some creature caught her attention. The guy looked around trying to determine what Ye Lian had discovered and why she was trembling all over. Suddenly, a deafening scream was heard in the large building and echoes were heard from all sides. Ling Mo realized that something bad was happening and it was necessary to move forward. Soon they saw that a large mutated zombie was greedily devouring a person. This sight was truly terrifying because the guy was still alive and tried to resist. He screamed to be saved and helped to get out of this trap. But the ugly, scary zombie raised his head and looked at the people who were in the room. Lucien trembled with small tremors and was afraid to engage in battle with this giant type. And when the zombie growled angrily, the guy started running, quickly moving his legs. Ling Mo together with Ye Lian, they rushed to the rescue to free the prisoner and save him from the fate of becoming dinner for the living dead. The guy realized that in front of him was not just a zombie, but a mutated creature with incredible strength and endurance. He called Ye Lian for the girl to keep company and help overcome this guy. And without hesitation, she headed towards the mutated huge zombie. Ling Mo decided that he must use all means to destroy this monster and pull out the green capsule for Ye Lian from it. At this time, the unfortunate guy shouted requests for help and tried to run faster and faster, but the monster was catching up with him. Finally, the lump caught up with the guy and pushed him with its huge paw. The red-haired man hit the wall painfully and lost consciousness for a few moments. Ling Mo looked at everything that was in the area with an appraising gaze. And Zombak at this time struck one after another, destroying the walls and raising clouds of dust. The guy thought that this monster was much stronger than the previous ones he had encountered. Ling Mo decided that he would finish with this guy before Shauna and the rest of the guys came here. The guy used his superpower to tie and tame this creepy zombie. Ye Lian felt an invisible thread and connected it to her soul. The next moment, the guy asked Ye Lian to use her power. The girl became the embodiment of evil. She mercilessly headed towards the huge mutated monster. Ye Lian hit the monster. Her strength was 10 times stronger than before, so she could handle the muscular type. The zombie howled in pain. He felt that he was hit but could not respond in kind. Ling Mo watched this picture with satisfaction. He understood that by weakening his control, his girl would gain unshakable strength. The guy decided that now was his best way out and pointed his dagger at the evil titan. In the next moment, he will pierce his body with a sharp blade. And Ye Lian also pierced the zombie with her bare hand, and a terrible thick mess poured out of it. But despite everything, this block continued to resist and remained on its feet, aggressively attacking. The guy thought that he had to find a way to defeat this zombie and he needed to find his weak point. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Ling Mo, and a brilliant idea appeared in his mind. He wrapped the zombie in an invisible blue thread with which he could control the mutated ones, but this was not easy for him. The guy was covered in sweat. He was very tense but did not want to loosen his control. Ling Mo gritted his teeth tightly. He made every effort to hold back the zombie. Only one thought wandered in his head: the development of his girlfriend, with the help of which she would return human traits. All his forces gathered in one place and were able to crush a huge boulder. Ling Mo told the girl that now is the time to strike and finish off the zombies. Yelian accelerated and hit the motionless, mutated living corpse with all her strength. She was able to pierce his brain and pull out the treasured pill with which she gained development. Yelian clutched the poisonous green capsule in her hand and looked at it greedily. And at that time, the guys hurried to the cry, making their way along the gloomy, splashed corridor. Shauna looked at all this in horror and tried to understand what happened. But suddenly the girl was speechless, because what she saw was not within any framework. A huge lump that had once been a zombie lay completely immobilized. Shauna couldn't believe that Ling Mo and Ye Lian were able to finish him off. Ling Mo cleared his throat. He did not go into detail and tell how they managed it. Shauna asked if everything was okay with the guy, and he said that he felt great. The guy hid the green pill, which had been obtained with such difficulty, deeper into his pocket. Ling Mo was happy to notice that during the last battle, his psyche had developed significantly. In addition, his connection with Ye Lian has become much closer, and if this continues, then he will really be able to control the two. But everyone forgot about the red-haired one who needed help, because he was beaten up very well by the zombie. Shauna told Liu Yu how to take care of him and bandage his wounds. Liu Yu Hao approached the red-haired man who was shaking in a feverish fit. Lu Xun thought that this brat Ling Mo could save him, but he didn't want to. The wound on his hand was very deep and hurt terribly, and this added to his hatred for the whole world. Suddenly, the guys heard muffled cries for help coming from the wounded man. But the guy's legs were eaten by a zombie, and now there was no way to save him. Shauna looked at the guy with pain in her eyes. She couldn't do anything. In addition, to pierce his body with a sword and thus relieve him of suffering, the guy could no longer move. He was dead, and this was deliverance for him. After all, the longer he stays like this, the more he will experience terrible torment and suffer. This decision was not easy for her. Shauna tried her best to hold back the tears that were dripping down uncontrollably. Suddenly, the girl turned her attention to Ling Mo. She was haunted by the thought that it was impossible for two people to cope with a mutated zombie so quickly. But the guy said that he also suffered greatly from this fight. But still, Shauna was tormented by suspicion. This guy was clearly hiding something and did not agree. Liu Yu Hao timidly approached the girl and stammered that he needed to tell her something. Shauna turned to Ling Mo and told him to come over to them too. Liu Yu Hao said that apparently Lu Xun could not cope on his own. After all, the color of his wound is the same as that of a zombie. Perhaps he will transform if the guys leave him like that. Therefore, it was necessary to very urgently decide what to do about it and how to help him. Liu Yu Hao suggested that they could take him with them, but Shauna did not like this idea. The girl believed that it was not in vain that everyone turned away from this guy. It was impossible to take him with them since he brought discord in their company. But she looked at Ling Mo, hoping to hear advice from him. The guy said that he was not going to get involved in their affairs. Shauna said that they need to give the wounded man some food and leave him here if he survives and does not transform, then they will come back and take him away. Ling Mo thought that it was still too troublesome. Perhaps this guy wouldn't appreciate the effort at all, and the food might be wasted. But this idea wasn't that bad. At least they wouldn't have to take that parasite with them. The guys left some provisions for the guy and decided that we should continue on our way. Shayna said that this office is empty and the zombies will not find the wounded person. Therefore, nothing bad will happen to him. The girl explained that they could not take such risks, and when they returned from school, they would still check Lu Xun. The guy was very angry and offended at them, but he didn't show it and nodded his head as a sign of approval. Now they could set off on their further journey. And although the decision had been made, the guys felt a heaviness in their hearts. Ling Mo didn't understand why the girl was so upset. Is it really sadder to leave a comrade behind than to end the life of a seriously wounded person? Shauna did the right thing, but this bastard would rather sacrifice everyone for himself. How selfish that is. In any case, there are people who have been infected by mutated zombies, and they will become the same. This guy was very angry. His eyes were not blazing with rage. He clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Ling Mo looked at the guy furtively. Apparently, he shouldn't count on his gratitude. Soon the guys approached high school number 3. It was a large building that was now covered in darkness. Ling Mo walked ahead and the rest of the guys made their way behind him, and although they were scared, they continued on their way. When the virus spread, many fled from here, but there were still a large number of zombies left in the school. In such closed places, there should be many monsters without food. They will hopelessly devour each other, and then they will not mutate for long. Ling Mo felt that his girlfriend had discovered several dangerous living dead. Shana wanted to quickly go inside, but the guy said that we should be careful and wait a little. He said that at this point their paths diverge and each will go his own way. Now they had different tasks and should not depend on each other. Shana was upset, but she understood that the guy was acting fairly and did not argue with him. She thanked Ling Mo and Ye Lian for their participation and help in difficult situations. Liu Yuhao wanted to offer the guy some food and groceries, but Ling Mo refused. He still has some business to do at this school, and maybe the guys will see each other again. Ling Mo and Ye Lian made their way through the large school corridor following the smell of zombies. Ye Lian's eyes turned red again. She must have mutated somewhere very close. Apparently, the monsters were on another floor and it was necessary to take the elevator. After all, the guy saw a green-lit button on the device, so it's likely that the elevator was still functioning. But suddenly his girlfriend rushed forward. Ling Mo tried to figure out what she was up to. In any case, reckless steps were inappropriate, so the guy tied her up and told her to stop. Zombies may be hiding in such places, although apparently her reaction confirmed these fears. The guy found a small magnet that was lying on the floor and picked it up, asking his girlfriend to step aside a little. Then Ling Mo threw the magnet and thereby turned off the elevator button so that it would no longer move. After that, the guy took out 2 knives that he carried with him and prepared for a fierce battle. The buttons on the elevator number 3 and 2 sparkled with a bright poisonous red color, after which number 1 lit up, and this meant that the duel would now begin. Ling Mo told his friend to stay put, and in the darkness, the menacing growl of a zombie could already be heard. The guy looked intently at the elevator door, which began to move very slowly. The next moment, he saw a blue paw that belonged to the mutated one. This was exactly what the guy had assumed, so his eyes sparkled with a bright, unkind fire. He shouted to the soulless zombie to get ready because now it will be very hot. And in the next moment, 2 sharp knives almost reached the mutant's body. But the villain grabbed the knives tightly in his hands. Apparently, he didn't even experience pain and didn't cut himself at all. Ling Mo calling his girlfriend was now her final signature exit. Ye Lian flew up to the monster from behind. She wanted to snatch the treasured capsule from its skull, but missed. And the next attempt did not lead to any results. The girl was very angry, and the zombie ran at Ling Mo, but the guy was ready to repel this blow. The mutated man's hand landed right on the blade, but his opponent continued to look with a predatory gaze and growl maliciously. The guy could not hold his weapon, and so it flew into the air, turning over several times, and all his attempts to catch the dagger ended in failure and the weapon flew to the side. The only option left was to capture the zombie using magical abilities. The guy called Ye Lian, tensely holding in the power of this vile living corpse. The next moment, the girl attacked him and was able to cut off his hand with lightning speed. And after that, the vile paw began to slowly fall to the ground, and the zombie let out a deafening scream. But even with one hand, he did not want to give up, so he crouched down, ready to attack. The mutant screamed wildly because he felt unbearable pain at the sight of the injury. Ling Mo realized that he had lost control of this zombie. Apparently, he was too high level. However, now having lost his arm, the zombie did not pose a great threat to them. Ling Mo said that they need to gather their strength and go forward to attack the mutated one. After a moment, they were able to throw the zombies far against the wall. Ye Lian swung over the monster's head. The girl calmly held the weapon in her hands. Then she ran the dagger across the entire surface of the body, and the zombie howled in pain. Ling Mo swung to cut off his head, but the enemy firmly grabbed the dagger with his teeth. The guy said that they need to finish off this zombie as quickly as possible and get the coveted reward. The entire body of the living corpse was covered with many luminous threads that made it possible to control it. The guy called Ye Lian so that she could once again try to make the final kill. But the zombie continued to resist. He even tried to resist control. Ye Lian pounced on him from above. Perhaps in this way she could finish off the scoundrel. The girl pushed the zombie with all her strength, pressing his entire body into the floor. And finally the battle was over. Ling Mo tried to come to his senses and catch his breath properly. Ye Lian took that capsule from the zombie's skull that brought her colossal development. The girl obediently handed the crystal to Ling Mo directly into her hands. The guy looked at this amazing work of living nature, trying to solve the mystery of this thing. He noticed that this time the crystal was significantly different from the previous ones. It was much brighter and had some intricate patterns on it. Yilian got ready to quickly taste this treat, but in such a place it was too dangerous. So the guy put the crystal away in a small bag and decided that he would give it to the girl as soon as they arrived in a calmer place. It was necessary to go further to see if there were any more mutated zombies on the way, and indeed, they soon find another suitable victim for themselves. Yilian pierced the zombie's body with her own hand, and Ling Mo did not lose control. They attacked everyone they met along the way, including the living dead. It was a fierce battle. Yilian collected enough pills and walked thoughtfully between the lifeless bodies. Ling Mo was very tired, but it was necessary to do what they came here for. The guy picked up the next capsule that Yilian brought him, and if the color could be taken into account, it was the weakest. Wu Ling Mo found 7 pieces, not counting this one, which had the dullest shade. From this, it could be concluded that all the crystals, apart from these 2, are of good quality. Therefore, it would be wise not to use them because they could cause Yilian to mutate again. Now, having control over the girl, he could feel as if she had become a part of him. But in the current situation, the guy's level of mental development could not control 2 mutated ones at the same time. But the guy was terribly tired. He had been fighting all morning, and Ye Lian looked completely cheerful. So the only flaw in this system was Ling Mo's weak body. The guy looked at his found crystals and thought that if his body were more resilient, he would continue to mine them. But he was very exhausted to such an extent that he could not even get up on his own. Ye Lian helped him and offered her hand, but suddenly the pendant fell from her neck. The guy looked at this thing and then turned his attention to the girl. Apparently, the pendant was holding Ye Lian's thin blouse and now it could fall at any second. But now it was necessary to focus on something else and should not be distracted. Ling Mo took in more air into his lungs and tried to control himself. The guy silently raised the pendant, mentally calming himself and urging him not to worry. After all, now was not the right time for this. They need to focus on the goal they are pursuing. Ling Mo carefully tied a thin ribbon around his girlfriend's neck. Now everything was in order. You can go further, but before that you need to restore your strength. The young man rested a little and told Ye Lian that they were moving on. Suddenly, the girl began to tremble. Her eyes turned red. Apparently, there were zombies in the distance. The guy thought that everyone had already been killed, but it turned out that there were still monsters nearby. Ling Mo began to think about how they got here. Apparently, the crowd of zombies was in another building. But suddenly the young man thought about Shauna. Because if she meets even ordinary zombies, she will not be able to fight back. He called Ye Lian to clear other floors. They would have to work hard to get more crystals. One of the creepy zombies was behind the fence. He had to jump over in order to get inside. And after a moment, he succeeded. His shadow disappeared from sight with lightning speed. This was the person who was once present in the company of the guys, namely the infected Lu Xun. His wound stopped bleeding and formed terrible convolutions on his arm. The bandage fell off. There was no longer any need for it. Lu Xun took a deep breath and coughed barely audibly in the darkness of the night. The young man began to remember all those people who left him wounded, and a burning resentment lurked in his soul. These ungrateful traitors will answer for everything and will regret that they did this to him. And at this time, the guys were wandering along the corridor of the school, trying to find the one who remained alive. But they could come across living corpses at any moment, so they had to be careful. Liu Yuhao reminded his friend that a lot of time had passed, and it was unlikely that the remaining guys were alive. After all, even without being attacked by zombies, the guys could die of hunger and thirst, but Shauna was mentally prepared for this. She still wanted to keep her promise. The girl said that you need to go into that room and see everything yourself. They stood in front of a locked door. It was unclear what was waiting for them there, but they needed to check everything. Shauna spent several moments gathering her strength. She was scared, but the girl didn't show it. She knocked softly several times, and a loud echo sounded along the corridor. Suddenly, there was an answer behind the door. Apparently, the guys were there and survived. This was good news. The girl said that it was Shayna and the team, and they came to free them. The door opened, and Professor Wang appeared there. By some miracle, he was able to survive and was glad to meet the guys. But Liu Yuhao looked carefully at the teacher and saw bad signs. So he asked in horror what happened to him. The girl collected her thoughts. She remembered how many people were left when they left. She told the teacher that there were more than 20 people in the room, but only a few remained. The professor said that there was an accident, but Shauna did not listen to him and pushed her way inside. To her great horror, she saw a picture that made her feel uneasy. There were bones everywhere. There was a lot of blood and dirt around, which gave rise to bad suspicions. She also noticed with disgust how a hand was hanging from the table. She saw zombies who greedily devoured human bodies. There was horror and panic all around, and among the survivors only bloodthirsty zombies remained. Liu Yuhao was in terrible shock. He asked his partner what happened here. However, the words were inappropriate. The whole tragedy that happened during their absence was visible. The kitchen knife that was in the guy's hands fell, and during the fall, a loud sound was formed. The guy felt bad from the picture he saw. He felt very sick. He couldn't hold back. The professor could not be happier with the arrival of the guys. He said that finally their torment was over. He asked if they had food with them because they had not eaten normal food for a long time, but Shana was furious. She did not respond to the professor's appeal and only looked at him contemptuously. The next second, she kicked the teacher right on the head and his glasses came off. Having lost his balance, the man fell on the cabinet and at the same instant broke it with his body. The teacher angrily said that Shana allowed herself too much and should not behave this way. But Shana didn't hear him. She thought that Ling Mo was telling the truth and she shouldn't have come here. After all, these people were just parasites who cared about their own skins. They could have provided for themselves, but instead of searching for food, they decided to devour their comrades alive. You cannot blame the weak for seeking protection, but if by their weakness they want to justify eating their friends, then this is much worse than a zombie. The girl decided that she would not save anyone. Now these parasites would take care of themselves. The professor trembled because he expected that the arriving guys would feed them and take them to a safe place. The rest of the guys were also furious at what they heard. They didn't expect that this bitch would be able to leave them alone. They became very angry with the girl and all crowded towards her to attack. With a loud cry that she deserved to die, a crowd of guys attacked Shana. The girl looked at them and understood that now she would have to defend herself. But she was ready to stand up for herself and justify her own part, no matter the cost. She clutched the sword in her hand and swung it with no regret at all. Meanwhile, Ling Mo and Ye Lian were in another building. They went to different rooms. The guy was very thoughtful. It seemed strange to him what was happening around him. After all, by all indications, there should have been mutated people here. However, they were not observed. The guy paid attention to Ye Lian. The girl was absolutely calm, so it was unlikely that there could be mutants here. Ling Mo looked at the window that was broken. All that was left was to guess what had happened here the day before. Perhaps this creature jumped through the window and thereby created such a hole. Ling Mo called his girlfriend with him to check the other buildings. They walked slowly through the bloody, creepy corridors in complete silence. But suddenly it was interrupted by a loud, desperate cry that came from another floor. This was the cry of a wounded man who was attacked but still had hope of survival. A crowd of other people looked at him in amazement and did not know how to help. But Shauna was adamant. She wanted to deal with these creatures that could hardly be called people. The guys looked at her in panic. They no longer wanted to fight because they understood that the forces were not equal. Therefore, they decided that the best way was to run away as far as possible so that this girl would not find them. However, Shauna continued her attack, as if she were floating in the air and moving with great speed. One by one, she wounded the guys, and they only screamed in pain but could not resist. Soon there was only one left who looked pleadingly at the girl and asked him to spare him. He called her to mercy and trembled with fear. His throat was dry and his voice was trembling. But the girl was unshakable. She did not want to leave alive parasites who were unable to empathize. The guy bowed low before her and asked not to kill. He was capable of making any concessions and doing whatever she wanted. Shauna reminded him that recently the guy heard the same words from other people whom he did not spare, and they became victims. It was quite obvious that the people who had suffered from this man were also asking for mercy. But the guy, hearing these words, raised his head and asked Shauna to listen because he could explain everything. However, he did not have the opportunity to tell why everything happened exactly this way, because in the next second, the girl's sword cut his neck. Shauna said that she has a moral right to this and should not listen to any explanations. The guys who were with her were terrified. They ran after the girl. They could not understand what had happened to her. After all, what they saw sent goosebumps all over their bodies. It was completely unexpected. Blood slowly flowed from the girl's sword and dropped drop by drop onto the floor. Shauna was covered in blood and didn't look like herself at all. Her gaze was distant. Liu Yuhao approached the girl and asked if everything was okay with her, but she did not answer and silently looked at one point. The guy started screaming right in her ear that he couldn't understand why she was behaving this way. It scared him terribly. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mutated zombie appeared and in 1 second pierced the body of one of the girls. Her eyes were red with rage. This mutant thirsted for blood, revenge, and suffering. Liu Yuhao was in a panic. He was frightened and wanted to rush out as fast as he could in order to escape. And that was the only thing left to do because the zombie was already approaching them, and the guys could become the next victim. The mutant approached Shayna. She growled with a loud cry and wanted to attack, but the girl remained motionless. Liu Yuhao turned around and asked his partner to be careful and react somehow. Wang Chun thought that he couldn't survive without this girl, so he couldn't leave her to her fate. The next moment, he sharply pushed the guy standing next to him, and he only managed to scream. A huge, creepy-looking zombie stretched out its hands to grab this guy, and he didn't have time to jump to the side, so he watched in horror as the monster bent over him. A moment later, he became a victim of this monster, which greedily ate him. Shauna looked at it all indifferently. Her gaze was empty. She expressed absolutely no emotions. But suddenly, some invisible force made her wake up and look at the zombies from the other side. Therefore, the next second the girl pointed her sword towards the retreating monster. Shauna pierced a zombie woman through the chest and she let out a piercing roar. The guys looked at the monster's victim, who no longer moved and showed no signs of life. Wang Chen said that this was all over and to some extent it's good that most survived. But Shauna was furious. The guy wanted to tell her something, but the girl did not listen to him. She said that she had had enough and just needed to head back. The guys did not notice how very curious and cold-blooded eyes were watching them. And although Lu Xun sought revenge on Ling Mo, but for the reason that he was not here, it was possible to start with this pathetic company of scum. Therefore, the mutated one pushed off from the ground and hurried towards them as quickly as possible. Shauna turned around in amazement. Is this really the guy they left wounded? This guy lost his human appearance and wanted to take revenge and finish off those people who, in his opinion, were unjust. Lu Xun hit the girl in the solar plexus with a flourish. She did not have time to react. Liu Yuhao and Wang Chen looked at this in horror, but they were afraid to intervene, although they understood that it was necessary. Shauna tried to get up. She couldn't believe that in front of her was Lu Xun, who had now become an enemy. The mutated one raised his leg and pressed the girl's head to the earth with a heavy boot. This movement made her lose consciousness, and now it was very easy to grab Shauna by the collar. Liu Yuhao decided to stand up for the girl. He grabbed a kitchen knife and, waving it, shouted at the zombie to let her go immediately. The guy attacked Lu Xun, but he just turned around casually. And the next moment, with his elbow, he dealt a strong blow to the guy, from which he felt a squeezing sensation in his chest. Lu Xun said over his shoulder to the guy that he didn't need him at all, and Ling Mo needed to be told to say so. Guy had to come to the men's dormitory, otherwise Shauna wouldn't live long. Liu Yuhao screamed in despair for this guy to immediately let the girl go, but the zombie gradually disappeared from sight. The guy could not contain his despair. He loudly shouted words of curse towards this monster. Wang Chen said that you need to maintain silence because many more zombies will gather to hear these screams. And at the same moment he realized that this had already happened, and a crowd of living dead began to rush towards the guys. Liu Yuhao, trembling with fear, he asked what they should do now. After all, these creatures are already here. His chest area continued to hurt and he said in a hoarse voice that he needed to escape from here. The next moment, a deafening roar was heard and the guys rushed to run away. They found a room in which they could feel somewhat safe. But the bloodthirsty zombies had already driven them in and were loudly knocking on the doors, so Liu Yuhao had to hold them back. He decided that he could use the means at hand and push the table towards the door. The guys threw furniture at the entrance to make it harder to open these doors. Now they enjoyed a few moments of safety and wondered what to do next. Wang Chen was in a panic. He began to cowardly ask his friend how they could get out of here. But the guy insisted that first of all we need to find Ling Mo and thus try to free Shauna. Wang Chen was still a little puzzled by their plan, although it seems good. It is very dangerous and risky. The next second, the guys heard the sound of falling glass and realized that now they were not alone in the room. The zombies found another way out and, breaking through the windows, approached the guys at rapid speed. Liu Yuhao grabbed the table in desperation. He really hoped that his idea would be good. The guy lifted the table with both hands and, grunting and overcoming fatigue, held it in the air. He is ready to fight back, mentally. Liu Yuhao called on his friend Ling Mo. The walking dead were getting closer and closer. They walked forward with an empty look. The guy shouted that now was the time to run away and swung the table unaided. The next second, he threw a piece of furniture directly at the zombie who was closest, and the terrible monster felt the full weight of the wooden table. The guys decided that this action could save them, and they began to actively move the tables. They showered the living dead with various wooden furniture that was in this room. Liu Yuhao was glad that his plan worked and they were able to get rid of the zombies at least for a while. Suddenly, he realized that he had begun to rejoice too early and noticed that there were still monsters here. The creepy-looking monster roared loudly and white foam began to come out of his mouth. The guy thought that now he was finished and nothing could save him. He closed his eyes in preparation for death, but a second later, he opened his eyes because he heard a characteristic sound next to him. It was Ling Mo who came to the rescue and bravely dealt with the enemies. Liu Yuhao looked at his friend in amazement and sighed with relief. Ling Mo asked why there were only 2 guys left and where was Shauna. Liu Yuhao began to tell what happened the day before and how Lu Xun turned into a zombie. Ling Mo thought for a moment. He did not expect such a situation to happen. But the young man added that if Ling Mo did not come to him, then Lu Xun would simply kill the girl. Then Liu Yuhao added that that guy has mutated, so it's not so easy to deal with him. But this happened as Ling Mo expected, except that Lu Xun mutated but remained smart enough to kidnap Shauna and threaten. The guy looked at Ye Lian, who had some glimpses of consciousness, but nothing else changed in her behavior. Ling Mo asked where the kidnapper was now with Shauna. There was hope in Liu Yuhao's eyes. The guy said that they were in the men's dormitory and he could take him there. Liu Yuhao said that we need to hurry and free Shauna as soon as possible. And so the guys went there, but Wang Chen was in no hurry to follow them. And at that time a strong wind rose outside, and yellowed leaves flew in different directions. In the distance one could notice that a bunch of zombies were sitting bending over their victim. They greedily ate the person they came across on the road and growled angrily. One of the creepy zombies opened its mouth and let out a piercing scream. The next moment he greedily swallowed a piece of human flesh. The eyes of this living dead were bright red. He did not see anything around except his target. The zombie once again let out a piercing scream that was heard throughout the entire area. Wang Chen, who quickly caught up with the guys, suggested taking a detour because he was very scared to pass by this terrible picture. Ling Mo, I thought that the living dead can evolve by eating other zombies, which means that over time there will be even more mutated ones. Suddenly, the mutant noticed a group of guys and decided that he could profit again. With a loud growl, the zombies attacked the guys, intending to quickly devour them. Ling Mo looked at his girlfriend and nodded in approval. Now he could act. But Wang Chen was terrified. He squatted down and trembled. Why didn't this obnoxious Ling Mo listen to him and take a detour? But at this time, a fierce battle broke out, and the knife already flew towards the zombie and hit him right in the skull. And Ling Mo had already opened the second dagger and was preparing to attack the next one. He swung his hand in order to pierce him in one motion. Liu Yuhao was delighted. After all, with such a friend, Shan will definitely be able to be saved. But Wang Chen suddenly discovered that the mutated one had disappeared. There was something suspicious about it. Ling Mo looked around but didn't see his enemy anywhere. It was as if he had fallen through the ground. But suddenly, the guy heard some suspicious sound and looked in the direction where it came from. The vile zombie turns out to be on the tree and is now rapidly flying down to attack the guy. However, he was prevented from doing his plan by Ye Lian, who also attacked from the air and with great fury prepared to crush him. The girl struck her opponent and he got stuck directly into the thick bark of a tree. Liu Yuhao, who watched this carefully, said that with such friends, they could easily take revenge on the evil Lu Xun. Ling Mo said that we need to continue on our way and should not slow down because every minute counts. And after a while, they arrived at the men's dormitory, which now looked very gloomy. When they went inside, Ling Mo squatted down and for some reason began to study the marks on the floor. He discovered that there were remains of fresh blood there, and this led him to bad suspicions. Liu Yuhao said that this blood must be Lu Xun's. After all, he was completely covered in wounds. Following the bloody trail, they could easily find where the scumbag was hiding along with Shayna. The guys followed the tracks, but Wang Chen was constantly lagging behind. He was very scared. Soon they approached one of the doors and Ling Mo said that this was exactly the place. The tracks became more intense. It was necessary to walk a few more meters to get to Lu Xun. In the dark corridor, a red color was visible that came from the mutated one. He shouted that he had been waiting for them. Ling Mo looked at this guy with all his eyes. He was an unusual zombie, completely clueless. This bastard still had the ability to think and act. The mutant said with hatred that this happened to him because of Ling Mo. Therefore, he will take revenge and attack because he had a hidden grudge. Liu Yuhao could not discern his former friend in this creepy creature. Lu Xun laughed maliciously and said that finally everyone had gathered and we could begin. But young Liu Yuhao could not believe that this guy had nevertheless transformed and now poses a threat to all of them. The mutant shouted that everything was their fault. If the guys had not left him, everything would have been fine. He pointed at Ling Mo and added that if the guys hadn't let that bastard in and just returned to school, he wouldn't have been hurt. Ling Mo: I thought that something was wrong here because usually people turn into zombies after being infected, but this one was different. It seems that his body cannot withstand being damaged by a pure virus and from a mutated zombie and begins to rot. And Lu Xun continued to say angrily that the guy could have easily helped him but did not want to do it. Ling Mo angrily blurted out that no one had to take care of him. And in the end, Ling Mo got tired of this conversation. He said that he came here for Shauna. But the creepy zombies only snorted contemptuously because the girl was in his power. This will be a cruel and merciless revenge with which Ling Mo will pay for not wanting to help. And with a loud laugh, he said that he would definitely tell where Shauna is if his opponent cuts off his hand. Ye Lian angrily looked at the mutated Lu Xun. The girl wanted to tear him into small pieces, but the guy was calm. He just rolled his eyes, because it doesn't happen that the pathetic guy Tak manipulates him. Liu Yuhao shouted out that he was ready to sacrifice his hand just to know where the girl was. After all, Ling Mo saved them earlier and the guys all left Lu Xun, so he could take his hand in return. With these words, the young man swung his hand, clutching a knife in his hand, to make his sacrifice. But Ling Mo did not allow him to do this stupid thing and intercepted his hand halfway. The guy said that he would figure it out himself. He had no fear. Ling Mo said that this guy does not pose any threat. He is a pitiful and helpless parasite. With these words, the guy accelerated. He rushed forward. He raised his hand to put an end to this bastard because it would be impossible to come to an agreement with him. Lu Xun turned around in horror, but it was already too late and the bladed weapon was a few millimeters away from him. Ling Mo wished him a good road to hell, and with these words he made the final push. Thick blood poured from the bastard's neck and splattered the walls nearby. But to his great surprise, Ling Mo noticed that his enemy did not die, but continued to glare furiously. The guy realized that the blow was not fatal, since the mutant dodged and the knife only caught him a little. This guy had incredible dexterity, but Ling Mo believed that he would not last long. The next moment, the guy disappeared from sight and the evil zombie looked around in amazement. Lu Xun looked with anger but could not detect his enemy. He was filled with hatred. Suddenly, Ling Mo appeared right in front of him, appearing out of nowhere. Liu Yuhao was very surprised how the guy managed to move so quickly. Lu Xun shouted in anger that they would not leave it like this and would fight to the last. The zombie shouted so that the guy should not dare to look down on him with contempt, but Ling Mo accelerated again and flew at the mutant with incredible speed. The guy said that he was asking for the last time where the bastard was hiding Shauna, but the zombie said that the way is open. If Ling Mo is so confident, he can go forward. With an evil laugh, the mutant said that although the guy is strong, he should not be arrogant and will only go to the girl through his corpse. The guy looked at this bastard carefully. He was confident in his abilities. Meanwhile, Lu Xun approached him, saying that they abandoned him and left him to rot alone. This is the despair and this is the pain that he felt that he wants Ling Mo to feel firsthand. And having uttered these words, the mutant angrily burst into hysterical laughter. But this had to be ended as soon as possible, so Ling Mo, with one movement of his hand, tore the head off the zombie's shoulders. The guys looked at this picture with disgust. Now the monster did not pose a threat. Ling Mo said that we need to look at everything in the area and find Shauna as soon as possible. They began to make their way through this creepy corridor, trying to find at least some clues, and finally they succeeded. The Tide Girl was unconscious and had a gag in her mouth. The guy kicked the door and looked around. He saw Shanna. The girl came to her senses and opened her eyes. She could not speak and looked very bad. Ling Mo pulled out the gag from her mouth and asked how she was feeling and if she had any wounds. Liu Yuhao hastened to untie the girl and thereby free her numb hands. However, Shauna sadly said that there was no need to do this. Her voice was choked. The guy, taken aback, asked why she said that. But Ling Mo already guessed why the girl did not want to be untied. And a moment later, she confirmed his guesses. The girl's eyes were a strange red color. She pointed to her wound, from which blood was oozing. Apparently, Lu Xun had infected her. Therefore, she could be dangerous for the guys, but she did not want to harm them. Anna was trembling. She covered her wound with her hand and looked at her friends with suffering in her eyes. Liu Yuhao could not believe that everything was really true, because such a thing could not happen. The guy with a trembling voice said that maybe the girl was just pranking them. But Ling Mo understood that this was far from a joke and Shauna was really infected. However, the guy kept saying that this was not true and Ling Mo had to slap him in the face to calm him down. The knife that Liu Yuhao was holding in his hands fell sharply to the ground. The girl looked at the weapon thoughtfully, and a wonderful idea came to her mind. Considering the fact that Lu Xun's body rotted because it could not withstand the strong virus from the attack of the mutated one, and Shauna is now fighting with a similar one, but the concentration of microorganisms in the red-haired one is most likely low and the girl can still be saved. But this is only possible if she is like Yelian, and if she starts to rot like that garbage, then it will be impossible to bring her back to life. After thinking about all this, the guy said that Shauna needs to be taken to a safe place. Yelian wanted to take her friend's hand, but she said that it was better for them to go without her. After all, it was already too late. The girl could not hold back her tears and sobbed bitterly. She decided that she would still do what she had planned, thereby freeing the guys. Liu Yuhao looked at this in horror. He wanted to stop the girl from taking rash steps, but Shauna said that she would rather die than become a zombie, so she would just kill herself. But Yelian prevented this by snatching the weapon from her hands. Ling Mo silently watched all this and had no intention of interfering yet. At this time, Yelian was already holding the knife in her hands. Shauna should not have done this. The girl looked at her friend with displeasure. Now it's best to get rid of this knife. And the next moment, the weapon began to circle in the air, turning around its axis several times. The knife almost touched Wang Chun, who was standing nearby, and the guy jumped back in horror. Shauna, with tears in her eyes, screamed that she shouldn't have been stopped. After all, she could have infected the guys, but she really didn't want that. By dying, she would have saved them from herself. Suddenly, her body seemed to be pierced by hundreds of invisible needles. The pain was unbearable. Taking a breath, the girl said that the guys should leave her here and she would accept her death with dignity. Liu Yuhao looked at the girl with all his eyes. He could not understand what was happening to her. But Ling Mo furiously shouted at the guy not to come near her. After all, it was dangerous. Because Shauna was already losing her human form and was subject to the instincts of a zombie, the girl hit him painfully and pushed him away from you as far as possible, shouting for him to back off. Ling Mo noticed that she had a lot of strength. Apparently, the girl was in the process of transformation. But this was suspicious because not much time had passed, about 20 minutes, and this was not enough for the first signs to appear. Shauna asked her friends to leave because she was losing control of herself. The girl took more air into her chest and screamed with all her might. She was filled with terrible pain. And the next second, she slowly fell to the floor, losing consciousness. The stunned Liu Yuhao asked his friend what they should do now. He kept talking about how now a girl can become like Lu Xun by transforming. But these words prevented Ling Mo from concentrating and thinking carefully. However, suddenly, the guys noticed that the girl's hand began to twitch. Apparently, she was coming to her senses. The delighted Liu Yuhao wanted to approach her to help her get up, but Ling Mo blocked his way. They watched as Shauna stood up and sat down, her gaze directed at the floor. And then she rose to her feet. The girl was under the influence of the virus. She approached Ling Mo and asked him to give her something. Shauna kept saying that she needed something that the guy had. She came close to him and began to sniff. All her attention was focused on Ling Mo's pocket. The girl told him to share and feed her with what he had. Her eyes were red and she persistently demanded the thing that Ling Mo had. The guy couldn't understand what she wanted. He was confused. But suddenly, Ye Lian came close to her and knocked her to the floor. The girl unceremoniously threw her to the ground and sat on top. She shouldn't come so close. Ling Mo asked her friend not to get too carried away and not to hurt Shauna. But the distraught girl did not pay attention and continued to demand that they give her something. After some time, the guy thought that he guessed what Shauna was talking about. He took out a bag with small green crystals from his pocket. Apparently, this is what the girl wanted. And when she saw them, she began to demand even more fiercely. Apparently, these instincts could tell her how to resist the transformation. Shauna said that her head was about to burst. She wanted to relieve her condition from unbearable pain. Ling Mo thought that he needed to quickly solve this problem before it was too late. Therefore, he told the others to leave the room and added that the girl could still be saved. But to do this, they must quickly leave the room so as not to see how everything is happening. And when Liu Yuhao and Wang Chun walked out the door, they could let Shauna taste the treasured crystals. He hoped that this would be beneficial and could alleviate her condition and also give her the opportunity to transform. Ling Mo handed her the pill, and the girl obediently opened her mouth. She swallowed this crystal with pleasure. It brought her some relief. The guy looked at her and thought about whether he could somehow influence Shayna's consciousness. However, the girl reached out again and wanted him to give her more. She wanted to eat everything he had, but she did not intend to wait long. She ate crystals containing a pure virus, and the guy couldn't understand why she was still holding on. After all, in fact, Shayna should have lost consciousness after eating the capsule. Because of this, the question followed. Will she be able to evolve? But the girl suffered from an unbearable headache and asked for help. She was completely covered in sweat and didn't look her best. Her whole body was trembling as if it was an unbearable, cruel withdrawal. Ling Mo clutched the crystal in his hand, but apparently there was no turning back and he needed to continue. So he handed her the next pill, hoping it would do her some good. Shayna swallowed the crystal and nodded her head with satisfaction. Perhaps this brought her relief. Suddenly, the girl closed her eyes and slowly began to descend to the floor. Yelian picked up her heavy body. This was the effect of using crystals. Ling Mo said that Shan needed to be put down. Now, a lot depended on her. Wang Chen looked into the room and shouted in panic that a large crowd of zombies was approaching them. Now was not the time to fight them. Ling Mo thought that they were most likely attracted by Shauna's screams. He said that they were leaving now and they needed to quickly pack their things. And Ye Lian would take care of Shan. Liu Yu Hao said that he needed to pick up something very valuable. But the zombies were already very close and it was necessary to act with lightning speed. The guy, with one movement of his hand, killed the zombie that appeared on their road. He told the guys to hurry up, to get out of sight very quickly and avoid being chased. It was amazing that in the face of a threat, the human body released its full potential. But even under such conditions, Wang Chen could not keep up with them. Suddenly, Liu Yu Hao caught up with his friends. He was holding in his hands a sword that belonged to Shayna. The guy couldn't catch his breath because he rushed at incredible speed. But he could not leave the sword that his girlfriend valued very much because she would be very upset when she found out that her weapon was left here. Ling Mo winked and said that the guy was trying very hard for her. But Liu Yu Hao assured that there were no feelings between them. After all, he simply values the girl. Without her, Liu Yu Hao would have turned into a zombie long ago. The guy said that he knows about it, but now is not the best time to talk. Soon they arrived at a place that could serve as their refuge. It was relatively safe. Ling Mo told Ye Lian to leave the girl in the bedroom and the guys should guard the door. But Liu Yu Hao was very worried about Shayna and constantly asked his friend if everything would be okay with her. Ling Mo looked at the girl who was still sleeping. It wasn't too good either, but suddenly she woke up and opened her eyes, looking at everyone in amazement. The guy quickly rushed towards her as one could expect anything from Shayna. The girl abruptly pushed Ye Lian away from her. Apparently, she was under the influence of instincts. She hated the guys. She jumped to her feet in anger and glared at the others. Shayna told them to leave here immediately. Her expression was very stern. Ling Mo asked the guys to calm down and just stay outside the door to guard. But under no circumstances, no matter what happens, they should not come here. Ling Mo and Ye Lian surrounded the girl. She needed to be pacified so that she would stop rebelling. The guy called her name and Shayna looked carefully into his face. That is, she still recognized her name, which meant that part of her consciousness was preserved. Ling Mo tried to talk to her and understand how best to interact. But the girl was furious and she attacked the guy trying to hit him. Yelian was able to grab her and pull her aside to a safe distance. Ling Mo said that first of all, it must be neutralized and not given the opportunity to move. At this time, the guys were listening outside the door. They heard loud sounds, and it seemed that something terrible was happening inside. However, suddenly everything became quiet and they stared at the door in bewilderment and could only guess what was happening there. Liu Yu Hao wanted to come in and check, but Wang Chen stopped him and said that there was no need to do this. But the guy couldn't be ignorant. He came close to the door and asked Ling Mo if everything was okay there. The guy shouted that everything was fine and the guys should just guard the door and shouldn't come in here. After all, if nothing is done, then in the end, everyone could suffer from Shayna. Ling Mo decided that he could try to establish a spiritual connection with her and thus control her. The guy concentrated. He found in himself a spiritual thread that would connect them to consciousness. He brought an invisible thread to Shauna's forehead, but she continued to resist. Suddenly, her eyes gained clarity. Her gaze ceased to be crazy, and she was even able to utter a few words. The girl, puzzled, asked what was going on here. Apparently, consciousness had returned to her a little. Ling Mo looked at Shayna with all his eyes. He was surprised that the girl had not even lost the ability to speak. He said that her name was Shauna and asked if she remembered it, but the girl, as if in delirium, continued to repeat this name and did not say anything else. Then she grabbed her head and said that it hurt unbearably. Lingmo asked Ye Lian to hold her tightly, and at this time tried to connect spiritually with her. Ye Lian with a sharp movement crushed the girl completely and pinned her two hands. The guy made another attempt to find himself in Shanna's consciousness and thus try to control her. It took a few minutes to fully immerse myself in the process, and soon the guy managed to establish a spiritual connection that led him into the girl's mind. For some reason, she was enveloped in two different threads. She was in this tangled ball. Lingmo realized that her spiritual power was mixed and had two opposite sides, and these two different consciousnesses collided with each other, constantly resisting. He suggested that perhaps the girl had a split personality, but he needed to break into this consciousness, so the guy continued to establish a connection. He broke these invisible threads in her head and thus was able to penetrate her body. But this required enormous endurance and some time to maintain this connection. The guy once again directed an invisible one that was supposed to connect them, and he finally succeeded after several unsuccessful attempts. The ray of soul connection hit the target directly and connected with her consciousness. Now it was in the power of Ling Mo, and one could count on her being under control. The guy used his abilities and was able to achieve what he set out to achieve. And he managed this very difficult. He spent a lot of strength to connect the subconscious. To his surprise, Ling Mo discovered that it was deep night outside. How quickly time flew by. But he succeeded. But if his spiritual strength was as weak as before, it would hardly have been possible to achieve such results. Liu Yu Hao couldn't stand this tension and burst through the door. He wanted to know how Shauna was feeling. The girl turned around and looked at him, and her gaze became almost the same as before. The guy began to shake her in delight, joyfully repeating that she had not become a zombie. Ling Mo angrily told the young man to stop doing this. Now she needs peace. After all, any movements could provoke Shauna to an unpredictable reaction. She threw the guy aside and he flew several meters away. Then the girl swung her hand to pierce right through his chest overnight. The guy shrank all over. He didn't expect this from her, but Shauna kept getting closer. Ling Mo released the connecting thread with lightning speed to order the girl not to move. And the next second, the guy pulled her away and told her to stop attacking. Stunned, Liu Yu Hao began to ask what happened to his friend. But Ling Mo did not go into details and said that these were minor complications as a result of infection. After all, his current strength is too weak to control both girls at the same time. He could maintain contact with them, but when an irritant was present, control weakened. Therefore, the guy said that it was better not to touch her because she could become unreasonably angry. Liu Yu Hao was very upset. He did not expect that Shauna would become like this. It seemed like a terrible dream. But Ling Mo said that at least she didn't die and didn't become like Lu Xun. The guy agreed with him, and although Shauna was no longer the same as before, she still retained some human traits. Ling Mo looked at the girl thoughtfully. If he could not control the zombie, she would have finished him off long ago. But it was deep night outside, so I needed to get some sleep and gain strength. The guy tried to talk to Shauna and asked if she recognized him, but the girl was silent. She only repeated her name, but it was impossible to wait for another clear answer from her. Ling Mo thought that she still had some glimpses because she had not forgotten her own name. These girls still had pieces of their consciousness that were sometimes expressed quite strongly, but Shauna had more connection with reality, while Ye Lian maintained stability. The guy noticed the sword and had a good idea on how to restore Shauna's memory. Ling Mo grabbed the weapon and, pointing to it, asked the girl if she remembered this thing. Shauna looked at the sword for several moments. Apparently, something flashed through her head. With a sharp movement, she unceremoniously snatched this weapon from the guy's hands. The girl clutched the sword to herself. It is likely that she remembered it and even in this state treasured it. Ling Mo realized that she had some memories and wanted to take the weapon back. But Shauna pulled away sharply and, continuing to press the sword to herself, pulled back. For some reason, the girl did not want to let go of the katana and part with it. Ling Mo couldn't understand why she was holding on to this weapon so tightly and didn't want to give it up. But it was unsafe, so he wanted to pick up the sword and reached for it again. However, the guy was unable to pick him up because the girl kicked him in the face. She pulled away and continued to protect her weapon. She had no intention of giving it away. At the same time, Shauna looked at the guy very aggressively, ready to even crush his face. The girl insisted that this was her thing and very persistently pressed it to her. Therefore, Ling Mo had to agree to this and not make any more attempts. He quietly walked along the corridor, thinking that it was better to believe in something than to walk around like a soulless walking dead. The guy went into his room and fell exhausted to the floor. He said that he was terribly tired. Yelian sat down next to her. Now she could rest properly. The rest of the night passed without incident, and soon the sun began to bloom in the sky. Wang Chen loudly knocked on Ling Mo's door, thereby waking up the guy. Something very unpredictable and urgent happened, and the help of an experienced comrade was needed. Wang Chen happily said that she recently saw living people passing on the street. Ling Mo said that this needs to be checked and quickly rushed to the exit. And in fact, the guys saw that several people were hiding behind the car. They armed themselves with equipment, thus trying to resist the zombies. One of the guys shouted that the first and second teams should hold the defense, but the third and fourth would cover the flank. However, there were too many zombies and it was difficult for them to cope with such a large number. They were able to overcome many, but there were still some who continued to attack people. The leader encouraged the others and told them to hold on and wait for an opportunity to break through. Ling Mo watched this carefully through the window of the building. These people acted wisely. Some dealt with the zombies while others covered the flank. They protected each other, and if individually each person could not resist, then together they had incredible strength. This is called a team of survivors. After some time, people were able to improve the moment and head to a safe shelter. The leader ordered everyone to retreat. Some had to hide, others had to cover. Liu Yuhao, who approached Ling Mo, said that these guys were heading here but were also leading a crowd of zombies. The guy grabbed his head. Are these people mocking him? He will have to fight again. After some time, the team arrived at the building. They continued to defend themselves. Scaring away the zombies with the help of shovels and other improvised tools, people moved on. The leader shouted that everyone should quickly go to the room. The guys burst through the first open door they came across and hurried to quickly jump inside. The chief commanded the others so that they would not linger and act quickly. But after the people, creepy zombies continued to burst in. The living dead managed to grab one of the guys and began to bite him furiously. Desperate cries for help were heard from the room. Ling Mo listened to what was happening there. The guy thought that these people wanted to take a break in this house and then escape from the other side. Liu Yuhao. This was the first time I heard about the other side that was in this building. This house was closest to the gate, and on the way to Ling Mo, there was an artificial lake on one side and several buildings on the other. And between all the buildings, there were many empty spaces, so the zombies could be avoided. That is why the guy chose this house for refuge. But the guys heard cries for help. Apparently, people could not cope with the crowd of zombies on their own. Liu Yuhao said that he should probably show compassion and help them. But Ling Mo shouted that there were at least 30 zombies there and they would all be here if they opened the door, so it was impossible to help. Liu Yuhao sadly realized that his comrade was right. By intervening, they will not help, but will only suffer themselves. Ling Mo said that a much better solution would be to get out of here unnoticed and use the window for this. He told the girls to go ahead and clear the area. They obediently complied with his request and at the same moment headed to the window. Frightened, Liu Yuhao wanted to stop them because the guys were on the 4th floor. But two fearless girls deftly jumped off and positioned themselves on the hanging air conditioners. Then they jumped down with lightning speed through the air conditioners and soon found themselves on Earth. Liu Yuhao only watched the girls with a sinking heart. He was amazed at their dexterity. And Ye Lian and Shauna were already standing in front of the opponents who were soullessly trudged towards them. These creatures screamed at anything. They gave up the piercing sounds and ran forward. But the girls fearlessly stood near the tree and did not move. And when the creepy dead approached them, they were extremely puzzled. After all, the girls became huge. Their rage knew no bounds. They looked fearless. And a few moments later, the zombies were cut into small pieces by the girls' nails. Yelian and Shauna rushed forward, dispersing all the zombies that came their way. Liu Yuhao looked at this in amazement. The guy thought that they were actually warlike. And at this time, Ling Mo had already lowered a thread that was supposed to serve as a rope with the help of which they would fall to the ground. The guy prepared to slide down. He said that it was time to intervene. But Liu Yuhao looked at the rope, which seemed too short to the guy. However, Ling Mo calmed him down and said that there was a flower bed below and it would definitely not be possible to break. And when the guy was already on the ground, he shouted to his friends that they could decide for themselves whether to jump or not, but he would only wait a couple of minutes. And at this time, the zombies were already banging on the door and it was necessary to act quickly. The creepy living dead were already very close and the guys could become their target. Therefore, overcoming fear, it was necessary to jump down because the zombies would very soon break down the door. Liu Yuhao still afraid, Wang Chen encouraged his friend and shouted that there was no other way out. They could become dinner for these bloodthirsty creatures. Therefore, the guy finally decided to climb carefully through the window, following the rope. It was a very scary descent, but Liu Yuhao decided that it was better to leave like that than to give up with zombies in the same room. And after some time, the guy was constantly on Earth. He caught his breath and took a breath. But they had little time left, so they had to move very quickly. Horrible, unreasonable zombies jumped through the open window and fell with a loud roar. Many of them crashed to death, while others tried to maintain the ability to stand on their feet. And those who survived continued to head towards the guys in order to quickly eat them. Shauna clutched her sword in her hands. Her gaze was stern. She was ready to kill everyone. Ling Mo thought that the girl was getting out of control again, apparently because she destroyed too many zombies. But she couldn't be left in this state, so Ling Mo tried to regain control. But first of all, it was necessary to save himself. He shouted to the guys to run away very quickly. And making their way through the thickets of bushes and trees, the friends ran forward. The guys began to fall behind, and Ling Mo turned around, urging them on. The guys arrived at some place and walked through the gate. Liu Yuhao suddenly saw that the same survivors were nearby. Ling Mo said that they were moving quite quickly and making good progress. But it was pointless to get involved in this fight, so the guy said that we needed to go around. However, unexpectedly, the friend's path was blocked by zombies that appeared out of nowhere. In any case, it was necessary to get rid of them in order to move on. The guys grappled in a fierce fight. Vile zombies attacked them. Meanwhile, the leader of the team of survivors was finishing off the last zombie. He stopped and took a breath. This time the battle was over and crowned with success. A dark-haired guy approached him and said that the sounds of battle could be heard nearby. The leader turned around and really saw that not far away there was a battle between the surviving people and the zombies. He saw how the fearless guy, waving knives, knocked out vile corpses. And the girls at this time fight with their bare hands and also perform good kicks. Two desperate guys also fight zombies, although it is clear from them that they are a little afraid. But overall, the chief was amazed at how skillfully and deftly the survivors cope. He shouted to the others that it was necessary to intervene and help people deal with the living dead. And when Liu Yuhao saw people approaching, he told Ling Mo that they were coming to help. But the sharp knives had already finished off the last zombies and the fight was almost over. The leader and his men approached the guys. It was difficult to calculate how many dead zombies lay around. The guy looked at Ling Mo in admiration and said that he was strong enough. He killed many enemies and didn't even break a sweat. And then the leader added that he was changing for the inconvenience caused, but it was dangerous to stay here and offered to go with them to the camp. They created this camp for all the surviving people where it was safe enough. Ling Mo thought for a few moments because since Ye Lian and Shana turned into zombies, these two guys only became a burden. But he did not hire them as nannies. And although Liu Yuhao is thin and weak in general, he is not a bad guy, and we need to find a place to leave him. Moreover, the camp of the surviving people was not too far from here. The leader called them with him and said that the brave guy Ling Mo might please their boss. Ling Mo agreed and said that they would go. He then took out a cap from his backpack, after which the guy put it on Shana. After all, it was better to play it safe and disguise the girl. She was now like a soft, innocent cat and looked calm for now. The camp was a large office building that was difficult to break into just like that. The chief said that they had arrived. Ling Mo noticed how everything looked here, quite good. And at this time the guy said that they go on forays and shifts and there are guys at the top who monitor the situation, and in case of danger, they warn. But in fact, the camp is on the second floor. Therefore, if something happens, people remove the stairs, and zombies cannot climb up to them. They saw the girl who was keeping the report. She said that the second team had returned. 2 of them were wounded and 2 died, and therefore they needed to be replaced by others. 2 of the guys brought in a box of supplies, and she showed them where to put it. The leader explained that this girl is recording all the losses and all the gains. They have 3 teams in the camp, and he is one of the captains. And the lady at this time wrote down and dictated out loud what they had in terms of food and provisions. Then Ling Mo heard her scolding one of the guys for taking too many cigarettes. The guy thought that everything here is quite organized. Although the camp is small, it works harmoniously. The team captain called Ling Mo to meet the boss, who is always happy to see such brave guys. Wang Ling was sitting in the office. She was serenely eating lollipops. The girl was informed that new people had come to the camp, and she wanted to see them in person. Li Yu went into the room and announced that he had already returned to the camp. The girl said that it had already taken 3 days to collect supplies, and she thought that the guy died along the way. But Li Yu peacefully said that he was ready to introduce new guests. And pointing at the girl, Ling Mo said that the manager of this establishment was in front of him. This meeting was completely unexpected for the guy. He was amazed to the core. The girl spun around in her chair several times. The meeting was truly unexpected. Wang Ling put her leg up on the table and was silent for a few moments, searching for words. Then she said her name, smiled good-naturedly, and winked at the guy. There were 5 people in the bright office. Li Yu said that new people had arrived to them. Ling Mo looked at the girl with all his eyes. He recognized his old friend. I wonder if she remembers him. It was surprising because the guy assumed that Wang Ling died at the very beginning of the zombie apocalypse. But it turned out that the girl survived, and now she looked angrily at Ling Mo. It turned out that the girl was Li Yu's sister. She was quite stubborn, and even the boss did not always cope with her. Ling Mo thought that Wang Ling enjoyed great authority here. At this time, the girl noticed Shana and contemptuously said that it was amazing how she managed to survive. And then she approached Shona and mockingly said that even in a hat she could recognize cousin. Ling Mo clenched his teeth in annoyance. It completely slipped his mind that the girls were relatives. Wang Ling didn't understand why Shauna's look was so distant. It made her very angry. But overall, it was not surprising, and Wang Ling thought that the girl was just being mischievous. She said that people like her cousin are not easy to kill, but isn't she glad to see her? Wang Ling looks angry but sad at the same time. She may be upset by Shauna's indifference, but with her abilities, Ling Mo cannot intervene to resolve the situation. In the end, the girl pulled away. If her relative doesn't want to communicate, then she doesn't have to do it, and suddenly Wang Ling drew attention to the other guys who were in the office. Who else were they? Ling Amian narrowed his eyes contemptuously. They had been neighbors for so many years, but this girl didn't even recognize him. But still, the guy's facial features reminded her of someone. She peered at them carefully. Perhaps they had met before. Ling Mo in ordinary life was ordinary and did not particularly stand out from the crowd, but now a lot has changed. And the truth behind the guy's belt shone with a bright light. The girl's pride, her dagger made with her own hands. It turns out that this is the same guy who stole it, but it is unclear why the criminal is with Shauna. Ling Mo didn't like this expression that he stole. The guy is definitely not a thief and doesn't consider himself one. But Wang Ling continued to be indignant. She demands that this ill-mannered type return what is rightfully hers. Li Yu decided to intervene. In fact, this is the first dagger that his sister dug up, but Ling Mo disagrees. Wang Ling was furious. How dare this guy behave like this? After all, she spent so much effort on this weapon, so much love and effort was invested in it, and the impudent person just comes to the store and takes it away. This is called theft. But the guy believed that during the end of humanity, anyone could enter this store and take the dagger. He got it through hard work. Ling Mo risked his life and killed many zombies before he got to him. The girl had no words. She continued to look furiously at the guy and was not used to retreating from her plan. She absolutely does not care about all the circumstances. This is her property that should be returned to the owner. Tension hung in the air. Wang Ling angrily stomped her feet and clenched her fists, insisting that the dagger be returned to her. But steps were heard outside the door that interrupted their fierce dialogue. A large, muscular man, who is the boss of this place, walked into the office with a leisurely gait. Li Yu's face changed. Apparently, he was afraid of his boss. The guy said that Shauna, cousin Wang Ling, had arrived to them. It's strange, because the boss assumed that there were no survivors from this family and that everyone died at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Ling Mo understood that in fact Wang Ling only seems evil in appearance. But in fact, she is very kind, because she personally went in search of her cousin. Then the man's gaze fell on the guy. He was dumbfounded for a few moments, but then pulled himself together. After all, he saw how this fearless guy killed the mutated ones. The spectacle was truly amazing. It's just an amazing coincidence that Ling Mo would arrive at their camp, and also with cousin Wang Ling, and apparently with them is the same beauty with whom he climbed into the store. Li Yu belatedly added that their boss's name is Song Tian. In fact, he is very kind, although he looks formidable. But the man said that formalities are not appropriate here, and the guy can simply call him Song. Ling Mo shook the outstretched hand. The guy hesitated for a few moments, wondering who Shauna was at the moment. Now that he has Shanna under control so she doesn't turn into a monster, who are they to each other? Apparently they are just friends, but 2 guys from her classmates also arrived with them. But Wang Ling was not going to back down and angrily once again demanded that this guy return the dagger to her. And once again, Ling Mo repeated that he was not going to do this since he legally received the weapon. He risked his life getting it, and it's outrageous that the girl doesn't understand this. But Song Tian, the guys ask him to calm down and not escalate the situation. After all, it's such a blessing that cousin Wang Ling was alive. Why not talk about everything over a cup of tea? And Mr. Ling Mo would do well to take a break from the road and chat with people in a calm atmosphere. Song Tian peacefully said to make the guys feel at home, and the man also added that he sincerely apologizes for the trouble caused by Li Yu. Wang Ling just grunted displeasedly. You can't be so good-natured towards such ill-mannered people. Ling Mo decided that he could play well on this situation and get good dividends from this thug. Therefore, he said that they found shelter and lived peacefully until Song Tian's people came there, luring a bunch of zombies after them. And although they managed to escape, they had to leave all the supplies obtained with blood. Wang Chen and Liu Yu Hao looked at each other. What is this guy carrying? After all, they didn't have any supplies, but apparently they need to remain silent and not talk about it. Song Tian said that they are very sorry, and he is ready to do whatever he says for Mr. Ling Mo. The guy knows that there are a lot of people and supplies in their camp, but he doesn't need compensation. He wants to keep this dagger. The man broke into a smile. Of course, if Ling Mo cares so much about this thing, then he can keep it for himself. There is absolutely no problem with that. But suddenly, next to Song Tian, a real fire of emotions of indignation and hatred arose in Wang Ling. But the boss believed that giving a dagger to a person capable of killing a mutated one alone would cost a lot, and Wang Ling would sulk for a couple of days and still calm down. But she was not there. The girl jumped up from her seat. Even if Song Tian took the side of this thief, then she herself would return the dagger to herself. However, the guy stopped her attempts to start a fierce battle. The girl's fist almost reached his face. Let this little mischief not think that because of her relationship with Shauna, Ling Mo will not dare to touch her. And by the way, this was the last warning. Wang Ling pulled away, and why was this guy so tense? She understood everything, and this conversation is over. The girl decided that she did not want to be in the company of these people. She needed to go out into the air and get some fresh air. Wang Ling walked out the door, but she is not the kind of person who will back down from her intentions. Song Tian invited the guy to join them in the camp because they were catastrophically short of hands, and besides, Ling Mo had to lose shelter and supplies. But Ling Mo could not accept this offer and said that he and the girls had several urgent matters. In fact, the camp is not bad, but staying here with mutated friends is extremely dangerous. However, in return, the guy can offer his friends who are quite dexterous and will be good fighters. Song Tian addressed the guys. Are they ready to join the ranks of the survivors and settle here? Wang Chen agrees with great pleasure, because apparently it's a little safer here. A guy can't constantly tag along with Ling Mo, who doesn't care if he dies, and Shauna has also become half a zombie. The boss smiled good-naturedly and said that now the guy is becoming one of them. He is already like a family member in this team. But his second classmate, apparently, is worried about something. He is not ready to join the camp. However, when Liu Yu Hao looked at his friend, he realized that it was really better for him to stay. Therefore, the young man said that he could also join the team and live in this camp. This was great, and Song Tian believed that the arrival of new people should definitely be celebrated. The man invites Ling Mo and the girls to stay at least overnight, but the guy said that it was time for them to leave. The boss did not detain them and finally said that he would be glad if they met again someday. Ling Mo took the girls with him, and they are heading towards the exit. Everything was resolved in a very successful way, but then, behind the guy's back, Liu Yu Hao's piercing scream is heard. He asked to wait a few minutes. The young man approached Ling Mo and asked him to take care of Shan under any circumstances. After all, now she has become a zombie but does not harm anyone. Liu Yu Hao has hope that one day she will recover, but even if this does not happen, let her friend not leave her to the mercy of fate. After this, the young man bowed deeply and said that he was begging Ling Mo for this. The guy was very touched by this request. It's really hard to find such a good and faithful friend. Ling Mo patted him on the shoulder and told the young man not to worry about anything, but to take care of himself. They moved on, but Liu Yu Hao again shouted after him excitedly, one day they will meet Ling Mo again, and then he will show that he has become much stronger. Ling Mo was silent for a few moments about this rather serious statement. Of course, he will hope that the young man will be able to fulfill his dream and become a serviceable fighter. In fact, his chances are not very great and it is unlikely that they will ever meet, but it is better to live with hope in your heart. Wang Ling watched the retreating company from the window. It's okay. The time will come, and she will be able to take revenge. The girl will fight to get her dagger back. This is not the end. Song Tian entered and looked attentively at the girl. Apparently, she was planning something again, but now Wang Ling would not let anyone in on her plans. The man thought that it was impossible to cope with this obnoxious girl. She was absolutely incorrigible. Meanwhile, in the city, the procession of the eerie dead continued, and their number became more and more numerous. Suddenly, the body of one of them was pierced by the thin hand of a fragile-looking but so strong girl. This is the cruel and soulless Ye Lian. She is ready to destroy all the zombies that come her way. Even if they all attack in a crowd, growl loudly and move towards her, the girl will not leave anyone alive. Ling Mo was behind the wall with Shauna at this time. His fearless Ye Lian herself is able to handle this little thing, but the guy was very worried about Shauna. Now she seemed harmless enough. However, as soon as he lost control over her, the girl flew into a rage. And at this time, the last wounded zombie was flying onto a pile of destroyed bodies. Ye Lian did her job well. Now the once dangerous monsters were just a pile of garbage. Ling Mu ordered the girls to go to the upper floors of the huge building. It was approaching evening, and it was necessary to think about spending the night. Ling Mo found a small, cozy room in which to stay. One could assume that it was more or less safe here, but his Ye Lian was saddened by something. It seems she can no longer restrain herself. Her body is trembling, and her gaze is very sad. But the girls haven't eaten anything for several days, so it's necessary to give them a treat. However, first Ling Mo needs to make sure that it is truly safe here. The guy turned to Shanna and said that fortunately they killed a lot of mutated ones, and she didn't have to go hungry. He didn't notice how Ye Lian approached him, ready to greedily grab all the supplies collected in the bag. However, Ling Mo asks to remain calm because there is enough food and enough for everyone. The guy decided that first of all, it was necessary to give the girls those crystals that were weaker. Suddenly, he saw that something more than strange had happened to the pills. They looked completely wrong. Could it be that the crystals have grown together during the entire time they were in the bag? How is this even possible? Because he expected that there were a large number of capsules there. The guy took a closer look. They did not merge, because the resulting crystal was larger than an ordinary one, but smaller than the two that merged. Apparently, they began to absorb each other. This is a rather interesting discovery, but he needs to feed two mutated girls. Shauna looked very intimidating. Apparently, the girl was very hungry. Only 2 days have passed, and during this time, only a couple of crystals have been preserved. And if this continues, how will he be able to feed them? Shauna tried to free herself from control in order to get crystals. In this state, she is very dangerous. It seems that Ling Mo has no other choice. He divided the fused crystal, and then he handed it to Shauna. The girl perked up and joyfully offered her hand. After that, she happily swallowed the received crystal. This should have calmed her down a little. Suddenly, she felt unbearable feelings that were difficult to cope with. The girl began to tremble. Her body was pierced by hundreds of invisible needles. Ling Mo came close to her but did not dare to touch her. The guy did not know how to help her. Shauna's skin turned red at one moment. The girl stopped trembling, but was still in a strange state. She wanted to utter words and opened her mouth, but no sounds were heard. Ling Mo felt that he was also under the influence of magical power that was difficult to control. This wave of spiritual energy was so powerful that it seemed like my head would simply explode. The guy tried to cope with his feelings. He needed to calm Shauna down, because if she was completely free, he would no longer be able to control her. Ling Mo grabbed the girl's hand, but she was very cold, almost lifeless. What is happening is unclear. Her skin is red, but at the same time the temperature is too low. How is this possible? He leaned over and began to peer carefully into her face. Their gazes met. However, a second later, Shauna could no longer stand on her feet. She fell, and Ling Mo barely managed to catch her. The moment of relief came. The guy's head stopped hurting, and apparently, Shauna was also feeling better. One could breathe a sigh of relief. Ling Mo moved her to the sofa. It's so good that it all ended like that. After all, just a couple more minutes and the girl would have completely gone out of control. But what was that strange look, and when he held her hand? Ling Mo bent over Shauna, opened her sleeping eye. It was red. Apparently, it was his imagination. I wonder what will happen to her next. Because with the onset of the apocalypse, she saved many lives, and in the end, she became a zombie due to the fault of the one she trusted. The same could be said about Ye Lian, because if it weren't for Ling Mo, she might not have become infected and become like this. But there was no point in delving into the past. Ye Lian had not eaten for several days. And in any case, the guy's spiritual energy had strengthened since her previous evolution. The pain was unbearable that time, but these crystals are of higher quality, you need to stay alert. Ye Lian greedily swallowed the delicacy. She closed her eyes in pleasure. And then her gaze turned red. The side effect of the crystal began. Such an unbearable and very strong thirst for blood completely engulfed Ling Mo's entire body. The guy struggled to come to his senses and cope with this incredible flow. This pain was too strong, it was very difficult to cope with it. He almost lost control of Ye Lian. He must be careful from now on. Suddenly the pain subsided and the guy felt that his sensations had become somehow unusual. Ye Lian's thirst for blood and destruction was very strong. The guy looked at his reddened hands in surprise. Now he didn't feel pain. He was overcome only by warmth, calmness, and comfort. This feeling completely consumed him. Ling Mo trembled. He felt warmth spreading throughout his body. But he needs to fight these feelings. He must cope. After all, Ye Lian is trying to suppress him in this way, to take control for himself. He cannot be allowed to do this. The force that the guy felt burst out. He broke the table with one hand. These strange sensations that he experienced reminded him of something not very pleasant. Has Ling Mo really lost control and is turning into the same creepy zombie? A sufficient amount of time had already passed, and the guy continued to struggle. Shana fell asleep calmly. She clutched her weapon in her hands. She did not hear what was happening around her. Ling Mo should control himself, otherwise he risks turning into a zombie. The guy broke the table in despair. He needed a distraction so that this state would not consume him. He was in turmoil thinking about what to do to get rid of this feeling as soon as possible. Suddenly, Ling Mo's gaze would fall on his beloved girl. She was so beautiful at that moment. Strong sensations did not leave the guy. Something urgently needed to be done. He walked up to Ye Lian and began to carefully peer into her facial features. After that, the guy hugged her tightly and pressed her to him. They need to overcome this. Then Ling Mo looked at her expression. It was impossible to restrain himself. This clear look that he once loved so much reminded him of that time when everyone was alive and happy. Ling Mo pressed the girl close to him and felt that she was nearby. This love would overcome all obstacles. After a few moments, the guy pulled away, but his gaze still remained red. However, his thoughts wandered in a completely different direction because his girlfriend was so beautiful. Ling Mo. It became very hot in this room. His whole body was covered in sweat. His soul was gripped by strong feelings that were difficult to contain. The guy approached Ye Lian again. He liked to feel that she was close. You need to continue this until the desired relief comes. Some time passed. They lay side by side, but an invisible force is still present between them. Ling Mo managed to control the energy. The guy no longer experienced these sensations. No matter what others think about Ye Lian, she will forever remain the only one in his heart. But after a moment, the guy was overcome by new anxiety. If the virus spreads through the blood when infected, is it possible that it will spread in another way? For example, it may be that he becomes infected through Ye Lian's saliva. After all, before this, the girl ate a pure crystal of the virus. It turns out that the guy drank a little of it. And if he transforms, then Ye Lian will go out of control, and then the chances of her returning to normal will be zero. This also applies to Shana, because if the girls get out of control, they will no longer be able to become ordinary people. But still, everything is fine now, and what happens next is no longer so important. Ling Mo made sure that the connection with Ye Lian remains as strong, which means we can count on everything to work out. He had been waiting for this first kiss for so long, and now having received it, he could change his destiny. You need to wait a little, and it will become clear whether you will turn into a zombie or not. Ling Mo looks at his watch. Not much time has passed, only 10 minutes, and he needs to wait a little longer. Needing a little distraction from obsessive, unpleasant thoughts, the guy drew attention to several coins lying on the table, but his body again became unbearably hot. As if he were in a fiery flame, Ling Mo hastily put the coins in his pocket. Perhaps they will come in handy. His consciousness remains clear. At least his sense of distance is in perfect order, which means that Shana and the deceased Lu Xun also remained conscious. It turns out that Ling Mo will gradually rot until his death, just like this scumbag. Yes, the prospect is not very pleasant. It would be better than to really turn into a zombie. But now he at least understands what she felt then, which means he has the opportunity to influence her condition. In any case, it's good that they survived and did not become victims of zombies. Ling Mo did not regret anything. Everything happened as it should have happened. The most important thing is that his beloved remained by his side instead of becoming a bloodthirsty lunatic. Ling Mo feels sincere gratitude for the fact that he has a faithful girlfriend. And even if at some point the guy turns into a zombie, then hope remains that not everything will be so categorical, and he will be able to retain at least a piece of sanity in his mind. However, the more time passes, the more excited the guy feels. It's exactly midnight, and at this moment something terrible can happen. You need to accept it with dignity. There was a deafening ringing sound. More than 20 minutes had passed since they kissed. However, nothing happened. Ling Mo continued to feel the same as before, and this meant that the saliva was not contagious. What happiness and incredible relief. It was the most exciting half hour of his life, and how good it was that everything turned out well. It seems they needed to stay together for a while longer to calm down properly. As long as Ling Mo doesn't touch her blood, everything is fine, even if they allow themselves too much. The girl turned around and gently touched his cheek. Why is she doing this? Is it very strange? The guy looked at Ye Lian in amazement. At this moment in time, he did not control her mind. That is, this means that she herself wanted to do it. Apparently, the recovery will be much faster than it seems, but it's absolutely incredible. Pieces of consciousness are present in her head. She herself performed those actions that are characteristic not of a soulless zombie, but of a living person. Apparently, progress occurred after the girl feasted on the crystals, although now she continued to remain a zombie and could not say anything. But it seems these crystals helped her regain consciousness. Ling Mo understood that everything would not happen right away. Now, you can check by playing the game. Has it become stronger after evolution? With the help of coins, you can perfectly test a girl's dexterity. It is only necessary for Ye Lian to try to quickly stop the coin before it falls to the floor. The guy squeezed a coin in his hand and told her to get ready because now she had to catch it. The coin flies in the air, and Ye Lian needs to show incredible dexterity and grab it in flight. The girl coped with this task in a matter of seconds, very commendably. Ling Mo is very happy with this result. He can be proud of his beloved for her incredible success. And if you throw 4 coins into the air at once, will the girl be able to catch them? She, of course, coped with such a difficult task because the strong qualities of the mutated person were hidden within her. Literally a split second passed, and that was enough to grab the first coin. After that, the second one hits Ye Lian's hand before it even reaches the floor. 2 more coins were rapidly falling. How could she cope with this without using her hands? But for a mutated person, there are no unsolvable problems. The girl pushes 2 coins with her foot, and they fly off to the side with a loud ringing sound. Now it won't be difficult to catch them. It's really commendable. Ling Mo admires his girlfriend's skills. Her abilities are amazing and deserve respect. She is as fast as a wild leopard. This speed and strength is unrealistic for an ordinary person. Her evolution is closely related to Ling Mo, and if she has become faster and more agile, then the guy also has incredible abilities. Perhaps he has become much stronger than he was before. This needs to be checked. Ling Mo accelerated to catch the same coins. He decided that he would do it. But suddenly, while running, the guy clings to the floor, and this changes the trajectory of his movement. He realized that he was moving much faster than he expected, but there was very little space in the room. I need to stop, but Ling Mo couldn't control his body. There's a sofa in front with Xiana sleeping. It was not possible to avoid a collision. An incredible roar was heard in the room. The guy takes a breath. At least he wasn't hurt, and that's good. Suddenly, he realizes that he fell on Xiana, and his hands rested on something soft. Strange sensations, but quite pleasant. In any case, this cannot be continued. After all, the girl gradually opens her eyes. She is very surprised that Ling Mo was so close. It's so good that Xiana zombie. If she were human, the guy would have had a very hard time. Suddenly, Ling Mo heard her say the words. It was quite surprising. She calls him a pervert. Did this girl's consciousness return and she was able to become an ordinary person? And Xiana repeated her words that the guy is a pervert several times. What he heard greatly amazed Ling Mo. Until now, among the mutated ones, he had only met Lu Xun, who was able to speak. It was unclear how Xiana was able to utter these words, and at that time the girl stretched sweetly after sleep. The guy once again enthusiastically touched her, very softly in fact, but in the next moment he pulled himself together, saying that there was no time for this. He needed to decide why the girl was able to speak, and Xiana stared at the guy in bewilderment. She asked why his face seemed familiar to her. Ling Mo couldn't believe that her consciousness had returned. Could she remember anything else? But suddenly he noticed that her eyes became red again. No, after all, Xiana remained a zombie. Could the instinct of self-defense awaken her consciousness? This thought flashed through the guy's head. Therefore, it was possible to experiment and try to piss her off. Ling Mo leaned closer to the girl and asked if he could touch her again. Shauna shook her head intensely and said that this could not be done. The guy quietly rejoiced at his small victory. That is, his plan worked and could be continued. So he leaned down to her as low as possible and said that he wanted to touch her twice or maybe 3, but the girl stopped resisting. Ling Mo extended his hand to touch her a few more times. However, Shauna stopped him and asked him not to do this. The guy was jubilant. Nevertheless, the girl began to perceive reality. He continued his attempt, but suddenly Shauna's eyes sparkled with an evil fire. She shouted that the guy should not dare to do this. Ling Mo was somewhat puzzled by the fact that the girl continued to look like a zombie. He jumped to the side since it was dangerous to be near her. Apparently, the guy went a little overboard. She was too angry, and in this state she could even kill. But why then did she utter the words? The next second, Ling Mo found that Shauna had calmed down. Her eyes had turned their natural brown color. Overall, the day went well. They accomplished quite a lot today, Ye Lian evolved, and Shauna even said a few words. Ling Mo decided that such an event must be celebrated. But how to do it? A few minutes passed, and the guy thought that he had one option on how to have a fun evening. To do this, it was necessary to run to the supermarket nearby and get some provisions there. Ye Lian and Shauna couldn't join the guy, but at least they kept him company. Ling Mo opened the can of foam with anticipation, because today there was enough stress, and therefore it would not be a sin to calm down a little. The guy enjoyed the taste of the alcoholic drink and drank it greedily. After the first can, his mood improved significantly. All problems seemed surmountable. He opened the next one, which turned out to be one of the last of the supplies, but the guy was happy. Although the girl's consciousness cleared up for a short time, it was more than enough. He thought that soon both Ye Lian and Shauna would fully recover. In addition, Ling Mo was delighted with his own abilities because today he seriously improved his speed. Soon the guy felt that the room was getting too hot. He went to the window to open it. The alcohol got to his head and Ling Mo needed a breath of fresh air. But suddenly the guy heard some suspicious sound on the street, wondering what it could be. He peered carefully into the darkness of the night. The sound came from below, but nothing was visible. This was extremely suspicious because no one went inside. Then where the sound came from was a mystery. It was probably a strange lady with long sky blue hair. She behaved atypically for a zombie. This amazing girl was holding someone's helpless paw in her hands. Apparently, there was a survivor here who turned into another zombie. With a loud roar, the lady began to attack the living corpses passing by. Ling Ma was extremely surprised and watched what would happen next. Clearly, this girl is not so simple. After all, she attacks other zombies, so she probably has human qualities in her. It's interesting that even zombies know that a dark, windy night is the best time to kill. But a zombie attacking its own is really very interesting. It's not without reason that it appeared here. This cruel lady greedily ate the living dead who appeared on her way. She also dealt with others who approached her with ease. Ling Mo watched all this and thought that there was clearly some kind of mystery hidden here. Suddenly, the guy was struck by a thought that shocked him. His heart began to beat faster. Is it possible to assume that the lady attacking other zombies is under someone's strict control? Soon the guy noticed that other zombies were starting to attack her. Perhaps this was due to the fact that the girl had a wound on her arm that was bleeding continuously. But the furious zombie apparently was not afraid of the others at all. With a loud scream, she attacked others and broke their limbs. She instantly tore off the hands of her enemies, and they could not cope with her. But suddenly the girl missed the moment and did not notice how a huge zombie appeared behind her. He bit her, and the next second the lady turned around and hit him with all her might. The wounded living dead attracted others to the monsters with his smell. They surrounded him. This is amazing. The surprised Ling Mo carefully and curiously watched what would happen next. There was a real fight on the street between monsters who were thirsty for blood, but the long-haired one stood out from the rest. She was much stronger. The guy noticed that she hardly hit the head, probably that the zombie wanted to get the crystals. But a moment later, the battle was almost over and the girl was left alone with the last one. She pounced on this zombie and bit him. A stream of blood flowed from the wound. Suddenly, one of the monsters came to his senses. He was still alive, so he began to slowly rise. He approached the long-haired woman from behind and bit her on the shoulder. The lady let out a wild roar. But suddenly a shot was heard from afar, which made her freeze for a moment. The next second, the zombies ran in different directions to escape the shots. But it was already too late. and the long-haired woman became the victim of a bullet that hit her. In the next second, the zombie attacking her was also wounded, from which he instantly lost all the hair on his head. Ling Mo even admired what was happening. This girl was able to survive in such conditions and secretly attack others. Most likely in quiet times, she was a master in such matters. But now the street was quiet and calm. It was necessary to get some sleep. Suddenly, the guy saw Shanna standing behind him. Her gaze was very aggressive. What was wrong with her? Was she attracted by the blood, or was she simply curious to watch the fight? In any case, Shanna's consciousness was relatively well preserved, and this situation could somehow affect her. Ling Mo felt the same familiar feeling of bloodlust fill her. But suddenly the guy looked out the open window with all his eyes. What he saw was truly incredible. The zombie that attacked the girl began to rise, red steam emanating from it. This dead man began to evolve. Apparently, he now possessed incredible strength. His body changed and became very muscular. It was also noticeable that the zombie had grown several times. The mutated zombie stood in front of the guy. Of course, he was not too strong, but still this is what he needed. The next moment, Ling Mo noticed that another crowd of monsters had gathered nearby. The guy came up with a great idea to test Shona and give her the opportunity to bring the mutated one here. However, in the next second, Ling Mo realized that this was not a good idea because this girl was unstable. But his beauty. Yelian will cope with this in the best possible way. She will do everything quickly. At this time, the mutated one was dealing with the zombies that were nearby. He took the face of one of them in his hand, and without flinching immediately began to crush it. And after that, he threw it to the ground in such a way that the monster's brains scattered in different directions. The vile mutant crushed the others like insects, and all attempts to attack him ended in failure. Ling Mo watched the fight with interest. This zombie was quite good. But he ate only the part of the body in which the crystals were located and did not touch the rest. Then the guy remembered. When he saw his girlfriend for the first time after infection, at that moment he did not pay attention to it, but she behaved in the same way. And the monster on the street at that time took out the crystal and began to greedily eat it. Now it was Yelian's turn to attack this brute. The girl went out into the street and swung her arms. Her eyes glowed with rage. The mutated zombie received a strong blow to the head, from which he staggered. Then another one followed, which made the huge thug take aback and fly to the side. The guy did not count on anything else. As he expected, Yelian won a crushing victory. The bound monster lay on the bed. They began to carefully study it. Ling Mo put on black rubber gloves. Now it was possible to conduct a real inspection of this body. The guy took a small knife with a patterned blade that Shanna brought in a box. Ling Mo couldn't help but smile maliciously. Don't let this zombie worry. He'll take good care of him. The girls held flashlights in their hands and illuminated him during the operation. The guy was very concentrated and serious. His face was stained with a nasty green liquid, but it was necessary to thoroughly check this specimen. What was in the brain of the mutated one? Finally, the operation was completed. Ling Mo now had an idea of what was in the middle of the zombie's body. He picked up a green shoot. It was a rather strange thing, but it was of great value to everyone. Such thread-like matter spread almost throughout the entire body of the zombie, especially in the brain. The guy held it in his hands, but did not feel any disgust. On the contrary, the smell seemed attractive to him. It resembled something unusual. And Ling Mo sniffed it, trying to figure out what it was. It's incredible, because before such things caused him extreme disgust, just like the smell of crystal, the guy grabbed his knife and a very important thought came into his head that needed to be checked. He poked around for a few more minutes and finally found what he was looking for. It was a process in the middle of which there was the same crystal that the mutated girls fed on. It turns out that every zombie has the same ones, but there are so few viruses in them that it is impossible to see it with the naked eye. While their victim ingested enough of the virus that the veins became visible and a crystal began to form, in this case, it's clear why some zombies attack each other. They want to absorb more of the virus, and in order to get even more, they have to kill the mutated ones. It turns out that when a zombie mutates, it already exists, but its parts are distributed throughout the body and gradually merge into a single whole. And the crystals can also absorb each other so that they become cleaner and smaller. Perhaps one day, the crystal will become so small that the zombies will be able to regain their consciousness. Shauna had little of the virus in her body, and she ate 3 crystals before it spread to her brain. In this way, she formed her crystal before the brain was completely infected, so the effect on her mind is not as strong. Suddenly, Shauna approached the guy and asked, why he was smiling like that. Ling Mo wanted to say how they could continue their game, to annoy the girl, and he answered his thoughts about what happened then. And although they were quite good to the touch, they were still too small. This somewhat puzzled the girl, and she could not find anything to answer. And Ling Mo said, as if nothing had happened, that the girls should throw the corpse out of here. Otherwise, the smell of blood would definitely attract other zombies. Yelian and Shana grabbed the dead man from both sides and threw him out through the open window. The giant flew down for a long time and then hit the ground very loudly. Ling Mo looked at the girls sadly. Their clothes were hopelessly ruined. I had to go to the nearest store to pick up new outfits. But this was not so easy to do, since a large number of zombies were located inside. They attacked the new people who arrived here from all sides, but it was not difficult to deal with them. The guy captured them so that these creepy creatures would behave quietly and not make sudden movements. He then told the girls to quickly deal with these nasty zombies. Yelian and Shana did not need to be told twice. They immediately attacked the confused monsters. Ling Mo took his girlfriend by the hand and led her to the fitting room. She had to quickly change clothes and leave. They went behind the curtain and Ling Mo helped Yelian unbutton her dress. The girl's clothes, spattered with blood, fell down and completely exposed her legs. Soon Yelian changed her clothes and could come out from behind the light satin curtain. She looked simply amazing in her new outfit, and the guy couldn't take his eyes off her. At this time, Shauna went out between the windows and chose a suitable dress for herself. Ling Mo was surprised that she was doing this. Apparently, her consciousness could return very soon. The girl's choice fell on a bright red dress with yellow shiny inserts, and although this outfit would suit her very well, the red color is too noticeable. Therefore, the guy decided that another dress that would not attract too much attention would be better for her. Ling Mo handed it to the girl and told her to try it on for herself. But apparently, Shauna also needed help in changing clothes since there was a clasp on the back. It is also likely that no one other than Ling Mo could help her in this matter, so they also had to hide in the fitting room. Soon, Shauna appeared dressed up in a beautiful black outfit, and a small headband with ears gave her a very cute look. The guy did not forget to praise himself for his wonderful, refined taste in choosing clothes. But they had to leave here quickly, since new zombies could arrive at any moment. The clothing store was left behind and the guys went further in search of new crystals. Ling Mo yawned leisurely because he didn't get much sleep last night. Suddenly, the guy's gaze was alerted by several people who were not far away. Ling Mo hid himself so as not to show himself ahead of time, and to begin with, make sure that there were no enemies there. But after taking a closer look, the guy realized that these were his recent acquaintances. Why is this girl here? Did Wang Chen really talk about what happened to Shana? Wang Ling pointed in the opposite direction. Apparently, they came here for a specific purpose. On the other hand, although that guy is not trustworthy, he must understand what should be said and what not. These guys risked themselves to come here. It remained a mystery why they did it. Suddenly, Wang Ling turned around and looked around. She saw something suspicious. The girl looked at the clothing store. Something was clearly wrong here. Ling Mo hid. He had no desire for this blonde to see him now. It wasn't so important what she was looking at so intently. The main thing was that she didn't notice the guys. Ling Mo remained silent and motioned for Shauna to hide. Now is not the time to show. The girl obeyed and disappeared behind the hangers on which the clothes were hanging. Then the guy heard Wang Ling screaming that she had discovered something and was calling her guys. The girl bent over the body and said that it was still bleeding, which meant death had occurred recently. Wang Chen praised her for her ingenuity, but the girl did not believe in the sincerity of his words, because recently the guy also idolized Ling Mo. The young man tried to justify himself and said that his former friend really had incredible abilities, but Wang Ling wanted to see this for herself. In addition, the girl did not intend to delay it for long and wanted to deal with this impudent person today. Liu reminded that this guy is incredibly strong, and even if they find him, they will not be able to cope with him. But these arguments did not influence the capricious girl's decision at all. She wanted revenge at any cost. After all, Shauna definitely helped him. But she will not help him if she sees her cousin, and this thief cannot overcome her alone. Full of determination, Wang Ling went forward no matter how she would defeat him today. It's strange why this capricious girl was so angry at Ling Mo, because in the end, he only stole a dagger from her. In any case, it's her business, but in such a big city, it's difficult to find someone. Let her try to look for him. Yelian went to the roof of a large building to take a good look at the situation. She felt something. Apparently, these guys were still able to track where he was. In the next moment, Ling Mo realized that they had discovered him because they were heading exactly to the place where he was hiding. But meeting these people was not at all part of the guy's plans. He shouted to the girls that they needed to leave. Apparently, Wang Ling did not have an exact idea where he was, otherwise she would have already approached. Ling Mo reached the broken building, which was once a large Tutoa computer club. A few dead men stood guard, but they could be easily dealt with. Not even a couple of minutes had passed before the zombies lay on the ground, completely immobilized. The guy went up the steps very quickly. They had little time. Finally, one could breathe a sigh of relief. The guys were in relative safety. The guy looked out the window and saw that Wang Ling's gang was heading towards them. In their direction. How annoying was this girl? And on the other side of the door, a wild roar was suddenly heard and another zombie appeared on the threshold. Shauna prepared to attack him, but the guy stopped the girl. He had an interesting idea. If the blonde wanted it so much, he could arrange a fun adventure for her. They were already approaching, and now Ling Mo decided that he would not hide and meet them. The zombie now obeyed his orders. He rushed down clutching a large club in his hand. Wang Ling barely had time to jump to the side and the monster missed and was only able to destroy the stones. The girl was furious. She realized that something was wrong here because the zombie could not set up an ambush and take up a weapon. But this vile guy will still pay for attacking her. Wang Ling will fight desperately. The girl pulled out the weapon that was always with her. Let the creepy zombies prepare to die. She swung at the living dead with all her might. But what was her surprise when he dodged? It was completely unexpected. Wang Ling now clearly understood that not everything was so simple here. This vile guy also attacked her. With a loud growl, he attacked the girl. She couldn't understand why this zombie was so strong. Wang Ling quickly sharpened her knife. Where did this living dead come from, and why is it impossible to deal with him? But it's okay, this vile guy will still pay for daring to attack her. Wang Ling will fight to the last and will never give in. At this time, Li Yu had already shouted to the girl to hold on because help was very close. But suddenly Wang Chen, who was sitting nearby, was grabbed by some unknown hand. Li Yu rushed to the rescue and, swinging a huge pickaxe, tried to strike the zombie. But this monster is not so simple. It can deviate and the guy was only able to break stones, after which the monster began to run away. This completely discouraged the friends. Besides the fact that this zombie behaved quite intelligently, ran away, he also gestured for the guys to follow him. This is completely incomprehensible, but suddenly, Wang Ling noticed that one of the team members was not with them. Where did this sluggish Wang Chen go? He was standing in a cramped corridor? Li Yu gritted his teeth in anger. Apparently, this coward simply ran away, improving the moment while they were fighting. But Wang Ling doesn't agree with her friend because that guy can't really fight. It's unlikely he'll risk escaping alone. Maybe he found out where Ling Mo was hiding and moved to him. This option seems more plausible, which means that their goal is somewhere very close. They just need to take a closer look at the surroundings. He behaved too strangely. The guys didn't know how many of them there were and how the others behaved, so if you go headlong, it could be dangerous there. So the girl decides to start killing all the zombies. But Li Yu doesn't think this is a good idea. Now we need to think not about zombies and not about Wang Chen, but just get out of here as quickly as possible. The guy wanted to continue talking about the fact that they were not ready to meet with an intelligent zombie, but the girl did not listen to anything. She sharply pushed him away and headed forward. Then she threw over her shoulder that this is an unusual zombie, and it seems he was afraid of them. If Li Yu does not go with her, she goes alone. The guy just grabbed his head. This girl is simply incorrigible because she gets into trouble. And that this has happened to her lately, she has become too aggressive. She is already in the habit of rushing into the inferno. The guy was talking about this out loud until he heard some movement happening behind him. In bewilderment, Li Yu turns around to see who else was brought here. He is already tired of fighting these villains. Ling Mo watched with undisguised pleasure the squabble of friends from the window. Now this girl was left alone. He grinned maliciously. She could have calmly chosen heaven, but she personally knocked on the gates of hell. Now, it's time to teach her a very instructive lesson that will make her think about her actions in the future. The girl was walking along the corridor but suddenly heard a suspicious knock on the door. Wang Ling resolutely opened it. Just let the soulless zombie try to attack her, but there is no one in the room. The window is open and the wind is blowing in the room, scattering dishes and pieces of furniture on the floor. What happened here? Was this sound really from a mug falling under the influence of a gust of wind? But she felt that Ling Mo was somewhere nearby. The girl decided that she would deal with that zombie, and then she would take on the guy. Suddenly, she feels that there is someone behind her. Wang Ling turns around sharply. It was just that the door closed. Only, who could have done this because a zombie is not capable of such a thing? There was another knock on the door from the other side. It definitely couldn't be a vile corpse, so it's likely that Ling Mo was hiding there, but this time he won't run away and will answer for the stolen dagger. The door jerked again. The girl begins to lose patience. It's time to end this. But in the next second, events develop very quickly. The door shatters into pieces, and that same zombie appears on the threshold. This is already crossing all boundaries. Wang Ling is feeling angry. Now she will show this monster. The girl takes out a dagger. She is ready to pierce the zombie's body with its sharp blade. But suddenly, another zombie grabs her hand with enormous force, and the girl is unable to cope with him. These two scoundrels attacked her from both sides, and Wang Ling can no longer move. A terrible thought flashed through her head. These two will simply eat her alive. But suddenly, one of the zombies lifts her up while holding her hands behind her back. The girl is already too scared, but suddenly it hears a familiar voice nearby. The guy is trying to stop a zombie who seems to be up to something obscene. But it was already too late, and Wang Ling felt a loud slap on her soft spot. The girl screamed in pain that this boorish zombie allowed himself to do so. She felt resentment and anger, but that was not all. A moment later, the zombie unceremoniously grabbed her by the face. He directed his vile lips to the girl's face. She pulled away in fear as best she could. No longer holding back her tears, Wang Ling begins to call for help, screaming that she is being raped. But the zombie didn't pay too much attention to her screams and continued to approach. The girl couldn't believe that this was happening to her. How was it even possible for this bastard to approach her beautiful body? Wang Ling simply cannot stand it from the experience he receives and loses consciousness. Excellent work by Zombie under the influence of Ling Mo. Revenge turned out great. Now we could go and see how this impudent girl felt there. Ling Mo crouched down next to the unconscious and exhausted girl. He patted her on the cheek and told Wang Ling to wake up, because everything is already over. The girl opens her eyes and looked at Ling Mo in amazement. She pulled away as far as possible and shrank into the wall, screaming that the guy should not come close to her. But Ling Mo urges the girl to remain calm and not make sudden movements. Wang Ling comes to his senses and furiously asks why this guy is here and where those zombies went. Ling Mo points to the corner of the room where the zombies he killed lie. Wang Chen was also in captivity. The guy had already been interviewed. He said that he had not seen anyone. Likewise, the red-haired Li Yu was unconscious. He was guarded by zombies. The girl looks attentively at Ling Mo. Did this guy really save her? Ling Mo replies that he had no other choice, because this girl was screaming so heart-rendingly as if she was being cut. He approached her and asked if Wang Ling wouldn't even say a word of gratitude. The girl lowered her gaze and muttered that Ling Mo could keep the dagger for herself. Very strange, this girl probably views her life in exactly the same way as this dagger. Ling Mo says with gloating that she doesn't understand a little. After all, this dagger is already his, and it's not for her to control the fate of the weapon. The girl narrowed her eyes with anger. What does this impudent person want, since she no longer has anything except a dagger? Right, maybe he will agree to take her dagger. Wang Ling begins to frantically try to grope for it. However, she cannot find it, so she begins to crawl around. Probably the weapon fell out somewhere. But Ling Mo is holding a dagger in her hands, which apparently is what the girl was looking for. Wang Lin flew up to him and tried to pick up her weapon, but she couldn't. Realizing that attempts to take the weapon from the impudent man are futile, the girl tries to call her cousin for help. But Shauna looks at what is happening with a completely detached look and apparently is not going to interfere. Wang Ling starts yelling at his cousin, trying to get her to show some emotion. But Ling Mo stands between them and menacingly says that the girl should not dare talk to Shana like that. He advised her to watch her tongue, because Wang Ling had no right to blame her. After all, while Wang Ling was comfortably settled in the camp, Shana was single-handedly getting supplies for a bunch of people, so she is probably much better than the girl. But these words seemed humiliating to Wang Ling, and she angrily shouted that the guy should not treat her like that, even if he saved her. But the next second, there was a loud slap in the room. The guy had run out of arguments, and he decided to calm her down with a slap. The girl covered her reddened cheek. How dare this bastard beat her? He has no such moral right. This is simply outrageous. Wang Ling feels wild anger and resentment towards this guy. He said that this was the least she deserved. And if the girl had not been Shauna's cousin, he would have left her to be torn to pieces by those bloodthirsty zombies. However, Wang Ling firmly believed that not a single living soul had the right to hit her, but the guy calmly replies that he has the power that allows him to do whatever he wants. In this world, the stronger a person is, the more power he has. So Wang Ling will have to come to terms with this situation. The girl retreats a few steps towards the wall. It is unpleasant for her to be next to this guy. She looks at the guy puzzled. If, according to him, she is like a relative to him, then he could have behaved more politely. Ling Mo said that it depends on his desire to recognize her, or not, because the girl herself called him a stranger, so he will comply. Then he leaned closer to her and said that Ling Mo is not a villain at all. But if someone is trying so hard to get to the bottom of him, he will not tolerate it. But what does this guy want then? The fact that she is Shauna's cousin does not give him the right to do such things to her. The guy pulls away mockingly. Did this girl really think that he was interested in punts? Then he turns around and seriously says that Shauna belongs to him. So whether they are sisters or not is up to him too. After which Ling Mo adds that he is very interested to know how the girl found him. And even if she doesn't try to tell stories about bugs or anything like that, he checked everything a long time ago and it's clean. But Wang Ling can't tell him about this. The guy grabs her hand tightly and threatens that he will return her to the zombie's mercy. However, the girl does not want a repeat of that situation. Not for anything in the world. And yet, even if she starts telling, Ling Mo still won't believe it. The guy declares that he wants to hear this version, and then he will decide for himself to believe it or not. Wang Ling lowered her eyes and said that she had superpowers with which she discovered him. This is quite interesting and unexpected, but Wang Ling is probably telling the truth this time. Well, in this amazing time, people may well have superpowers. Just like Ling Mo assumed that he was not the only one with superpowers, but he would never have thought that such a mediocre girl had a special gift. Now, we need to find out exactly what ability she has, and how this relates to the fact that she easily discovered it. Wang Lin answers that this is a connection through which she has the ability to connect people with herself. She can place a mark on any surface she touches, and a connection is established with this mark. That is, this means that back in the camp, Wang Ling simply hit him to mark him. And the girl continued that the badge does not last too long. She established a connection as soon as the guy left the camp, and when Wang Ling stopped, she took the two with her, and they went after him. The guy noticed that her superpower was rather weak, but Wang Ling tried to improve it by using it many times, and it was useless. Now she told everything she knew and asked Ling Mo to let her go. The girl would no longer cause him problems. But these requests were not enough for Ling Mo. He suggested that the girl start begging him. This statement made Wang Ling very angry. She is not going to accept such humiliation. This guy is clearly bullying her. But Wang Ling is too proud and she never begs anyone. But suddenly her gaze met Shauna's. Apparently, she would have to obey. The girl, embarrassed, told brother to forgive her and not be angry anymore. Ling Mo squatted down and said that he didn't mean to be so rude, but the girl forced him to do such things. He added that he was warning her for the last time and would no longer tolerate any tricks. Leaving, Ling Mo told Wang Ling to be more careful and not make him angry. He forgives her for the last time. The guy surrounded by Ye Lian and Shauna begins to walk slowly towards the exit. Wang Ling tries to stop his cousin. Doesn't Shauna even want to say a few words to her? It is likely that the girl really has no desire to talk, but Wang Ling needs to convey to her what her grandfather left. It was necessary to do everything very quickly and put this thing on quickly before this despot Ling Mo Ni suspected something was wrong. The guy turns around angrily, but the girl managed to give this thing to her forge, after which Wang Ling good-naturedly waves goodbye to his new son-in-law. It's strange that the girl was up to it again. The guy still didn't understand anything. But the next moment, he saw that a jade pendant was glistening on Shayna's neck. He thoughtfully examined the jewelry, of excellent quality and very exquisite. Perhaps this is some kind of heirloom of the Wang family. It turns out that Wang Ling came here not only for her dagger. Apparently, she was embarrassed to tell the guy about her true intentions. Shauna catches up with the guy and grabs his sleeve, asking if he was going to kill Wang Ling. After all, the girl felt that he was very cruel and really wanted to kill her. Of course, he wanted to do this, but he changed his mind since Wang Ling is perhaps Shauna's only living relative. It's a pity to leave her completely without relatives. These words flashed through the guy's head, but he answered briefly that he could not harm the girl since she was Shauna's cousin. Shauna said thoughtfully that if the guy destroyed her, she would feel very sad, but she couldn't understand why that was. Ling Mo explained that these are normal feelings because, after all, they are relatives. But suddenly, a guess struck him. Had Shana really remembered her cousin? Because otherwise she would not have let a stranger come so close to her, and certainly would not have allowed her to hang jewelry on herself. The girl replied that she actually remembered a little, but these memories haunt her. They are mixed up in her head. When she starts to think about it, her head hurts really bad. The guy advised not to think about it. Everything will come naturally, and then she can become the old Shauna. Shauna thought for a moment. She looked very sad and depressed. Then she said bitterly that she did not want to become the same. She and Ye Lian are very similar, almost identical to each other. Therefore, they do not want to remember what happened before. Now is the best time for them. Then the girl patted Ling Mo on the cheek, saying that he was not one of them, but special. She looked intently at the guy. Admiration and respect were visible in her gaze. But Ling Mo asked him not to pinch his cheeks like that anymore. You can't do that with him. And if Shana wants to show her affection, she can do it a little differently. For example, you can just hug him, and that will be enough. Ling Mo and Shana were nearby, and this continued for several minutes. Then they pulled away from each other and tried to come to their senses. Shana said that this action is quite strange. It is difficult to describe, and she also cannot find the words to say what she feels. Ling Mo replied that he was just showing her how to do it next time the girl could take the initiative. But suddenly Shana came close to him. Maybe now it's worth a try. They continued to train. Ye Lian remained extremely thoughtful. Interestingly, the guys are not embarrassed that there is a girl of this type next to them. Ling Mo praised Shana for her efforts. She learns very quickly and has already achieved such success. Here the guy turns to Ye Lian. Of course he has not forgotten about his beloved. She should also be given due attention. So he turns around and hugs the girl. Suddenly, Ling Mo feels that something completely unimaginable is happening to him. My heart was beating at a breakneck speed. It seemed like it was about to jump out of my chest. It knocks so fast that the guy can't control himself at all. His face is covered with sweat. This strange feeling came over him when he kissed Ye Lian for the first time. That is, Shauna's saliva probably has the same effect. The heart continued to beat at a breakneck speed. When will it stop? But Ling Mo understands that in this way he becomes stronger, and his mind is cleared. He assumed that the saliva of zombie girls is poisonous, but on the contrary, it is useful and acts as a stimulant. These two charming beauties are simply treasures thanks to them, and he becomes stronger. But Ling Mo suddenly remembers that he has more guests to deal with. Zombies locked Li Yu in a hotel room. It won't be difficult for him to get out when he comes to his senses. But as for Wang Chen, this guy has a special conversation. He is unreliable and unpredictable. Therefore, you need to establish a connection with the zombie who serves Ling Mo. After all, the guy thought that in the survivors' camp, this guy would behave lower than grass and quieter than water, but he had already shown his ambitions and stuck with Wang Ling. And if Wang Chen is next to Liu Yu Hao, then the boys will definitely never become popular. In addition, this shady guy knows too much and can easily blurt out things he shouldn't. Therefore, the freed zombie is completely uncontrollable, and the person who is unconscious is an excellent situation. Now it turns out that Ling Mo killed a person for the first time, although not with his own hands, but still, if you leave him alive, there will be too many problems. Ling Mo was going to take the girls to the campus, since there must be a lot of mutated zombies there. Maybe Ye Lian can restore at least some of his memories. But they had to stay late because Wang Ling appeared. That is, today they won't go anywhere, especially since it's deep night outside. Soon the guys found a quiet place where they could spend the night. Ling Mo found noodles on the way and now inhaled this familiar aroma. She smelled pretty good. After all, even a guy with superpowers sometimes wants a hot snack. From the very beginning of the apocalypse, he ate noodles, but never filled them up. And it's a luxury now to sit at the table and eat fresh noodles like in the old days. The guy began to blow intensely to quickly taste this slightly forgotten taste. Then he happily swallowed several fine hairs from the dough. But Shana and Ye Lian could not understand his tastes because their preferences had changed a lot after the infection. The guy placed a fragrant mixture of instant noodles on the table. He had never even imagined that ordinary noodles could be so tasty. And what an irony before the apocalypse. He really didn't need anything, but was rarely satisfied with his life, and now a portion of noodles is enough for happiness. Now everyone only cares about their own survival. But the guy has another goal: to return the minds of Ye Lian and Shana. Moreover, he noticed that Shana's combat power had increased many times, and the art of wielding weapons had revealed itself in all its glory. He remembered that the knife that belonged to Wang Ling remained with him, and this is a very good sign. Ling Mo hands the weapon to Ye Lian. She will definitely find a use for it. Just to begin with, you should teach the girl how to hold a dagger correctly and control it. You can use a door for this purpose. Let it be a target for training. Ye Lian was holding a dagger in her hands. She very quickly understood how to do it. Then the girl, keeping a calm and relaxed expression on her face, swung her hand. A couple of moments, and there was nothing left of the piece of wood, only pieces scattered in different directions. Ling Mo was delighted. This is truly amazing. Ye Lian has exceeded all his expectations. With this knife, the girl's fighting power has increased significantly, and now she is even more dangerous. This event definitely needs to be celebrated, especially since the guy had some savings in reserve. In honor of this, we could sleep in the same bed today. Soon the next morning came, and it was necessary to wake up gradually. But the guy continued to sleep. He was very tired the day before and did not want to open his eyes. Suddenly, some extraneous noise made him look around who it was next to him. In the next second, Ling Mo had no trace of the sleepy state of what these two beauties were up to. Shauna approached the guy and looking straight into his eyes said that she wanted to bite him. Yes, and Ye Lian in principle is not against doing this, but she was a little doubtful. The guy took a deep breath. It's good that he woke up so early. If the girls had bitten him in his sleep, he would have already been dead. But today they had plans. It was necessary to collect supplies. For this, Ling Mo climbed onto the roof with the girls and released his magical nets from there. He forced one of the captured zombies to climb into the store and take bread, cookies, and noodles from there. The box of bottled water was probably too big, but it's better to take it than think about where to get a drink. The last subjugated zombie went ahead to reconnoiter the area. But apparently controlling the girls and also 3 zombies was too much for the guy. You need to take care to find more crystals for evolution. Previously, in quiet times, there was probably a shopping center on the other side, and there were a lot of zombies there. The zombie controlled by Ling Mo entered the threshold of a large, gloomy building. This is a shopping center. Everything here was not so broken. Apparently, they had not yet managed to get to these places. Now is the time to try to go inside. Ling Mo gave the command. This shopping center had several entrances, and you could use one of them. It is not necessary to break in from the main entrance. If the guys enter from the staff exit, it will be excellent. At the beginning of the epidemic, people were rushing to the exit, so most of the zombies ended up on the first and second floors. You need to be prepared and meet these bloodthirsty monsters with dignity. Although the staff area is safer, it's still worth keeping an eye out. Ye Lian was the first to advance and Shauna was covering from behind. From that moment on, they needed to be extremely careful. The trio of guys quickly approached the top floor, along a large staircase. Ling Mo noticed that they were already on the 3rd floor, but the zombies did not appear. All this is very strange because usually there were large concentrations of them in such places. And the girls behaved quietly. That is, there really are no mutants here. A quiet creak was heard as the guy tried to open the door to one of the rooms. They moved further and further, but nevertheless there were no traces of zombies nearby. Suddenly, the guy discovered something below. Now it was clear where they all were. Ling Mo told the girls to be very quiet, because these vile creatures might notice them. Judging by the memories that the guy had, they mainly sold clothes on the 3rd floor. In the center of the supermarket, there might be something more interesting. But the girls behaved quietly. If they do not react further, then unfortunately they came in vain, and there are no mutated ones here. Suddenly, Shauna heard some rustling behind her. She quietly called the guy. Ling Mo turned around, and the girl began to explain something, but suddenly her story was interrupted. Some strong hand grabbed the girl by the neck and pulled her along in an unknown direction. In front of the astonished Ling Mo and Ye Lian, only the legs of the frightened girl appeared. The guy, with a loud cry, rushed at this creature who dared to steal his girlfriend in front of his eyes. Meanwhile, a fierce struggle continued behind the door. An unknown mutated woman grabbed Shayna and pressed her to the floor. The girl tried with all her might to fight back, but her endurance was not enough. She fiercely held back the weapon that could cut her throat at any moment. Ling Mo rushed in almost on time. Now he could protect Shayna. The mutant screamed with a loud scream. She was distracted and this was fatal for her. Shauna kicked the creepy witch and she flew several meters away. Ye Lian immediately arrived, holding a weapon in her hand and preparing to show all her abilities. This strange lady was clearly in trouble at the moment. The sharp blade almost reached her neck, but the evil mutated one was able to dodge and thereby free herself. It is very strange that this witch's abilities were so serious. Until now, all the mutated ones I encountered were very strong, but none of them knew how to dodge. This zombie is not so simple, and Ling Mo shouted to the girls that it was time to retreat. She knows how to ambush, hide, and even evade attacks. She is extremely dangerous. Therefore, it is not surprising that there was not a single mutated person nearby. She killed everyone. But now this zombie was surrounded. She let out a wild scream. But this did not save her. She is much smarter and stronger than the mutated ones. That is, on a completely different level. The witch screamed. Her eyes sparkled with hatred and gloating. The zombie pushed herself off the ground, hoping that she could still defeat these people. Ling Mo warned the girls to be careful. But the armed brave Ye Lian and Shauna hastened to pounce on the mutated one. However, she had incredible dexterity and stopped the sword halfway. The guy tried to envelop her with his charms, with the help of which he could enslave the zombies. But she broke all sorts of shackles and continued to scream furiously with all her might. Ling Mo understood that he was too weak and could not capture this witch. She freed herself from his charm and again quickly attacked the guys. The guy looked in amazement at the zombie approaching. Is this really the end? She pounced on top of him and pressed him tightly to the ground so that he could not move. The guy felt like he hit his head hard, and for a few moments his mind went completely blank. But this state was short-lived. The next second, he grabbed the zombie's hands with all his might. He moved to the neck and tried to strangle it by squeezing his fingers tightly. The guy clenched his second hand into a fist and swung it, striking her hard in the face. This made the mutated one very angry. She screamed in pain. And then she held Ling Mo's hands with both hands so that the guy could no longer move. Suddenly, something crunched. The guy was able to break her limbs, and now she couldn't hold him. Ling Mo called the girls to join him and help him finish off this zombie. Ye Lian and Shauna attacked her from both sides. Lifeless limbs scattered in different directions, and the zombie screamed in pain. She continued to scream and glare furiously. But it was too late. Ling Mo threw it to the side so that it hit the wall and fell down. The guy told the girls to continue and finally finish off this witch. Shauna swung, her sharp sword flashing with bright light. The zombie screamed one last time, letting out a piercing scream and then exhaled. Ye Lian broke her skull to get the crystal out of it. Shauna said that the rest of the zombies were approaching here. The guy commanded that it was necessary to leave. A crowd of creepy zombies moved up the stairs. They could smell the victim. The next moment, they fell through the door and tried to attack the guys. But Ling Mo did not intend to waste his strength on them, so he simply jumped out the window. Ye Lian and Shauna followed after him, and in the end they got hold of something important. The guy landed right on a car standing under the windows. Loud sounds of breaking glass were heard. His arm hurt terribly, and he could barely restrain himself, writhing in pain, but he had to continue on his way. After some time, the guys were safe and returned to their shelter. Ling Mo, Shauna, and Ye Lian took off their shoes from the bed and screams were heard. The guy was in terrible pain. Shauna was bandaging too much. She needs to practice more. Maybe Ye Lian can bandage his wounds more carefully. Probably the control over Shauna is too weak because she tightens the bandages very tightly, only causing new bruises. The guy remembered their enemy. She was incredibly strong. It seems her evolution was superior to the girls. A mischievous thought came into his head. If these two beauties become advanced, it will be just wonderful. But suddenly his rainbow thoughts were interrupted by a new stream of growing pain. Ling Mo cried out from unpleasant sensations. He was distracted for just a second and immediately felt severe pain. But finally, the bandaging was finished. Ling Mo sighed with relief and began to put on a t-shirt. He began to touch his pockets with anticipation. Now he could take out the loot. This crystal was different from the others. It was bright blue. It's just amazing that the smell is so unusual. For some reason, it's attractive to a guy. Ling Mo sniffed in bewilderment. Why doesn't this aroma seem disgusting to him? At the very beginning, it seemed to him that the crystals stank of fish, but now this smell attracted him. In addition, Ling Mo had an irresistible desire to try it, and perhaps even eat it whole. The guy tried to come to his senses. He shook his head intensively to dispel uninvited thoughts. Most likely he was influenced by Ye Lian and Shauna. After all, he is not a zombie. Why does he want to eat this thing so much? But we need to restrain these animal impulses, so the guy broke the crystal into two parts. It is unknown how such a pill will affect girls, but it's still worth a try. It is better to give the too concentrated half to Ye Lian, because it is stronger. Shauna is not as strong as her friend, so she cannot withstand so many viruses. The girl ate the part that had less concentration and was lighter in color. But suddenly Shauna started screaming loudly. Something unusual was happening to her. But Ye Lian also behaved quite strangely. She was clutching a piece of her dress in her mouth. But after a moment, the girls lost control of themselves. They screamed wildly. But Ling Mo was delighted. Apparently, these two beauties began to evolve. This crystal is much stronger than before. Even he felt this power. But you need to not lose touch with the girls. They will survive this and become much stronger than before. 3 days passed, and the guy watched with pleasure as changes occurred with Ye Lian and Shana. But at that moment, he was very scared and even thought that the girls would not be able to cope. For 3 days, they were on the verge of madness, and he did not dare to use spiritual power on them. But fortunately, everything turned out well, and they overcame it together. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by Shana approaching. The girl said that she remembered something. Ling Mo stared at her, puzzled. Shana remembered how this impudent guy pestered her and is now very offended by him. He unceremoniously touched her and also took off her clothes under the pretext of bathing and groped her all over. Ling Mo was very dissatisfied with why she remembered these particular events. Shouldn't having regained his sanity, the first thing he should do was cry about the life left in the past and then reward him for his efforts. But Shana continued to say that people call it harassment. But she had already ceased to be a person to some extent. Nothing else came to her mind except these memories. It seemed to the girl that she should remember a lot of things, but there was a fog in her head. That is, she remembers only those events that occurred after infection, but does not remember everything that happened before. Or perhaps he simply doesn't want to remember and unconsciously blocks his thoughts. Shana asked the guy not to look at her with that look because she was actually happy with everything. The guy was silent for a few moments. He didn't know what to say in such situations. Then, smiling good-naturedly, he said that apparently the girl's recovery is in full swing. Now she even understands emotions. But they shouldn't waste their time. They've already lost a lot, so they hit the road. Ling Mo grabbed his leather jacket. I need to prepare properly for this trip. Their destination is a college town a few miles away. Of course, when they arrive there, the girls will evolve much faster. The places here have not lost their beauty. Even during the terrible apocalypse, everywhere lay the lifeless bodies of people who had once lived here and were enjoying life. The battered buildings looked gloomy, and they no longer had the same life. The campus was located on the other side of the street. It could be reached very soon. A strange man came out from around the corner who became a zombie as a result of the epidemic. But this guy appeared just in time, and Ling Mo uses him for our own purposes. The zombie will go forward and scout out the situation so that the guys don't run into trouble. Previously, a lot of people lived here, so you need to be careful. The kids are not interested in extra noise. The zombie continued on his way, past bright shop windows and attractive signs. Ling Mo saw that there was nothing threatening them ahead and they could safely move on. Suddenly, the guy felt an unpleasant smell from which all his intestines were turned out. Shana noticed this, but the girl could not understand why he did not like that smell. After all, it is likely that for zombies it smells very attractive here, but for some reason her friend doesn't like it. Ling Mo thought for a few moments. He was looking for words to correctly explain this phenomenon to Shane. After all, in fact, everything is obvious. Not a single person with a healthy psyche would like the smell of rotting bodies. But the girl hurriedly said that she was attracted to such a scent, and if Ling Mo was disgusted, then she could pretend to be unpleasant. She added that as a woman, she must adapt to his desire in order to please him. Ling Mo just couldn't imagine what was going on in this girl's head. How she doesn't understand that she doesn't have to adapt, and she shouldn't call herself a woman. Because while Shana is just a girl, she's also a zombie. And the fact that she likes this smell is quite normal. After this, the guy added that he is completely indifferent to their passion for blood. He will not reject the girls. This also applies to Ye Lian. Shana finally understood this, but she had one more question that had been tormenting her for a long time, because the girl from time to time had a desire to bite Ling Mo. This question amused the guy somewhat, but he decided not to continue the dialogue and switched the conversation to another topic because their scout had gone far enough. But suddenly Ling Mo felt something. Perhaps his connection with the zombies had disappeared. His puppet has disappeared, and something is clearly wrong here. It looks like the guys are not alone in this city. After all, he was simply killed. It is unlikely that other zombies could have done this. Then who could it be? You need to be careful and try to understand this issue. A minute earlier, Zombie entered a large karaoke bar called The Voice of the Emperor. He walked into the middle, and while there was no sign of trouble, the zombie quietly stepped on the tiles. Suddenly, there was a bright flash and a loud crash echoed throughout the room. The Bloody Club had done its job and was now in the hands of the villain. That is, the zombie was killed immediately as soon as he entered the bar, whether it could be another mutated one or just a person. I wonder if the girls feel any waves indicating that a mutant is nearby. But Ye-Lian and Shauna remained calm. That is, apparently there were only people in front. We need to check this, and Ling Mo resolutely drew his dagger. The guys approached the karaoke bar and carefully began to approach the middle. Suddenly, the guy discovered a lifeless puppet lying on the floor. Ling Mo hurriedly sat down next to this zombie. It was necessary to look at the traces. The body remained untouched and the crystal was in place. That is, it was quite obvious that it was not in another zombie. But now, Ye-Lian felt something and it was very strange. Ling Mo carefully examined the hall. Something is clearly wrong here. Is the mutated one hiding? But we need to move forward, and the guy decisively called the girls to continue on their way. However, before this, it is still better to play it safe and find a suitable zombie scout. The invisible ray headed towards the crowd of monsters wandering aimlessly. One of them can be selected. For this purpose, such an unremarkable freak will do. Even if in the body of a zombie, he will be useful. You can use it as bait, at which time the guys will hide and set up an ambush. Enslaved Zombie resignedly went forward, moving around the large hall. Ling Mo sat down at the bar but did not miss the connection with this weirdo. Zombie threw back his leg and broke the door that led into the room. The living corpse let out a strangled growl and began to carefully examine the room. This zombie made so much noise, but no one reacted. Probably he was not mutated. But Ye-Lian felt something not in the distance. Her eyes turned red, the girl became wary. Therefore, most likely they are on the right track. They need to not slow down and send the zombies to move on. The dead man walked forward and broke everything in his path. The roar was heard throughout the entire hall. Pieces of furniture, tables, and doors were instantly broken, but no one was around. The zombie checked all the rooms, but there were no traces of mutants or people anywhere. It was already the fourth room in a row that had been checked. And if there had been a mutated person in this room, it would have already appeared. Are there really survivors here? Then the question is, where are they? And the next second, the zombie's head was broken by a sword and blood flowed from his skull. The zombie flew to the side and staggered, and then slowly fell to the floor. That's right, these were the survivors. The blonde guy took the knife out of the zombie's head. After that, the guy shouted for the unknown person to come out because he knows that people are here. Ling Mo appreciated the success of this young man who had been able to survive during the apocalypse for a long time. Without thinking, Ling Mo comes out of his hiding place and kindly addresses the guy. But his interlocutor is apparently not too happy about this meeting. He squints his eyes with anger. After this, the boy swoops down on Ling Mo, tightly clutching his knife in his hand. Then the fair-haired one reached into his pocket to take out something. And in the next second, a large red pellet flies straight towards Ling Mo. The guy barely had time to move away from this incomprehensible thing. What is it even? Suddenly, he is attacked by a severe coughing attack. And all because of this granule that releases burning dust. Ling Mo recognizes the familiar smell of the seasoning. It is ordinary chili pepper ground into powder. But while the guy was trying to clear his throat, his opponent took advantage of the situation and swung at him. Behind his back, the fair-haired man was clutching an iron blade that could easily be killed in one fell swoop. But his insidious plan failed to come true because the next second the weapon fell to the floor. It was Shauna who arrived in time, attacked from behind and completely disarmed the guy by placing a sword on him. The fair-haired man turns around hesitantly. It cannot be that he was attacked by a fragile girl. A couple more moments and she will simply cut his throat. It's simply incredible. But Ling Mo stands up for the boy and asks the girl to calm down and not kill him. The guy takes a breath. He has already mentally prepared for death. It's good that this girl listened to her friend. However, it was too early to relax, and the fair-haired man felt a heavy blow from the girl's foot on his back. He flies to the side and tries to get up, but his body is seized by an unbearable trembling. Shauna says that she won't kill him, but she might beat him. And then the fragile girl lifts the guy with one hand and he hangs off the floor. After this, the boy receives a slap in the face, which makes his ears ring. This was a warning. And if the fair-haired one starts screaming again, he will receive another blow. A few hours later, the guys are in the room. Ye-Lian soaked a napkin with medicine. Then the girl carefully wipes the wounds from Ling Mo's face. But the guy feels how much he is baking. So Ye-Lian begins to blow on his wounds, so it's much easier for the guy to close his eyes. But what kind of weapon did this guy use and where did he get it? This musat seemed quite an interesting thing. In the right hands, it could come in handy. The fair-haired one sharpened this musot and covered it with zombie blood, so anyone can become infected, even the slightest scratches. And pepper in the eyes is an ideal combination for a fight with people. And at this time, the beatings continued. The guy already asked Shayna to stop beating him. Ling Mo arrived there and asked the girl to stop. He's had enough. This will serve as a good lesson for the boy. He flew back to the wall and screamed heart-rendingly. His whole body and face hurt. The guy shouted out that he didn't mean to kill them. Why were they so cruel and what did they even want? But Ling Mo didn't really believe his excuses. If the young man didn't want to kill them, why did he use such a weapon? Ling Mo also did not believe the words that the guy considered them bandits. The fair-haired one is too familiar with the surroundings, and accordingly, he has been living here for quite a long time, probably. He just wanted to divert the guy's attention from something else. The guy became noticeably nervous, from which Ling Mo concluded that his reasoning was correct. But what do these thugs want? If there is food, then he doesn't have it. The young man himself is starving. However, his interlocutor felt the falseness and wanted to get to the bottom of the truth. The boy will answer the question immediately. Otherwise, he will die right here. Ling Mo wants to know if there are other people here besides him. But the fair-haired one is silent and only looks intently at his interlocutor. The guy nervously swallows his saliva. His heart beats very quickly, but he doesn't want to answer. Then he shouted that Ling Mo can do whatever he wants because the guy himself was the attacker, and therefore deserves to be beaten. Ling Mo put the youth down on the floor, but this kid is not so simple and wants to seem tough. If he refuses to talk, then the guy himself will look for people here, but in the meantime, Yelian will look after the prisoner. The girl's hand lightly touched his shoulder. Is it possible that the lady will attack him again? The guy looks at Yelian with all his eyes. What does she want him to do? The girl is silent, and this somewhat unbalances the boy. He cannot take his eyes off her. But when Yelian grabs his hand and pulls it back, the guy's body hurts again. It is now clear to him that the girl wants to take him somewhere. He will obediently go, but there is no need to break his hand. And why do girls have such incredible strength that it is impossible to cope? And who exactly is this cruel and inhuman guy who arrived in their place without permission? Ling Mo pointed to room number 617 and looked at the young man meaningfully. Judging by the blonde man's perplexed look, there was no one in that room. So we can move on. The young man squinted his eyes with displeasure at what this guy was up to. They walked along the corridor past other rooms that were located opposite each other. Near the door on which the number 618 was written, Ling Mo stopped again. But the young man only looked away. He didn't say anything, but his gaze gave him away. Maybe he should also check the back room, but the young man was already terribly worried. Ling Mo understood everything. His plan turned out to be brilliant. The young man near all the rooms looked at him, but when they approached one of them, he lowered his eyes. And when the guy pointed to the back room, his interlocutor became tense and could not hide it. Therefore, you should check these rooms first. Ling Mo knocks down the door, but inside there is a completely empty refrigerator and many different boxes, as well as bloody traces everywhere. The boy said that this is his warehouse. If Ling Mo found it, then he can take whatever he wants. Quite an interesting place. First, you need to check the refrigerator. What is inside? But it turns out there is a secret door nearby which should definitely be opened and checked. Everything happened very quickly. The young man sitting on the floor watched with bated breath. Ling Mo slowly pulled the door handle. He was almost sure that there were people hiding behind it. However, people appeared much faster than he expected. A girl stood at the door ready to attack. She moved with such incredible speed that the guy barely had time to return. If this was a mutated one, then you could try to bind her with superpowers, but nothing had any effect on this girl. She pointed a sharp knife at the guy's neck, but literally in the next split second, the girl disappeared from sight as if she had never been there. Who is she anyway? Why can't she come in and talk calmly? Ling Mo called her because there's no point in hiding. Still, she decided that she could return, but not in order to continue the peaceful conversation. The girl came out of her hiding place and headed towards Ling Mo. The girl had a knife in her hands and demanded that the guy let her friend Shibin go. These people were very hostile, and there was a slight pause in the room. Ling Mo can't recover from this girl's attack since she was so close. Just a little more, and this blade would have pierced his neck. The guy would definitely no longer be standing here. He didn't even imagine that he could influence people with his power. But it seems that he was only able to shake her mind a little, but failed to control her. Be that as it may, in battle, any delay, even the smallest, can take a life. And the girl, meanwhile, fiercely demanded that her friend be released. But why would Ling Mo listen to them? He is not going to obey orders. The lady pointed the knife directly at the guy. She is ready to fight for her friend. However, she moved very slowly and this calmed the guy down. If a girl is so weak, then she shouldn't pretend to be too strong. But suddenly she pointed the knife directly at Ling Mo's eye. It was just not enough. Something urgently needs to be done and the guy managed to use his powers, subjugating her to himself. Most likely she is seriously ill, but even in this state she poses a threat to him. After all, the girl is not that fast, but she still reacts instantly at key moments of the fight. Even in those moments when Ling Mo uses his spiritual power, it almost gets to him. This girl probably has some kind of supernatural powers. And besides, Ye Lian is behaving quite strangely. She probably senses her presence. But now is not the time to talk about this topic. The guy needs to grab this strange girl. He tried to bind her with invisible threads of soul connection. But Shubin wanted to prevent this and shouted for the guy to immediately let his girlfriend go. However, Ling Mo was already holding her and threatened that if the girl gave up, he would stick a sharp piece of iron in her face. Suddenly, Shauna spoke up and said that she suddenly had new memories. The girl remembered that in films, people like Ling Mo are called villains. The guy cleared his throat in embarrassment. But the blonde boy completely agreed with this. After all, no decent man would bully a little girl. However, Ling Mo does not feel remorse because she was the first to get into the fight. The guy is trying to understand why she attacked. The girl, coughing, explains that she wanted to save her friend whom they beat half to death. This is a good excuse, but why then was the kid the first to get into the fight and start waving his knife? He even made Ling Mo cry from the pepper. Was the guy supposed to just stand silently and watch this? But she suddenly laughed. Apparently her idea worked perfectly. Then she peacefully added that if the guy doesn't apologize, then she will do it for him. Her friend has had enough of it already, so maybe it's time to let him go. Ling Mo said that first he needed to ask a few questions to this girl. Shibing angrily shouted so that the guy should not dare touch her. But the girl reassured her friend. After all, this guy has two beautiful girls and she is not his type. And besides, they still won't cope with this thug, so let him ask his questions. But suddenly the girl starts coughing incessantly again. She even sat down leaning on the wall. Ling Mo leans towards her and asks in her ear if the girl has any superpowers. She looks into his eyes carefully, which means she didn't imagine it, and that guy really used superpowers. This severe type also uses some magical powers under his control. She says that Shibin is sometimes too hot-tempered, so he can overdo it with something. At the same time, he does everything to protect her. So could the guys let the guy go first? However, Ling Mo already understands everything perfectly. But in this situation, he is more interested in the gift of this girl than in their relationship. And she begins to explain that the ability is called bullet time. The girl herself called it that with the help of this skill. She can speed up and at the same time slow down the clock. Ling Mo praised her for her honesty, but she noticed that the guy also has the ability and she can tell everything. Moreover, he has both of them hostage, and there is no point in lying. The guy thought that this girl was quite smart and quick-witted. Previously, he thought that this guy was a cruel survivor, but it turned out that he was an eminence grise. If she had been healthy, this girl would have had enough strength and would not have been stuck here. The guy curiously looked around the room in which the surviving guys were located, but the girl insisted that her friend be released as soon as possible. However, Ling Mo important said that because of the pepper bomb, he would have to rest here for a while, and at the same time think about compensation for his suffering. To this, the girl reasonably noted that the guy had already suffered, because he was beaten half to death. What else do they want? The young man, meanwhile, said that his girlfriend didn't look well. She'd better sit down. Ling Mo graciously allowed her to do this. If the girl is very tired, she can sit. Lin Luan Q. That was her name. She thanked the guy for his kindness. The girl said that his friend Ye Lian looked somehow familiar. She didn't study at the University of City X. Ling Mo was a little taken aback. That is, Lin Luan Q is also from there. What a coincidence. And the girl said that she remembered her. Ye Lian was known as the main beauty of the university. The guy was very lucky. After that, Lin Luan Q introduced herself and said that she was a first-year student in the English department, and her friend Shibin was in the physical education department. The girl said that there is no need to be angry with him, because he is very good, kind, just a little nervous. Shibin was extremely indignant. He has everything in order with his nerves. He has just met offenders on the way before. Probably these guys went on the attack right away. since they had already had an unpleasant experience with other survivors. It's difficult to remain calm at this time, and at first Ling Mo was also on edge. He has no idea what he would be doing now if Ye Lian weren't with him. Lin Luan Kyoshi told her friend that these guys are not bad and are actually friendly, and she is very interested in how Ling Mo and her friends ended up in this place. They probably also ran away from the campus. But in fact, the guy and Ye Lian with Shauna are heading exactly there. They did not run away from those places. This news greatly outraged the guys because they themselves ate, got out of there alive, and fearless friends want to go to certain death. Do they lack impressions? Lin Luanqiu also does not recommend going there. It is a very dangerous journey. After all, it is much easier to go to the suburbs, find some kind of shelter there, stock up on food and wait for help from the government. Someday they will be found and saved. This girl is smart enough, and if Ling Mo hadn't had 2 mutated zombies with him, he would have done just that. Therefore, he briefly said that he needed to find out some things there, and if the guys had been there recently, they could tell him what awaited him. Lin Luanqiu agrees to tell everything he knows about these places. Shibin hit his chest with pride. The guy was incredibly lucky because his girlfriend was the main rescue team of University X. She knows the situation well. Ling Mo thought that although this naive fighter fights well, he is still not very smart. After all, thanks to him, they are now in a disadvantageous position. Talking about this, the boy gave himself away. The girl clarified that this is not exactly a rescue team, but just a group of people, students and teachers who decided to stick together. And thanks to Lin Luanqiu's superpowers, she was respected and greatly appreciated in the company. Considering that the university is not small at all, it is not surprising that there are similar associations there. But Ling Mo is interested in how many survivors there are left, and zombies need to be known at least approximately. The girl says that initially there were 55,000 people, taking into account the fact that some were not initially on the territory, and someone else escaped, then about 40,000 remained. Now there are probably at least 30,000 zombies and 3,000 survivors in the town. This news made the guy very happy. Among such an abundance of zombies, there would certainly be mutated ones. When they get there, they will sneak into the nest. The zombies will be very dangerous, but the reward is worth it. But Lin Luanqiu's team numbered 3,000 people. When the apocalypse began, people fled throughout the city. So, besides the zombies, there are probably several organized groups of survivors, but supplies are running out and many dream of getting out of there. There were no more than 30 people in Lin Luanqiu's team, and only 10 of them managed to escape. And the 2 of them actually got here. A cruel epidemic swallowed up most of the innocent people. But Ling Mo was also interested in knowing whether the girl had a map of the area of that town. The guy was extremely upset that due to the state of her health, the girl was not able to show the way. Shibin again began to furiously attack his interlocutor. He was probably completely crazy, the girl was weak, and he wanted to drag her to such a dangerous place. Ling Mo looked at this young man with dissatisfaction. It is clear that the boy does not understand who he is dealing with. The girl angrily interrupted her friend. She should not be considered so weak. Lin Luanqiu apologized for him and said that the guy was just too nervous and stubborn. Ling Mo understood everything. Just a friend showing concern. Shibin enthusiastically replies that in any case they are a team, and this girl saved him once, and he is always ready to protect her. However, the guy does not consider it a sign of concern to lock a girl in a closet waiting for her to die a hungry and painful death. Shibin nervously pulls away. He had never even thought about doing this, but his girlfriend is trying to calm him down. Let the young man better shut up, otherwise he risks being beaten again. Shibing was noticeably nervous, but still listened to Lin Luanqiu and did not get involved in the altercation anymore. The girl notices that her friend thinks too much of himself. He can't even overcome any of them. And who does he even think he is if he can afford to raise his voice? Ling Mo doesn't want to cause problems for the girl. Let her draw a map and they'll be even. But Lin Luanqiu's decisive statement stunned everyone. She is going to go with the guys. Her decision remains firm. Lin Luanqiu is able to walk this path again. Shibin is trying to reason with her friend. She shouldn't go there. There are too many dangers on campus. It's difficult to get out of there alive. But as the days pass, the girl feels worse and worse. And she doesn't want to just wait for death. Shibin suppressed the desire to object to something. The guy trembled with anger but did not say anything. Let Ling Mo not worry. She will not be a burden to him, but will simply show the way and tell him about the situation inside. However, the girl has one condition: to go to the university hospital. After all, She can no longer return to the rescue team. The girl will not be accepted as soon as they see her state of health. Lin Luan-kyu wants to find some medicine in the hospital. In any case, it is better than just waiting for death, and in return, she will show the guys a good path. This girl believed in the power of Ling Mo. The guy decided that it would be better if they were led by a person who knew the area. Although Ling Mo doubts that these guys will be able to get there on their own, if he were in their place, he would do the same. And this girl is very smart and knows how to make an equal exchange. These are the people who fit perfectly into the world of the apocalypse. But before you go on the road, you need to clarify something. Through the fault of the guys, they may be in danger, and the guy's company is a priority for him. In response to this, Lin Luan-kyu states that they pose no threat at all. The guys are honest and generally harmless. There will definitely be no problems with them. But they will set off tomorrow because it's late at night outside and now they need to find shelter and gradually reconnoiter the situation. The girl suggested that the guys could stay here with them. Until today, it was safe here. She would be interested to ask the strong guy whether there are still many people wandering the earth with superpowers. Ling Mo thought for a moment. Until now, such questions had never occurred to him. Until now, he had only met Wang Ling. And now this girl is also. However, the abilities of the first one are quite useless, which cannot be said about the new acquaintance. But her health problems are ruining everything. The guy shook his head negatively. Most likely there are very few superhumans. The girl lowers her eyes. She assumed that this was so. It's strange how she deserved such a fate. She remembers that there is another person at the university with superpowers, but he is bad and it is better not to meet him. But now, Ling Mo is also interested in the question of how the girl received her gift. Lin Luan-kyu admitted that she had it since birth, and the guy himself did not want to talk about his abilities. In general, this is a big mystery for humanity. There is too little information to understand it now. Ling Mo said for the guys to stay here, and they will look for another room. Lin Luan-kyu said that Shibing will be on guard. And although the young man really did not like this idea, he did not argue and thereby escalate the situation. The girl supported her friend with admiration. Apparently, she really wanted him to make a good impression. At this point, the conversation was over. Ling Mo went to look for a suitable room to spend the night. When the door slammed behind the guy, Shibin gritted his teeth angrily. He was pretty annoyed by this guy. But his girlfriend noticed that the guy behaved quite well, although it is unlikely that she would have been able to do anything if he began to threaten. Shibing can hate him as much as he wants, but the young man himself understands that the power is on Ling Mo's side. At this time, the guys found a suitable room for themselves. The girl carefully studied the bottle standing on the table. Shauna remembers what effect this liquid has on your well-being. You need to try it immediately. Probably the girl wasn't such a good girl if she had so many memories about alcohol. And Shanna opens the cork with pleasure, and subtle steam rises from the bottle. After this, the girl begins to greedily drink the contents. Now, she really feels much better. It's so fun and easy. It's just wonderful. However, drinking alone is boring. Let her friend keep her company. Ling Mo is extremely indignant. This girl can drink as much as she wants, but Ye Lian should not teach him bad things. But it was already too late. Even though the girl found the smell sharp and unpleasant. Still, sometimes you can try unusual things. There is nothing wrong with that. She takes a couple of sips with pleasure. Ling Mo. It probably won't be much fun in the company of drunken zombies. Bad suspicions crept into the guy's soul. Alcohol was clearly not something girls should take. They were drunk, the soul connection had lost its strength, and in this state, they were more difficult to control. And why are these two beauties looking at him so intently? What are they up to? The guy moves away from these zombies. You can expect anything. Ling Mo feels fear. He asks the question, why are they looking? But the girls continue to remain silent. His nerves are on edge, and suddenly Shauna grabs him by the neck, and the guy pulls away as best he can. Will they really eat him now and Ling Mo will simply die that day? Ling Mo simply doesn't believe that this is possible because he has so many plans for his life. He is not ready to part with her so easily, but apparently his fate is to die in the hands of these girls. Now she is already approaching his neck and is about to bite his throat. Is this really the end? The guy intends to stop this and pushes the girl away from him by covering her mouth with his hand. Shauna, with a joyful smile, tells Ling Mo not to think bad. They just wanted to kiss him. But the guy doesn't trust the girls because, after all, they are bloodthirsty zombies. Is his beloved also ready to unceremoniously bite Ling Mo? The girl approached his neck. Yes, and she's still there. No one can be trusted in this chaos. Now, this is enough for him. He needs to pacify these obnoxious girls. The guy releases the soul link to maintain control over them. Now the girls are in his complete power. He needs to pacify them. Alcohol seems to awaken their instincts. They will never see another drink. Then Shibin bursts into the room. He looks around why the guys are so noisy. However, a very piquant picture appeared before the young man. This guy is just having fun this way. Well, in that case, Shibin won't bother his friends. He's already leaving. The guy abruptly slams the door behind him, apologizing for coming at the wrong time. The young man is very indignant. It hasn't even gotten dark yet. Who would have thought that these people were so shameless? And at this time, Ling Mo took a breath. It's good that these girls sober up as quickly as they get drunk. But in the future, he will not allow any alcohol. Girls should not even pick up a bottle. Ling Mo closed his eyes. How exhausted he was during this time, and now it's really better to sleep. Yilian looks with devoted eyes at her beloved boyfriend. But it's a pity that there is someone outside the door, otherwise they could have a good time. Shauna wondered what kind of game Ling Mo was offering. She didn't mind having fun, but the young man does not intend to talk about this now. Someday a more appropriate time will come. After all, today they are very tired and it's time to take a nap. Tomorrow they have to get up early. The next morning, a persistent knocking was heard on the door in the guy's room. Some strange commotion was heard inside and Shubin began to listen. It was already dawn. What were they doing again? Suddenly, the door opened sharply and the evil Shauna appeared on the threshold. Her gaze was stern. The guy calmed down. It's better not to mess with this girl. He hesitantly stammered that it was already dawn. It was time for the guys to move out. However, Shauna ordered Shibin in a menacing tone to get lost. The guy shrank all over with fear and began to scream furiously. The girl took her sword out of its sheath. It rang loudly. Shibin glanced sideways at the weapon. You don't need to ask him twice. He's already leaving, or rather running away with his heels sparkling. Shauna turned around and said that this annoying guy had left. Ling Mo asked to simply drive him away and not to scare him half to death. But this young man hurt Shauna and paid for it. However, it's really time for the guys to get ready. But the naughty girl Ye Lian is still spinning around. They will try one more time to put soft, pale pink boots on her slender feet. Now everything is ready. The beautiful Ye Lian is collected and the guys can safely continue on their way. Lin Luankio came in and looked at them with admiration. This guy loves her so much that he even dresses her himself. This is worthy of praise. Ling Mo asked if the girl was ready for the hike and if she had taken everything with her. And having heard a positive answer, the guy said that he should leave immediately. Lin Luankio looked after them enthusiastically. This young man had two outstanding beauties next to him. He and Shai Bing noticed their abilities in a fight, but as for Ling Mo, what kind of strength does he have? The guys set off. Ling Mo and the girls lead the way, and Shibing and Lin Luankio follow. The girl says that as soon as they leave this alley, they will see a wall. They will have to climb over it to get inside. Thus, they escaped from there, and now it seems to her that this is the safest way. There will be the most zombies in the dorm, and it is unlikely that anywhere else they will encounter so many monsters at the same time. Having said this, the girl adds that she is telling the truth, because she recognizes the guy's strength and sees no point in lying to him. But Ling Mo could have given the weapon to Xu Bing, because initially, her friend knew how to control it quite well. The guy carefully studies the Musat. It probably took a lot of time to sharpen it like that. If this guy wants it that way, he can give the blade back to him. Shibin sees a weapon flying straight at him. He probably won't have time to dodge. But his girlfriend shows dexterity. She uses her superpowers for this. And literally a couple of centimeters from Shibin, he grabs the blade, and now the guy is saved. She hands the weapon into the hands of the irritated guy, but he looks at Ling Mo with displeasure. This guy definitely made such a gesture on purpose to show his superiority and scare the guy. But suddenly, from around the corner, dark living monsters are approaching the heroes. Lin Luankio asks the guys to be careful, because there can be a lot of zombies. However, Ling Mo is completely calm. He has a secret weapon. The guy directs the girls to figure it out, and to make it easier for them, Ling Mo tied up the zombies and now they are weak-willed. Yalian and Shauna quickly knock out enemies. Now you can move on. Shibin is delighted. This is absolutely incredible. The girls did it very quickly. But Lin Luankio believes that, perhaps, the guy's abilities allow him to influence the mind of the enemy, even if it is a zombie. She looks intently at the guy, but he pretends that he doesn't notice this look at all. In battle, any delay can be fatal. And coupled with the strength of his two rivals, their team is practically invincible. Shanna inserts her sword into the sheath, but blood splashes out of it under the pressure on the girl. She is covered in blood, but she doesn't seem to notice it. Shibin looks at it in bewilderment. Lin Luan-Q, meanwhile, praised Ling Mo's strong abilities. The guy replied that she also has good qualities. They will become better when she begins to develop. The young man has a good opinion of the girl because she has strong abilities and is not afraid of danger, and is also ready to fight her illness. Meanwhile, Lin Luan-Q says that they came. In order to get inside, they need to climb over the wall. The guys are standing in front of a large brick wall that is splattered with blood. Judging by these traces, the zombies tore off someone's arm, and this person most likely did not last long. The monsters ate his body. Lin Luan-Q felt incredible anxiety and sadness. Perhaps it was one of her friends or acquaintances. At this time, Ling Mo had already climbed the fence and told the guys to hurry up while no one was here. A moment later, the guy and Ye Lian deftly jumped down to the opposite side. The guys were looking at them in amazement now, and Lin Luan-Q had to do the same, but she was a little scared. Perhaps Shauna goes first and she and Shai Bin are the next to cut, but the girl lets the guys go ahead. Shibin put his hands up for his friend so that she could jump as high as possible. The girl pushes away from his hands. Now all that remains is to grab the edge of the fence. And the next moment she succeeds, she strives to climb onto the stone slab. Now you can jump. Lin Luan-Q looks down warily. The height is quite good. But there's nothing she can do. She has to jump. She can barely restrain herself not to scream. But the fence is too high. So before he lands on the ground, Lin Luan-Q experiences great excitement. Suddenly, someone's strong hands caught the girl, but she still completed this task. It was Ling Mo who caught her. It's good that the guy was nearby and was able to catch her. Lin Luan-Q looks at him embarrassedly and thanks him for such an act, but Shi Bin, who came down, looks at them with displeasure. And what does this guy allow himself to do? But Lin Luan-Q says that the guy should calm down, because Ling Mo just caught her so that she wouldn't fall. However, the young man is too angry. He definitely doesn't like this guy who thinks something strange about himself. Overtaking Shubing Shan says that she definitely doesn't like this look. If she once again notices that the young man is looking at Ling Mo like that, she will hit him. And this will be very painful. Shibin has cooled down a little. It's really better not to mess with these guys. They are too dangerous and unpredictable. When everyone climbed over the fence, the company moved on. A dense, overgrown park awaited them. They had to walk here for about 10 minutes, and they would find themselves on campus. And this path is safer, and even more so, there was no need to turn anywhere. Just go straight. When Lin Luan-Q and Shibing ran away from here, they were chased by many zombies. Perhaps they are still somewhere in the park, so the guys need to be careful. But Shanna angrily told the girl not to worry in vain. They could cope with the danger. Lin Luan-Q was surprised by such an aggressive response and looked at her interlocutor in surprise. After all, the girl didn't mean anything bad, she just warned her friends. That's her responsibility. Ling Mo, who was watching this conversation, smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that Shauna's consciousness was returning very quickly. Suddenly, the guys saw a bloodthirsty zombie flying straight at them from the bushes. Lin Luan-Q instantly became much faster and used her superpowers, and her enemy simply froze in the air. Time slowed down, and this helps the girl cope with her attacker. Lin Luan-Q had a sharp knife in her jacket sleeve, which she immediately pulled out. And the next second it pierced the chest of the taken-aback monster. He screamed heart-rendingly. However, these efforts were not enough. Zombie was still alive. In addition, her enemy was even capable of strong, brutal blows that caused the girl to lose her balance. Another second and her enemy would simply destroy Lin Luan-Q. She must not let this happen. Suddenly, the monster's skull is pierced through by a dagger launched from the guys. It was Ye Lian who arrived in time and calmly destroyed the zombie that attacked them. Shibin runs up to her friend to ask how she is feeling. The girl replies that everything is fine. She is very grateful to the guys for their help, but Ling Mo believes that he must protect her because Lin Luan-Q is accompanying them. But suddenly, Shibin starts screaming loudly. He recognized this zombie who was once a man. The guy's name was Lu Chuan, and although he was not devoured by his monsters, the man's fate was sad. Ling Mo persistently asks his friend to shut up, and for greater effect, he slaps him in the face. Why did this young man shout so loudly? It attracts other zombies, and they need to sneak in unnoticed. Ling Mo angrily turned away and moved on. Shibing remained silent, but harbored a grudge. Lin Luan-Q approaches the guy and says that she has already asked him not to be so reckless. The guy can barely contain his anger. I just want to finish off this arrogant guy. Shi Bing remembers his friend's words that Ling Mo is stronger than them, and this angers him even more. After all, this guy is nobody. Without his two girls, he is worth nothing, but he is so arrogant. Lin Luan Q is very sad. She knew that dead zombie. This person was part of their team. They ran away together. Everyone was in a panic then, and just killed. They heard how Lu was bitten, but no one dared to turn around. And yet Ling Mo believes that the guys did the right thing. They still would not have saved this friend who turned into a zombie. After all, anyone who was bitten by a zombie will become the same. In any case, they could not fix anything. Such a harsh world of resulting chaos and apocalypse, everyone strives to survive. I would like everything to return to normal, and the guys have hope that someday this will happen. But one should not indulge in groundless dreams, but rather deal with existing problems. And these problems came much faster than the friends expected. A crowd of zombies appeared from behind a tree. Ling Mo rushed forward to pick up more enemies, and the remaining ones were on Lin Luanqiu and Shi Bing. The young man looked at these angry zombies in confusion. Will this arrogant Ling Mo leave them to fight on their own? He is overcome with anger. He can really defeat a few enemies, but what about the rest? Xie Bin asks the guys to intervene and help deal with these fierce enemies. But Ling Mo and the girls are busy with other showdowns. They very deftly cope with the approaching zombies, while the guy barely has time to dodge the attacks of one of them. And why does everything come so easily and simply to this arrogant type? What is his mystery? After all, Xu Bin also considers himself quite strong, but he is not able to fight such a muscular zombie. But soon the last enemy was defeated. He was thrown onto a pile of other dead zombies. These three very quickly destroyed all the monsters that were nearby. And yet Shi Bin did not understand where this impudent man got so much strength and power. While the guy himself barely has time to dodge the attacks of the thug fighting him, he could not cope with one, and then another zombie arrived in time to attack. However, Lin Luanqiu rushed to help her friend and with a sharp blow broke the monster's skull. The girl reproached Shi Bin for being distracted again during the battle. And you shouldn't be equal to Ling Mo. The guy has superpowers. He should be strong. Shi Bin again clenched his fists in anger. Just think he has superpowers. If Shi Bin also had superpowers, he is stronger than this arrogant one. Meanwhile, the guys had already arrived at the campus and were deciding where to go next. Lin Luanqiu wanted to get to the hospital, and Ling Mo graciously agreed to accompany them. After all, in the end, they are on the same team. They must help each other, especially since the place is full of zombies, which means there are many mutated among them. But the hospital is located in the northern part of the town. They definitely can't get there today, and it's better to find a place to rest. Lin Luanqiu drew a rough map. If you go straight, there will be a hall for taekwondo classes. Several people live there, and you can relax in this place. The guy thought that he was very lucky that he had found such a good guide. Without her, they would have wandered around in circles for a long time like blind kittens. Therefore, it is wiser to do as the girl suggests. And she continued to say that if you go left, the path will be longer, but it is safer. On the right is something that is worse than a zombie. This is a monster living in the garden due to whose fault they lost many people. The guy decided that this is a great opportunity that should not be missed. They will definitely go to the road on the right, and those dissatisfied with this decision can go with them. Or wait here until Ling Mo kills this monster. Lin Luanqiu resolutely said that she was going with the guys. Xu Bing stared at her in surprise. Has she gone completely crazy? There is a mutated zombie. Is Lin Luanqiu tired of living? But the girl is unshakable in her decision. Ling Mo is not one of those who will take unnecessary risks. Moreover, without them, she would not have been able to return to the hospital and would have died in any case. In this case, Shi Bin goes with the team. He will be able to take care of his girlfriend if it is too dangerous. Soon the guys arrived at the place where a group of people, Lin Luanqiu, was attacked by a mutant. Shi Bin was very panicked and could not calm down even when the girl asked him to control himself. Meanwhile, Ling Mo noticed how his girlfriend's views had changed, which meant he had mutated nearby. Therefore, you need to prepare now, it will be very hot. Ling Mo took out his knife, and some heavy approaching footsteps were heard from afar. And now the monster is already very close. Could it be some kind of elephant or other large animal? The guy looks in amazement at the picture that appeared before him, a huge-looking woman carrying a dead zombie in her arms. She disgustingly licked the face of the immobilized man. Ling Mo felt a wave of nausea. It was very smooth to watch. Lin Luanqiu warned her friend to be careful, because for some reason, this monster loves handsome men. The guy stared at her in bewilderment. What does this girl mean? But the lady who probably appeared had already made certain conclusions in her head and looked displeased at the zombie who was lying in her arms. The next second, this mighty tank threw away its victim and stared at Ling Mo with appetite. Shibing chuckled sarcastically that his friend had a new addition to his harem. Ling Mo was making progress. It would be better if he didn't say this. This statement made the girls very angry. They literally turned red with rage, but all their discontent fell on the innocent Ling Mo. They stood on the guy's feet from both sides, and then they threw him to the ground. The guy stared in confusion at the angry girls. Why are these two angry ladies looking at him so intently? He never even thought about taking this tank for himself. Ling Mo didn't do anything bad to them at all and didn't give them any reason to doubt. But at this time, Lin Luanqiu warned the guys to finish the showdown because the monster was attacking. The mutated one ran forward to quickly capture this handsome guy. She hasn't seen such a beautiful and young body for a long time. She can't miss it. But before getting to him, the monster will have to fight these two girls. However, the creepy mutated one underestimated the abilities of the two angry zombies. They fearlessly attacked this huge tank from all sides, delivering blow after blow, and in the next second, they knocked out a huge block from the monster. The guys watched this picture in fascination. The beauties exceeded all their expectations. Meanwhile, they looked quite warlike and were absolutely not tired. Ling Mo let Shauna get the crystals, but there is no need to eat too much. After that, the guy told the team that they needed to go further on their journey. Shibin could not come to his senses. They had just met a mutated zombie, and the girls swatted him down like a bug. Lin Luanqiu was also surprised. Perhaps the guys already had experience in dealing with mutated ones, and Ling Mo agreed with this, adding that they encountered monsters of different strengths. The one they just dealt with was a middling. Shibin was shocked by this statement. This middling killed a bunch of people, and they weren't even tired of dealing with her. Is he really that much weaker than them? This thought simply haunted the guy. Lin Luanqiu noticed that the guys are probably not just lovers, but also loyal comrades. Ling Mo believed that their relationship was difficult to describe in words, but one could agree with the girls' words. Soon, the guys arrived at the Taekwondo lesson building, where martial arts classes used to take place, but now the place was deserted. The room in the northern part of the second floor would be perfect for travelers. There is a good view of the street, and it is easy to escape from there in case of emergency. The girl knew these places well. Since her comrades talked about it at the very beginning of the apocalypse, Lin Luanqiu collected similar information. After all, she is a fragile girl and very sick. She needs to make every effort to survive. Ling Mo looked at her carefully. The guy was admired by this stamina and endurance. He said that he hoped his friend would improve her health very soon. The girl was somewhat surprised to hear such words. Lin Luanqiu thought for a couple of moments and thanked her interlocutor for such warm wishes. Soon, the friends arrived at the large door. Apparently, it was this place that the girl accompanying them was talking about. Ling Mo listened. Voices were clearly distinguishable from there. Perhaps these were survivors. But suddenly the door opens in front of the guy's face. There were actually people in the room. A gray-haired professor stood on the threshold. He importantly asked from which faculty the friends came. Shibin recognized the teacher and was very happy about this meeting. Are there university acquaintances here? But when the guy looked inside, he was even more surprised because many of his friends were there. Even Zhou Tai's bosom buddy was there. It turns out that the strong man survived the chaos. The friends began to talk cheerfully among themselves, and the professor let the others pass, muttering to himself that extra mouths had arrived. Lin Luanqiu called Ling Mo to look inside and look around. The guy didn't like it here anymore. Shu Kai began to ask his friend how he ended up in this place, and the young man proudly told how they made their way from the red light street. This really puzzled his interlocutor, because the road was so dangerous, and the guys were very lucky that they were able to get out of the town. The rest of the group of guys heard this and started talking among themselves. They considered Shibin almost a hero. But suddenly, the teenagers noticed the strangers who had arrived with the guy. Many people knew one of them, the beautiful Ye Lian, from a photograph from a magazine. They stared at her in fascination. Why is beauty with Shibin? No one knew this guy with them, and the other girl is just extremely cute. Suddenly, Lin Luanqiu coughed, trying to hint to her comrade to hold his tongue. Shibing looked at Ling Mo in fear. The guy's dissatisfied face did not bode well. It was noticeable that he didn't like the young man at all. And this was the situation. He was uncomfortable here. Shu Kai looked at the guys with an appraising look. Shibing was probably afraid of this guy. You need to make good friends with him. Strong people never hurt in a team. But Ling Mo was extremely dissatisfied. He was not attracted by the prospect of making friends with these guys. This young man is just a hindrance, pretending to be a hero, but in reality he is just showing off. No benefit. It would be nice to leave him here. But first, you need to discuss this idea with Lin Luan-Q at least. They are on the same team. To all questions, Ling Mo began to say that he had nothing to do with the university and was just passing by. However, Zhou Tai good-naturedly said that they are all people, and it doesn't matter where from now is the time to unite. He concluded that Shibin is not very respected in this company, which means the leader is someone else. And perhaps this girl is the leader of the gang, because she just stands there with a determined look. She has probably already killed many, and her sword is also so beautiful. And the main beauty of the town, apparently, is also incredibly strong. And who would have thought that she would be so brave? Suddenly, Shoutai notices Ling Mo's dissatisfied look. This guy is probably confused about something. How dare he hoop at his Ye Lian? Bing whispered in his friend's ear not to approach the girls. They belong to Ling Mo. Tiu Tasai obediently agreed and decided to turn everything into a joke. He good-naturedly called the guys to join them, but the guy decided that it was better to find another shelter. Lin Luan-Q went with the guys to show the way, and Shibin should not oppose this decision. It will be better for all of them. The guy said that they were already leaving. They needed to find another place. His friend was upset. Shibin called his friends to wait for him. After all, he was heading to another shelter with them. The guys were already approaching the exit, and the young man wanted to catch up with them. But suddenly a strong hand grabbed his elbow. His friends would not go far, but he could at least chat a little with Zhu Tai. Moreover, they have many common topics to discuss. They haven't seen each other for so long. Why not sit and remember the old fun days? And who is this guy anyway? Does he really think of himself as a commander? Shibing Yi himself didn't really know what kind of guy he was just Ye Lian's guy. The young man decided that he should not talk about Ling Mo's superpowers. Otherwise, he would really lose his temper. Tiu Tisai said that his friend probably has a lot of food with him and he couldn't share a little because honestly, they had almost nothing left. But Shi Bing had no supplies. The food was with Ling Mo, however. They have a tense relationship. The guy doesn't like him and doesn't share. His interlocutor was interested in their future plans, but Shubin said that first they would spend the night and move on tomorrow. Before leaving, Siotai asked his friend to improve the moment and come to him a little later. In order to just discuss some details, Ling Mo can't control the guy without giving him a way out. With this, they said goodbye. Shubin walked away, but there was some kind of excitement in his heart. Shukai looked after the guy with satisfaction. A whole backpack of food and 3 excellent blades in addition. There will be something to profit from these fools. They have a lot of supplies, so why not share it fraternally with everyone? As soon as the guy entered the room, he was immediately surrounded by the rest of the guys, and they started asking a lot of questions. They cannot sit and wait for long and ask Xiutai to go to the guys and borrow some food from them. But Xiutai angrily closed the door, which slammed loudly. Can't these blockheads be quieter? But the guys were already tired of constantly having to wait. Xiutai went out with someone to get supplies, but always returned alone, and there was only enough food for a few days. However, the guy was pretty tired of all these claims. He shouted that sooner or later everyone would die. And in general, how dare they talk like that? Xiutai is risking his life for this food, otherwise they would have died of hunger long ago. But these travelers couldn't have come from the red light district. It's simply impossible. They look like weaklings. And even if the girls know how to handle weapons, Lin Luan-Q is still sick with them, so they would not be able to get here. However, in this case, it is not clear why the guys lied to them about the fact that they arrived along such a route. Shukai believes that they said this on purpose in order to scare everyone, but their backpack is full of all sorts of good things, and they do not want to share. The guy was especially impressed by the blades, which are undoubtedly of high quality. With such weapons, you can overcome many. While the guys only had a bat, a broom, and a broken game console, they definitely couldn't achieve success with such weapons. Utasai has an insidious plan. Because it's already evening, they are probably tired. Besides, they have a sick girl with them, and they are unlikely to go anywhere. Moreover, it is easier to take food from a living person than from a zombie. The guys enthusiastically agreed to attack. These travelers were clearly hiding something and not telling them anything. Everything went exactly according to Xiuchai's plan. Every time he went out to buy food and took someone with him as bait. And fortunately, none of them had the courage to compete with him. All people are extremely selfish until they themselves become a victim. They will not protest. Even if they guess something, they quietly adore his plans. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a girl with pink hair. If you believe his assumptions, then the arriving guests are planning to escape from the city, and until that moment we're also trapped. But even if they were able to collect so much food here, how can Shutai explain those 3 blades? Because bringing such weapons into the city is strictly prohibited. These thoughts of the crowd did not really please Shutai. These bugs should not think on their own. The guy said that perhaps the weapons were brought inside secretly, especially since the ban is not so strict given the chaos around. The guys agreed that everyone has something forbidden, but in any case they don't want to die of hunger. Maybe they can come to an agreement, and the travelers themselves will give everything up. Sutisai considered this company to be a bunch of spineless idiots, and those 3 had good weapons, but if his people were scared, it would definitely not be better. He probably needs to come up with more convincing arguments. Who could be the victim? The guy suddenly approaches one of the girls and abruptly grabs her hand. She tries to break free and screams for him to let her go immediately, but the bastard doesn't listen to anything. And why did she get so nervous? He's not doing anything bad, he's just playing a little. Shutisai dreamily thinks that if the case succeeds, he will receive not only a lot of food but also 2 beauties. And let this girl not blame him for his cruelty. She had a simple path, but she decided to choose a difficult one, and is causing discord in the company with her inappropriate questions. The guy tore her clothes and threw the girl to the floor. She hit the hard tiles painfully. The scoundrel said that he knows that the guys didn't fight with anyone. So now they will train their determination to definitely cope. And this cutie decided to sacrifice herself in order to increase the guy's determination and fighting spirit. Those who are cowardly can simply sit quietly in the corner, but those who are determined let them begin. The girl tried to cover herself. She screamed heart-rendingly so that no one would approach her, but the crowd of hungry children did not listen to her scream. They mercilessly bent over the girl. The teacher looked at this in confusion. He did not dare to intercede or somehow influence the situation. The girl begged him to stop this disgrace and save her from the brutal crowd. The teacher hesitantly approached them. Maybe there is nothing wrong with this and you can join. The bastard Jyotsai watches this picture with pleasure. No one obeys his orders, not even the professor. Meanwhile, Ling Mo unpacked his loot and told Shauna that they should eat carefully because Lin Luan-Q should not notice anything. Shauna started giving the pill to her friend, but it was too noisy. The guy again showed them to be quieter. The girl noticed that if Ling Mo himself feeds them, it will not be so noisy. The guy sighed displeasedly because these capricious girls were causing so much trouble, but there was nothing left to do and had to obey. Soon Ye Lian and Shana swallowed the crystals. However, Lin Luan-Q suddenly entered the room, and the guy became noticeably nervous. And at this time, the girls bit his fingers. Now the bite site was very painful. Ye Lian and Shana laughed merrily, and the guy began to blow on his fingers to somehow dull the pain. Lin Luan-Q was extremely surprised that they could have fun with each other after a whole day of fighting zombies. Suddenly, the door opened and Shubin came in. He was somehow discouraged. The guy said that he had already returned, but when his friend looked at him, he lowered his gaze guiltily. Lin Luan-Q wanted to know what Xu Bing and Xiao Tai were chatting about in the corridor for so long. The girl said that she understands her friend's condition. It's very difficult for him now, but he needs to remember there is no way back. You can't go too far. However, the young man angrily interrupts her. He might not have dragged himself here, and if Lin Luan-Q had been someone else, he would have done just that. But these evil words greatly upset the girl. She purses her lips with resentment. Shibin realizes that he has said too much and hastily apologizes for his words. This girl taught him many things, from how to sharpen a weapon to tricks useful in battle. If it weren't for her, Shibin would have already died on that red light street. He lost his temper because he was terribly tired. It had been a difficult day. The girl sighs heavily. This guy still doesn't understand a lot of things. I wouldn't like to believe it, but in fact they are both too weak and unable to survive in this cruel world. If they had not met Ling Mo and her friends on the way, they would have been able to last a couple of weeks at most. Therefore, let the guy control his stern temper and not go too far in his dreams. But Shibin's soul is filled with hatred. He sincerely does not understand how this impudent person deserves the privileges of fate. This is not fair. Why does he have superpowers and Shubin doesn't? What is fair? And at this time, a deafening scream was heard in one of the rooms of the student dormitory, and the victim of the rapists breathed her last. The scum looked at it in amazement. They couldn't believe they had overdone it. One of the guys grabbed his head and started screaming loudly, "What will happen to them now?" But Zhou suddenly came up from behind and hit him sharply in the head. "There is no need to attract a crowd of zombies here with your screams." Yes, the scum made fun of her and now she is dead, but nothing can be returned back. Tiu Tasai He assumed that the teacher needed to think it over carefully. He needed to be left alone with his thoughts. Sharp rumbles of thunder were heard on the street. Ling Mo and Ye Lian were dozing while sitting right on the floor. Shi Bin entered the room. He had decisive intentions. The two of them had no place in this world. Now he will destroy this insolent person, and he will never humiliate him again. If you attack him now, you might be able to finish him off right away and avoid a fight. But even if it doesn't work out, his weapon is capable of infecting Ling Mo. And when he finishes this bastard, Lin Luanqiu will return to him and will love him devotedly as before. There was no time to hesitate. His hand was already approaching Ling Mo's body, just a moment more, and it would all be over. But suddenly the guy started thinking, maybe he shouldn't act so furiously and thoughtlessly. Even if he manages to finish off Ling Mo, his two beauties will not allow him to escape. And besides, it is unknown whether the two of them will be able to reach the hospital. Okay, let him live for now. Shi Bin will destroy him in the hospital. The main thing is to improve the right moment. But since you still can't sleep, you need to go to Xiuchai and find out what he's up to. Today, Ling Mo is lucky, but as soon as he is no longer needed, Shi Bin can carry out his plan. A loud clap of thunder was heard again, but the exhausted guys didn't even move. However, this was only at first glance. In fact, Ling Mo had long learned to sleep lightly. He heard everything that was happening in the room. Meanwhile, the friends were climbing up the stairs, smeared with bloody stains. Shu Kai said that they were running out of food. It's hard to survive now, but they were once best friends. He's happy to just see an old friend and chat about the past. But for some reason, the guy thinks that Shi Bin is not having a very good day. He is too depressed. The young man pulled away. Yes, he really is not in the best mood right now. And his interlocutor added that they were once buddies, and if Shi Bin has any problems, they can solve them together. Probably Xiao Cai noticed how obscenely Ling treated him. In general, it is so. But what is this guy up to? Shi Bin confirms that their relationship was not the best, and his interlocutor threateningly declares that he will not allow his brother to be offended. Let Shi Bin not worry, this impudent person will get what he deserves. His terrible comrade will quickly figure it out. But first, Xiao Cai is interested in whether his friend said it true that they came from the red light district. Shi Bin, dissatisfied, replies that he had no reason to invent all this. They really came to that street, and as Xiao Cai noticed, there was a sick girl among them, and they had to go here. Here was the nearest hospital. Xiu Kai thought for a moment, these people are not so simple if they were able to fight their way out of such a dangerous place. This means that Shi Bin's fellow travelers are really very strong, but his interlocutor is ready to help if the guy tells him anything about them. However, he was afraid to start open conversations because he remembered his friend's warning. Shu Kai regarded this silence as the fact that the guy was intimidated. He is afraid to give himself away. Is this kid really such a coward because on his side is a terrible thug with incredibly strong muscles? However, Shai Bing moves away from his friend. He is not afraid at all, but he knows that Ling Mo cannot be dealt with. And yet his interlocutor does not believe this. He has a lot of medals in Thai boxing. He is a professional in this matter. There are no people stronger than him. The guy starts screaming furiously. Why should Ling Mo be afraid, but suddenly realized what game Xiao Cai was playing? He deliberately provokes Shi Bin so that the young man will reveal everything he knows. However, Xiao Cai said that he just wants to help the guy, to benefit from it. And these people have a lot of different food, and they have cool weapons. And then it dawned on Shi Bing that his friend just wanted to rob Ling Mo and take all his contents. Shu Kai believes that he deserves this because he has suffered enough. If they work together, then everything will turn out much better. They will just quietly finish off Ling Mo. But this is too dangerous. Shu Bin is not ready to do such things. He looks away. Probably the young man simply fell in love with his sick girlfriend. But in this case, Xiu Chai has an excellent method. You can capture her alive and completely subjugate her. However, this statement was the last straw. Shi Bin no longer intended to listen. He suddenly snatched his hand away. Even though this guy doesn't even come close to Lin Luanqiu, Xiao Tai continues to pretend to be a caring friend. After all, if they kill Ling Mo and her friends, they will be able to get out of here alive and take the food. Shibing is hopelessly interested in what Xiaotai wants from him, and the guy declares that he needs all the information that his interlocutor has. The young man begins to tell that Ling Mo has a superpower with which he is practically invincible. It's quite strange, and Shubing doesn't even fully understand how it works. Ling Mo is not very good in close combat, but his two friends are just fearless tigresses. But as for Lin Luanqiu, she is not a threat. She cannot be touched. Zhou Tai praised the guy's concern. However, there is one more thing that the thug wants to ask him for. This is a small favor. The guy understands that something out of the ordinary is about to happen. His eyes widened. The next moment, he sees an iron stick stuck into his chest and a stream of blood flows from the wound. This young man is too cowardly. He can ruin all plans if he is left alive. His weapon falls out of Shibin's pocket and hits the floor with a loud sound. And then the immobilized guy, like a doll, lands on the floor and takes his last breath. This thing will definitely be useful to Xiao Chai. What a good friend even left behind a convenient weapon. This means that Ling Mo has abilities, but he is weak in close combat. Even if his girls are good with weapons, it will not be difficult for the guy to destroy them. His cannon fodder is very suitable for this task. But suddenly a deafening ringing sound was heard in the room. Probably, Xiao Tai is not alone here. The guy turns around angrily. He didn't expect this. He absolutely doesn't need witnesses. But the corridor is dark and no one can be seen. There cannot be a ghost wandering around here. Suddenly, Xiao Tai hears someone's voice. It seems it's his new acquaintance. But what did he forget here? Ling Mo comes out of the shadows. The chatter of these two has tired him terribly. It would be necessary to intervene. Shu Kai grits his teeth angrily. And how long has this guy been here? How much has he learned? Ling Mo calmly replies that Shibing was acting suspiciously. He was constantly watching the guy. Zhu Tisai probably underestimated his new acquaintance, but on the other hand, it would be better if he killed the guy now. It was very stupid of Ling Mo to follow them alone. With these words, the thug rushed at his interlocutor. However, the guy flashed his eyes fearlessly. He is capable of much, and Xiu Tai and is too self-confident. Ling Mo has a superpower that he hastened to use in this battle. His enemy froze in the air and could not move. He was bound by the enemy's spell. Meanwhile, Ling Mo punched Xiu Tai in the solar plexus area, and the guy howled in pain. The enraged scoundrel sat down and trembled. He was consumed by unbearable pain. He angrily wiped the sweat from his face and screamed that he would finish the young man no matter the cost. With these words, the guy accelerated, clutching a weapon in his hands. This Ling Mo is heading straight to hell. But that was not the case. Ling Mo was able to dodge. Xiao Tai was unable to reach his goal. Ling Mo's hand continued to influence this bastard. However, such actions take a lot of energy. After a whole day of fighting zombies, the spiritual power is almost exhausted. It cannot be wasted. Therefore, he will also use a dagger. Moreover, this scoundrel is not difficult to defeat. Shu Kai shouted that no ability would help his opponent deal with him one-on-one. He is sure that he will have great fun with his girlfriend Ye Lian once he has dealt with the guy. She is so beautiful and appetizing and will be a great find for a scoundrel. Ling Mo stood silently for a few moments. These statements infuriated him. It was in vain that this guy expressed himself in such a way towards his beloved. Now he will not only have to die, now the death of this bastard will be long, painful, and cruel. In just one split second, the guy rushed past, leaving a huge cut on Xiao Tai's hand. Now the bastard could not hold the weapon in his hands. It fell loudly to the floor. Blood began to flow from his wound, and Xiao Tai was in incredible pain. How did it happen that he received the wound at such a rapid speed and did not even have time to react? This is impossible because Shu Bing said that the guy is bad in close combat. Why then is Ling Mo so fast? But the young man only chuckled contemptuously. There is no point in believing any fairy tales, and in general, this scoundrel is not much smarter than Shibin himself. He just pretends to be cool. After these words, Ling Mo points his weapon towards the enemy. Another moment, and the blade hits the target. Xiao Tai looks at the wound in horror, but don't let the thug worry. The vital organs are not affected, so he will still suffer. Moreover, there is a lot of zombie blood on this thing, and savvy Xiao Tai must understand what awaits him. Now, this bastard will become a zombie and will wander around the world without experiencing any emotions. But he doesn't want such a fate for himself and therefore asks the guy to take pity on him. It would be better if Ling Mo killed him. The guy begs for it. Death is more favorable than being made a zombie. They are both people, but the young man doesn't want to hear anything. He sharply hits his enemy in the face with his fist. Shu Kai's nose began to bleed. It was his opponent's fault that it had come to this. Ye Lian shouldn't have mentioned him. Shu Kai trembled all over, tears flowed from his eyes, but the bastard had already turned into a zombie. Ling Mo remarks with a sarcastic grin that it doesn't hurt as much now. The wounds no longer bleed as much and the skin has started to change color, which is a good sign. Shu Kai is experiencing an irreversible process and now he is becoming a zombie. But now that his powers have returned, the bastard wants to take revenge. He still has time to kill his opponent. But suddenly, the newly converted zombie realizes that he cannot do this. This Ling Mo is not as simple as it might seem at first glance. The guy definitely has abilities. And now, Xiao Cai will experience all their power and strength. Amazing sensations. In Ling Mo's hands, this aggressive scoundrel is just an ordinary puppet. This is worse than death. Now Xiao Cai is a weak-willed creature, unable to think independently. And yet this guy was not completely zombie, but only half. Ling Mo told the guy to go ahead. Meanwhile, in the room there were distraught guys waiting for their leader. The scum were trembling. They were afraid of the recently arrived guys. They understood that this was the only way they could survive. They had to carry out their plans while Ling Mo and his company were still here. Suddenly, their squabbles were interrupted by a persistent knock on the door. The guys ran to open it in hope. It's Commander Xiao Cai who has returned. He will definitely restore order now. The main thing is that the guy has good news for them. That's exactly what it is. The leader has returned and will now tell you everything he learned. The guys immediately bombarded him with questions. How much food was there, and when were they going to leave? But for some reason their friend remained silent. His gaze was somehow suspicious and distant. If the assembled group of scoundrels had been more attentive, they would have noticed changes in the face of their leader. But the unsuspecting guy approached Xiao Cai at an unacceptable distance. And yet the other guys did not understand all the danger that awaited them. It seemed to them that their friend simply bowed to Xiao Cai. And only when the bloody piece of iron came out of the guy's body, the others realized that they were in danger. They rushed in all directions, shouting that Xiao Cai had turned into a zombie and had to get away. Otherwise, he will eat them all alive or simply infect them. Therefore, it is better to get away as soon as possible before this monster gets them. Ling Mo was lost in thought. As the guy expected, these guys wanted to carry out an insidious plan. Their plans were to attack Ling Mo and the girls. This bastard fights zombies and only has the guts to rob people. These bastards should definitely die. They don't deserve a quiet life. The guy controlled the body of a zombie and pierced the chest of thugs one after another. He also bit his opponents in order to infect them and thereby condemn them to aimless wandering. The guys begged for mercy, but they had no right to forgiveness since they had committed many evil deeds. Therefore, the best outcome for these scumbags was death. There was only one professor left who stood in the shadows and cowered in fear. Although, on the other hand, he believes that he really deserves punishment. Only by death he can atone for his sins. The zombie raises his hand with lightning speed and swings, and then pierces the professor's body. At least before his death, he realized what stupidity he had committed. The zombie killed all the guys who were in the room and now just stood there. But this bastard didn't even deserve such a life. Ling Mo's sharp dagger, pierced his chest. In the twilight of the night, the guy was left alone and lifeless bodies lay around him. But the zombie was not dead yet. He trembled and tried to get up. Gathering the remnants of strength that he had, Shu Kai tried to say something and extended his hands to Ling Mo, but he no longer paid attention to him. The zombie only saw the guys retreating back. Nothing could be changed or corrected. The next second, the exhausted Xiao Cai fell, and his earthly life ended, and a terrible clap of thunder erupted. And at this time, Lin Luanqiu asks the girls to let her go. She needs to talk to Xu Bing. The guy will come to his senses and won't do anything stupid. After all, he is not bad at all, and if Ye Lian lets her through, the girl will sort everything out. She will convince the guy. However, Ling Mo suddenly entering the room makes Lin Luanqiu step back and become silent. Her friend is dead. The girl can't believe her ears. As this happened, a lump formed in her throat and her eyes filled with tears. Ling Mo says that this is not his doing. Lin Luanqiu can believe it or not. The girl sadly bent over the body of her friend. She experiences unbearable bitterness from the loss. Ye Lian approaches Ling Mo. The guy's hands are scratched. He probably fought fiercely. The girl carefully holds his reddened hand, and then she kisses the wounds. Sometimes lovers can understand each other without words. At this time, Lin Luanqiu is still sitting near Xu Bing. Her soul is overcome by melancholy. But we need to move on. They can't stay here for long. Ling Mo looks at the girl carefully. She is so depressed it looks like the death of her friend hit her hard. The guys walk further and further into the city. Zombies are visible everywhere, wandering aimlessly around the area. Lin Luan-kyo knows the way. She advises the guys to bend down and follow her. But they have been walking for so long, and still there is no sign of the hospital. The girl says that they are almost there. This building with a spire is the hospital. Although it seems like it's just a stone's throw away, it's still so far away that the guys will get there in about half an hour. But now we need to be careful. On the way, Lin Luan-kyo says that yes to the apocalypse. In the building they pass by, there was a laboratory in which classes were held for students of different languages. It was always very crowded there, so now, after the start of the epidemic, there are probably a lot of zombies there. Zombie Ling Mo cannot miss such abundance. He invites Lin Luan-kyo and Shauna to rest, while he and Ye Lian scout out the situation. Shauna takes the guy's request quite literally. Rest means not moving. The best thing to do is to lie down in a vertical position. This is the only way you can rest properly. Meanwhile, Ling Mo and Ye Lian go to the former laboratory building. Here you can have a good hunt, because within the walls of this establishment, there really are a lot of zombies. Yilin deftly wields weapons and defeats many enemies in one fell swoop. Excellent. Now these living dead are enslaved, with the help of Ling Mo. And now they must also attack the others. Enslaved zombies deal strong blows and kill the rest of their kind. A few more hits and the vile corpses will be completely destroyed. Now, Ling Mo and Ye Lian remained among the large number of killed zombies. We need to quickly take the loot. Even though it is an ordinary crystal, we will have to be content with this. If we linger too long, Lin Luan-kyo will suspect something. But in the meantime, the girl is trying to free herself from Shauna's strong hands. And who is it that's resting? This girl is just going to break her arm. But Ling Mo, who arrived in time, asks Shauna to let her captive go, because this is not what he meant at all when she told them to rest. Sometimes Shauna can go a little overboard. He apologizes for the girl, but Lin Luan-kyo is already sure that the guy is hiding something from her. Yes, she didn't tell everything herself. Initially, the girl wanted to go with them to the hospital to get medicine so as not to die. But something didn't leave her alone all the time. After all, if Ye Lian studied here, why can't she show the way? Ling Mo realized that he was too busy collecting crystals and forgot that Ye Lian studied here. But under no circumstances should Lin Luan-kyo find out the truth about the girl. Therefore, Ling Mo came up with the idea that Ye Lian had lost his memory. The interlocutor was extremely surprised. The girl wanted to know in more detail how it all happened. She really sympathizes with the poor thing. But the guy interrupted this conversation. He said everything that Lin Luan-kyo was supposed to know, and he shouldn't ask any more unnecessary questions. Lin Luan-kyo understood everything and did not argue, apologized for being curious, and then said that the guys should go in the direction she would show. However, after a moment, the girl screamed sharply and sat down, clutching her shoulder. Shauna smelled blood. Perhaps their companion had a bleeding wound. Perhaps even the girl is infected. She needs to be checked properly, but Lin Luan-kyo pulled away in fear. She is not at all contagious, and yet Shauna wants to look at everything. She tears off her jacket and the guys see her bandaged hand. Ling Mo looks at the girl in amazement. Her wound is very deep. How did this happen? But Lin Luan-kyo has already said before that there is a reason why she needs to get to the hospital at any cost. However, a seriously wounded woman can be a burden, so if the guy decides to leave her here, she won't argue. Ling Mo is not going to leave her here and tells the girl to calm down, get dressed, and they move on. After all, he promised that he would take her to the hospital, and that meant fulfilling his word. Therefore, he is willing to continue to accompany Lin Luan-kyo. This is a normal human relationship. The girl, embarrassed, thanks Ling Mo, but the guys need to hurry because the hospital is still far away. Suddenly, Lin Luan-kyo loses consciousness and Shauna, standing next to her, barely manages to catch her. There are probably complications, and their companion needs to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. And after some time, the guys arrived at the hospital. Near its gates, there were 6 zombies walking around. However, they do not have time to deal with them, so the girls kill the corpses with lightning speed. Ling Mo quickly goes inside to put Lin Luan-kyo down and find suitable medicines. The girl comes to her senses and looks around. They finally arrived at this place. Although it is dangerous to even go there, the supplies are worth it, so Ling Mo decides to go on reconnaissance. The guy bursts into one of the chambers, still holding the exhausted Lin Luan-Q in his hands. Ling Mo then goes to one of the beds and carefully places the girl there. It will be unpleasant if zombies sneak in here, but while he is treating Lin Luan-Q, his girlfriends are guarding the door. The girls will stand near the door and will not let anyone inside. At this time, the guy will take care of everything. Lin Luan-Q asks if he knows how to put stitches, but Ling Mo has never had to do this before, but he can darn socks. The girl moves away in fright. Perhaps her interlocutor is joking. If this is so, then humor is inappropriate. However, the guy could not be stopped. He took his small folding knife and cut the bandages. Treat with medicine and stitch up the wound with his current spiritual strength, he will definitely succeed. And yet Lin Luan-Q does not want to trust her wound to a person who can only sew socks. But she probably has no other choice, because there is no one else to do this except the guy. She is very scared and asks the guy to do everything very carefully. Ling Mo begins to perform surgery for the first time in his life, but he is confident in his abilities. The girl screamed in pain. It was difficult to bear in silence, but she doesn't want to scream loudly so that someone from outside will hear it. The guy advises not to hold back. The door is tightly closed and no one will hear. Lin Luan-Q can't stand it. She's trembling all over with pain and fear. This operation seems endless. But finally, Ling Mo finished and put aside the bloody bandages and other surgical instruments. The girl took a breath. Finally. This torture is over, but now she feels a little better. It was unbearably painful, but they coped with such a difficult task. After all, Ling Mo is not very good at dressing wounds. Suddenly, two curious girls looked into the slightly open door. They were very interested in the process of the operation. Ling Mo looks at them dissatisfied. Didn't he tell Ye Lian and Shana to guard? The girls want to look after him, but there is no point in this. The guy is extremely noble. He is a gentleman. And who do they take him for? Now we need to take care of the medicine, so Ye Lian guards the ward while Ling Mo and Shana search the 3 floors. The guy went up to the top floor and thought that Lin Luan-Q had a hard time. She was seriously injured all the time. But she didn't even say a word to anyone. She endured such pain. But they will be able to get medicine, especially since there is enough of it here. Ling Mo will still be able to carry out all his plans. But last time he spent too much energy taking control of Xiutai. Next time, you shouldn't take an incomplete convert. This is a thankless task and takes a lot of energy. The guy enters one of the rooms and opens the drawer. There should be medicines here. It's strange why they are empty. Suddenly, the closet door behind the guy slammed. It looked like he was not alone here. Who is inside? Is it really a zombie? Or maybe even completely mutated? That's right. 2 dirty young men jumped out of the closet with a loud growl. Ling Mo reacted instantly and kicked one of them in the gut. At the second, the guy swung a knife. His opponent pulled away in fear, and then shouted that his brother should not kill them. They apologized for jumping up abruptly. Ling Mo was taken aback for a few moments. That is, he met people within the walls of the hospital. In principle, this was to be expected, but in the meantime, the guy standing in front of him said that they could discuss everything. But Ling Mo no longer believed it. He pointed a dagger at his interlocutor and demanded that he tell him what they were doing here. The young man began to say in tears that a couple of days ago he and his friend found this place and decided to hide. But his friend was calmer. He entered into the conversation with the words that he would explain everything himself. They really came to the hospital 2 days ago and they no longer have a place to hide from the bloodthirsty monsters. However, Ling Mo wanted the guys to lay out everything quickly and not delay the story. But they have no more information, that's all. The guys hid because they were scared shitless when Ling Mo came in. After they discovered that it was not zombies in front of them, they decided to suddenly jump out and grab him. They didn't plan anything bad, just grab Ling Mo and ask a few questions. The guy thought, apparently this guy is telling the truth. This is probably not the first time the guys have pulled off such actions. But his interlocutor replies that this is the first time they haven't managed to cope, but next time they will succeed. In this case, Ling Mo lets them go. The fair-haired one cannot believe his luck. He wasn't even going to ask about the medications, because most likely he wouldn't find anything. His partner sharply shut up his friend. Why did he say that he shouldn't? These drugs are incredibly valuable. However, the fair-haired man thinks that since this strong man let him go, it means he's a good person. Why not help? And yet his friend does not agree with this, so he turns to Ling Mo and says that the fair-haired one is a bit of an idiot and is talking nonsense. They have nothing. He joked. They themselves wanted to look for medicine here but found nothing. Apparently, the wards were cleared before them. Ling Mo connected with Shana. How are things going with her? The girl's room is also empty. Nothing can be found, and in this case let her go upstairs to Ling Mo. He now has an idea who stole all the medicines in the hospital. Meanwhile, the guys were approaching the door and intended to escape. But who allowed them to leave? Ling Mo hasn't discussed everything yet. He wants to confirm his assumptions, because it was the guys who stole the medicine? However, they unanimously claim that they have nothing. Where did this guy get it from? Let the young friends not panic like that. Ling Mo did not intend to rob them. He is not a bad guy at all. He offers the guys an equal exchange. It's hard to resist such a tempting offer. The guys look at each other. They are really very hungry. It would be stupid to refuse. Ling Mo offers noodles and asked what these guys could provide in return. He looks at the pack with blonde greed. He really wants to take it away. The second tries to restrain himself but also cannot hide his hungry gaze. He is interested in how much food their interlocutor is willing to give. It depends on how much medicine the guys have. But Thoth answers that they don't have too many supplies there. Just a few painkillers for colds and stomach pain. With her current body, Ling Mo is unlikely to need cold medicine, but painkillers will not hurt. The fair-haired one begins to convince his friend that they need to take these noodles because the command is not to share food, and so they exchange with this guy. No one will know. Most likely, the two guys are looking for medicine for their classmates, Ling Mo suggests. However, the fair-haired one again betrays them by telling them that real odnoklasniki do not act like that. The second one tries to calm him down. And in fact, all people are the same. If they want something, let them go on their own. Why should guys risk their lives? Ling Mo understands that there is a strong discord in the company and their friends are too bullying. Therefore, he has an idea. The guys give all the medicine and Ling Mo will not only share the food, but also take them to other survivors with whom they will be better off. He suggests thinking carefully since such an opportunity does not come along every day, and yet the guys decide that they will not go with him. But Ling Mo wonders because few would do the same in their place. What stops them? The guys hesitated for a few moments. It was clear that they were hiding something. The fair-haired one can no longer withstand such tension. He is ready to give everything away as if in spirit. Let the comrade not be afraid. After all, they have a really difficult situation and serious reasons why they cannot leave the company. After all, in their company there are bastards who took advantage of the confusion and captured several innocent girls, and in addition, a pregnant teacher. They blackmail the guys with these girls to collect supplies for them and dolly for just 3 days. If one of them does not return, they will kill one of the girls. The guys don't know them, but they don't want innocent people to suffer. Ling Mo thought, now it's clear why the guys are behaving this way. They're being blackmailed. The same fate befell other odnoklasniki. And if these bastards had not been protected by a person with superpowers, they would not have gotten away with this. The guys don't know what the others did, but the fair-haired youth? He Peng Peng and his partner decided not to run away and not to endanger the girls. They agree to exchange medicine for food because otherwise they will die of hunger, but they can only give 1 pack of each medicine and they will bring the rest. Ling Mo understood. It doesn't look like they're lying. He's almost out of medicine, so he'll have to agree to the deal. I just wonder what kind of person whose superpowers have awakened. But first, they need to be thoroughly checked. The guy takes out a knife and says that he still intends to rob them, but the young man with thick bangs doesn't believe it. If Ling Mo wanted to attack, he would have done it already, and didn't listen to their chatter. And this is Ling Mo, who replies that perhaps he wanted to listen to the guys before robbing them. He Peng Peng mockingly says that the blood on him belongs to zombies. If the guy wants to rob them, he will now cut himself and they will both become zombies. If Ling Mo wants, he can take a risk and use what it's like to be dead on himself. However, the guy puts the weapon back. These guys really are not cowardly. Let them relax. Robbery is not Ling Mo's style. He agrees to make a deal. But finally, he can give a little advice. If the guys want the plan, I'll die and you'll die to work, then they didn't talk about it in advance. He Peng Peng thought about it for a moment. His partner laughed loudly. If Ling Mo and his company plan to stay here for a long time, then they will need medicine constantly, and exchanging them for food is a good idea. Suddenly, one of the guys interrupted his thoughts. They have a small question. A rather interesting girl suddenly appeared behind the guys. Is she by any chance from Ling Mo's gang? I wouldn't want to spoil the mood of my new friend, but she looks too angry. The guy says that everything is fine, she is with him. He forgot to introduce his girlfriend. However, Ling Mo's reply remains unfinished. Perhaps the aggressive Shauna mistook the guys for enemies and swung her sword at them. The girl probably mistook them for zombies because of their blood-stained clothes. The guys cowered in fear. They had never met such strong ladies before, but Ling Mo arrived in time and threw his friend aside. She didn't have time to hit the guys. The bookcase shook greatly from the impact, and many printed publications fell out of it directly onto the floor. The frightened guys could not recover from the tension overwhelming them. Ling Mo said that the girl didn't want to harm them. She just mistook them for zombies. They would go down, and he would calm her down. While new friends can go change clothes and wash up, and then go down to the second floor to discuss the deal, when the guys were left alone, they looked at each other in amazement. He Peng Peng asked his friend if he had noticed something surprising. His friend was embarrassed. It's true that he also shit his pants from fear. But the young man was talking about something completely different. Incredible power was hidden in these people. These two are much stronger than those bastards who held the girls captive. Perhaps they could even compete with the Superman who covers them. And at this time, Lin Luanqiu began to gradually open her eyes. She heard Ling Mo's conversation with Shauna, how he scolded the girl. The next time they met people, Shauna would only act with his permission. Suddenly, the guy felt Ye Lian pull his sleeve. Their escort woke up. She was not thinking well when she was asleep and asked where she was now. The guy replied that she was in the hospital and was just sleeping for quite a long time. Her wound on her arm is fine, but it's best not to touch it until it's completely healed. The girl is worried that she probably confused all his plans. Ling Mo actually wanted to go in the other direction and had to stay here. However, the guy calmed her down. On the contrary, he learned a lot of interesting things in this place. I met two normal guys. Lin Luanqiu herself will understand everything when she meets them. And if everything goes smoothly, then medications will no longer be a problem. They can be easily obtained. And at this time, the guys were approaching Ling Mo, washed and changed. The guys argued furiously about who would be the first to visit their new friend. But they were terribly afraid of this hysterical psychopath who attacked them in the room then. But when she suddenly appeared in front of her friends, they pulled away in horror, and then grabbed each other and began to scream heart-rendingly. What does she want again? If the girl attacks, they will start screaming loudly and calling for help. However, this time Shauna seemed calm enough. She showed her friends at the door and told them to come in. Despite the peaceful tone, the guys were afraid to go there because her look did not bode well. Ling Mo suddenly intervened in this conversation. Let friends not be shy and come in, Shanna won't touch them. And only after that did he Peng Peng and his partner named Tang Xiaoshui dare to come in. They thought that he had a real harem. Besides the abnormal one, there were two more girls sitting near the door next to Ling Mo. One of them looks weak, must be seriously injured. Most likely the guy was looking for medicine for her. Tang Xiaoshui looked with interest at the second girl who was sitting next to Ling Mo. She has such a predatory look, apparently. This is not good. She is somewhat similar to the one with cat ears. From this look, the guy almost died right on the spot, and he just looked into her eyes for a few minutes. He Peng Peng whispered to his friend that he should not be afraid. If his new acquaintances decide to attack, they will support them with a knife with zombie blood. However, his partner was not so optimistic. If this company wants to attack, they will barely have time to react. Ling Mo assured the guys that he had already decided not to touch them and kept his word. But if they decide to attack first, then this is a completely different matter. In this case, they will really be in trouble. However, He Peng Peng and Tang Xiaoshui did not even have such plans in their minds. They are not going to attack. And at the sight of food, He Peng Peng loses all their minds. Maybe they will discuss the deal later. He will now play in the box himself if he doesn't eat something. And yet Ling Mo does not agree. They also risked themselves to collect what they have, so he will not give it away just like that. But if in return, they could tell him something very interesting to him, then he might think about it. He's just wondering how a couple of bastards managed to capture all those girls. Tang Xiaoshui begins to say that there are not two of them at all, but much more. In addition, they are protected by one guy. He also recruits scoundrels throughout the campus. But the guys are too weak and they had no options other than to obey Ling Mo. Now it's clear, this guy who runs everything has a lot of abilities. And his interlocutor continues, that it all started at one moment, but suddenly he stops and cannot say further. He Peng Peng tells his partner to continue. There is no point in hiding. And Tang Xiaoshui continues. That it all started when this guy with superpowers appeared. Ling Mo is wondering if they ever saw him and did they have to fight him. Yes, there was a moment when they saw him, but the guys don't even know how to describe it. This monster is more than a man. They only saw him once when he came to help those bastards deal with the traitors. They stole a bunch of supplies and weapons. It seemed impossible to easily deal with them. But then this guy killed them all instantly. It happened so quickly that no one had time to understand anything. Ling Mo reflects that without a doubt, this is truly a superpower. But that's all the guys know. They can't tell anything else about this monster, they just remember his name. The person with superpowers is called Wei Junyun. And hearing this, Lin Luanqiu shudders and looks at the guys with all his eyes. Ling Mo is surprised by this reaction. And why did this puzzle the girl so much? She behaved very strangely. It is likely that his escort knows who she is talking about. He is ready to leave 3 packages of medicines, and the guys can take the rest for themselves. They happily agree to such a deal and look at the food with hungry eyes. This guy is very kind, and they both praise Ling Mo's generosity. But Lin Luanqiu looks very depressed. She looks away and barely holds back her tears. Ling Mo notices this and looks carefully at the girl that this is happening to her. However, she tells the guy not to worry. Lin Luanqiu will draw a map of the area and indicate where the most zombies are. But the guy is interested in something else. What plans does the girl have for the future? She finds it difficult to answer and asks him the same thing. And then Ling Mo confidently replies that he is simply striving to survive with these two. The survival and health of his team is the only thing he cares about at the moment, and Lin Luanqiu will try to reunite with her family. When she got out of the university, she wanted to look around to find out what it was like outside and what was happening in the city. She is also very interested in whether help will come, but doesn't Ling Mo himself care whether the rescuers will come? But the guy thinks that we shouldn't count on it now. They either would have come a long time ago, or perhaps they won't risk coming here soon. The girl agrees with his opinion, although this is very sad since she wants to return to her old life as soon as possible. This concludes the conversation. Ling Mo leaves the room and says that the girl should have a good rest. In a few days, she will be as good as new. Meanwhile, 2 hungry guys return and stuff food into their mouths. Ling Mo approaches them and asks the guys to go to another place and not bother the patient. Soon the door slams behind everyone. Lin Luanqiu sat motionless for several moments. She is very sad from all the news that she had to learn today, and the city plunged into the darkness of the night. The sounds gradually died down and only the zombies did not sleep. He Pengpeng stands near the door of Ling Mo and the girls, listening to the sounds coming from there. Suddenly, his friend comes up and tells the guy to stop eavesdropping. Tang Xiaoshui is dragged along the corridor by his friend and mutters that their new acquaintances are very temperamental. The door has just closed and they are already having fun. The guy experiences a surge of unbearable envy. He also wants to have many girls. At this time, Shayna, exhausted, sank onto the bed and experienced strange sensations. After taking the crystals, the girls lost control and behaved inappropriately. Now it's Ye Lian's turn to feast on it. She obediently opens her mouth in anticipation of the pill. Ling Mo feeds her, and the girl gently wraps her warm arms around his neck. It is becoming more and more difficult for her to become stronger. Ling Mo believes that a second evolution is not expected in the near future, even if giving her the crystal completely will not result. But he is most waiting for Ye Lian to evolve, and thinks that the wait is not long left. And yet, in any case, they now need to survive and everything else is not so important. Soon the next morning came. The guys woke up. A new day brought new worries. Ling Mo enters Lin Luanqiu's room. It looks like she left without saying goodbye, but he told her to rest for a couple of days. On the bed, there was a map of the entire town and a note that she had marked places where there were resources or a lot of zombies. This was her gratitude for the help with the wound. The girl hopes that they will meet again someday. The guy put the piece of paper in his pocket. He also has hopes that they will see each other again someday. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by Tang Xiaoshui and He Pengpeng. Is Ling Mo really leaving already? It's not too prudent since there are a lot of zombies outside, but the guy turns around and tells the guys not to worry. They will kill all the zombies in the area, so they can safely leave here. And then Ling Mo and the girls rush to the exit. The guy shouted out that he hoped for the next meeting. They flew forward at the ugly eldritch dead and brandished their weapons. The guys watched in fascination as their friends simply defeated the zombies. They killed everyone so quickly. Even Wei Junyun is not capable of this. Who would have thought that there was such a guy in the city? Suddenly, the guys' conversations were interrupted by Lin Luanqiu. It turns out that the girl did not go anywhere and she has an offer. Tang Xiaoshui and He Pengpeng look at her in surprise, and the girl explains that the letter is just a trick. She wrote it and hid. He Pengpeng is interested in why she decided to stay. What is the purpose of this act? The girl replies that she decided to go with them and has personal questions for Wei Junyun. Tang Xiaoshui can't believe her ears. It's very dangerous to go there and it means digging her own grave. However, not even a split second passed before Lin Luangqiu rushed past him and cut off part of his hair. It was just amazing. Probably the girl isn't saying something, she's definitely strong. She also has superpowers, so she can take care of herself, and she wants the guys to take her to the bastards they were talking about. And at this time, Ling Mo and a group of girls arrived at the large hall of the ancient theater. The guy looked at this building puzzled. The theater looked normal, but Lin Luangqiu marked it on the map. There were always a lot of people there, and if nothing changed on the day the apocalypse began, then I wonder what awaits them. You need to slip inside unnoticed. Ling Mo warns that the girls should not start fights. But suddenly the guy's nose itched and he let out a shrill, loud sneeze. At this sound, all the zombies who were nearby turned around and went there with a loud growl. Well, probably a fight cannot be avoided, because a crowd of bloodthirsty monsters rushed towards them. Ling Mo shouts to the girls that everything is under control and they need to break through with a fight. Many were killed, only 5 remained, and this is not a problem because the guy needs puppets. He looks at the costumed zombies in admiration. They are simply a work of art. You can't go ahead, so 2 of the zombie actors will go ahead to investigate. But suddenly the guy turns around and notices Ye Lian. She broke her skull again with her bare hands. What kind of stupid habit is this? Ling Mo reminds that the girl has a blade, and you should not take out the crystals with your bare hands. Ye Lian nods obediently and looks at the guy with a devoted look. He has hope that after another evolution, she will be able to remember everything he tells her. But in order to evolve, she needs more crystals, and it would be nice to know how many more of them she will need. Suddenly, the connection with the puppets was lost. Something unexpected happened. It couldn't be that someone fell on the zombie and killed him. That's right. The zombie actor was now lying dead on the floor in a large pool of blood. I wonder who did it. You can send the next one to check and find out everything thoroughly, but apparently everything is in order. There were many zombies wandering around the large hall of the cinema. Several monsters almost became mutated, but had not yet fully turned around, so they could not kill the puppet. Perhaps there were survivors. The guy noticed that there was someone in a black robe in the corner. What kind of creature is this? There was a deafening explosion, and stones and fragments flew from all sides. This creature knows how to hide. It is very strong and fast. Who could it be? Some incredibly advanced zombie with an evil, ferocious look, which makes a loud growl unlike the sounds of ordinary zombies. This is some kind of mutated female individual in a white wedding dress. She quickly attacks the zombies controlled by Ling Mo. His opponent has a powerful grip and agility in every movement. She is not so easy to overcome. In addition, Ling Mo controlled the body, but it was not his own. So the guy could not keep up with the reaction. He cannot use his ability through the puppet. So he orders the others to go ahead and clear the road, and his faithful companions Ye Lian and Shana should also attack. In the large hall, there was a real fight and weapons were flying from all sides. And yet his rival was very strong. She pressed the zombie to the corner, not allowing him to move away, and there was actually nowhere to run away. Suddenly, a huge paw appeared behind him, which was of incredible size. She grabbed the zombie and crushed him in such a way that he could no longer move. The victim is in his tenacious clutches and is furiously trying to resist. However, he does not succeed. This grip is so strong that the monster could not get out and let out a loud scream. This place is too dangerous. The giant can crush with one hand. This is another advanced type of zombie that the guy has never met before. Even the creepy mutated stared at this giant in horror. He was clearly superior in strength to many. His incredible grip and large size were truly mesmerizing. The fight continued. Ling Mo controlled the zombie's body and struck one after another. And in the end, they were all defeated. They lay dead on the floor. The result was a little over 20 regular crystals, which was equal to 5 mutated ones. But for Ye Lian to evolve, Ling Mo needs the crystals of those 2 advanced ones, no matter how dangerous it is. The guy called the girls to go with him to get crystals, but suddenly, he noticed that his friends stopped and did not dare to go further. Shauna admitted that she was very scared. They were probably in really great danger. The girl is right about something. They won't be able to cope with 2 advanced ones. Even if they win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. But Ling Mo is confident in his abilities. He calms the girls and says that everything is under control. He will protect both of them at all costs, and they will definitely achieve their goal. Moreover, the guy has a simply brilliant idea in his arsenal. He found a suitable place where they would be unnoticed since they were too far away. Ling Mo and the girls are sitting in the large theater hall and watching an interesting scene. Probably these two remained in their territories. But then Ling Mo appeared and pushed their foreheads together. Most likely, they are afraid of each other, which is why they have not yet fought or left their territory. And with his appearance, he upset the fragile balance. It seems that this zombie who appeared first is weaker. He is not too happy about what is happening. The guy smiles slyly now. It's time to start his little game. One of the monsters raised his hand in the air and began to spin his weapon. And then, with acceleration, he hit the giant who was holding him in a death grip right in the eye. Take advantage of the momentary confusion. The monster jumps and is now freed. This is how he dealt with the big giant. Now he can tease the enemy. The thug is dissatisfied with such jokes and tries to catch up with the fleeing zombie. The fist hangs in the air. A couple more moments and the zombie with protruding hair will be crushed like a bug. But he doesn't want such a fate and hopes that the lady will protect him because she also has muscles. And the next second, a huge fist crashed straight into the dressed-up zombie. There was a deafening explosion. A cloud of dust rose and now it is completely unclear what is happening. When the dust settled, it became obvious that all this destruction was carried out by that same zombie. The strongman remained standing with his fist outstretched in bewilderment. A question was read in his gaze. However, the girl was unapproachable. She stood in one place and did not move. Then she spat contemptuously to the side. Now the giant will know how to anger her. The huge monster also suddenly spat in her eye. Now it was knocked out and looked pretty bad. Then the giant began to spit many times and also growled menacingly. And after that, teeth fell out of his mouth. Probably he suffered a serious defeat. The monster's eyes became very bright and angry. Probably the strongman was greatly offended by such an outburst. Ling Mo is very pleased with what is happening. Now the fun begins. But Ye Lian and Shauna do not find this story too entertaining. They hide behind a chair and shake in fear. The bride began to attack with a loud growl. She was very aggressive. The strong man begins to shake his head because his opponent is spinning in a circle. He can't catch her because the zombie moves too fast and just runs in circles. Literally a second passed, and the zombie rushed past and cut his leg, and then made a good run while still growling menacingly. After that, she furiously inflicts a wound on her other leg and quickly flies to the side. Ling Mo is pleased with the work done. The big man is now practically immobilized. Now it was the turn of another zombie. He stood behind the lady. And then, he grabbed his huge stick and began to strangle his opponent. She tried to escape. Meanwhile, the big man came to his senses a little and began to growl angrily. He strives to crush the zombie. The big guy strikes. Stones fall in different directions and again it's unclear what's happening. But after a moment, it became obvious that the female zombie had already been destroyed. The huge giant shouts, "We raise both hands up." It looks like he is celebrating victory. However, too soon he was happy because the lady was still alive. She was just a little wounded. She sends a thin stick straight to the enemy. The monster screams in rage, and a needle-thin stick hits him right in the eye and causes severe pain. And at this time, the girl gets up. She is covered in blood, and she does not have such a large reserve of strength. Ling Mo clapped enthusiastically. This play is simply wonderful and deserves applause. The lady looks at him with displeasure. She wants to get even with this obscene young man, but the guy is bursting with gratitude. The monsters helped him a lot by fighting each other. One is seriously wounded and the other is completely blind. Now it will be easier to deal with them. They ate a whole bunch of zombies. Their crystals must be excellent. And very soon, they will belong to Shayna and Ye Lian. Zombie. Furiously flashing her eyes, clenching her fists with hatred, this guy will pay. She catches the sword in the air and grips it with both hands. No matter how hard Shauna tried, she could not advance further and cut her opponent in half. Ling Mo didn't expect that she would be able to block Shauna's blow while being so injured. The girl asks her friend for help. She can't handle this on her own. Yilin quickly attacks from behind and pierces right through the zombie's neck. Now the last one remains. Ling Mo calls on the girls to kill him. Yalian and Shauna swing their weapons at the zombie who was left alone. They completely cut off the giant's legs. With such wounds, he is unlikely to be able to last long. The monster howled in pain, and a deafening echo was heard in the large building. The giant began to angrily pound his hands on all the surfaces that were near him. The girls moved a little to the side and began to fence themselves off from the stones that were flying at them. Even now, with a wounded leg, he is still very strong. It will be difficult for them to get closer. Moreover, it is so large that their blades can barely scratch the monster. Therefore, it is best now to take a different tactic and strike directly at the neck. Shauna asks her friend to lift her up as high as possible. The girl has a plan. Yelian did just that. Shauna squatted in her arms and began to prepare to jump. After that, the girl rose into the air as high as possible and swung her sword. Ling Mo remembered quotes from certain works about the Buddha. Does he remember the swordsman who came down from heaven? Meanwhile, Shanna was flying at high speed straight at the giant from above. And when she reached her target, she hit her sword right on the neck. Blood instantly flowed from there. The thug fell, destroying the stage, as well as the nearest chairs that stood near it. But Shanna did not calm down and finished off the giant by breaking through his skull. Now the job was done. Ling Mo praised the girls and told them to take the crystals. He began to look in admiration at the crystals, which were undoubtedly very stunning. The show is over, and it's time for them to leave. They need to find a safe place and absorb the crystals. The guys left and didn't notice how one of the monsters got up. He was not completely killed. The zombie looked around puzzled. What happened here? The giant is killed? What a pity. Still, he was a good guy, but now he's just a dead block. The zombie kicked him in the head with displeasure. He had long dreamed of doing this. And then he straightened his shoulders and growled with satisfaction. Now he is in charge in this place. However, the next moment the ceiling began to collapse and many bricks fell onto the floor. The monster stared in surprise at the resulting beam of light, and huge boulders kept falling towards him. One after another, they fell very close, making a deafening sound. The zombie covered his face with his hands and trembled with fear. He could die now. But suddenly the destruction stopped and everything around became quiet. The monster raised its head up. Then he tried to get out because the stones still crushed his body. And yet this is more difficult to do than expected because the huge cobblestones were too heavy. The monster let out a deafening roar. It could not get out of the rubble on its own. Night. Twilight fell over the campus, and Ling Mo and the girls finally found a suitable shelter. To be on the safe side, the guy closed the door with the help of large wooden bedside tables. Now it's time for his beauties to evolve. This is undoubtedly an important task. Everything needs to be properly planned so that there are no unexpected surprises. Ye Lian will have to endure a little and be tied up. Ling Mo held out the crystal, which was an attractive bright blue color. The girl swallowed it and Ling Mo began to observe the reaction and wonder how she felt. It was difficult to describe in words. Ye Lian was making some strange sounds and was shaking all over. Suddenly the girl opened her eyes. They turned red and she began to growl loudly. Ling Mo felt an incredible pain in his heart. It was beating at a breakneck speed. He, too, felt an attack of severe pain that constrained all his movements. But it is impossible to remain in this state for long, because he may lose control over Ye Lian. And at that time, the girl was screaming loudly. She also experienced unbearable torment. The pain was so severe that the bandages with which Ling Mo tied her legs cracked and tore. She started swinging her legs intensely and accidentally kicked the guy right under the stomach. Her behavior is worse than last time. If she is not calmed down, they will all die from Ye Lian's attacks. The girl became absolutely wild and rebellious. She growled angrily and thirsted for blood. This madness even affected Shayna, who noticeably calmed down. But Ling Mo cannot give up so easily. He will fight and overcome this pain. The guy asks Ye Lian to calm down. He comes close to her and stretches out his hands, and then sharply presses the girl. She is a little discouraged from surprise. Ye Lian tries to break free and resist, but she doesn't succeed. In the end, she calmed down and no longer made any attempts to move away from Ling Mo. Shauna looks at them with curiosity. The picture is truly fascinating. This happens for several minutes. Ling Mo and Ye Lian are nearby. Then, the guy lets her go. Ye Lian lays her head on his shoulder. Now it was all over. She had completely calmed down and no longer looked angry and intimidating. After evolution, and Ling Mo's strength should increase, but he doesn't feel much change anyway. It needs to be checked. The guy holds a piece of wood in his hand, which breaks under his pressure. It looks like he has become stronger, but his body has not changed at all. He would like to know what about spiritual power? Maybe evolution has influenced it. This also needs to be checked. If evolution has not affected spiritual power, it will be very unpleasant. But the next moment, the guy realizes that with the help of his thoughts, the chair began to float in the air. Now he can influence physical objects and not just the mind. He was very happy about this discovery, but suddenly realized that such experiments greatly took away his strength. Still, he can practice another time and save his energy for now. Now all that remains is to feed Shanna the last crystal. The girl happily prepares to take the pill in Ling Mo's hand. She swallowed the crystal and coughed. A reaction was about to happen. The girl thought for a few moments. She lowered her head and did not say anything. Lingmo stared at her in surprise. It's unlikely that evolution has begun because he doesn't feel anything. This really puzzled the guy. He stopped feeling her mind. What happened to her? In a rage, Lingmo begins to shake the girl and try to bring her to her senses. But suddenly the guy realizes that she just fell asleep very soundly. Somehow he was too nervous. Maybe Shauna needs more time to evolve, but today they are tired. It's time to go to bed. The morning came. A new day began, which promised interesting adventures. Lingmo was fast asleep, but the rays of the sun peeping through the window wake him up with your light. The guy discovered that Ye Lian was lying next to him and was looking at him carefully. Suddenly, the girl calls him by name and looks at the guy with a devoted look. Lingmo, awake, cannot understand anything. Maybe he is still sleeping and this is an amazing dream. However, the guy realizes that he has already woken up and abruptly jumps out of bed. Let his girlfriend repeat what she said. It doesn't fit in his head. Has Ye Lian really evolved so quickly? But the girl abruptly lays him back and presses himself against the wall without ceasing to call him by name. Lingmo calms down. He is very happy, which means his girlfriend remembered everything. And yet she simply says his name and says nothing else, although this is quite serious progress. It looks like for now, we need to be content with what we have. It's still wonderful. At least he is the first thing Ye Lian remembered, and that's enough for the guy. But suddenly they are interrupted by Shauna, who approaches unnoticed and coughs delicately. That is, their friend wants them to call him Brother Ling, and the girl decided this interestingly. Lingmo wonders what she doesn't like about being treated this way. Shauna looked away contemptuously, and who would even like such nonsense? And yet, if the guy really wants it, she will have to call him that. Lingmo rolled his eyes. Sometimes it seems to him that Shauna behaves like an ordinary person and not a zombie. She is already on the verge of becoming an advanced zombie. Although little has changed in her body, her mind is making progress. The guy is interested in whether Shauna remembered anything new from her life. The girl thought for a moment, going over her memories, and then Shauna reveals that she remembered almost everything that happened in her life until now. Lingmo squinted. So she even remembers how she wanted to kill herself just to avoid becoming a zombie? Yes, the girl remembered about it, but has no idea why she wanted to do it so strangely. The guy understands that this is normal because she was a human and could not so easily accept that she would become a zombie. And now that Shauna accepted herself, she began to perceive appearances completely differently. Lingmo thought about this, and the girl asked why he was looking at her like that. Suddenly, Shauna looks into his eyes and admits that she recently went outside. Lingmo said dissatisfiedly that it was dangerous outside. Why did she go there alone without an escort? But the girl calmly declares that her friend should not worry. She was just hanging around. And besides, little sister Ye Lian would take care of him. She's really disappointed that she didn't find anything interesting. She just killed a few zombies and it's like a warm-up. Lingmo thinks that after becoming a zombie, she hasn't given up her old habits. She really likes fighting so much. And she also wants to tell you something very important that she completely forgot about. The girl turns away and begins to put her hands under her bra in search of something. And after a moment, proudly takes out a blue capsule and squeezes it in his hand. Lingmo sighed with relief, but he thought that the girl was planning some kind of insidious plan. But Shauna is interested in continuing this conversation. What did he suspect her of? The guy looks intently at Shauna. And what kind of girl is this? A real little devil? Lingmo looks into her eyes. The guy wants to know what crystals mean to Shauna now, but it's difficult for a girl to describe it in words. It's just that when she feels hungry, there is a desire. For them, it's just food. And Shauna leans towards little sister Ye Lian so that she confirms her words. From the very beginning, the virus did not harm their bodies in any way. It only changed thoughts. And this affected the brain, and the crystals accelerated the process. Such a brain mutation does not necessarily cause harm, and despite this, at some certain point it reaches a stage of maturation, and the crystals cease to have such a strong effect. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts are interrupted by Shauna. You shouldn't think about it too much. The girl says that although the crystals are quite tasty, but now she wants something else. Shauna really wants to play, and Ye Lian agrees with her friend, looking at Lingmo tenderly. They want to do to him the same thing that the guy did to them then. Uttering these words, Ye Lian begins to come closer to him. For what moment does Lingmo lose his vigilance? He is in bliss, and when the guy came to his senses, it was already too late. His hands were tightly tied with threads. And Ye Lian looks at him with a seductive gaze and says that he experiences an irresistible attraction. He can scream as much as he wants, no one will hear him or save him anyway. The guy moves away in panic and demands that they not come closer. What happens next is something that is not difficult to guess, but still history is silent about it. The next morning, a large crowd of zombies gathered near the building where Ling Mo and the girls spent the night. They screamed loudly and scratched the glass trying to get inside, but they couldn't. Suddenly, Shauna's angry screams were heard outside the door. And the next moment, a bunch of monsters began to scatter in different directions from the blow of the sword. Sleepy Shauna muttered dissatisfiedly that the zombies were making noise and interfering with normal sleep. And when a girl doesn't get enough sleep, she is very angry. So let the scoundrels blame themselves. She furiously attacked the fleeing zombies, but it was too late. They could not hide. Ling Mo warned Shauna to remember safety and not go out without him. The girl winked and said that she was obeying. She understood all the instructions. The guy sighed hopelessly. It seems she has a strong addiction to murder, and it's a little scary. At this time, the girl threw herself on her sister's neck and wished her good morning. They decided that it was worth going to Building A1. It was located nearby. Even if the girls no longer needed ordinary crystals for evolution, it was still a food supply. And soon, the guys arrived at this place where it was full of stray zombies. Ling Mo noticed that for some reason there were too many of them. Even taking into account the fact that he can now control 20 zombies at once, they will still have a difficult time making their way through this crowd. Thanks to the map that Lin Luanqiu left, they were able to avoid most of the zombies. Without it, they would have had a hard time. But even so, they had already killed a large number of bloodthirsty monsters. However, he was so tired of endless races, fights, and showdowns with these soulless dead. His girlfriends have also been pretty exhausted lately. I urgently need to find a place where I can rest peacefully for a few days. Judging by the map, there is a library nearby, and there shouldn't be many zombies there. Soon the guys arrived at this place. Although it was quite deserted, Ling Mo opened the door. It creaked piercingly in the hall. It was a little creepy. Walking between the shelves, the guy stepped on a lying corpse, which broke easily, which means it had been there for a long time. Although the floor here is quite clean, perhaps someone lives in this building. The guy warned the girls to be careful. Even if there are few zombies, there may be people here. The guys tried not to make too much noise and walked past large shelves filled with books. But there was no one on the first floor that needed to be checked, and on the second floor, perhaps people were hiding there too. Ling Mo decided that if the second floor was empty, they would stay here for a day. Suddenly, a man hiding around the corner attacked him. He wanted to hit Ling Mo with a large iron thing, but the guy managed to jump away. He turned around and looked at this desperate man, and then he grabbed his hand tightly. Such sneaky attacks do not bode well. Ling Mo pointed his knife at him, and the man screamed shrilly for help. The blade of the knife barely touched his shirt, and the man screamed in pain. For a second, Ling Mo was taken aback. There was indeed a person here. And the young man asked to be spared because he didn't do it on purpose and thought that there was a zombie in front of him. But he knows that he was wrong and admits his guilt, but asks that Ling Mo spare him and not kill him. The guy agrees to let go, but first he wants to know who is in front of him and what he is doing here, and also if there is anyone else in this building. His opponent remains silent, and Ling Mo furiously says that he is not going to say it twice. Suddenly, several more people enter the room. They ask the first one, whose name is Yu Young. Why did the guy get so angry? And when the guys notice that their friend is wounded, they begin to threaten Ling Mo. No one dares to touch their man. However, the guy was not taken aback and told Yu Young to teach his comrades to watch their tongue. To this, his opponent declares that he hates such arrogant bastards. Then he was afraid to fight one-on-one, but now with them are his bros who will quickly beat Ling Mo. With these words, Yu Young shouted to his friends to beat him. Since this boy was most likely sent by a certain Long Fei, Ling Mo felt very angry. He constantly forgets that there are turbulent times around. The apocalypse has come. And this means that everyone survives as best they can and for themselves. But there was no time to think, and so the guy attacked Yu Yang and pierced his body right through. The guy flew to the side and landed right on a bookcase, which at the same second crumbled into small pieces. The guys, taken aback, did not expect such force. They watched in horror as their comrade flew. Meanwhile, Ling Mo pointed the dagger at them and said that he was waiting for the next one. The guys noticed that Yu Yang was passed out among the books. This made them very angry, but one guy can't handle them all. Therefore, they decided that they would finish off Ling Mo. With these words, the enemy swung his iron club. But the guy was silent and just looked intently at his enemy. He is not afraid. The next moment, the guy suddenly grabs the enemy by the face and squeezes it in a death grip. After that, Ling Mo sends him to the floor and presses him with all his strength. The guy doesn't care what's going on and who Long Fei is. He doesn't want to participate in this and just came here to relax a little. But if these types want to fight, then he can stay longer after dealing with them. Suddenly, their fight was interrupted by a deep voice who asked what was going on here. Ling Mo stared in surprise at the silhouette that appeared at the entrance. Probably someone else wants to come here. The fat man shouted that he had just started having fun and was interrupted. Someone was probably tired of living. Therefore, he once again angrily asks what is happening here. One of the guys shouts that Ling Mo was sent by Long Fei himself. Fat Man looked at them in surprise. If this guy is Long Fei's man, why has he never seen him before? But Ling has counter questions. Apparently this guy runs the company. One of the guys fighting with him shouted for the boss to protect them. However, the fat man has his own thoughts about why such a fighter would work for the freak Long Fei. But if this is true and Ling Mo works for Long Fei, then all the same, you shouldn't be so pushy. His guys already collect some supplies, but they always give their due share. Why argue? The guy decided that this situation would benefit him. He would not refute the guesses. Maybe he would learn something interesting. So he blatantly says that they don't have enough supplies and need to share more often. The fat man gritted his teeth angrily, and what is this guy trying to achieve? Here he and his two companions don't look like a squad of robbers, and it's not Long Fei's style to send such beauties to a showdown. He shouted that brother Wei Junyun would stand up for him, so it's better for the guy not to let his feathers fly. Ling Mo began to recall the name he had just heard. It was very familiar. This is definitely the same bastard with the abilities that he Peng Peng spoke about then. That is, these guys are weak since they are constantly being robbed by people from another territory. But judging by the words of this guy, just the mention of Wei Junyun should scare him. In this case, Ling Mo decided that there was no point in pretending. He would no longer play someone else's role. So the guy said that he had no idea who Long Fei was. They were just passing by and decided to stop by. However, if this is so, the fat man begins to ask furiously how the guy dared to attack his people. Ling Mo replies that you should ask them. They attacked first. The boss was thinking that his careless bastards dared to attack someone without warning in advance. He would have to teach them a couple of lessons later. But this guy has a very high-quality knife that could be taken away by robbing him. Or maybe it would be better to take his girls who are very beautiful to look at. But why not take both weapons and girls? It would be very tempting and impressive. Therefore, the enraged fatty said that if the guy does not work for Long Fei, the conversation is over. Ling Mo must give up all the supplies and girls, otherwise he will not be happy. However, the guy smiles condescendingly. He does not agree to such conditions. The fat man grabbed an iron club in this case. Let the young man blame himself for all the consequences. Shouting that this bastard dared to injure their fighters, he ordered all the people to attack him. Ling Mo snorted contemptuously. He is not going to waste his time on trifles and will kill everyone in no time. Meanwhile, his opponent was saying that they just needed supplies to pay brother Wei Junyun for his patronage. This information somewhat puzzled the guy. That is, a Superman patronizes these idiots. The fat man laughed loudly. He was amused by Ling Mo's reaction and took it as fright. But the loud ridicule seriously angered Ye Lian. She hissed that they should not dare speak to Ling Mo in such a tone. Shauna told her sister not to worry because their boyfriend can handle these idiots. Ling Mo angrily said that his opponent would still pay for his exorbitant greed. The boss shouted for the guys to grab this desperate young man. He alone cannot cope with the crowd. But Ling Mo did not look intimidated. He prepared his weapon and said that he was ready to fight. But the crowd is for one. This is not fair. The fat man said that no one was stopping him from calling his people for help. In response to such words, Ling Mo squinted his eyes slyly. No one pulled this bastard's tongue. Therefore, he is ready to call his boys. Let the crowd prepare to meet them. There was a heart-rending scream and strong footsteps. It all resembled the sounds of approaching zombies. People began to look at each other in amazement. Are the dead going to come for war now? But the boss doesn't believe that this is possible. Most likely this guy is just trying to intimidate them. There is only one entrance in the library. If there were zombies there, he would have been eaten first a long time ago. Suddenly, the knocking and menacing growls of bloodthirsty zombies were heard behind him. The dead looked into the windows and screamed terribly, intending to go inside. The fat man was taken aback in amazement. He was pretty scared from the realization that it was true zombies. The other guys there looked discouraged and were thinking about how to escape. But it was too late to escape. The dead gathered into the room through the open windows and began to attack people. The guys began to move away in panic and look for opportunities to escape and take cover. This was not so easy to do because there were a lot of zombies gathered in the room. They looked hungry, merciless, and furious. The people shook in amazement. One of the zombies threw another, and he began to rapidly approach the crowd of guys. He grabbed one and began to bite furiously. The young man screamed in pain and called for help. They decided that they needed to quickly run to the third floor, and only in this way could they be saved. And if they break the ladder, the zombies will not be able to reach them and climb up there. Ling Mo praised the guys for their intelligence, but this trick is unlikely to save them from the technique that he practiced for 2.5 days. After all, now zombies could not only fight on their own, but also attack in groups. One dead man grabbed the second and he twisted as if he were a ball. Having swung properly, the zombie threw his comrade as far as possible. The guys began to run away in panic. They had never seen the living dead behave this way, but it was too late to hide. Their opponent, Dian, who played the role of a ball, wounded the guys with all his might. The fat man understood that he was in big trouble because his people could not resist the bloodthirsty monsters at the top. But he doesn't plan to die, so the man climbs onto the window to jump out. Suddenly, he realizes that he cannot do this and freezes in horror. Ling Mo hit the fat man with all his strength and he fell to the floor, not having time to carry out his escape plan. The guy is wondering what happened, why the boss changed his mind about fighting and decided to run away cowardly. The man replies that he hasn't gone completely crazy yet because they are being attacked by zombies and he doesn't want to end up in a grave. Ling Mo points to the monsters who are standing near him. The guy seems to like Fatty very much. The man pulls away in horror and asks that he be spared and not dare approach. But the guy is not going to stop the hungry zombies. They attack the fat man and began to cut him into pieces. Ling Mo said that greed must be paid what it deserves. When it was all over, the guy exhaled nervously. His soul was very heavy. He felt an incomprehensible rage. It seemed like if he forced zombies to kill someone, it affected his mind. The guy orders the zombies to guard the main entrance and not let strangers in. Shauna tells Ye Lian that Ling Mo is very brave and amazing. You shouldn't worry about him so much. But suddenly, Ling Mo was next to them and was not in a very good mood. He asked why Shauna had been chilling all this time and not worried at all. The guy thinks that she is a bad girl. She needs to be properly taught a lesson for this. And after the words were spoken, Ling Mo spanked the girl with force and selflessness. Shauna said that it wouldn't happen again and asked for forgiveness. But suddenly the guy stopped beating her. Shauna turned around to find out what happened. It turns out that Ling Mo thinks that hugging Ye Lian is much more interesting. But he will also take care of Shauna. Maybe after a good massage, her curves will become larger. But the girl doesn't understand why do this. There is no benefit from the volumetric form. But Ling Mo has a different opinion on this matter. A powerful chest increases combat effectiveness. In this case, Shauna also wants to have curvy and beautiful forms. And she asks the guy to take care of this with the promised massage. But the guys need to thoroughly reconnoiter the situation and see where the inhabitants of the destroyed people are. They probably lived on the third floor. The guy walks across the room and steps on a book, but they are somehow different from those books that were outside. Perhaps they contain valuable information telling about the cultural heritage of the present day. However, judging by the fact that printed publications were lying around in a chaotic manner, it became obvious that the people who lived here did not delve into the essence of what was written. Ling Mo carefully put the book on the shelf. Let it lie here for now and wait for the moment when humanity is reborn again. Until this moment, it is unlikely that anyone will be interested in such literature. But suddenly, the book fell to the floor again and made a muffled sound. The guy looked around with concern to see if there were any survivors left. Ling Mo shouted to the unknown man that if he alone let him go out, the guy would complete the action he had started and finish them off to the end. But since there was no answer, he began to look behind the shelves himself. The guy was very surprised because he found 3 girls in torn clothes who were shaking with fear. They asked Ling Mo to save them. They heard screams because it was the zombies who got inside. The girls don't want to die at all and ask the guy to free them. They are ready to do anything for it. Ling Mo realized that it seemed like those bastards were using the girls to satisfy their goals, keeping them like cattle. But it turns out that by killing those guys, he unknowingly protected the girls. Ling Mo swung and broke the handcuffs that held them. The guy told them not to be afraid. He will not harm them. He has nothing to do with these scumbags. And then Ling Mo added that all the guys who were holding them were dead, and the zombies were gone and the girls were no longer in danger. Suddenly, he noticed that there were several bags with some supplies in the room. Apparently, those bandits kept food in these bags. Most likely, this is their payment that fat man was talking about. Ling Mo carefully examined the packages. There was a lot of food here, and everyone else is starving because of them. How disgusting it is. Supplies in exchange for a place. I wonder who this Wei Junyun is capable of crushing so many people. The guy said that as a reward for his efforts, he would take only 10% of the food, and did not forget to say how kind he still is. And the girls can divide the rest among themselves and dispose of it as they see fit. The ladies interrupted in silence. They still could not believe in their liberation. But realizing what had happened, they immediately rushed to the bag of food so that everyone could grab more. The guy looked at this thoughtfully. This was not the first time he had seen something like this after the apocalypse. Such fragile girls are the best way to satisfy their needs. This happens all the time, but today at least some of them were saved. And yet he doesn't have time to feel sorry for them. Ling Mo has more important things to do. The guy looked around in surprise where Ye Lian and Xiona had disappeared again. These girls are terribly disobedient and do not want to comply with agreements and obey in any way. But soon he found them. The girls watched with pleasure some animal. Shauna said that this is an incredible cutie who eats a dead man. However, if a rat ate a dead person, it would become infected. In any case, it is very cute. Ling Mo frowned in disgust. There is nothing attractive about this rat, but the girls began to zealously stand up for this petty consciousness. She's cute. The guy just can't understand it. Suddenly, the rat's brain began to burst with a crash. The eyes of the beast turned red. Ling Mo began to watch in amazement what would happen next. Probably the beast would mutate. For some reason, she began to scratch herself and blood poured out of the rat's skull with an intermittent crackling sound. A moment later, the little animal fell dead, breathed its last, and did not move again. That is, it seems that small animals such as rats cannot withstand the virus. So their bodies begin to rot. Unable to bear this pain, they begin to scratch themselves until they die, as happened then with Lu Xun. The guy decided to support the distressed girls and said that there are positive aspects to this situation. If small animals cannot withstand the virus, then there will be no zombie rats and zombie birds. But for humanity, this is great news, and there is hope that everything will someday be restored. Ling Mo decided that it was too late to leave and they could spend the night here in this place. The guy did not notice one person carefully watching them. An unknown guy in a raincoat was watching the zombies who were walking around in a large building. There was a strong smell of blood. It seems that these zombies killed his friend Danyek. Although perhaps this is not so. After all, if they had killed him, they would have remained inside. The man quickly jumped between the trees so the zombies didn't even have time to look back. After that, he began to observe what was happening within the walls of the library. The guy assumed that perhaps this was the work of Longfei, but it remained unknown how he was able to pull it off. Stepping between the dead corpses, the man thought that finally something interesting was happening in this hole. But there are still many unresolved issues that need to be checked and solved. He quickly jumps up the large wooden stairs and looks curiously into the room that was located upstairs. Several girls were sleeping there. They were probably tired after prolonged captivity and fell down without the strength to rest. He was able to sneak up to one of them unnoticed and grab it after covering his mouth with his hand. And after that, right there with incredible speed, the rest of the sleeping girls left the room without even moving. The unknown type clutched his victim in his hands and walked away with her to a safe distance. The girl tried to scream but could not do it and only muttered strangledly. The guy told her not to be afraid, and if she answered his questions, he would not cause pain. She had to agree to these conditions, and the girl nodded in fear. The unknown person began to ask what happened here and why the people who were here before were dead. The captive said that there was one guy and two girls who killed everyone. But these stories seemed too improbable. How could 3 people kill such a large number of armed men? However, the villain kept his word, and if she honestly told what happened, then he is ready to let the girl go. She tried to quickly escape from this nightmare man. She turned around to make sure that he was not chasing after her. But suddenly, the girl realized that this guy had overtaken her at lightning speed. He rushed through and wounded her neck. Now we had to start looking for this guy and also those 2 girls. The unknown person began to talk about this. The young man did not remember that there were such dangerous people in the city. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ling Mo, who appeared out of nowhere. The guy pointed his weapon at the enemy and told him to introduce himself. The unknown person said that usually people say their name themselves and then ask their interlocutor. But when Ye Lian and Shauna entered the room, the villain stared at them intently for several moments. It was a surprise to meet the main beauty of the whole city in this company. The probability here is all your own, students, so you can start getting acquainted. When the unknown person tried to move aside, Ling Mo threatened and told the guy not to do that again. One glance was enough to understand how dangerous this guy was, like a poisonous snake. And you can't find anything like this in the whole city. Most likely this is the same Wei Junyan. The young man noticed that they had never met before. How does he know his name? Ling Mo demanded that the guy tell why he came here, but he also had questions. It seems that Ling Mo killed everyone here. The young man confirmed this and said that they themselves deserved it. Wei Junyan considered his opponent strong enough, and Ling Mo said that he could show it clearly. But Wei Junyan doesn't want to become enemies at all. It's just that now all the supplies that those people owed him are with Ling Mo, but he doesn't want to complicate his life. The guy invites Ling Mo to unite and join his camp. They could gather resources from all over the city with their incredible strength. After all, now during the chaos, it is very difficult to find food and clothing. If you don't do anything, you can die. But Ling Mo understood that this camp was just a trap. If he agreed, he would eventually turn into a slave. Therefore, the young man refused such an offer and told Wei Junyan to get out of here now, but this made his rival very angry. He said that if the guy refuses to cooperate, then he will have to return the supplies that he took from the dead. However, Ling Mo did not agree to this either. He was not going to give away all the food that was left. An enraged Wei Junyan looked at fearless rival with hatred. He began to move at incredible speed and knocked the dagger out of Ling Mo's hands. The guy himself did not want to resolve everything peacefully, so he has no right to refuse and will have to return all the food. Wei Junyan began to rapidly attack using his superpowers. Ye Lian looked at her opponent with hatred. The vile guy tried to attack Ling Mo from behind, but he sensed it and moved away. The guy pulled out his weapon and swung sharply to remove the enemy. Wei Junyan barely had time to dodge. This fight was definitely not easy for him. The guy jumped to the side, catching his breath. Too much energy had been spent. Wei Junyan could not understand how Ling Mo managed to unravel his intentions. He said that he admired the strength of the rival. This is the fastest person he has ever met. Besides, Ling Mo is an excellent wrestler. It's not too late to join his company. But this prospect did not please the guy at all. He did not want to be in the camp of a complete bandit. Wei Junyan experienced incredible anger. He advised his opponent not to become arrogant, otherwise he would have to pay dearly for it. The scoundrel rushed forward towards Ye Lian, holding his bloody weapon in his hand. A few more moments and Wei Junyan approached the girl, but she was unshakable. The guy was confused. He didn't expect the fragile beauty to behave this way. She held the knife midway with her bare hands, her grip incredibly strong. The villain could not believe that this had happened at all because it was impossible to squeeze a dagger with 2 fingers. And on the other hand, Shauna aggressively looked at Wei Junyan, ready to attack him at any moment. But Ling Mo told her that she shouldn't interfere. He would deal with this scoundrel himself. And having accelerated, the guy wanted to strike him, but did not have time. The enemy jumped to the side. Ling Mo ran up to Ye Lian. He reproached the girl for grabbing the knife and began examining her hands to see if she was injured. When the guy was convinced that everything was in order, he said that he shouldn't do this anymore. The girl assured that everything was fine with her and looked at her friend with a devoted look. Shauna watched this picture with envy. She liked how Ling Mo treated the girl with care. She also wants to learn how to fight with her bare hands. Shauna threw away her sword in anger. Ling Mo told the girls to move away, and in the meantime he would take revenge on the enemy for daring to attack his Ye Lian. The guy looked menacingly at Wei Junyan and said that he was probably looking for death. However, his wounded opponent shrugged it off and muttered that these were his words, and then turned around and angrily looked at Ling Mo, promising that he would finish off the young man. After that, he rushed towards Ling Mo with rapid speed. The guy was sternly awaiting the attack, to repel all the blows and finally kill the annoying enemy. He realized that Wei Junyan's abilities consisted of greatly increasing speed for a short period of time. The villain praised the guy's mental abilities, but said that nothing would change because he wouldn't be able to catch him anyway. But the guy already had a formed plan in his head. So quickly the bandit still won't be able to move constantly. He will get tired at some point and this will be a chance. And now you need to maintain calmness and equanimity of spirit. Only in this way can you win. And now it would seem that the right moment has come to carry out our plans. Wei Junyan attacked the guy with a knife, but he managed to show his abilities. He managed to snatch the knife from his opponent's hands right during the rapid movement, and in the next second, Ling Mo managed to injure the bastard. Wei Junyuan's eyes flashed angrily. He still could not believe his defeat. But still, I had to admit that Ling Mo is stronger, and he apologizes. Wei Junyuan said that arrogance in this world will only lead to death. With these words, he quickly rushed to the window and in 2 leaps found himself near the exit. Then he jumped out as quickly as he could, forward, from the 3rd floor. Ling Mo was furious. Did he really miss this scoundrel? How did he manage to escape? But when Wei Junyuan went downstairs, he immediately fell into a crowd of evil, bloodthirsty zombies. They started grabbing him from all sides and the guy decided that he couldn't let them bite him. Having gathered all his will, the scoundrel got out of the tenacious captivity of the zombie. He was able to get out, but at the cost of his own hand, this was the only way to free himself. And then Wei Junyuan quickly ran away from this building and the crowd of evil zombies. Soon it began to rain. It was dripping slowly. The hand of the escaped villain was still lying on the ground. Ling Mo looked out the window thoughtfully at the drops flowing down the glass. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Ye Lian, who appeared. The girl began to ask how he was feeling, and Shauna said that they should personally check if their friend was injured. Therefore, he should undress. Ye Lian noticed that he had a large wound on his shoulder, from which blood continued to flow. Ling Mo said that this is just a trifle, and you shouldn't pay attention to what little things. But suddenly, Ye Lian leaned her chest against the guy's back and asked if he was feeling better. They stood like that for several moments and Ling Mo felt that he really felt better. And Ye Lian continued to stand next to the guy who felt incredible bliss. They noticed that it was really very nice. But suddenly Ling Mo became serious. Now is not the time to relax and indulge in tenderness. And in general, he is interested in where Ye Lian managed to learn this. The girl hesitated a little and said that Shauna asked to remain silent about this. Ling Mo looked at Shanu with displeasure. Again, this girl is teaching Ye Lian all sorts of obscenities. The guy began to reprimand that she had only restored consciousness, and Shauna should set a good example and not the other way around. In response to his accusation, the girl affectionately pressed herself against him and smiled. After that, the girl smiled good-naturedly and said that she was to blame and offered her sincere apologies. She came closer to Ling Mo, and the guy asked what she was doing. Shauna admitted that his blood is very tasty, and after it, the girl behaved somehow strange. She noticed that fresh blood that comes only from a wound should taste even better. But Ling Mo abruptly interrupted this conversation. The girl might not even dream about it. He turned away and heard Shanna telling Ye Lian how wonderful his blood tasted. Shauna suggested that her friend try it. There was a little left on her lips, but Ye Lian believed that Ling Mo might not like it, if only everything was done quietly so that he wouldn't notice. The girl really wanted to try at least a drop of the blood that belonged to the guy. But suddenly, Ling Mo interrupted this conversation and told the girls not to think about it. Suddenly, an extraneous sound was heard from somewhere on another floor. We need to check what happened there. Ling Mo went upstairs and found a very sad picture. The girls discovered their murdered friend, and everyone trembled with fear, thinking that Ling Mo had done it. But he said that he didn't kill their friend, but Wei Junyan did it, and it would be nice for the ladies to tell where his lair is. They pointed directly and said that this evil bastard Wei Junyan lived in the pool. It was quite close, right behind the building. The girl went to the window and pointed in that direction. Ling Mo decided that to complete this task, he could take several zombies. He ordered them to go to the pool and kill anyone who met them on the way. Then he called the girls to go on the road, because he needed to hurry. But suddenly, when the guy tried to get out, one of the rescued girls grabbed him. She said that Ling Mo is the only good person they have met here and wants to go with him. After all, sooner or later the food will run out and they will simply die of hunger. Therefore, it is better to go with the guy and his girlfriends. They added that they were ready to do anything. Only the guy agreed to take them with him. Ling Mo understood that the presence of new girls would greatly affect the emotional well-being of his zombie Ye Lian and Shauna. Therefore, he said that first of all he was a gentleman and could not take advantage of their plight. He also has certain things to do, so he cannot take the girls with him. But if he meets someone good, he will ask to help them. The girl looked after the leaving guys and thought that they were completely unusual and not like the others. The second added that it is definitely not clear who they are, but these people saved their lives. Meanwhile, Ling Mo, who went outside, mentally promised his opponent that he would destroy him today. Soon the guys arrived at the pool, which was located nearby. Tang Sokshui, who was in this place, asked one of the guys where the boss had gone. They went through a lot to get to this place, but there was no boss named Wei Junyun. Another guy said that the boss is a very busy man and he always has something to do. And it's better not to know about this. The main thing is that it provides a supply of food and water for every day. In addition, Wei Junyun got hold of some seeds, so maybe soon they will be able to enjoy fresh vegetables. Then the guys began to discuss where they could plant the seeds so that they would grow faster. Tang Xiaoshui stood for a while and went to his company's room. He Peng was looking forward to his friend, and as soon as he crossed the threshold, he immediately began asking him about the news. But the guy didn't have any good news. The much-praised Wei Junyun still hasn't returned. He Peng turned to Lin Luanqiu and asked if they were in a hurry to get rid of those bastards who were Wei Junyun's henchmen. But the girl was unshakable. She believed that they deserved it. Moreover, it was necessary to move up the local hierarchy in this way. Tang Xiaoshui turned to his friend with the remark that the guy was probably chickening out. He Peng replied that he was not a coward and sincerely admired the girl's strength. She killed 2 scoundrels at once. Lin Luanqiu was pleased to hear this, but we need to decide what to do next. After all, fighting with Wei Junyun is very dangerous, and she will not condemn the guys if they decide to leave her. However, they said in unison that they would under no circumstances abandon the girl and would fight the same way. In this case, Lin Luanqiu will no longer ask them any questions. They will simply finish off this bastard. Tang Xiaoshui and He Peng are belligerent. They are sure that this arrogant Wei Junyun has no idea what an ambush awaits him. Lin Luanqiu admitted that she didn't think how far she could go, but last time he was a hunter, and she's the prey, now it's time to change places. This is a terrible irony, the awareness of which gives me goosebumps. Meanwhile, the wounded Wei Junyun walked straight down the corridor, leaving a trail of blood behind him. He wanted to close himself in the room, but suddenly the silence was broken by the guy who entered. But Wei Junyun is not in the mood to talk to anyone right now. He grabbed his knife and swung at the enterer. The next second, he killed the innocent young man. It was impossible to allow anyone to see him in such a state. Not now. He worked so hard to become what he is now, and he can't let it all just go to waste, but he's fed up with all sorts of arrogant bastards. Now no one dares to stand in his way. This insolent person will pay for everything that Wei Junyun managed to endure for all that pain and suffering. When the scoundrel bandaged his wounds, he felt much better and fell exhausted to the floor. He just needs to come up with an excuse for the people in the camp, and some smart thoughts have already come to his mind. He decided that tomorrow he would take a bunch of people and go for revenge as cannon fodder. This way he would deal with this Ling Mo and also get rid of some of the hungry mouths. He was thinking that no one could take away his power. However, suddenly these thoughts were interrupted by a voice. It turns out that this impudent person was already here. Ling Mo said that finding him turned out to be easier than he expected. Wei Junyun tried to escape, but he failed because the guy managed to use his superpowers. The door slammed right in front of the brutal bastard's nose, who hit his forehead against it in surprise. Ling Mo smiled with satisfaction. He seems to be good at manipulating objects. His enemy was very surprised who could close the door if there was no one in the room except them. But Ling Mo did not consider it necessary to tell these details, since Wei Junyun was already doomed to death. Suddenly, Lin Luanqiu and the guys heard voices, and she decided to go to the room from which the sounds were coming. The guys tried to stop her, but Lin Luanqiu was already running forward and did not listen to anyone. She understood that ordinary people don't go there at such a time, which means Wei Junyun has returned. When the girl approached, she heard the sounds of a struggle coming from the room. Lin Luanqiu looks through the ajar door in amazement and realizes that her recent acquaintance is fighting with Wei Junyun. But the girl doesn't really understand how it happened and why they are fighting each other. And at this time, thoughts wandered in Wei Junyun's head about why he couldn't hit this dodgy guy. Ling Mo mockingly said that there was nowhere else to run except to try to flush down the toilet. However, his opponent did not give up and shouted that he would certainly win this fight. The guy looked at him dissatisfied. He is completely confident that he will surpass Wei Junyun. He completely tied up his opponent, and now the bastard couldn't even move. Attempts to strike at Ling Mo did not lead to anything good. He missed again. Suddenly, Wei Junyun noticed a sharp knife pointed at him. Is this really the end? But the guy hit him in the face and the bastard screamed from terrible pain and pulled away. But it was too late to dodge. A few more moments and this dagger will pierce his body right through. Wei Junyun tries to move aside, but all attempts to avoid his fate lead to nothing good. He even began to bleed from the slap that Ling Mo gave him. And how is this possible? He is the king of the entire town? Wei Junyun flew to the side and hit the wall very hard. Now the king of the entire town begged for mercy and asked him not to touch him again. He warns for the last time that Ling Mo should not dare to approach. But these are just empty words. Suddenly, Wei Junyun comes across a girl standing at the door, watching the fight. She inflicts a strong blow on him with a sword from which the bastard is lost. Now his face is all scratched up, and Wei Junyun feels squeezed and exhausted. But don't pay attention to his condition. He says that he will fight to the death. If he doesn't survive, then he should at least take the enemy with him. But this intention is not destined to come true. Since his body is pierced through by a weapon, the scoundrel let out a final cry of wild pain, and thick blood was already flowing from his wound. Ling Mo did it. The guy calmly looks at his defeated victim, and the thunderstorm of the whole city and the man whom everyone in the area was afraid of now lies dead. Lin Luankyo looks at this guy with surprise, whom she herself dreamed of killing, and Ling Mo called his partners to take whatever they wanted. Lin Luankyo noticed that they were also here. But suddenly Tang Sao Shui and He Pengpeng burst into the room. They were no less surprised than the girl when they saw that brother Ling Mo was also here. He Pengpeng can't believe that this scumbag is now dead and there is no threat to them. And Ling Mo thought that the girl teamed up with these two. That is, she pretended to escape from the hospital but in fact hid. And at this time, she is wondering why the guy fought with this Wei Junyun. To this, Ling Mo replied with a grin that there were simply minor differences between them, and they had to be resolved. The girl admitted that she came here with her friends in the hope of catching and killing this scoundrel, and also taking over his base. That is, it turns out that Ling Mo stole her flag. They laughed at this circumstance together. The girl said that when he came to them and found out about her ability, he wanted her to work for him. Lin Luankyu refused this offer, and then he decided to kill her. It turns out that Wei Junyun had to remain the only person with superpowers because he wanted to remain the chosen one among other people. The guy turns to He Pengpeng and Yitang Sao Shui. That is, it turns out that these two are now with her. The girl is interested in what they plan to do next. Since Ling Mo killed the scoundrel, she has the right to dispose of his supplies. However, he is not going to use the resources that he got at the cost of human life. Lin Luankyu wants to tell the guy something else. Blushing, the girl offers to stay the night because it's already late, dark outside. And in general, you need to rest. Ling Mo stared at her in bewilderment that this came into the girl's head. She looks into his eyes and says that she's just offering to spend the night. Her two companions also look at Lin Luankyu in surprise. What is she up to? The girl reproachfully replies that she didn't mean anything special, just human politeness. Dusk fell from the sky, and the guy spent a lot of energy fighting his opponent. Therefore, she offers to sleep with them today, even though it's cramped, but it's safe. Ling Mo says with a smile that he agrees. Today, they really should rest, and tomorrow they will move on. The girl shows the room. The space is, of course, limited, but it's quite suitable for spending the night. And the guy remembers that he also has a request to Lin Luankyu. After all, two girls now live in the library, and he asks Lin Luankyu to bring them to this place when everything calms down. But his interlocutor looked somewhat disappointed. Perhaps she was not expecting such a request. The guy noticed this, but the girl said that everything was fine. He just imagined it. She turned away and headed towards the exit, saying that she would spend the night in the next room. And at this time, Shanna invited little sister Ye Lian to look for treasures in this locker room and winked playfully. Ling Mo laughed when he heard this and what treasures they were going to find in an ordinary locker room. But he didn't have time to finish because several swimsuits immediately flew at him. It is likely that it was these treasures that were discussed in the conversation between the two beauties. They began to sort through the swimsuits and were completely sure that Ling Mo would appreciate it. The girls told him to turn away, but Ling Mo found it funny to hear that he didn't see them there because he constantly personally changed their clothes, but it was useless to argue with the girls, so I had to obey and turn away. He said that he didn't look at them at all, and even closed his eyes. And Shanna invited her friend to undress each other, and they began to do it. A few moments later, their dresses were already lying on the floor, and the girls were giggling and putting on new outfits. The guy said that now is not the time to fool around. You need to behave much more restrained. But suddenly the stockings flew right at his head, and Shanna said that she was ready and he could turn around. He said displeasedly that he shouldn't throw stockings anywhere. Clothes are now very valuable, but he suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He looked admiringly at the black swimsuit that the girl was wearing. It successfully emphasized her slender figure. Yelian's outfit also seductively highlighted the curves of her body and exposed her tummy. They looked at the guy with satisfaction. They wanted him to confirm that the girls looked simply stunning. Ling Mo cleared his throat. He had no words and muttered that this was quite good. But the next moment they forced him to sit down. The guy was experiencing stress from such pressure. And Shauna began to look into his eyes and talk about Lin Luan-kyu, who wanted him to stay with her. But the guy realized this a long time ago. However, he decided that he would not stay with her because he has these two wonderful girlfriends and they cling to him. It's difficult to describe in words, but this was his choice and Ling Mo doesn't regret it at all. They are something special for him, incomparable to any earthly girl on the planet. But Yalian doesn't understand the meaning of the word special, and the guy is ready to prove it. Probably something is happening behind the door that is hidden from prying eyes. Wei Junyan approached and wanted to knock but changed her mind. She decided that she would simply enter without knocking. But suddenly, the door opened and hit her painfully on the nose. The girl flew to the side, experiencing unbearable pain, and besides, she was terribly offended. They continued their games. Laughter and other characteristic sounds were heard from the room. The next morning, Ling Mo and the girls came out happy and rested. But the guy decided to go around the other way, bypassing the main gate. After all, yesterday they killed a bunch of people and someone might recognize them. He added that Shauna needs to remember these safety rules, otherwise he will have to provide several additional classes. They walked away giggling loudly and teasing each other, and did not notice how Lin Luan-kyu was watching them. The girl looked after them with pain. She wished a successful journey to the depraved guy. Soon the guys arrived at a large building that was surrounded by green thickets. There was an incredible massacre. Ling Mo took control of the zombies and they fought each other. The guy regretted that he didn't get a good night's sleep last night. Since his spiritual power increased, such battles became very boring. His pawn dealt one blow after another and destroyed all the zombies he encountered along the way. There was only one left, which was under the rule of Ling Mo. Shauna wanted to destroy him, but the guy didn't allow him to do this. He still needed the puppets. He looked with delight at the place near where they ended up. There would be something to profit from. The building was tall and probably contained a large number of mutants. Yilin noticed that there was a fresh smell of blood. It was very strange. That is, most likely, there were no mutated zombies inside. Something didn't work in Ling Mo's plans. You need to use puppets to scout the road and be prepared. The guy collected several pieces, and they went into a large building, continuing to make loud growls. Ling Mo noticed that recently, he had become much more resilient. He could perceive many different images in his head. Previously, this exhausted him to the point of impossibility. He also did not miss the moment when Shauna began to pester Ye Lian. This girl is simply unbearable. But suddenly, he noticed something, and all the guy's attention went towards the building. Zombies are fighting with each other. It seems another mutated one will appear soon. The guy decided that now he could conduct a good experiment. He will help several of them with the evolution and thus freshen up the fight. There was a deafening explosion. Ling Mo took control of the seven, giving them power. Now he wanted to check how much the physical abilities of these zombies had changed. But suddenly, he noticed that his plan didn't work a little. Something went wrong. He looked up while the girls could not understand what made him so alarmed. But maybe he just thought the guy had sensory overload due to the fact that he controls too many people, because it's quite difficult. Today they managed to collect 20 crystals, which is not much but enough to feed 2 girls. The guy got a little distracted and noticed that his girls were not nearby. Where did they go? He was extremely indignant. These 2 constantly ran away as soon as he looked away, but he had already noticed them and allowed them to play a little. After all, Ling Mo was constantly holding them back. Suddenly his connection with the zombies was severed with a deafening crash. Something went wrong. Most likely one of the puppets died. We need to find out what happened to her. It turns out that he was killed while the guy was distracted by these 2 pranksters. He entered the room to see where the dead zombie was, and soon I found him sitting near a large table. But the crystal was in place, which means the zombies were not searched. Looks like he's there as a distraction, just like an advanced zombie in a theater. But suddenly the guy saw something that struck him very much. His gaze widened. In front of him stood a girl who was incredibly strong and dexterous. She pushed the guy and he couldn't stand on his feet. She had a very strong grip. And then she grabbed his neck trying to strangle him. Ling Mo wanted to get out, but he couldn't. And then she threw it aside and the guy was confused and felt pain when hit. After that, the girl quickly went to the door and latched it. Things were very bad for the guy. She knows how to hide. In addition, she also learned how to operate a door. It looks like this is a high-rank advanced zombie. and you definitely need to catch it. But suddenly the guy realized that everything would not be as simple as he initially expected. It looks like he knows this girl and is very surprised to see her here in this form. The guy remembers that once in a quiet time his friend talked about this girl named Li Yaling. His friend looked at her enthusiastically as if she were a real goddess. The guy began to explain that this girl was very popular after her stunning dance for the school anniversary, but she rejected everyone who confessed their love to her. Ling Mo looked at her thoughtfully. While she was speaking, the young man was not in class. This face was really very sweet and attractive, and the figure was very beautiful. But now it was an evil demon with an angry but empty look and a merciless grin. The girl attacked the guy, and he could not resist her strength and endurance. Now there is still a moment and she can bite him, and then Ling Mo will turn into a zombie. But Ye Lian and Shauna discovered that their friends were in danger and urgently needed to head there. And at this time, Li Yalin was already approaching him and grabbed him with strong hands. The guy understood that he was much weaker than her, and now the girl would simply eat him alive. I need to do something. But the thoughts in my head were confused and did not allow me to concentrate. Suddenly, he decided that he could try to influence her using his superpower. And he succeeded. Now the girl was in his threads and could not move freely. She pulled away and no longer attacked, but behaved very restrained and obedient. Ling Mo pushed Li Yalin to a safe distance, and the girl barely audibly growled, "He is definitely not the kind of person who will just sit and wait until he is eaten alive." And at this time, the girl began to resist and scream furiously. Her gaze was also aggressive. A moment later, she freed herself. The guy was confused about how much she had evolved. They haven't seen each other for so long, and anyway, is it proper for elders to offend younger ones? But now it's Li Yalin's turn to be surprised. She won't be able to fight for long. Ling Mo strived to grab the weapons lying on the floor as soon as possible, and so that the girl would not resist, he again captured her with the help of mental strength. And after several attempts, the guy managed to grab the sword. He swung to destroy his rival. She looked intently and growled, "A few more moments and her throat will be cut." A small scratch has already formed. The girl howled from the wild pain that the sharp blade caused her. But a moment later, completely unexpectedly, she jumped to the side with incredible dexterity. Shauna and Ye Lian saw that their friend needed urgent help and looked angrily at Li Yaling. The guy said that he was fine. The mutated one set up an ambush, and he didn't expect this a bit. It was his fault that he was taken aback because he would never have thought that his eldest would be so inhospitable. But the girls were already angrily targeting her, shouting that they would not allow their valiant Ling Mo to be offended. Li Yalin watched them angrily. She did not move and seemed completely unperturbed. The next second, she broke through the glass and smoothly slipped out. Ling Mo told the girls to stop chasing her. There is no need to chase her anymore. The guy tried to take control of her during the battle, but now he wanted to test what she was capable of. After all, she is not weaker than Ye Lian at all, so it is better to leave her alone. In any case, they have not lost anything. And even if she decides to attack again, she already knows what the guys are capable of and will not want to get involved with them. But still, Ye Lian worries about the guy. It seems to her that he is not quite okay, but Ling Mo calms her down, good-naturedly patting her on the head. Let the girl not worry, he is not injured at all. But Shanna sniffs and discovers that there is the smell of someone else's blood on him. Ling Mo said that they had already collected a lot of crystals, and there was probably no need to stay in this city. They need to leave here, and also leave the walls of this university. Here they will not find anything more interesting. Finally, they left this place, but gained a lot of benefit by interrupting here. Ye Lian and Shauna were able to learn a lot and gather a lot of supplies, even though it was simple. But as for the eldest Li Yaling, it is better to beware of her and not get noticed. Now you should find a good place to spend the night and relax. They went forward, and suddenly, Ling Mo noticed that Shauna had stopped and was in some kind of thoughtfulness. The girl pointed to her sword. Something incredible happened to it. Ling Mo asked what was wrong with the sword, and the girl looked very sad and depressed. Shauna said that it began to crack during the battle with those advanced ones, and after she took out the door, the cracks went even further. What does this mean? The guy thought that Shauna would become much weaker if she lost her sword. He promised that tomorrow they would find her a new weapon because he didn't want the girl to be in danger. Shauna suggested we go to her old house. Maybe there will be something valuable there. This idea seemed good to Ling Mo because her family specialized in making weapons, and his current knife was indeed a little short. But it's already getting dark, and you first need to quickly find a place to stay for the night. They moved on and remained in silence as they passed the deserted streets. At this time, Li Yaling was in another place, wandering around the city in thought. Soon the guys arrived at a small hotel. Perhaps there was a place for them. Ling Mo happily looked into one of the rooms. It must be quite cozy here, but all his hopes for a good rest turned out to be empty. And the girls, on the contrary, liked the room. It was one of those love hotels where the interior was in pink tones. The guy said that it was better to look for another room to relax. It was somehow uncomfortable. But Shauna noticed that the bed looked quite comfortable and quickly ran up to it. The girl sat down on the soft bed and said that it was comfortable here, especially since there were rose petals everywhere, betraying a romantic atmosphere. Yilian also tried to sit down and said that she really liked it. Ling Mo agreed to stay in this place, but first you need to make sure that it is safe here. He said that he would go down to look around, and the girls should wait for him here. He also told Shauna not to think about teaching Ye Lian any obscenities in his absence. The girl looked after him with a predatory look and said that when he returned it would be too late. Ye Lian asked her friend what the word obscenity means. She doesn't understand it. Shauna said that she could show what it looks like, but Ye Lian protested she didn't like this idea. To this, Shauna replied that she was very upset about her sword and that it would help her distract herself. In this case, Ye Lian agrees. She is ready to help her friend calm down and wants to know what to do. The girl is very glad that her naive sister bought into such manipulations. She said that Ye Lian would just lie there and she would take care of the rest herself. However, the girl still asks you to be careful with her because she is very afraid. Shauna looks at her friend with admiration and says that she is beautiful. A few moments later, something quite interesting happens in their room. And at this time, Ling Mo walks thoughtfully along the corridor. It seems that the eldest had been watching them for a long time before attacking, because he felt someone else's presence, but the girls didn't feel it. Does this mean that when zombies are close in strength, they cannot detect each other? Suddenly, the guy stepped on a bright package. Probably it was noodles. But when Ling Mo took it in his hands, he realized that it had not been opened, which was quite strange. Looks like there are some other supplies in this hotel. We need to take a good look at these boxes. The guys were very lucky. All their supplies were almost gone. But suddenly, the guy heard that someone was behind him. The presence of a stranger alerted him. He felt it was her, Ling Mo said without turning around that they were so close. Why doesn't the girl want to leave them behind? She was holding a large stick in her hands. She was even able to get a weapon. It seems that the past defeat hurt her greatly, and this means that the girl is quite developed. But suddenly Li Yalin, thoughtfully, said that she knew the young man. Her words were clearly audible. That is, in addition to the fact that she could fight well, she could also speak. The guy said that Li Yaling was quite famous, so it's not surprising that he knows her. But how does she know him? This girl is so advanced that he didn't even expect this, so he called Ye Lian and Shanu to help. He contacted the girls with the help of spiritual power and realized that the girls were doing something strange in his absence. Shauna came to her senses and hurried to help as Ling Mo was in danger. At this time, Li Yaling was trying to say something else but suddenly stopped mid-sentence, because behind her there was a loud stomp and the sound of a sword. It was Ye Lian and Shauna who arrived to help their faithful companion Ling Mo. Li Yaling looked at them in rage, but her gaze showed complete contempt. With incredible speed and ease, she dodged the blows that the girls tried to deliver. She was even able to break through the wall, but Shauna's sword was already near Li Yaling's throat. The girl jumped sharply, and thus was able to avoid the attack. She clung to the wall, and thus could hang in the air and also destroy the building. Li Yaling, furious, threw a piece of stone at her opponents. Huge cobblestones flew straight to the target. Ling Mo understood that the rival was strong enough. He needed to intervene to help the girls. He shouted to them to take their time and continue to act together. But by this time, Shauna had already managed to get closer to Li Yalin. Several centimeters separated them from each other. The girl swung at her rival, and meanwhile, Ling Mo captured her. Li Yalin screamed in pain as she was hit directly on the head. The next moment, the girl fell unconscious. Now it was necessary to decide what to do with her. Shauna wanted to take her crystal, but the guy said that there was no need to rush into it. And then he picked up Li Yaling and was about to take her somewhere. Yelian asked what he was up to. The guy said that he wanted to search her because the girl said that they knew him. He wanted to make sure of the veracity of these words. With these words, Ling Mo began to go through Li Yaling's pockets. His attempts ended in success. The guy found some kind of wallet in her pocket. There was dried blood on it. It looked like Li Yalin opened it when she regained consciousness. He began to look thoughtfully at the piece of paper that was hidden between the folds of his wallet. On this sheet, there was a photograph of his school, and in the background was Ling Mo. That is, now it is clear why she said that she knew him, and followed him to ask about herself. The guy was thinking about how difficult it was to kill someone whom he knew personally in calm times, and he decided to establish a connection with her. It would be nice to have such a strong puppet at his disposal. Shauna noted with a grin that these were all excuses. The guys just liked her body. But Ling Mo believed that she was an advanced zombie with restored consciousness, and it would not be easy to establish this spiritual connection. But he managed it, and it's good that the girl was unconscious all this time. Shauna looked at this in surprise and asked what the guy was doing, but he replied that he was very tired, he just didn't need to touch her and that's all. Yalian was somewhat puzzled, while her friend quickly understood what was happening. Some time passed and Ling Mo opened his eyes, trying to understand how many hours he had slept. He stood up, rubbing his neck, which was stiff from the uncomfortable position. And then the guy looked around but didn't see anyone. He wondered where everyone had gone. Suddenly, he saw something completely unimaginable happening in the distance. The girls climbed into a large bathtub sprinkled with rose petals and cleaned up their new guest. This surprised Ling Mo very much, and he began to ask what they were doing together. Shana, batting her eyes innocently, said that they decided to give Li Yaling a bath. At the beginning, the girls just wanted to take off her dirty clothes, but then it turned out that a bath wouldn't hurt either. After all, it was so dirty that I had to find water and bathe properly. However, during this procedure, the girls made strange sounds that puzzled the guy. He began to doubt that they were just washing and nothing else, as it looked very suspicious. But Shauna winked and said that one more time and they would be done. At this time, Li Yaling began to breathe intermittently and closed her eyes with pleasure. After that, Shauna held up the bottle and began to pour the drops flowing from Li Yaling into it. Ling Mo didn't understand what she was doing and what these procedures were for, but the girl offered him to try the fresh liquid. The guy pulled away. He grabbed the bottle and said that he would pour it out later. Soon the girls began to climb out of the bath, water dripping from their bodies. Shauna said that the new girl's clothes are lying on the bed and the guy may not thank you for it. Ling Mo gritted his teeth in displeasure. She had already woken up and decided that he was some kind of pervert. Li Yalan looked at him carefully and began a dialogue. Soon the girl changed clothes, but these clothes were somewhat tight and hampered her movements. The guy stared at her with all his eyes. I must admit, Li Yaling looked very beautiful, but the skirt was too short and she constantly tried to pull it down. The girl said that she had some strange sensations that were very unpleasant. Ling Mo drew attention to the razor lying on the table. This was all the tricks of the disgraceful Shauna. The guy said that you need to get used to it and will have to be patient for a few days. He thought that although the girl looked a little unhappy, she was behaving quite obediently. But she has no choice because she is under his strict control. Shauna waved her hand and did not miss the opportunity to tease Ling Mo, saying that they had been dressing for a long time. They were probably doing something indecent, but they had to go further. However, the girl did not remember well which side her house was, but it was good that she at least remembered the address so she could look at the map. Li Yaling said that she knows this area of Baihua, and although she vaguely remembers it, she can navigate in general terms. She said that they needed to go in that direction and pointed with her finger in the right direction. The guy said that there was no time to hesitate and ordered us to hit the road as quickly as possible. Suddenly, on one of the big sidewalks near the road, they saw a lot of zombies roaming around and also a large mouse. The dead were clearly afraid of her and growled angrily, but did not dare to come close. And at this time, the animal deftly jumped up and climbed into some building. Shauna deftly grabbed the mouse that was trying to escape, but she was captured. The girl said that this animal was very cute and affectionately stroked her belly. The guy told her to let go immediately, and then added that he was very focused and needed to be quiet. Suddenly, Ye Lian saw something and pointed to the side. The girl was interested in what was there. It was smoke rising up, possibly an accidental burnout and non-survivors setting it on fire. But suddenly, there was a deafening explosion and the guys looked at each other in fear. For some reason, the zombies got angry and began to quickly run away from this place. It probably seemed to them that the explosion was due to the fault of the guys who appeared. Yelian held a weapon in her hand and shouted that she needed to deal with them and pacify the monsters. Shanna also hurried the battle and began to defeat everyone she encountered along the way. Li Yaling also began to fight fiercely, waving her weapon. Ling Mo happily said that the girls exceeded all his expectations and quickly killed the zombies. But I still wonder why it exploded there. If the survivors did it, then it is extremely reckless to do so because there are a lot of zombies there and people are in great danger. Suddenly, deafening explosions erupted several more times and then smoke rose upward. Perhaps these were shots. That is, most likely the work of the survivors. The shots did not sound randomly, which means they were specifically collecting zombies, but they have weapons and perhaps contacting them is not a good idea. But still, this is not so important. Where there are a lot of zombies, there are a lot of crystals, so you need to go forward. Soon they approached a small building and they had to somehow get up. After some time, they succeeded. Ling Mo went forward and the rest of the girls followed him. Now, from above, it was clearly visible, in full view, everything that was happening in the area. Everything happened exactly as he expected. A large number of monsters fought among themselves. If you collect a lot of zombies in one place, they begin to fight and eat each other, thus killing and devouring others they evolve. It looks like a jar of poisonous insects, but what kind of monster will be in the end? The guy saw that a large number of zombies had gathered very close. It is likely that the explosion affected them so much and they came towards the sound. Li Yaling had to go on reconnaissance since she is the fastest among all and cleverly hides. However, the girl stood with her back to him, was trembling all over and did not want to listen to his instructions. The sight of the fight made her furious, and she does not want to submit to Ling Mo's will. Therefore, we will have to take control of her again and try to calm her down. After a few minutes, the guy realized that he was able to achieve his goal and she obeyed again. The girl went downstairs. Now the most important thing is to reconnoiter the situation and find out what is happening. Li Yalan sank onto the roof of the car and easily ran further through the cars. The puzzled zombies were left behind. They didn't even have time to grab her and attack. It's not surprising that the girl was able to ambush Ling Mo. Most likely, she is even more advanced than Ye Lian and Shauna. In this way, it was possible to find out about the next stage of evolution. Meanwhile, the zombies were trying to get to the site of the explosion. The frightened people who were in the building began to hide and retreat in panic. One of the girls screamed in fright as the creepy monster was standing very close to her, but sharp shots forced the zombie to retreat and fall unconscious, and the girl was able to escape. The man asked the girl, whose name was Zhang Ning, if she had everything ready. The girl replied that the barrels of fuel were placed according to plan, and the man praised her for a job well done. Zhang Ning said that we should not forget about the plan. They are just luring zombies here, but the main goal is supplies. And when all the zombies gather here, they will simply blow them up, thus freeing the way for themselves. Li Yalin. By that time, she found herself near the warehouse and noticed that people were too careful and it was impossible to get inside. But in this case, you can go another way. Ling Mo had another idea. Since he improved his spiritual power, he has learned to use it through his puppets even over long distances. And by this time, the man with the gun was carefully looking at the zombies gathered around. There is no need to worry. They have many escape routes, and even if they fail, Wang Ling will cover them. Therefore, Zhang Ning can trust him. Everything will be fine. When they gather enough supplies, they will leave this city and live happily. Ling Mo thought that these two made a lot of noise. However, they were still quite brave. He vaguely understood who was covering for them, but it was probably the girl he was thinking about. Now it was possible to send Li Yalin back. She completed her assignment brilliantly. It doesn't matter whether they accomplish their plan or not, but for him, this is a great chance to profit from crystals. Shauna said that she wanted to kill these people when they deal with the zombies, but Ling Mo forbade her to even think about it. The girl apologized and said that she was a zombie and could not do anything about her instincts. Li Yaling soon arrived. She scouted everything out and now returned to the guys. The guy said that they were waiting for her, and now they had to cover him because he was going to get into the building. People have probably settled there for a long time, and we need to look for ways to get inside. Suddenly, something rang and a small flash was seen in the sky. And a moment later, a large weapon flashed past the puppet. It turns out it was reinforcement. How strong do you have to be to throw a heavy spear? The guy who was hiding behind the wall shouted for his opponent to come out. He had already seen him. The zombie controlled by Ling Mo dangerously peered out from behind the wall and growled. The guy stared at the monster, puzzled. Was this foolish creature spying on him? But the zombie pretended to just wander around the neighborhood aimlessly. This guy didn't look strong. Maybe he also has superpowers? And if this is so, then it's better not to meet with him and go another way. Suddenly, the guy was called out, and the person talking to him asked what he was doing. It turns out it was Wang Ling. Suddenly appearing in these places, the guy stared at her in surprise. The girl angrily repeated that she wanted to know what Ding Yu was doing now. The guy said that he was attracted by one zombie who behaved too intelligently. It was hard to believe, but the eyes of that monster revealed his real essence. However, Wang Ling didn't believe it. All the zombies were now gathered around Luo Heng and his guys. But suddenly, she remembered that she had once met something similar. That creepy zombie who tried to kiss her. The girl tightly clutched her weapon. Now it's clear who's in charge of all this. Dean Yu looked at her in surprise and asked if everything was okay. Wang Ling did not go into details of her thoughts and said that she would go to Luo Heng, and the guy at this time should act according to the plan. He shook his head reproachfully. This girl does what she wants, and he hopes that the plan will not collapse because of this. And by this time, Zhang Ning had already prepared all the barrels and said that we could start. The man took a long breath with satisfaction. Everything is going just fine. They have every chance to achieve their plans. The girl approached him and hesitantly began a dialogue. However, the man stopped her. We need to talk about this in private. When all the supplies run out, but now is not the time to talk. Zhang Ning understood and nodded her head. She smiled and said nothing more. Just as a farewell, she shouted for the man to be careful. She would wait for him. Now it is clear that people are going to blow up all the zombies in the area and remove all supplies from here. A good plan, of course, but everything can go to hell due to a little negligence. Suddenly, Zombie's gaze was caught by something. He realized that the weapon was flying in his direction again. And this is again heavy reinforcement. Perhaps someone is chasing it and trying to destroy it. The next moment, another spear from the reinforcement landed right next to the zombie. Soon Wang Ling appeared in front of the monster, shouting that they hated the dead who knew how to hide. She furiously attacked the monster, and he barely had time to deviate to the side. It would be better if she didn't do this. Ling Mo has no desire to fight with this girl. The next second, they fell off the roof and quickly flew down. The girl was falling, and her chances of surviving were more minimal, so she had to come up with something. Ling Mo grabbed her by the shorts to hold her during the fall and help her land. But he didn't do it well, and instead of holding the girl, he clutched her shorts in his hands. Soon the zombie fell, and Wang Ling landed right on him and screamed loudly, but still remained alive. Ling Mo, in the body of the monster, began to look around. Something went wrong as he had planned. It seems that other zombies noticed him, and it was very dangerous. A fight is completely inappropriate now. The guy complained that every time he meets this girl, some nonsense happens to him. You need to pick it up so as not to attract a crowd of monsters wandering nearby. However, the girl screamed heart-rendingly, and Ling Mo feverishly thought about how to silence her. Wang Ling angrily declared that she would definitely finish off this zombie as soon as she could get to her feet. There was nothing left to do but swing and hit her hard on the soft spot. This action greatly shocked the girl. She screamed loudly in pain. How dare the vile monster touch her, let alone beat her? This is unthinkable. But the guy spanked her again, and Wang Ling screamed again in pain and resentment. The flushed girl already had tears in her eyes. She said that the zombie should not dare touch her. Apparently, she again did not understand how to behave. Well, then Ling Mo will continue until she understands. The girl asked him to stop and stop. She understood everything and would not make any more noise. She couldn't hold back her tears. No one had ever hit her so hard. And then an ordinary zombie did it. Wang Ling whined that she wanted to die because she couldn't bear such shame. She screamed in tears so that the monster would not beat her anymore. She could not tolerate this. Therefore, the girl asks for forgiveness and says that she will do whatever he wants. She continued to cry and scream that it was unfair because the zombies were constantly offending her. Ling Mo no longer knew how to calm her down. She was getting louder and thus could attract unnecessary attention. Therefore, I had to take extreme measures and grab her in my arms. After that, the zombie released a deafening sound that made the girl scared to death. Her nerves could not stand it. And in the end, Wang Ling lost consciousness and fell exhausted. Now we need to quickly take her to the team. It's not known when they will begin to act, but we should hurry. At this time, several deafening sounds were heard and bloody stains appeared on the glass. It's time to blow up all the bastards who have gathered in the vicinity. The man calmly shot everyone who came close. Just let him try to get him. The next moment, the large barrel caught fire and a huge flaming flame began to rise from there. There was a deafening explosion, and for several moments it was impossible to see anything. Ling Mo staggered from the explosion he heard. The earth was moving away from under his feet and trembling. And then there was another explosion that was very close to him. But it's good that the girl was still unconscious. At least she stopped screaming. It seems that their plan to collect all the zombies and blow them up has been put into action. But suddenly the guy saw one of the people. It seems this person was from Wang Ling's team. He came closer to see if the man was alive, and it turned out that he was. He was probably thrown from the second floor by the explosion, but the man was lucky and was able to survive. But in any case, they are on the same team, and it will be possible to save this person as well, as an apology to the girl. But first, it's better to put her shorts back on. I wouldn't want to explain myself to Shauna later. Suddenly, the man lying on the ground began to grunt. Probably he began to come to his senses. He mumbled that he didn't know where he was and most likely died. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Ling Mo, in the body of a zombie. Could it be that an angel came from heaven to take him away? But a sharp slap in the face brought him to his senses, after which the man thought that he was most likely still alive. These were extreme measures. However, they were necessary, since they had little time and a lot of things to do. A few moments later, a deafening explosion was heard again, and the guy realized that the building might soon collapse and he needed to get down. Zhang Ning stood on the roof all this time and watched in amazement what was happening. There was little chance of survival from this explosion, and Luo Heng was right in the epicenter of the events. The girl wiped away the tears that had come to her eyes. Now nothing can be returned, so we should pull ourselves together and try to get out of here. But it is unknown where Wang Lin and Ding Yu are now. We need to try to find them. At this time, Ding Yu carefully looked at the traces of blood that were on the asphalt. It was like a human question, only whether it belonged to Wang Ling or Luo Heng. And most likely, she was not left behind during the escape, which means that at least one of them was dragged away by something. Most likely, this is the work of the zombie who was watching him recently. You need to follow the trail of blood and find him as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the zombie was carrying people who were unconscious. The guy thought that they suffered from that explosion, which means that they had several shrapnel wounds. As for Luo Heng, he really had wounds all over his legs. But Wang Ling escaped with only scratches on a soft spot. The guy thought with a grin that it was even difficult to guess whether she was lucky or not. But suddenly, he noticed the bloody trail that remained behind. He had already walked a long distance but only just noticed it. In addition, Ling Mo had a strange feeling as if someone was watching him. After some time, Luo Heng came to his senses and rubbing his head began to look around. Suddenly, he saw a man who was in the room. Ling Mo said that it is better for a man not to move. The wound on his leg is located very close to the artery, so he won't die for long. Luo Heng discovered a bandage on his leg, meaning this strange guy saved him, and Ling Mo said that he also saved Wang Ling, since they were almost relatives, and grabbed the man at the same time. The man looked at the guy for a few moments. What a coincidence that his friend Wang Ling saved him. The man introduced himself as Luo Heng and would like to know the name of his savior. The guy said that his name was Ling Mo and wanted to say something else, but suddenly they entered the room. Luo Heng jumped up in amazement. He was a little scared at the sight of the aggressive girls, but the guy said not to worry. These are his girlfriends and they won't hurt the man. Then he said that their names were Ye Lian and Shana. Luo Heng Wo looked at them with all his eyes. It seems this guy has someone to take care of in the world of the apocalypse. He didn't even know that somewhere nearby there were such good guys and almost missed them. After all, the explosion they caused attracted all the zombies from the circle. And this guy not only survived with his girls, but also saved them with Wang Ling. Therefore, Luo Heng has a question for his savior. Perhaps Ling Mo has superpowers? Yilian angrily stared at the man. She was clearly tensed by this whole conversation. But the guy understood that this was not a villain, but a normal person, so he could tell something. Ling Mo confirmed that the truth has superpowers. In this case, it may be a little arrogant on Luo Heng's part, but he invites the guy to join them. After all, some of the people, including Wang Ling, also have abilities, and they would like to thank Ling Mo for saving them with the best supplies they have. And after they collect a sufficient amount of provisions, they will leave the city. Luo Heng has his own fields, which means they will be provided with food, a rather tempting offer, but not for Ling Mo. After all, these three cuties will simply eat all the people alive if they go there. Therefore, the guy thanked him for his kindness and said that he could not join but had to stay in the city for several reasons. The man is interested in knowing what these reasons are that are holding him back, but Ling Mo said that the conversation was over. And since Luo Heng is wounded, he needs peace, so the guy will not disturb him. Leaving, Ling Mo added that they will be upstairs, and tomorrow they will discuss further plans. But suddenly the young man froze halfway. He felt some unpleasant feelings, suspicious sensations that suggested that there might be danger nearby. There is a person nearby who probably has superpowers. And besides, Ding Yu continued to follow the bloody trail. He was sure that the target was very close. Soon the guy approached the place where the bloody trail ended. This is a large building. This means his friends are somewhere nearby. You need to take a good look, but be careful. He passed by and did not notice how the dark silhouette of a man stood on the roof. It was Ling Mo. He was thinking about whether it was worth attacking first or whether it was better to see what the guy would do. Suddenly, Luo Heng saw a familiar figure in the window and became a little thoughtful. And then, he shouted to his comrade that he was here and asked what Ding Yu had forgotten in this place. The man turned to Ling Mo and explained that his friend Ding Yu was probably very worried, which is why he came here in search of them. When the guy went inside Luo Heng, he introduced his comrade and said that Ling Mo saved them. And besides, he is a relative of Wang Ling. Bad suspicions flashed through Ding Yu's head. What other relative has he never heard of such a thing? Ling Mo noticed that the guest continued to behave very warily and not entirely friendly. Suddenly, Ding Yu's gaze fell on the two beauties who were standing next to the guy. The girls look beautiful, but their eyes are frightened by some kind of aggression and discontent. When Ding Yu noticed the dissatisfied look of his interlocutor, he decided that he shouldn't look at the girls so closely. He extended his hand to Ling Mo and said that it was nice to meet you. The guy reciprocated but said that he needed to leave. And yet his interlocutor already had several questions, so Ding Yu asked to stay for a couple of minutes. He said that he was looking for one mutated zombie. Perhaps Ling Mo had met him once. The guy furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure and looked sternly at his interlocutor. Who is in front of him? Ding Yu noticed a dead zombie lying flat on the ground near the building. Ling Moshe said that she killed him by accident when she saw how the monster was dragging Wang Ling and Luo Heng somewhere. The guy thanked him for his friends and thought that his interlocutor was able to smear the zombie's head. That is, he is physically very strong. Therefore, it is better to neutralize him by injuring him. It turns out that if Ling Mo alone was able to save these two from that zombie, does that mean he has some kind of superpower? The guy replied that this is true, but he doesn't understand why the interlocutor asks such questions and why is Ding Yu interested in girls. Ling Mo replied that they belonged to him. The guy was a little surprised. He and these girls are probably very difficult. You need to be careful with them. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Luo Heng, who really wants to know what happened to Zhang Ning. However, the guy said that he had no idea where she was, but she should be fine. Luo Heng got extremely angry with his friend and started shaking him. That is, he came here and left her alone, and he was told to take care of her first. Ding Yu replied that everything will be fine with her and the man is worrying in vain. He will go and find her right now. And as for the supplies, they will collect them when the fire subsides, especially since the cleanup went better than they expected. Ling Mo told everyone to leave the room as he had to bandage Wang Ling. Shana said that the guy would probably need her and Ye Lian's help, but the guy said that he could handle it on his own, especially since the smell of the girl's blood makes them have good thoughts. Having escorted them out the door, Ling Mo said that they should not be disturbed for a while. Bending over the girl, the guy said that she was incredibly lucky to have such a good son-in-law. Otherwise, she would already be dead. He took off her outer clothing. It was necessary to prepare the girl well for the dressing. Since the wounds were not in the most convenient places, I also had to take off my underwear. He carefully examined so as not to miss any cuts. The girl woke up and started screaming in pain. Wasn't her torment over? Ling Mo was still very offended. He already does the dressing as gently and carefully as possible. Wang Ling wailed that she had recently been abused by a zombie, and last time that idiot Ling Mo saved her. But suddenly, the guy interrupted her speech and said that it was him again and let the girl not be afraid. Wang Ling told him to immediately leave her alone and not hurt her. After that, the girl bent over the pillow and sobbed bitterly. She said that she was crying because she was in unbearable pain. In addition, the guy saw Wang Ling completely naked. But Ling Mo promised that he would not do anything bad to her, and so that it would not be so embarrassing, they would simply close their eyes. With these words, the guy blindfolded her, and Wang Ling again began to be indignant. She screamed at Ling Mo not to touch her clothes, and why would she undress her anyway? The guy explained that in this way he checks for other wounds on the body. And so that men don't come here to shout, it's better to let her stop being indignant. Wang Lin felt that something quite wet was touching her, but the guy said that he was just washing her wound and she shouldn't think anything bad. After that, he said that the rinsing was finished and now the dressing could continue. Ling Mo tied her hands. The girl again began to be loudly indignant. However, the guy explained that in this way he puts bandages on her wounded body. Suddenly she felt that he put some kind of thing in her mouth. This was already crossing all boundaries, but Ling Mo explained that it was just a thermometer. But the girl didn't believe it and said that thermometers are never that big. She lay down and thought that after all, she had actually been violated. Meanwhile, Ling Mo took off the bandage. All the wounds were treated, but it's unclear why the girl is so red. And the temperature seems normal, but why did Wang Ling slobber all over this thermometer? And the girl involuntarily pulled away. It was actually a thermometer and she thought something bad. It turns out that all this seemed to her, but in fact they did nothing bad to her. Ling Mo suppressed an uninvited laugh. It turns out that she was thinking something completely indecent. She is Shuna's real sister, the same body shape and dirty thoughts. However, this was the last straw. Wang Ling angrily shouted at the guy to get out and started throwing pillows at him. And who will take her as his wife now, all because of this abnormal type Ling Mo. The guy left the room and said that he doesn't envy the one who marries this bitch at all. But suddenly he was called by Luo Heng, who wanted to tell him something. The man said that they wanted to go for supplies when the fire subsided, and as a thank you they could take Ling Mo with them. Let the guy take whatever he wants. The guy will think that this honest and straightforward person is much better than the second one. Luo Heng said that he and Wang Ling were going to leave as soon as their friends came for them. Today they had already caused a lot of trouble. But Shauna said that Wang Ling would stay with them until tomorrow and Mr. Luo Heng could leave whenever he wanted. Ling Mo added that Shauna is her sister, and thus it turns out that he is Wang Ling's son-in-law. This news really surprised Luo Heng. He said that then he apologizes for interfering in personal affairs. Suddenly, 2 more people entered the room, and the guy thought that he too was not going to get into their squabble. It was Ding Yu who arrived and brought with him the surprised girl Zhang Ning. Luo Heng was very happy to see her, and a happy smile appeared on his face. The girl rushed to hug the man because she was very worried and afraid that he would not survive. Luo Heng said that everything is fine and you shouldn't press him so hard because she could strangle him. The man said that he survived thanks to Ling Mo. This guy saved his life. But then we should also thank the savior. The girl rushed to hug the guy in delight. Ling Mo backed away, but she came up to him and hugged him very tightly. It's hard to imagine what will happen now. These 2 tigresses did not take their eyes off Zhang Ning. They would have torn her into small pieces. The girl asked if everything was okay with them, and Ling Mo assured that everything was fine. They were definitely not jealous. Zhang Ning realized that she shouldn't have hugged him so much and asked for forgiveness for her emotions. Luo Heng, who had been watching them all this time, laughed merrily. After all, his girlfriend is such a fool. But the girl looked at him offended. Those 2 ladies were at least jealous, but her friend didn't care. The next second, a deafening ringing sound was heard and Luo Heng remained lying on the floor. You should not offend the girls with your indifference. It was possible to go for supplies only the next day since the fires had not yet subsided. So Ling Mo suggested that the guys spend the night here today. Luo Heng reminded his friend that she had to return something to the guy. The girl began to frantically rummage through her bag, trying to find something. And finally, she was able to get hold of a large brown notebook. Probably she wanted to give it to Ling Mo. Luo Heng explained that since they were leaving the city, they still didn't need it. He used to want to give it to the army, but now it's better to give it to the guy. The man said that there were notes there. They may not be very useful, but they certainly won't hurt. The guy opened the notebook. There was a diary of notes on the map, and some statistics seem to have underestimated this man. He will probably achieve a lot when he leaves the city. And now it's time for them to leave. They leave Wang Ling here in the guardianship of the guy, and tomorrow they will come to talk to her. Ling Mo thought that it was not in vain that he saved this guy. Maybe in the future, the situation with Ye Lian and Shauna will somehow be resolved and they will be able to go out of town. Suddenly, the door creaked and the girls walked inside, looking at the room with curiosity. They approached the sleeping Wang Ling, trying not to make any noise on tiptoe without making any extraneous sounds. Li Yalin stared thoughtfully at the girl. Apparently, she was thinking about something. But suddenly, Shauna appeared next to her and asked what her friend was up to. However, the girl pulled away dissatisfied and said that this was no one's business. It was noticeable that the girl did not get along with each other, and Ling Mo advised Shauna to behave more gently, and Li Yaling must be patient. Soon she will get used to them and make friends, and you shouldn't pretend to be an innocent lamb. If it dares to eat someone, it will receive punishment. The guy knocked on the wooden bed on which Wang Ling was lying. You can't eat this girl, she needs rest now, and you shouldn't approach her. Yilian grabbed the guy by the sleeve and began to ask if this concerns other people. But Ling Mo told her to be a good girl and eat crystals. They are much tastier than human flesh. The girl looked devotedly into his eyes. She said that she would obey, and the guy was, of course, right. This made him very happy that at least Ye Lian obeys in everything and does not resist. Not that these two are pouty girls, a typical example of teenage rebellion. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. Something strange was in Shanna's behavior. Why did the girl then tell Wang Ling to stay here? Does she really want the guy to spy on her? Shanna thought about it, trying to explain, because she understands that the guy doesn't like Wang Ling very much and she herself is annoyed by her. But when the girl returned her memories, she felt something strange towards her. Ling Mo held his breath. Are human feelings awakening in Shang? The girl held her head, she interrupted herself mid-sentence and for some reason became thoughtful. For some reason, memories of Wang Ling appeared in her head as soon as she saw her, especially childhood memories. Night fell and everyone was sleeping suddenly. Wang Ling woke up feeling very thirsty. The girl looked around. Where is she? And it looks like little sister Shanna is here. And what is this pervert Ling Mo doing here? It's completely unclear. She angrily looked in the direction where he was sleeping. And in general, how could this impudent man force a wounded man to sleep on the floor? The girl began to angrily pump her fists and shouted that this was simply incredible rudeness. Suddenly, her mouth was covered with a hand. Someone was clearly trying to capture her, but it was just Shanna who motioned for the girl to stop screaming. She said that it was already late and everyone was sleeping and her friends were in another room and she didn't have to worry about them. Shanna wondered why her cousin was here again because she was planning to return back to camp. Wang Ling said that when they parted, she was going there exactly, but on the way she met Lo Heng with his company, and while they were fighting zombies together, she was wounded. After the wound healed, the girl went with them because Luo Heng did not leave her in trouble and took her with him. If not for this guy, she would have already died. Wang Ling said that they are all very good except for one person. In addition, Dean Yu, who was always trying to drain her. Even though he was right, the girl constantly had attacks of fever. She was only ballast, but still this is not human. The girl added in tears that fortunately Luo Heng and the other guys were kind and took turns looking after her. When she recovered, it was already pointless to catch up with the camp. It was unlikely that they could be found, but what are Shanna's own plans? The girl dreamily said that her plan for the near future is to follow Ling Mo. But nevertheless, cousin shouldn't go with them. Wang Ling was surprised. After all, they didn't get along very well. But so many years have passed, especially since you can't be angry for so long. Shanna explained that she had recently thought about a lot, including their childhood, so she decided to give Wang Ling a little surprise. The girl was curious what it was, but Shanna said that everything has its time, and in any case, this thing will be very useful to her. When they separate this time, it will be better for them to forget about each other and never meet again. Wang Ling said that she understood and asked to bring her at least a pillow. It would be very hard to sleep. The girl said that her whole chest already hurts lying on such a surface. Shanna got angry and threw the pillow at her cousin, saying that she understood why she was so weak. This is all because of such small breasts that Wang Ling has. The girl remembered Ling Mo's words that the larger a girl's breasts, the stronger she will be. And her cousin is completely flat. Wang Ling was greatly offended by this conversation. She said that she was going to go to bed and would not participate in it anymore. Shanna told her to get a good night's sleep because tomorrow will be a hard day. The girl was silent for a few moments and then said words of gratitude. Tears welled up in her eyes, and unbearable sadness pierced her heart. Shanna raised her head from the pillow and looked at her sister in surprise. Suddenly, Ling Mo opened his eyes. He probably heard the entire conversation that was happening between them. They decided that they should deal with this guy Ding Yu, who thinks too much of himself. After all, as they say, on the same mountain two tigers can get along, and if everything is left as is, then it will be difficult for Wang Ling to travel with them. Therefore, you should go ahead and teach him good manners. Meanwhile, in another room, Luo Heng and Zhang Ning were quietly talking to each other. The girl did not stop clinging to him because she thought that she had already lost Luo Heng. Some sounds were heard from their room. Probably they were enjoying each other's company. Ling Mo decided that he should not distract them. He and the girls went hunting on their own. But suddenly, Shanna grabs him by the shoulder and stops him. Something worries the girl. They also want to do something similar like Luo Heng and Zhang Ning. Maybe Ling Mo wouldn't mind? All the guys' excuses that now was not the right time had no effect on the girls. They don't care about anything. They want it right now. And they can teach Ding Yu a lesson at another moment. But in that case, Ling Mo can't refuse today. He will show how great he is. And he can teach that bastard a lesson, although not personally, but by sending a pawn there. The guy ordered the zombies to find Ding Yu and then act according to the plan. At this time, the guy was sadly sitting on the roof and thought that the fire would not subside until tomorrow. But if there were more workers, then everything would become much easier. It's good that the wounds of his friends are not very serious, otherwise they would become a burden. The guy dreamed that he would like to become strong like Ling Mo, or perhaps on the contrary, the weakest, and then he would not have to shoulder everything. But suddenly, someone's hand grabbed him. The guy turned around with lightning speed. He managed to jump back and realized that in front of him was a zombie who had come from nowhere. Ding Yu threw his rebar spear at the monster, hoping to kill it in one fell swoop. However, the monster was able to dodge, and this really puzzled the guy. It looks like this zombie is also mutated, and he also evolved because he became very smart. And yet, this is said loudly. Otherwise, he would not have attacked such a great man as Ding Yu. Therefore, he will now teach the stupid zombie an excellent lesson that he will remember for a long time. The fight between them continued, and the monster did not want to give up his position. Ding Yu believed that such a weak opponent was impossible to cope with him alone. However, all his attempts to hit the monster directly in the head with a club did not lead to any result. And suddenly the guy realized that the zombie had grabbed his weapon and held it in his hand, and then threw him out, and now Ding Yu doesn't know how to fight. In addition to the fact that Zombie was quite smart and dexterous, he also knew Kung Fu. The guy had the thought that he could call someone for help, but he rejected this idea because people would think that he was a weakling. At this time, Ling Mo was gloomily thinking about the fact that the stubborn guy doesn't want to call for help, but he could. The girls asked him not to be distracted, but Ling Mo had too many thoughts wandering around in his head. Yelian said that if the guy agreed to it, it's too late to refuse. Ling Mo replied that he understood this perfectly well, but let the girls be patient for a while. After that, he directed the girl to sit down on the sofa. Yolian noticed that her friend had a strange expression on his face, and he was looking somewhere else. The guy said that he was not going to just look at it and also wanted to try it. Shauna indignantly noted that Yelian belongs not only to him. The girl said that her friend sometimes behaves like a child, and then they just spent time enjoying each other's company. But suddenly the guy remembered that he had to keep an eye on the zombie who went to Ding Yu. Meanwhile, the guy tried to fight the zombie, but he seemed too strong. Ding Yu dealt strong blows, but this did not help him and did not lead to results. The guy already thought that he would have to ask others for help because he couldn't cope on his own. And drawing more air into his lungs, Ding Yu shouted requests for help. But the zombie kicked him in the forehead with all his might, and the guy felt that he could not stand on his feet. He fell, his head hurt terribly, and there was no way to get up. Ling Mo suddenly realized that Zombie was repeating after him all the actions that the young man performed in the company of girls. He decided that now was the time to intervene. Probably the scoundrel had already understood the lessons taught. Shauna grabbed Ding Yu, who was unconscious, and after that the girl punched him in the face many times. But suddenly she stopped and realized that she had gotten too excited in any case. Now this guy will know how to offend girls. Ling Mo decided that he needed to hide somewhere and finish the job he started to the end. And at this time, in the house, Luo Heng and Zhang Ning heard some noise and realized that most likely zombies had broken into their place. Something incredible was happening, a loud scream, and Lo Han quickly ran to check. The man saw that his friend was unconscious in the hands of the zombie. Without thinking twice, Ding Yu took aim at the monster and thereby wanted to free the crippled Ding Yu. But the zombie deftly jumped and tried to run away, dodging the bullets. Zhang Ning. Meanwhile, she approached the guy and began to look, feeling his pulse. They discovered that Ding Yu is alive, although he is not in good condition right now. The guy's face was all beaten up. It was obvious that he had gone through a lot of tests. The next morning, his friend came to Ding Yu's room. The guy had woken up and rested a little by that time. The guy looked gloomy and slightly depressed. In addition, he was constantly thinking about something. The girls looked at each other and giggled. Remembering the previous night, Ling Mo displeasedly told them not to behave this way. Luo Heng said that he would ask the guy for some medicine for Ding Yu, and in return, he would offer his rifle. But Ding Yu was visibly nervous and did not say anything to this. Many thoughts wandered through his head. First of all, he wanted to know where Wang Ling was now. It was very urgent. Shauna was wary of what he needed from his sister. Goodness should not be expected from this man. Ding Yu said with a dissatisfied expression that this was their own matter and it was no one's business. But Shauna had a different idea about this, because this really concerns her. Luo Heng tried to reason with the guy and calm down those present. Ding Yu didn't mean anything like that. However, Shauna felt the danger that came from this type. Her intuition suggested that he should not be trusted. Wang Ling also intervened. The hot-tempered sister shouldn't escalate the situation so much. And then the girl angrily turned to Ding Yu. Let him tell what he wanted from her. But the guy still couldn't come to his senses. He was constantly trembling and experiencing unbearable anxiety. He gritted his teeth and struggled with himself for some time. But then he exhaled and said that he was asking for forgiveness from the girl for considering her ballast. The guys were taken aback and looked at their friend in amazement. What happened to him? It turns out that the arrogant Dean Yu even knows how to apologize and admit his mistakes. The guy explained that when he found himself in the clutches of that zombie, he felt for the first time what it was like to be helpless. His friends saved him, and if it weren't for them, he would already be dead. Therefore, he asks Wang Ling for forgiveness for his selfishness. The guy understands that in this world the strongest will survive. However, the most important thing is to remain human in any situation and maintain the ability to support each other. Previously, he did not understand this and therefore said a lot of nasty things to the girls, but now they are asking for forgiveness. Wang Ling thought for a moment. She is ready to forgive him, but with Ding Yu's words, she will not fully atone for her guilt. Therefore, if a guy tries to treat her with something tasty while collecting resources, then perhaps she will think about it. This evening, she really wants to finally eat delicious canned food. And after the words were spoken, the girl said that we should not waste time. We need to move forward. She turned to the guys and told them to catch up. But suddenly, everyone noticed the calligraphy on her head. Ling Mo glanced sideways at Shauna. Probably the girl was talking about this surprise at night. He suppressed his laughter and said that this was quite original and very suitable for Wang Ling. By this time, the fire had subsided and food could be safely collected. Ding Yu was able to collect a lot of canned food, thereby making amends to Wang Ling. Now it was time to leave. Ling Mo and the girls had to continue their journey. They chose a different path, but Luo Heng had hopes that they would meet again someday. But now, nothing can be done, and I will have to say goodbye and head in different directions. The man thought for a moment and took out a small package and then handed it to Ling Mo. The address where they would live was written there, and the guy could drop by at any time. Ling Mo promised that if he was nearby, he would definitely look in. Wang Ling noticed his gaze on her. The guy smiled and told the girl to try to be smarter in the future. Wang Ling shouted in anger so that he would not call her stupid. Shauna told her sister goodbye that she used to be weak and now nothing has changed. Wang Ling lowered her eyes and said with bitterness that she herself knows about this and should not be constantly reminded. Luo Heng wished good luck to the guys and said that next time he would definitely drink a glass of foam with Ling Mo. Let the guys be careful and take care of themselves. Luo Heng's company waved goodbye. When Ling Mo and the girls left, Wang Ling experienced incredible melancholy and sadly lowered her gaze. Zhang Ning ran up to her and said that her friend was probably sad and didn't want them to leave, but the girl shook her head negatively. She's not going to miss them, especially since these guys are just a little bit stronger than them. Wang Ling said that one day she will definitely become stronger and then they will still be jealous of her. However, deep down in her heart, she understood that she would actually be very worried. The girl mentally asked Shauna and brother Ling Mo to be careful and not put themselves at risk. Zhang Ning noticed the words carved into Wang Ling's head. She said that she could be angry with them later, but now she needed to find a suitable hat for her friend. Wang Ling squinted in disbelief. Why does she need a hat? She already looks good. But her friend said that it was still getting cold outside and she needed to take care of her health. At this time, there was another fight with zombies. Li Yalun had incredible success in this matter, and Ling Mo carefully read the notebook that Luo Heng gave him. The guy noticed that the notes he took were very detailed and would help in the future. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Ye Lian approaching. She had some urgent business. The girl whispered in his ear that it seemed his new friend was avoiding them. Could he allow him to train her? Well, that is, teach her. In general, the idea seemed successful to Ling Mo, but one small detail confused her. After all, Ye Lian said that they were going to train Li Yalin, and such actions smack of violence, but he doesn't mind if the girls get along, but he shouldn't bully her. Ye Lian and Shauna promised that they would behave decently. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard and interrupted their conversation. Probably something happened again. They looked to where Li Yaling was. The girl fell for some reason. Ling Mo suddenly noticed that this happened for a reason. She was tied up. It turns out that a huge blue snake enveloped Li Yalin's entire body and pulled in from all sides. However, this was a complex snake. It had the zombie virus in it and probably also had intelligence. The venom from this snake could be mixed with a virus, so it's probably dangerous to zombies. Li Yalin tried to fight the viper entangling her, but the girl did not quite succeed. Ling Mo told her not to touch the snake because it could bite and thereby harm her. But suddenly, the guy noticed that the poisonous viper had already bitten the girl, and then the snake headed towards Ling Mo and probably wanted to bite him in the same way. Suddenly, Shauna intervened, and swinging her hand, stepped on a poisonous reptile. And after that, the girl fearlessly crushed the viper with one foot. A crunch was heard. Now the reptile could not move or harm anyone. Blood poured from her vile mouth. The viper tried to get out, but she couldn't. Shauna looked at the dead snake with disappointment. It happened so quickly, it was very boring. Ling Mo walked up to the injured Li Yalin. He wanted to know how she was feeling. And was everything okay with the girl? But suddenly the beauty's gaze turned bright green. Apparently the poison had an effect on her. He activated Li Yalin's instincts and now her mind was in complete chaos. Now the guy understood that she was getting out of control and was resisting very strongly. But Ling Mo Buddy is not going to let her go so quickly, so after several unsuccessful attempts, she managed to regain control. And although he managed, such actions took all the strength from Ling Mo. That snake bit her, and it is not even known how this will now affect Li Yaling's condition. But first we need to find a place to rest, and then we will act depending on the girl's well-being. Suddenly, Ling Mo noticed that some kind of radiance appeared from the snake's head. The guy came across and took out the crystal from there. That is, it was not just a snake, it also mutated. But now is not the time to think about it. They need to find a safe place first, otherwise they will be attacked again. Soon the guys found a suitable building for rest. It was calm and there weren't many zombies wandering around. The guy opened one of the rooms and looked around the situation. It was possible to stay in this place. The first step was to put Li Yalin on the sofa. However, the girl resisted, behaved quite aggressively, and growled menacingly. Ling Mo told the girls to hold her as tightly as possible and not let go. Yilian pressed her friend with her whole body and she could not resist. Shauna said with a sneer that, unfortunately, she didn't have a camera with her so she could get great photos. And at this time, the guy found a blade in his bag. He didn't know whether it would work or not, but there weren't really any other options. It's still worth a try. It's better than doing nothing and watching Li Yalan begin to mutate. The guy made a small incision and noticed that the blood that began to flow from the wound had darkened. Now they were busy draining all the blood and poison. This had to be done very quickly. Suddenly, the guy heard some kind of strange sound. Probably someone unknown made his way here. He jumped out and looked around, asking who was here. But in the corridor, it was quiet and there was no imperceptible movement. Most likely, Ling Mo was just winding himself up. The guy returned to the room. He did everything he could. Now everything depended on her. Soon night came and they went to bed. In the dream, the girl had a severe fever. She felt hot and wanted to drink. Li Yaling began to fidget on the bed and tremble. All this the girl did in an unconscious state. The snake reappeared near her and began to crawl, looking at her with an unfriendly look. The reptile enveloped Li Yaling with its body. The girl found it unbearable to breathe and tried to get out. Li Yaling pulled away, but the viper still approached while continuing to hiss menacingly. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes very wide. She finally woke up. Li Yaling sat down on the bed and began to look around the room. But there was silence all around. She noticed that Ling Mo was lying nearby. That's her goal. He had what she needed. Suddenly, she approached the guy and climbed under the blanket to feel this thing in his pockets. However, she was having trouble finding it, and from the outside her attempts looked quite interesting. Finally, Li Yaling approached the guy's face and said that she was very hungry. She started licking his neck, and this made Ling Mo finally wake up. The guy jumped up and began angrily asking what she was doing here. But Li Yaling said that she just wanted to eat. She has developed a beastly appetite, and the girl cannot wait until the morning. She wants to give her a delicacy right now. The guy looked at her angrily. He could have said it in words and not behaved so depravedly. She was lucky that Ling Mo was a gentleman and someone else would definitely take advantage of the situation. He handed the crystal to the girl. However, she wanted the guy to feed her himself. He had to do this, and squeezing a small capsule in his fingers, he handed it to Li Yaling. She happily swallowed this treat. The girl definitely felt better after this. The crystal turned out to be very tasty and she began to breathe loudly, even closing her eyes with pleasure. But suddenly, Ling Mo felt the presence of an outsider again and that sound again. The guy shouted for the unknown person to say his name and say why he was here. He went out into the corridor and looked around, but it was still quiet and empty. However, Ling Mo could not make a mistake twice. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the girl Li Yalin had also come out with him and also felt something was wrong, which means there really is something there. Ling Mo felt like he was getting goosebumps as if a terrible creature was watching him from the darkness. Sleepy Yalian and Shauna heard all those movements and decided to go out to see what happened. The guy said that he had some kind of unpleasant feeling, as if there was more than just a mutated zombie here. They did not know where the enemy was hiding, while he was well aware of their location. In such a disadvantageous position, it is dangerous to separate and we all need to go on reconnaissance together. The guys looked around with fear but could not find the creature that was hiding within the walls of this building. Suddenly, Li Yalian felt that some unprecedented force was watching her directly. The girl understood where to follow. She cast a quick glance in that direction. Shauna tried to stop her friend who was heading alone to the place that attracted her attention. The girl found herself among a large number of boxes lying on the floor in a chaotic order. Ling Mo caught up with the girl and hurried, reproaching her that she shouldn't have walked alone. Li Yalian said that she smelled a very strong smell of blood in this direction. The guy carefully examined the boxes. Probably it was just a warehouse, albeit a rather dirty one. Suddenly, a sound was heard and the boxes began to move. Most likely someone was hiding in them. Shauna began to swing her sword and throw away all the things that came her way in search of the unknown. Soon the guys discovered that there was a dying zombie there. He was all wounded. The guy realized that most likely it was just a bait. And the real villain decided to divert attention in this way. There was a deafening bang again. It turned out that it was the snake that struck with its tail. Yelian, who was very close to the boxes, flew several meters to the side. But probably Ling Mo was the target, since the blow landed exactly in the place where the guy was standing. He barely had time to jump up. I wonder why this creature attacked him. Suddenly the dust settled and he saw who was in front of him. This is a huge mutated zombie snake that looked with a predatory gaze and hissed loudly. The guy thought that perhaps she did not intend to eat him, but wanted to take the crystal. Now he understood that it was too risky to fight face to face with this dangerous beast. It's better to give her what she asks for and perhaps the reptile will calmly leave. The snake opened its mouth and actually began to catch the crystal that Ling Mo had thrown to it. When it opened, we could take advantage of this moment. The guy shouted for his girlfriend to aim straight at the heart of the creepy reptile, and the next second the guys aimed hundreds of blows at the snake. It wheezed in pain. Now their enemy was completely destroyed and exhausted. He fell to the floor. Zombies are too greedy for crystals and this is their weakness, but using cunning, the guy managed to return the crystal and destroy the snake. Ling Mo began to carefully cut the reptilian skull to get the crystal out. Yelian walked up to the guy and began to carefully wipe his face with a napkin. Soon, Ling Mo managed to dig up his trophy. It was not in vain that he tried so hard. This crystal is so huge and completely incomparable to those that he collected before. The girl stared hungrily at Nakodka, and I couldn't wait to try this crystal, especially since it looked very appetizing. But the guy said that we should be patient now, they won't get it. After all, this crystal belonged to a mutated animal and we first need to check it before giving it to the girls. Ling Mo praised Li Yaling. Even though she was injured recently, she fought valiantly alongside them. The girl was thinking about something and said that it was not difficult for her to fight. And then Ling Mo looked into Ye Lian's eyes and said that she also did a great job. After this, the guy decided that he should pay attention to Shauna. The girl proudly said that she already knows because she is the best. Ling Mo looked at her and noticed that his friend was too self-confident. This snake was in some ways very similar to the zombie girls, but still there were differences between them. After all, the girls still couldn't talk to the reptile, and its blood smells different. Shauna said thoughtfully that the blood of a snake smells such an unusual smell, and at this time Li Yaling pulled away. She did not want to participate in conversations and looked at the others with contempt. The guy noticed that she had become arrogant and indifferent as in her school years. Only now she was much more dangerous. Her eyes looked like snakes. It is unknown how the secondary infection affected her, but now you don't have to think about it. Still, it's better to get a good rest. The guys went into the room cheerfully talking among themselves while blood began to flow from the wound of the killed snake. This greatly interested the zombies who were nearby. One of them looked at the flowing stream with great curiosity. Suddenly he felt an incredible surge of hunger. Probably this blood is very appetizing. The next day came, the guys slept and rested, and prepared to continue their journey. Ling Mo returned to the room with the killed snake to see what it looked like. He suddenly noticed that the reptile was being eaten by a zombie. The monster turned around and the guy noticed that his gaze looked very suspicious. Suddenly, the zombie quickly and deftly turned around, and then, with a wild cry, attacked Ling Mo. Another moment and he would grab the guy, but Ling Mo remained unperturbed. The young man looked carefully into the eyes of her opponent. He did not feel fear because he could use his superpower. Probably this zombie also took a dose of poison. You can take control of it and observe. Suddenly, Ling Mo had a brilliant idea. After all, the guy had a crystal in his pocket. You could try giving the zombie a piece of a pebble from the head of a dead snake. But suddenly, many other zombies appeared in the room and began to attack with a loud growl. The crowd looked huge and it took effort to cope with it. Yelian and Elder were supposed to cover from the back, and Shana headed with Ling Mo to attack. The girls obediently began to follow the instructions, and the guys destroyed the small crowd in an organized manner. Suddenly, Ling Mo noticed that his new captive zombie had the ability to hide his presence. He was nearby just a second ago and now he's already fighting in the other direction. That is, all his movements are very reminiscent of how Li Yalain behaved at first. However, the girl is advanced, and it's unlikely that this zombie was at the same level as the older one. That is, the snake's venom was to blame. The guy decided that he needed to follow him because he still doesn't know much about mutated animals. Soon the guys arrived at a large iron bridge that crossed the river. Ling Mo felt that here somehow the air temperature was significantly different. On this bridge, the guy felt a wild cold that literally froze him. He walked along the bridge but suddenly heard some movement behind him again. The guy turns around but doesn't see anything. The place where there was movement only a second ago is now deserted. It definitely didn't seem like it was some kind of ghost, perhaps another advanced one. But it's better to stay away from him because fights with high ranks are very exhausting. I wonder how far it is from Shana's house, but the girl doesn't remember at all where it is. But she definitely knows for sure that they need to cross the bridge. Ling Mo decided that they will do so, and after seeing familiar places, perhaps the girl will remember which way to go next. Ling Mo has hope that in her friend's house there will be a good sword for her. Shauna boastfully said that her family has much better weapons than Wang Ling. The guys walked further and further and did not notice that some figure was constantly watching them. Soon they found themselves near the big, beautiful city fountain. The girls began to look into the water in delight. There were live fish swimming there. It looked very cute. Ling Mo warned Lian and Shauna not to even think about eating the fish swimming there. After all, they can't eat mutated animals until he understands how the virus interacts with them. He went further and said that he would still find out if they tried to eat at least one. The guy did not notice how a crunch was heard behind him. Ling Mo turned around, but it was just a zombie puppet. From the very beginning, the guy had the feeling that someone was watching them, but he still hadn't found anyone. The young man went further and did not pay attention to the angry girls who were offended because he forbade absolutely everything. And at this time, a dark silhouette looked after them, hiding behind a tree. The guys stopped at one of the stores to choose an outfit. There was a light on near the fitting room curtain. Li Yalin stands in surprise near the mirror and looks into it. How did the girl get there? She looks at her silhouette and cannot understand that it is just a reflection. Ling Mo, who was standing behind the curtain, said that it was just a mirror and there was no need to worry. It turns out that after infection, the girl lost almost all her memories and doesn't even remember such simple things. He can help her get dressed and at the same time tell her about her body and the functions it performs. The guy pointed to his throat and then his heart and kidneys. During a fight, you especially need to protect these places. Wounds can be fatal, but the belly is quite large in area and soft. It can be easily pierced, so you must always be careful. The girl asked. What about these two balls that made her shoulders hurt? Ling Mo explains that it is the chest that can protect during a fight, and due to its large size, a knife will not be able to pierce the heart. And now that the girl knows everything about her body, she can get dressed and he is ready to help her with this. Soon the beauty was changed and looked quite chic. The guy felt that it was not easy for him to fasten the dress on the back. It barely came together. But we need to check how Ye Lian and Shan are doing and at the same time see what they have chosen for themselves. Ling Mo approached the place where the girls were changing clothes and heard various screams from there. Have they really still not chosen anything worthwhile? Maybe the guy can help? Ye Lian's voice was heard from behind the curtain. She told her friend that she had already stopped trying on a lot of things on her, and why Shauna added ears to Ye Lian's image is unclear, but Ling Mo will probably check it out. The guy thought that he should intervene and check that the girls were whispering suspiciously, and it's true that what he saw, to put it mildly, impressed him. Although the image of his girlfriend looked great, but still it wouldn't hurt to be a little more modest. Ling Mo said that Ye Lian should take it off and find something more normal. The problem here is not even that he doesn't like it, but how long he will have to restrain himself. About half an hour passed. Ling Mo got tired of waiting and asked the girls to hurry up. Finally, they came out and Shana proudly said that the couple would definitely like such outfits. Ling Mo nodded with satisfaction, and the girls really looked simply stunning. But suddenly, he noticed that behind one of the curtains there was a dark silhouette. The guy ran up to that place. There was definitely someone there, which means it wasn't his imagination and they had really been watching him for a long time. You need to send a puppet to check what is happening there. And Zombie went to look. The zombie looked around the room and did not notice that there was a man standing behind the wall. He rushed so fast and blew off the zombie's head that no one had time to react. Probably the attacker was not a person but a zombie, since his unnatural gaze gave him away. Yelian and Shanna began to rapidly approach the enemy, waving their weapons. But Ling Mo believed that it was better to leave him and not get involved in a fight until they found out what he was capable of. But suddenly, the stranger disappeared, and out of sight he ran across the rooftops with lightning speed and was no longer visible. The guy thought that the mutation of this zombie had clearly gone very far, and there was not a speck of dirt on him yet. This was especially frightening because it meant that he was smart enough and could keep his body and clothes clean. Ling Mo decided that staying here was a bad idea, and he needed to move on. Because if this zombie was watching them, he would not retreat for long and would definitely return. Suddenly, the guys noticed that a large accumulation of zombies began to occur around them. They kept coming and coming. The guys did not have time to destroy the dead attacking them. With a wild growl of many monsters rushed towards the guys and intended to bite. Suddenly, there was a scream, after which the crowd of zombies became even larger. This had never happened to Ling Mo before. Unexpectedly, he noticed that their recent acquaintance was watching this entire crowd. That is, apparently their enemy controls these living dead, and he is much stronger than the advanced one. Ling Mo had some guesses. On this score, it turns out that this man is a dangerous leader of the zombies. The fight continued furiously between the zombies and the girls, and the guy still watched his opponent. His opponent also glared angrily at Ling Mo, and they just stared at each other angrily for a while. Whoever moves first will die. This was probably an unspoken challenge that the enemy gave the guy. But soon the girls finished off the last enemy attacking them. Unexpectedly, Ling Mo's opponent began to move towards Ye Lian. The guy warned her about the danger and told her friend to be careful. Meanwhile, the leader of the zombies stared at the girl and stared at her with all his eyes. Ling Mie wanted to improve the moment and injure the enemy. However, he did not succeed. This man was so dexterous and fast that it was simply impossible to catch him. The guy began to get angry. This was the strongest zombie he had ever met. But in the end, he managed to confuse the enemy and thereby neutralize him. Ling Mo said that it was in vain that his opponent underestimated the skills that he possessed. The guy intended to swing, but was again defeated and the unknown person dodged. After a couple of moments, this zombie broke free of control and dodged the blow, which was very impressive. But suddenly the jacket on the man's shoulders came unbuttoned, and a top with red strawberries became visible under it. Ling Mo stared at her with all his eyes, so it turns out that the girl was fighting with him. However, the stranger immediately buttoned up her jacket and said that this was nonsense. But the guy already understood everything and squinted slyly. It turns out that they have a kid here, but his opponent began to say some inarticulate words. Ling Mo pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Another reasonable zombie who can't put two words together normally. Moreover, he has a bad character. Why is he so lucky? His interlocutor pointed to the guy and probably said that she was not at all interested in him. And then she pointed at Ye Lian. This lady was probably much more interested in the stranger. However, Ling Mo did not like this at all. This girl is with him, and if the harmful zombie wants to harm her, then this will only happen through his corpse. However, Zombie said that he did not wish harm to Ye Lian at all, and gritted his teeth angrily. Then he added that this girl is more suitable than anyone else as a wife for him. This news greatly puzzled all the guys who were near Ye Lian. Ling Mo whistled in amazement. A rather strange situation had happened to him. Meanwhile, Zombie was saying that no matter how strong a guy is, he will not get Ye Lian as his wife. Now it was clear why this creature had been watching them for so long. The naughty girl had begun puberty. The zombie approached Ye Lian. She wanted to meet her and said that her name was Crescent, but the girl replied that she did not like her interlocutor. The girl has always been and will be a wife only for Ling Mo. The rest are not interesting to her at all. This news offended Crescent beyond words, but Shauna was also very upset when she heard this. Ling Mo said that today he will show the foolish girl what it means to be spouses. With these words, he gently touched Ye Lian and hugged her waist, and the next moment they came very close to each other. The uninvited guest watched in amazement. Unbearable melancholy and sadness became noticeable in her eyes. Zombie felt severe pain and resentment. The next moment she sat down and began to sob. The two really looked happy. Meanwhile, the guy mockingly asked if the kid remembered everything. Ye Lian continued to stand near Ling Mo, not noticing absolutely no one around. Crescent felt completely depressed. Does the beauty really not like her that much? Ye Lian turned around and looked at the zombie in surprise. Has she really not left yet? But why is fate so unfair, and the girl is forced to suffer from unrequited love? Ling Mo told her not to lose her temper, because after all, the crescent moon is the leader, and she shouldn't lose face. But suddenly the girl realized that she was not ready to leave everything so easily. She would fight. If she kills Ling Mo, then she will have no rival, and perhaps Ye Lian will reciprocate. This decision was final, and she was not going to waste another minute. However, Ye Lian and Shauna drew their weapons. Let this strange zombie not even dream. An incredible fight began in which the crescent continued to dodge and tried to attack the guy. Li Yaling said that she doesn't mind competing with her opponent in speed. But all of Li Yaling's attempts to knock down the crescent moon were unsuccessful. The girl realized that she still couldn't stand it, and the leader of the zombie was really too fast. The crescent grinned maliciously. Everything went according to her clearly conceived plan. Now she will be able to attack the defenseless Ling Mo and thereby destroy her opponent. But the guy also had some trump cards up his sleeve in the form of superpowers. When the crescent began to approach him, she fell into the networks that bound her will. However, the captivity did not last long as she was able to return and break free from the invisible shackles. The guy frowned. This person is fast enough, which is worthy for a zombie leader, but don't underestimate his superpowers either. Ling Mo released his power again. Then he signaled to the girls to strike the enemy. The girls on both sides swung their weapons and wanted to kill the turning crescent. But the zombie was able to dodge these blows and made every attempt to free herself. In the end, she succeeded, and the leader of the zombies headed for the exit. Her hand hurt a lot, so she couldn't move as quickly as before. Shauna raised her sword to deliver the final blow. However, unexpectedly, trouble occurred. The sword cracked and began to crumble at the most inopportune moment right during the fight. Crescent could not understand why the girls were protecting this man. After all, he is weak. But suddenly, she noticed something completely supernatural. The guy suddenly disappeared. Just a second ago, he was near Ye Lian, and now the guy seemed to have fallen through the ground. He ended up right next to the crescent, and the girl could not understand how he pulled it off. However, the young man did not let her come to her senses, and the next moment doused the zombie with poison. She began to look in amazement at her clothes, which were simply dissolving from the poisonous liquid. Ling Mo said that their rival asked for it herself. They were not going to go to extreme measures. Probably the leader of the zombies. Still, she found herself trapped, as girls attacked her from both sides. But the crescent growled menacingly and headed towards the exit with incredible speed. She began to quickly fly away and shouted that she would come back and definitely achieve her goal. The girls wanted to chase after her, catch up and destroy her, but Ling Mo did not allow this. He stopped the girls and told them not to pursue the runaway crescent. Although the poison weakened her, she is nevertheless a serious opponent, because even Li Yaling could not resist during their duel. Don't chase her and underestimate the abilities that the crescent has. Who knows if they drive her into a corner, they might get hurt themselves. In addition, the guy said that he was very exhausted as a result of this fight and almost completely used up his spiritual energy. Therefore, we need to somehow replenish the wasted energy. Ling Mo carefully looked into his friend's eyes. He asked the girl to help him restore his lost energy reserves. Li Yaling watched in surprise as Ling Mo and Ye Lian approached. Some bad thoughts crept into the girl's head. She looked very offended and angry. But the guys did not notice this, as they were busy with more important things. Finally, the guy said that he felt much better because the zombie's saliva contained a substance that helped restore strength. Soon, they moved on because they shouldn't have stayed here for long. Their enemy could return at any moment. Suddenly passing by dense thickets of grass, Ling Mo saw something glistening in the green sprouts. The guy bent down and began to look in surprise at what was there in the grass. He noticed that there were a lot of crystals lying there. Most likely Crescent dropped it when she ran. Still quite a nice bonus. After such a difficult battle, the crystals are really worthwhile. The guy decided that he would take these fines as compensation for Shauna's sword. Ling Mo handed the stones to Ye Lian, because after all, it was the girl who was the target of the crescent moon. The girl was not harmed only because the leader wanted to take her away from Ling Mo. However, the fight must have exhausted Ye Lian, so she can take the crystals and regain her strength. She will eat them, and at the same time help the guy recover after this difficult battle. Li Yaling noticed them and walked away dissatisfied. Her gaze was very stern. Ling Mo said that there is no need to linger and you should quickly leave this place. The guy noticed that the eldest was constantly lagging behind and told her to hurry up. Li Yaling said with indignation that she was faster than all of them and there was no need to tell her here. With these words, the girl looked towards the guys with contempt and rushed past Ling Mo. The guy looked after her in bewilderment. And what's going on with the girl lately? It didn't seem to him that she had become even more distant, but it was unclear for what reason. Soon the travelers arrived at the city where Shauna lived in quiet times. Ling Mo whistled in surprise. Indeed, the houses here looked very luxurious despite the apocalypse. The guys stood near a large elite complex surrounded by a high fence. The walking dead were roaming around, but they probably still couldn't get inside. The guy said with a smile that he didn't even suspect what a rich girl Shauna turned out to be. After all, he himself had a small apartment in the suburbs and a mortgage for 30 years. Yelin noticed that, nevertheless, nowadays her friend's life is much better. However, this was a difficult question. Many problems are a thing of the past. There is less stress, but at any moment there is a chance of dying. However, thanks to all this, he is finally always with Ye Lian. In addition, he has found Shauna, and although it cannot be said that it is easy for him, he is still better than many others in this world. And at that time, girls who became zombies didn't need much to be happy. The main thing is that their beloved and devoted Ling Mo was always with them. Suddenly, their emotional conversations were interrupted by Li Yaling. She had already scouted the situation and found nothing suspicious. The girl said that everything there was exactly the same as here, nothing special or unusual. And yet Ling Mo thought that the area and apartments here were not cheap at all. It was simply great that I was lucky enough to visit them. Once upon a time in the distant past, the guy planned to buy an apartment here, but it was more likely a dream since the amount for such a purchase was decent. Yelian is very interested in if Ling Mo managed to buy this apartment with whom he would live there. The guy hugged her and said that of course he would like to live there with his beloved Ye Lian. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Shauna, who jumped up to Ling Mo and forcibly stepped on his foot. It seems that the girl forgot about someone, and this is a completely unforgivable mistake. He realized that in addition to Ye Lian, he would take Shauna with him. The girl threatened that this was the right decision, otherwise she would eat him alive. After that, Shauna winked and said that she was glad to invite dear guests to her mansion. There aren't many shops or other establishments here, but they can look for something when they get a weapon. And although the house was far enough away and it was possible to rest in it for a long time, Ling Mo decided that it was dangerous for them to stay in one place for a long time. Shauna showed a large, attractive house with 2 floors. This is her home. Ling Mo looked at these mansions in delight. He would have saved for something like this all his life. When the guys came closer, they saw that there was no longer a dog near the booth, which had obviously once been here. Shauna has a noticeable, unimaginable bitterness on her face. She was eaten, and if she were tied, she could mutate. The guy thought that it was very difficult to return to where she used to live, and in general, it was not often seen that a girl was sad for someone, especially for a dog. Soon the friends approached the door, but it was locked. There were no keys nearby. Shauna made a master key and quickly spun it several times in the doorway. The girl explained that she had strict parents and she wanted fun, so she learned everything. Apparently, it's not surprising that Shauna became such a badass. Even before she turned into a zombie, she clearly wasn't a good girl. The guys walked into the house along a dark corridor, but nothing was visible since the lights were turned off. Shauna pressed the switch, and a simply incredible picture appeared before her friends. Ling Mo was speechless for a moment when he saw all this beauty. The girl said that this was their family's gun store. There was a large amount of different gear. Most likely, the guys simply had their eyes wide open from such an abundance of different weapons. Ling Mo looked at the weapon with delight, even without realizing that it was just a prop. But where is the real weapon? Shauna is sure that it is somewhere nearby. You just need to look for it. Yelian picked up an interesting iron piece, and a cunning idea appeared in her head. Suddenly, Li Yaling felt that something a little sharp had touched her soft spot. It was Ye Lian. It's strange what she decided to do to her friend. The girl looked at Li Yaling in surprise. Was it really that painful? She said that it was only slightly, but overall the sensations were quite strange and amazing. Yilian replied that it was not on purpose and asked for forgiveness for her actions, but Li Yaling said that it didn't hurt. She just felt something that was difficult to describe in words. But if Ye Lian did this one more time, maybe she would figure out how to describe it. But the girl protested because Ling Mo said that she should not be offended. Meanwhile, Shauna was trying to remember where the weapon was, and it probably should have been in the pantry. However, it was not there, and perhaps it was hidden somewhere else. The house is too big to scatter weapons anywhere. Ling Mo called Ye Lian and the eldest to go and help with the search for weapons. Suddenly, the guy heard a voice behind him that ordered him not to move. It was some guy who stood in the doorway and aimed a crossbow directly at Ling Mo. Friends do not understand what kind of person this could be. Perhaps a survivor from Shanna's family? Only then, why did the girl not recognize him? The girls looked in panic at the guest who had suddenly appeared. He told everyone not to move. Ling Mo appreciated this guy's strategy. A strong enough opponent waited for the right moment to take him hostage. But suddenly, Shauna recognized the crossbow that belonged to her. This is one of her favorite crossbows. She asked where the guy got it and why he took someone else's thing without asking. However, the guy who stood with the weapon ordered the guys not to move and not to perform unnecessary actions. A sound was heard and Ling Mo warned Shauna to be careful. There was a deafening blow, which was aimed exactly at the place where Shanna stood. The arrow hit a few centimeters from the girl's head. She managed to move away in just a split second. Suddenly, she was filled with unbearable rage that this guy even allowed himself. The guy was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect such strength that came from Shayna. The girl pulled an arrow out of the wall and looked angrily at the guest, and then told him to answer how he got into her house. However, the guy grabbed the crossbow again and told the girl not to approach him. Ling Mo tried to calm her down because you shouldn't get excited. You need to question the person properly. So the guy aimed his knife at the enemy and said that he had several questions. And first of all, he must give back the crossbow that belongs to Shauna. The girl happily took the weapon and said that she remembers how she asked the master, and he secretly helped to make it. Ling Mo, once again I was surprised by the customs of this family, to make such a crossbow for girls to play with. It's also powerful. This toy is no less deadly than a combat crossbow. But we shouldn't get distracted. We need to interrogate the guy who for some reason ended up in this house. What was he up to? The prisoner explained that he was simply defending himself, since the guys had secretly broken in here and it was unknown what their intentions were. This statement really puzzled Shauna, because this is her house and she can enter it whenever she wants. Moreover, her name is written on the crossbow. The girl said that her parents took this crossbow from her and hid it somewhere in the house, and this man simply appropriated it for himself. If not for Ling Mo, the guy would have had a hard time now. The guy realized that most likely he really was dealing with the owners of this house, but he didn't know that they were alive. There had been no one here for a very long time, and they decided to come here. Ling Mo looked carefully at his interlocutor. That is, there are probably other people here besides him. The guy said that he had friends while they were away but should return soon. Ling Mo presented a knife to the interlocutor's throat. Let him immediately answer. Is there anyone else in the house? And you shouldn't lie because Li Yaling's fast friend is searching the house. So it's better to tell everything yourself. He told the unknown person to immediately take Ling Mo to the rest of the people who settled here. Apparently the guy had no other choice, and he said that he would do everything as he was told. They went to the second floor, and at this time, Ling Mo was thinking that these people most likely got their hands on all the weapons. He hopes that they will not use it against them. Soon the guy led them to one of the rooms and stood near the door. Probably there the rest of the people lived. Ling Mo noticed that their uninvited guest was very nervous, and this place was ideal for an ambush. The guy could have told the truth, because in fact, Ling Mo and his girlfriends are not bad people at all. Suddenly, screams were heard from the room to immediately release Yang Jia. It turns out that it was a girl who suddenly flew out from around the corner and tried to grab the guys. But something went wrong and she fell loudly to the floor, hitting her face hard. The girl muttered that she was in pain, and at that time the guys looked at her in surprise. The lady stood up and said that she should not be underestimated. Let her friends definitely let Yang Jia go. After all, she will not joke and even prepared a knife to defend herself and attack. Ling Mo looked at his captive in surprise, and the girl took this to mean that the guy was probably scared. Yang Jia told her not to do anything stupid and throw the knife. The people who are with him have every right to be in this house. However, the girl stood her ground. She believed that her friend was being held by force. If these people did not let him go, then she would have to kill them. The guy grabbed his head. This fool is simply incorrigible. She doesn't listen to any arguments. Lingmo looked at the girl condescendingly. This is not a threat to them, but still such dedication causes a relationship to some extent. Ian said that you shouldn't hold a grudge against her. And this is just a child trying to save him. The guy thought for a few moments and then said that if she really wanted to save her, then he would let him go. And then he really let Yang Jia go. The guy walked away a few meters and timidly looked at Ling Mo. The girl screamed with delight. She was glad that these people let her go Yang Jia, but she did not stop holding the knife in her hand and asked who was in front of her. She could not understand whether they were good or bad. Ling Mo said that he also wasn't sure about his new acquaintances, so he grabbed Yang Jia just for his own safety. And now the guy is interested in whether it's true that these people took all the weapons. The man replied that they found a bunch of weapons, but they didn't know how to handle most of them. Only short blades were suitable, and they distributed them among all team members. Shauna said that they had absolutely no need for these toothpicks. Friends came here for more serious weapons. Ian said that there was a lot of exotic stuff left there that they didn't know what to do with, but the blades and spears were just super easy to use. The guy pointed to the door that led to the warehouse. All the exotic weapons were there. Li Yaling remained to guard the door, and the guys headed inside to pick up the gear. The girl said that her sister was quite beautiful, but her gaze was kind of frightening. Li Yaling looked at them dissatisfiedly but did not say a word. This look is really very scary, and it is better not to come closer to her. And at this time, the guys went into a warehouse where there were a lot of weapons. Ling Mo drew attention to the strange sword. It didn't look like it was suitable for fighting. Shanna's family even collected interesting specimens. The guy asked how much this thing cost. He was quite surprised when he learned that such an unusable weapon cost 30,000 pound. The guy carefully put the copy back in its place, but Shanna said that now it's just trash, there's no need to be so careful. The girl began to sort through the gear, but nothing fit. Everything was too inconvenient, useless, light, or ugly. Ling Mo was surprised to notice that Shauna was throwing away even such heavy balls. Has she really become that strong? But finally the girl stopped. She found what she wanted, an incredibly beautiful sword. Shanna swung her hand, and with lightning speed cut the wardrobe in half and half. The cut was so smooth as if it was originally intended to be that way. It's amazing. The girl thought that the old man had gotten rid of this sword a long time ago, but it turned out that it was here. So she gives it to Ling Mo with all her heart. The guy took the weapon in his hands in amazement. He will accept it with pleasure. The trip was worth it. The sword and crossbow are already a real upgrade. For herself, the girl has some other gear that is very suitable for her. Shauna pressed the button in the wall and told the guys not to be too surprised. This was the entrance to another room, which was disguised from prying eyes. Ling Mo watched in amazement as Shauna approached the weapon she was talking about. The girl was attracted by the big braid which could defeat many enemies. But she is quite heavy and large in size. The young man doubted that Shauna would be comfortable walking with her. The girl took the weapon in her hands with pleasure. This exhibit was clearly worth coming for. Shauna easily raised the large weapon higher and looked proudly at the guys. The guy never ceased to be surprised. In this family, allowing children to play with weapons is in the order of things. But can the girl really handle it? She said that she would demonstrate how she would deal with enemies with the help of this scythe. The next moment, Shauna threw up many knives that scattered in different directions. And then the girl made several blows with her scythe and cut the knives in half right in the air. Yelian looked at this miracle with admiration. Shauna's abilities are simply amazing. Shauna winked and said that her hands are capable of a lot. Didn't she know about it? Now, the guys had no doubt that the girl would absolutely be able to handle this braid. But since they had chosen the gear, Yelian probably deserved an update for herself in the form of a new weapon. Shauna thought for a few moments. She knows what weapon would be ideal for her friend. The girl said that there is a new weapon, and Ye Lian will definitely fit. At this time, the girl Ouyang Lian looked in amazement at the cuts on the wall. These people are not as simple as they seem. Yang Jia said that it would be better if they really kept their word, found what they needed and left, leaving them alone. And Shauna continued to rummage through the closet to find a suitable weapon for her friend Ye Lian. Finally, the girl found what she was looking for. She happily said that this was the ideal thing for her friend. Shauna showed off stylish steel claws that matched Ye Lian's look perfectly. They are very sharp and durable. They are simply an irreplaceable thing for tearing apart enemies with bare hands. Yelian tried on these gloves and they are truly an amazing accessory. The girl cut the wall with steel claws. She said that it was very convenient to use and she liked it. Lingmo noted that this is excellent. However, you shouldn't shred everything Yelian wants. Meanwhile, Shauna discovered something else quite interesting. The girl was glad that she was finally able to find the crescents that her parents probably hid in this place. However, the girl sadly said that she had already chosen a scythe for herself because she cannot use both weapons. Ling Mo offered the marvelous crescents to Li Yalin. After all, the girl lives like that as part of their team and deserves a new thing. Shauna didn't really want to give them away, but Ling Mo said that their friend was a good owner. She would be able to unleash the potential of these blades. After thinking for a couple of moments, the girl decided that she really shouldn't be upset about this. This was the end of their search. They needed to leave this place as quickly as possible. Li Yalin hid her blades and looked at the guy with gratitude, smiling faintly. Friends left the house and did not notice how Yang Jia and Ouyang Lian were watching them, who until recently did not expect that the guys would simply take up weapons and really leave. Fortunately, they kept their word. Otherwise, the guy doubts that they could somehow resist such a serious opponent. Suddenly, Yang Jia heard screams coming from the street. Probably someone was calling for help. A crowd of fleeing people shouted to open the house and let them into the house. Otherwise, the zombies would eat them. Yang Jia was frightened. He watched this picture and didn't know what to do right. It was very bad. By opening the door, the guy himself took a risk. And at this time, a crowd of zombies was approaching people and intended to grab them as soon as possible. Suddenly, one girl who had a huge spear in her hands began to swing it and kill the living dead. And her partner told the girl to leave him and run away, but she didn't come in to do that. Suddenly, a girl named Jia Yu noticed that a guy was standing not far away, and she seemed to know him. This man seemed very familiar to her, but she could not remember where she had seen him. Her partner said that she needed to run very quickly, since the zombies were a little distracted. Ling Mo, meanwhile, took the blow as he looked at those monsters that were approaching. However, the guy did not feel fear. Everything went exactly as he had planned. He has a powerful company that will not give a chance to any enemy and will destroy everyone. Li Yaling used her power and used her newfound crescents exactly to the target. Yilian also waved her steel claws menacingly and tore apart her enemies. Meanwhile, Ling Mo began to be surrounded by zombies, but the guy looked completely unperturbed. He cut his enemies in half with lightning speed, who did not even have time to blink an eye. Ouyang Lian watched with all her eyes how the heroes dealt with the crowd of zombies. This really amazed the girl. She was so engrossed in the fight that she didn't notice how a nasty long tongue approached from behind. He began to carefully wrap his arms around her legs, and the girl did not immediately notice what was happening. When she paid attention, it was already too late. Ouyang Lian was screaming, and an incomprehensible language had already completely bound her. It turns out that it was done by some mutated zombie who looked terrible. Yang Jia was downstairs at that time and didn't know how to help the girl save her. The vile tongue enveloped her more and pulled its tentacles more and more tightly. Ouyang Lian tried to resist. She fidgeted with her legs and waved her arms and also called for help. However, the monster was already bending over her, and it seemed there was no chance of salvation. The vile zombie was getting closer and closer to Ouyang Lian, looking at the girl with an empty, terrifying gaze. The monster squeezed her body and did not allow her to breathe or call for help at full strength. Ouyang Lian could no longer resist, and with the last of her strength, she told the monster to let her go. The girl was very afraid, and only tears dripped from her eyes. She had no strength left to get out of this captivity. Suddenly, something cracked and the monster loosened its grip. The girl again called for help with renewed vigor. Suddenly, she realized that the monster had let go of its tentacles and she was almost free. It turns out that Ling Mo arrived to the rescue and cut the enemy with his sword. The girl did not expect that this villain would come to her aid and kill the vile zombie. Meanwhile, the guy contemptuously said that the monster does not dare to attack the poor girl. Ouyang Lian looked at Ling Mo with all her eyes. It turns out that this guy saved her. Maybe he's not so bad. And at this time, Ling Mo approached her and picked her up in his arms and warned her to hold on tight. With these words, the guy pushed off the ground and in 2 leaps found himself on the balcony. There, the worried Yang Jia was waiting for them. He rushed towards Ling Mo and began to ask if everything was okay with the baby. Ling Mo wanted to know how things were in their company, and his interlocutor replied that it was much worse than he would like. The guy explained that they had no fortifications, and if Ling Mo and her friends had not intervened, they would all have died. Of course, Ling Mo can retreat and move on. He is not obliged to help these people. However, if you still stay and kill the enemies, you can learn something valuable. Therefore, the guy told Yang Jia and Ouyang Lian to follow him. At this time, a fierce battle continued on the street, as a result of which people tried to defeat the zombies. In no case did they want the vile dead to get inside the building and delay them with all their might. However, they didn't do it well. And in the end, the zombies broke through the wall that the guys had built. People began to run away. They were probably seriously losing their positions. But suddenly the sound of a sword was heard, and suddenly something incredible happened. It was Ling Mo who fearlessly walked into the crowd of zombies and killed them all in one fell swoop. The guys looked at it in surprise. They couldn't believe that this was possible. Meanwhile, Ling Mo calmly told people to get rid of the bodies and send someone to guard the gate. Suddenly, the guy heard a voice behind him calling him by name. A girl who was in this company called out to him. Suddenly, zombies began to approach people again. But Ling Mo's friends began to quickly destroy all the dead that appeared. The guy noticed that the strength with which the girls fought was not at all similar to that of a human. Maybe they are also some kind of monsters? But his interlocutor Jia Yu did not answer anything and silently watched as Ling Mo and her friends fought. But after a moment, the girl smiled barely noticeably. She knows this guy well. Soon night came, darkness fell over the city, and the battle was finally over. The boys looked in surprise at this fearless Ling Mo and his team of girlfriends. Only 4 people killed so many zombies. How is this even possible? The guys surrounded Ling Mo and said with admiration that they wanted to learn how to fight just as cool. People said that they arrived here a couple of days ago and did not have time to build a fortification. They moved from place to place, and this way it was easier to avoid the zombies and collect survivors as well as supplies. But the guys couldn't even imagine that everything would turn out exactly like this, and they would have to fight so many monsters. On the outing, they poked their heads into a house nearby, but it looked like the apocalypse was having some kind of party, and there were a lot of zombies inside. At the beginning, they didn't want to bring them here, but when several people died, they panicked and couldn't think of a better place to retreat. They thought that it was better to try to hold the defense here than to run to an unknown place. But in any case, people are very grateful to Ling Mo for the help he provided. If it weren't for his team, everyone would have already died. Suddenly, the guy was called by Jia Yu, and Ling Mo felt his heart beat faster. This voice seemed very familiar. The girl said that she couldn't even imagine under what circumstances they would have to meet. Ling Mo turned around and recognized her. This meeting really amazed the guy. He was speechless for several moments, and the girl, meanwhile, ran up and hugged the young man tightly. She no longer expected that they would ever be able to see each other. Jia Yu looked into the guy's eyes and said that she was very glad to see her brother alive and well. Everyone present stared at them in bewilderment. It turns out that Ling Mo has a sister. Shauna asked in amazement if she understood correctly that this girl was Ling Mo's sister. The guy explained that Jia Yu was his distant cousin on his mother's side, and after the outbreak of the apocalypse, they lost all contact. Ling Mo didn't expect to see her again. The girl also didn't think that she would be able to meet her brother again. It's good that he survived. Moreover, he helped her team escape. Watching their conversation, Ye Lian and Shauna looked at the guy with suspicious eyes. Is this really a new outbreak of jealousy? Ling Mo came to his senses and decided that he should introduce these 2 beautiful girls. Jia Yu said that she was very glad to see her daughters-in-law and greeted them with a smile. The girl said that everything is clear here and without words. It is likely that these 2 ladies are not just next to the guy. She said that she was very grateful to her sisters-in-law for taking care of her brother. Shauna was embarrassed. She had never been called that before. Ye Lian noticed that it was rather the young man who was taking care of them. Suddenly, Jia Yu felt a slippery gaze on her. A strange feeling came over the girl. It turns out that Li Yalin was looking at her intently, a look that was very piercing but at the same time cold. Ling Mo said that this girl went to school with him in the senior parallel. Jia Yu good-naturedly shook her friend's hand. However, her facial expression was very alarming, and the sister glanced sideways at the guy. The young man could not tell the truth that Li Yaling was actually ready to kill everyone because of the smell of blood. At this time, the guys heard screams asking for mercy. Some guy was telling Chow not to do what he had in mind. But the man promised that soon everything would be over. You need to be patient a little. He added that this is the only way to get rid of the infection and raised the knife over the guy's body. A scream was heard that sent goosebumps across Jia Yu's skin and briefly lowered her gaze. Chow said that she apologized for her actions, but the young man lying on the bed replied that he should thank his brother for this. However, the man believed that Ling Mo, who came to the aid of everyone, deserves real gratitude. This guy has excellent skills. He killed that mutated zombie that attacked the girl Ouyang Lian with one swing of his sword. The man said that most likely Ling Mo has some kind of superpower, but the guy did not want to admit it. People began to look at each other. Perhaps this is really so, and Brother Jiayu is truly an unusual person. The girl turned to him and looked carefully into his eyes. The guy asked her to restrain herself. After all, he was her brother. However, Jiayu continued to faithfully look at the guy with undisguised admiration. Meanwhile, Chao approached them and said that he did not want to meddle in his own business. However, they used to have a person with superpowers, and Ling Mo is very similar to him in some way. The guys bowed low and said a big thank you to the guy for being able to cope with the zombies. The young man said that it was not difficult and shook hands with his friend Chao. However, the man still wants to thank the guys. Therefore, since it was already quite dark, Ling Mo and her friends could stay with them for the night. In general, this idea was good. Moreover, the guy was lucky enough to meet a loved one and wanted to talk with her longer. Ling Mo walked up to his sister and Shanna watched them. The girl came up with a plan. Unexpectedly, she clung to the guy and began to wrap her arms around his neck and gently whispered something in his ear. Her example was followed by Ye Lian, who also pressed closer to Ling Mo, faithfully looking into his eyes. The guy didn't understand why they suddenly began to act so loosely everywhere. Yet there are a lot of people around. Shauna said that brother Ling Mo should understand why the girl started flirting with him. After all, he has behaved very badly lately and deserves punishment. The guy pulled away because there are a lot of people here who behave this way indecently. He asked the girls to stop because if everyone noticed and mocked Ling Mo, the guys cleared their throats delicately and decided that the guys needed to be left alone. At this time, Li Yalin looked at the guy surrounded by Ye Lian and Shauna with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Suddenly, the girl felt that she too had some unbearable desire to approach Ling Mo and cuddle up to him. But their conversations were interrupted by the voice of Ouyang Lian, who came to thank the guy for saving them. The girl realized that she was mistaken about Ling Mo, and at first thought that he was a villain, but now she admits that he is good. And in gratitude, Ouyang Lian really wants to hug the guy, because he is such a hero who saved their entire company. But suddenly, the girl felt something hard as she pressed herself against the guy. However, Ouyang Lian didn't know what it was and accidentally pulled it. Ye Lian and Shauna only shrugged their shoulders displeasedly. Ling Mo crouched down from unbearable pain. He didn't understand what kind of day it was. The pervert girls were disgracing him in public. And then Ouyang Lian struck and looked with innocent eyes. The girl decided that one kiss would smooth out her guilt. After such a guy, it would definitely become easier. Ouyang Lian said that her mother always calmed her down like that, and since Ling Mo saved her, she would also like to take care of him. But a threat suddenly loomed over the guy in the form of offended girls who watched him with undisguised anger. The girls angrily said that Ouyang Lian need not worry because brother Ling Mo absolutely does not like being consoled. The guy would like to intervene and say that it's just a child. There's no need to be angry with her. But Ye Lian and Shauna have already attacked him and will demand kisses. The eldest gritted her teeth in rage. She also wants Ling Mo to give her due attention. Let this guy not dare to tease her, otherwise Zombie Girl will let out all her instincts. Finally, calm reigned in the house. Everyone went to their rooms. The day turned out to be very difficult and it was necessary to rest. Ling Mo enters the room. The young man thought that he would finally be able to sleep properly, but suddenly steps were heard behind him. He was taken aback and froze for a few moments. And then, with a quick reaction, he was able to grab the hand that belonged to Li Yaling. The guy threw her to the floor with lightning speed. She screamed and tried to get out. Ling Mo told the girl not to be naughty and not even think of biting him. But unexpectedly, they were joined by Ye Lian and Shauna, who were also not averse to playing pranks. The guy thoughtfully said that he didn't mind, and gently hugged and then pressed Ye Lian to him. He gently pushed the girl in bed and she fell onto the soft blanket. Shauna went to the closet, looking at the clothes that belonged to her. The girl was glad that the things had survived. She looked carefully and found an interesting suit there that was too big for her and could fit Ling Mo. Although the guy doubted that it would suit him, he already tried on everything and the suit turned out like a glove. Shauna explained that in fact the family paid little attention to her. Her father did not know her size and bought her at random. But still, if you can't guess the size, then why Dad chose a men's suit for the girl is unclear. Ling Mo decided that the suit could be put aside for now, but now the guy has much more important things to do. He wanted to know where that playful hand was that was acting up in front of a large crowd of people. Shauna said that she had already found this very rebellious hand that was so unbecomingly evil. That is, it turns out that Ye Lian was also involved in this misunderstanding, because of which the guy had to blush. Lately, the girls have been behaving in a completely inappropriate manner, and they should be taught a good lesson. For the next few minutes, Ling Mo was busy raising Ye Lian. Shauna said that not only her sister needs to increase her combat effectiveness, she also needs it. Therefore, the guy had the opportunity to pay attention to Shauna's combat effectiveness for the next few minutes. Shauna screamed barely audibly as she and Ling Mo finally got closer. The guy said that now he needs to increase his combat power and Shauna will help with this. Ye Lian looked thoughtfully at how much her combat ability had increased. When she picked up Ling Mo, she realized that there really was progress. But what will she do next now? The girl doesn't know what they usually do in such situations. However, Shauna is quite aware and she will now show her friend what to do. A couple more moments and Ling Mo will feel how the room has become too hot from their insistence. The girl was already preparing to teach Ye Lian a lesson, but suddenly the guy stopped her. Shauna, I'm buying, must definitely tell where she learned such things. Did she once have a boyfriend? But the girl just smiled mysteriously. She won't tell. Every person should have little secrets. Ling Mo boiled with anger. This is completely unforgivable. He must know everything. And now the naughty girl will tell everything. Otherwise, he will have to punish her severely. Exhausted, Shauna asked her sister to come to the rescue and save her. But Ling Mo said with admiration that now he would teach both of them a lesson on how to behave correctly. Ye Lian and Shauna pulled away, even if the guy didn't punish them too harshly. And in general, it is necessary to slow down the pace a little because there is also Li Yalin who is watching them with curiosity. All this time, the girl carefully watched what was happening in the room. And suddenly, she walked towards Ling Mo and squeezed him very tightly in her arms. After that, she threw the guy away. He screamed indignantly and sat down on the floor. What does the eldest allow herself to do? And in general, it is unknown what is in this girl's head. Ling Mo looked at Li Yaling in surprise and then asked what she was up to. The girl silently sat down on his lap and her eloquent gaze betrayed all his intentions. Li Yalin's emotions are simply seething, and if this continues, they will overwhelm Ling Mo as well. But this should not happen. You must calm her down and bring her to her senses. The girl said that she wants to continue. She doesn't like to stop at such a moment. The guy began to be indignant about why she kidnapped him. He had such plans for the evening. After all, it's not often that he, Ye Lian, and Shauna managed to be in such a conducive environment. But the girl did not want to let Ling Mo go and asked her not to leave. She grabbed the guy tightly, but he was very uncomfortable in this position. Ling Mo shouted for her to let him go immediately because at this rate, anything could be torn off. If this continues, the girl will simply strangle him with her attention. Therefore, the guy first asked Li Yaling to relax her hands a little. Finally, the girl slowed down and Ling Mo tried to catch his breath. Shauna whispered in her friend's ear that she needed to educate Li Yalin. Otherwise, she completely got out of hand. Ling Mo gritted his teeth in anger, but now he will show these girls how to behave. Fortunately, he has a special film with which his actions will be safe. Now he will be able to provide Li Yaling with the attention that the girl asks from him. Moreover, she asked for it herself and the guy, like a true gentleman, cannot refuse. He won't stand on ceremony now, Li Yalin screamed in surprise. Soon the girl felt that she was overwhelmed by a storm of various emotions. Ling Mo noticed a few drops of blood. It turns out that the penetration was successful. Therefore, we need to hurry up, and the guy angrily continued to restore his strength. Ouyang Lian heard some unusual sound coming from the upper room. The girl wondered what it was. The sister said that children should not listen to such things and put headphones on Ouyang Lian's ears. At this time, the upper room was filled with joyful emotions that filled Li Yaling's soul. The girl asked Ling Mo to hug her and come to his heart as much as possible. She looked with a loving gaze at the guy who was holding her with strong arms. In these seconds, they were as close as ever and experienced a powerful spiritual connection. Li Yalin pressed herself close to him and felt incredible warmth throughout her body. A few more minutes passed, but it seemed to them that time stood still and did not move at all. The guy felt very tired. His heart was beating at a rapid speed. The next morning, there was a muffled knock on the door. Probably time to wake up. Sleepy Ling Mo yawned and opened the front door. Who came early in the morning? It turns out that this is baby Ouyang Lian. She happily greeted her hero. The girl said that her tooth fell out and she was very happy about it, so she came to share the good news with the guy. Ling Mo said that this is very good. If a tooth falls out, it means the girl is growing. Ouyang Lian said that she wants to grow up quickly, and then she will go looking for adventures with her older brother. Ling Mo said that he would definitely wait until she grew up and then they would go on a trip as she wanted. It is only desirable that Ouyang Lian grow up obedient and not repeat. For example, after some time, the guys went to breakfast. Ling Mo thought that he was terribly hungry because he had spent a lot of energy at night. The guy suddenly remembered the man whose arm was amputated. For some reason, he was not seen here. Perhaps the operation did not help? He noticed that in this group, everything is well organized. They take care of each other but do not show inappropriate mercy. Most likely this happened thanks to the skillful leadership of Mr. Chow. And here he is, waving his hand as a sign of greeting and approaching the guy with a question about how he slept. Ling Mo smiled mysteriously. Remembering last night, he slept quite well. Chow said that today they will go and collect some things. On the way, they will check the military police base, and then they will see, according to the circumstances. The guy was very interested in the military police base that was located in the area. The man said that, to tell the truth, he used to be a functionary in the Manhwa region, so he knows the area very well. Chow. Although he was a government employee, he does not know much about the current situation, but all he assumes is that there are some programs in case of emergencies, such as the zombie apocalypse. They headed further and further. The man said that a catastrophe of such magnitude happened suddenly, and it is clear that not everything is as organized as we would like. Ling Mo paid attention to the bicycles, most likely. This group moved precisely on them. Meanwhile, Chow continued to say that his uncle told him to run to the military police for help when the disaster was just beginning. The man followed this advice in the hope that at least the equipment was preserved. His plans were to go to the military police to pick up weapons and then go to a base outside the city where it was safer. Ling Mo thought about it. This is the second person who is looking for salvation in the countryside, although this time it is a production base. The guy remembered these places, he had been there before, and asked if he understood correctly that there was an army camp and a biological research institute nearby. Before the disaster, this institute was one of the largest in the country. Perhaps they had a lot of information about the current situation. Chow said that he was confident in the usefulness of the weapons that were at the base. After all, they were more powerful than ordinary spears or swords. Ling Mo decided that he could get some information from this institute. Their evolution had been going well so far, but it seemed to him that it would not be so easy in the future. In addition, there is also the leader of the zombies, and if they slow down their evolution next time, they can become prey for someone more advanced. After all, according to the laws of nature, there is natural selection in which the fittest survives. This is also true for the times of the apocalypse. The guy asked his interlocutor his opinion about how advanced scientists are in studying the virus. The man had no particular idea about this institute, but it was probably located next to a military base for a reason. In this case, Ling Mo decided that it was likely that he could go with them. This news made Chow very happy, and after some time the man proudly announced to all the guys that the hero Ling Mo was joining their company. People began to talk to each other. They felt incredible joy from this news. Jia Yu was especially happy. She threw herself on her brother's neck and said that it was a great idea to go together. Now, they will be able to fight side by side like before, and will also spend a lot of time together. But suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by dissatisfied girls who looked at Jia Yu with undisguised rage. The girl happily greeted her daughters-in-law. Ling Mo did not understand why there was such an awkward pause. Ouyang Lian ran up to the girls. It's not clear why they are so tense. Because last night my sister said that they have no shame or conscience. So why are they embarrassed now? Ling Mo stared at the girl in amazement, which means that she heard everything from beginning to end. And in this case, it turns out that the rest of the company members heard all this there. However, there is no time to chat, and Chow said that it is necessary to start packing and then leave as soon as possible. The man said that all the guys should come to Ling Mo and meet the brave guy. Chow announced that he had gathered the best fighters. They will take part in today's operation. Ling Mo noticed his recent acquaintance Yang Jia among those present. It's good that he is also a very smart and brave guy here. And also present on the team was Lao Wang, an experienced retired soldier who is also very brave. The young man thought that these people were very good and looked quite warlike. Jia Yu also volunteered to take part. She looked at Ling Mo and smiled. The guy thought that his sister had matured a lot during this disaster. Chow said that it is better for daughters-in-law to stay here. Nothing will happen to them. Experienced guys will look after them. Shauna waved her scythe militantly straight towards the man and said that she was leaving with Ling Mo. Yang Jia angrily shouted for the girl to definitely let her friend go. Li Yaling looked at those present with her terrifying gaze. The girl's eyes turned red. Chao felt that he was overcome with some anxiety. He did not expect this at all from the fragile girl. The man thought that perhaps these three girls also have superpowers. Otherwise, how to evaluate their incredible strength? After thinking for a few moments, he said that most likely they would need 3 more bicycles. Ling Mo noticed that this was very nice of Chao's friend. The guy walked away and began to count out the girls for behaving so aggressively. Jia Yu watched them and some suspicions crept into her soul. It seems that these 3 daughters-in-law just now looked just like ferocious zombies. Jia Yu is very interested to know who they really are. There is some secret hidden in the personalities of these ladies. And soon, the travelers approached the place where a crowd of ferocious zombies growled angrily and wandered in search of food. However, the guys did not pay attention to them. They moved very quickly with the help of bicycles. And in this way, it was possible not to waste time on pointless fighting with a large number of monsters. Jia Yu said that they are already approaching the goal of their foray today, the shopping center that stands ahead. The girls said that in their plans, the military police building, and then they need to return by collecting a sufficient amount of supplies after that. They will reach the food production base. Chao warned that a crowd of zombies is expected ahead, and to avoid unnecessary problems, it is better to take a bypass. The guys did just that. They set off along the asphalt, driving around the place where there were the most monsters. Ling Mo noticed that there really wasn't a single zombie in this place. But how did the company do this? Jia Yu said that they initially lured many monsters here and then threw them into the river. However, a sufficient number of dead people still gathered at the main entrance to the military police building. The guys hid behind the car, but they understood that there were too many zombies and they couldn't handle it. It was better to retreat. But retreating while standing right next to your goal is not very wise. Someone from the company suggested waiting for the rain and then breaking through inside. However, this idea was also rejected. They simply could not hold out for that long without supplies. Chao said that they should not continue this discussion. He already had a plan. The man said that they were drawing lots. The loser distracts the zombies and takes them as far as possible, and the rest make their way inside. He also added that his name must be written down too, the fighters protested. They cannot allow Chao to risk himself. Ling Mo said something should not be done and no sacrifice should be made. The guy has another idea. The guys should completely rely on him, and everything will work out. Ling Mo goes on this mission on his own and will distract the zombies. The guys tried to dissuade him because he could die. They cannot leave the man who saved their life to the mercy of fate. However, Chao remained calm. He understood that Ling Mo was confident in his abilities. The man said that this guy does not at all look like a person walking towards death. And indeed, not even a quarter of an hour had passed and the road was almost clear. Ling Mo scattered the zombies in different directions and destroyed them with both hands. The guys watched him in surprise. Chao admitted that most likely they underestimated this man. He told the others not to hesitate and to go ahead and help destroy the monsters. Ling Mo acted together with the girls, and they very quickly dealt with the creatures attacking them. The girls fought together, covering each other. During the fight, they had absolutely no disagreements. Meanwhile, Jia Yu watched the rear and made sure there were no unexpected attacks. Ling Mo approached the large gate and said that almost everyone had been killed. You can go inside. The guys quickly entered and tried to close the doors behind them, but they didn't succeed. The zombies were not given the opportunity to close the gate. They propped it up and the guys could not move it. Shauna watched them with displeasure and disdain. Are these men really that weak? Finally, she got tired of it, and she went to the doors, closing them tightly in one movement. The guys began to whisper among themselves. They had never seen anything like this before. Chao said that we can't chat now. They have a halt and need to gain strength. Ling Mo quietly told Shanna that she shouldn't stand out so much and show her strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to explain. The guy also didn't like that the girls continued to offend Li Yalin because this morning they shaved her again. The fighter who was in their company watched with envy as Ling Mo stood surrounded by girls. The guy was so lost in thought that he didn't notice how a dog approached him from behind. Ling Mo and the girls heard muffled screams and then menacing growls. The guy turned around, but it was too late to save his friend. He was killed by a mutated wolf. The animal pushed off from the ground and made a powerful jump. The guy had never encountered such animals before. He realized that this opponent was quite serious. He needed to gather all his strength to win. The dog flew at Ling Mo with a menacing growl, and the guy barely had time to jump to the side. The dog moves so quickly that it is difficult to bind it with spiritual force and somehow influence it. But suddenly, Shana and Ye Lian blocked the guy with them, and waving their weapons began to protect him. Unexpectedly for the guys, the dog did not fight anymore and went through the fence. Li Yalin wanted to catch up with her, but Jia Yu said that there was no need to go alone. It was very dangerous. Shana didn't understand why she was so afraid. No matter how many animals there are, they will kill as many, and some can be made into pets. Chao said that he really shouldn't focus on the dog. He has other plans. Ling Mo agreed with him. The main goal of this journey is to find as many weapons as possible. We must not forget about this. Shauna made a dissatisfied grimace. She was not even allowed to stretch properly. At this time, the dog entered the building and went to the owner who sent it. A familiar voice joyfully said that finally his devoted dog had returned. The man affectionately patted the animal by the ear. The most important thing the dog did was remember this smell, and now we need to track it down. Although this man is very strong, the Crescent Moon dreams of getting rid of him, so this time there is no haste. After all, in order to lure into a trap, you must first lull your vigilance. Meanwhile, a detachment of brave fighters went indoors, looking at the rooms with caution and curiosity. The guy thought that this dog that he had met the day before was quite smarter than the snake, and in general, zombies hide better than people. Shauna noticed Ling Mo's concern. The young man believed that their squad should be a great temptation for the animal, but for some reason the dog disappeared. The girl boastfully noted that most likely the dog was simply scared of her and her friend Ye Lian. Soon, Lao Wang said that they had already arrived at the place they were aiming for. The guy said that this was undoubtedly exactly the place. He could recognize the smell of gunpowder from afar. The guys noticed that a lot of corpses had accumulated in this place. Probably the ammunition depot was guarded to the last. Most likely, law enforcement officers held out during the first wave, and then one of them killed everyone else. Jia Yu approached Ling Mo. The girl seemed to be very worried about something. She said that this picture she saw reminded her of sad memories. After all, Ling Mo's relatives left him very early, and the girl's mom and dad didn't like him. Then it seemed to her that the guy couldn't handle it. But now, he walks forward from the city with his head raised, like a completely different person. It's very nice to see him like this. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a new circumstance. In addition to the group of guys, there were also mutant zombies here. They attacked with incredible force and threw the fighters in different directions. When the guy saw the enemy hanging over him, he thought that the end would come to him. But suddenly the spear aimed at the zombie reached its target and pierced his throat. It was Ling Mo who killed the mutated one in cold blood and thereby saved his friend. Yelin tore apart her enemies with her steel claws with incredible strength and dexterity. Ling Mo approached the taken aback guy and asked if everything was okay with him. He stammered and said that everything was fine. Ling Mo said that one should not be afraid of such zombies. They are not capable of open attacks. They need to quickly take up a weapon and then the guys will be able to defend themselves well. The guy told the girls to go with him and clear the way. The fighters went after the important brother Ling Mo. Under his clear leadership, everything will be fine. Jia Yu paused for a few moments, the smile never leaving her face. Soon the guys came to a large lock on the door and easily tore it off to go inside. Ling Mo noticed that even since the outbreak of the virus, quite a lot of time had passed. They were able to find a lot of weapons. There were also a lot of cartridges. All this was thanks to the correct storage of all the necessary calibers. The guy had never seen such a large number of weapons in one place before. The guy enthusiastically picked up the gun. Since they were able to get such a weapon, it means they didn't waste their time and effort. He smiled contentedly. This outing was worth the risk in fighting the monsters. Chao approached the guy and patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. He said that they would hardly have been able to achieve such results if not for him. But suddenly, some circumstance greatly alarmed Ling Mo. His interlocutor asked what had happened. Ling Mo said that for some reason Yang Jia is not among them. He has disappeared somewhere. The guys began to talk to each other. This circumstance bothered them very much. They thought that most likely their friend had found something valuable and decided to hide it quietly. However, Ling Mo had other ideas on this matter. Yang Jianie was one of those people. Something must have happened to him. But the guys must find a friend, and it is best to split up. If one of the team finds him, he will report him. Jia Yu went up to her brother to ask him if everything would be okay with their friend, but the guy couldn't answer this question. A bad feeling crept into his soul. Ling Mo suspects that this disappearance does not bode well for Yan Jia. One of the guys in the company was walking along the corridor and suddenly heard some sound in the room. The young man looked in cautiously and prepared a loaded pistol just in case. However, what he saw shocked him. Yang Jia was lying on the floor and dead. In addition, he saw that something was happening in the room that made the blood freeze in his veins. Two mutated dogs gnawed at a man, uttering a strong growl. The guy screamed in horror. He wanted to run away and tell the rest of the company about what happened, but did not have time to do this, as strong hands grabbed the guy and did not give him the opportunity to resist. He hit his head painfully and could no longer move. His entire skull shattered into pieces. And then the unknown person grabbed the dead guy and dragged him into the room. There was a deafening bang, the door slammed shut, and only a pistol remained lying in the empty corridor. And at this time, Ling Mo and the guys were discussing their successes. They were on the first floor. All attempts to find the guy were unsuccessful, but it is unknown who kidnapped him. Chow assumed that it was not the zombie who did it. However, several guys have already disappeared on the upper floors and no one has returned yet. Jia Yu said that she would not wait any longer. She would go upstairs and find out for herself what happened there. But Ling Mo could not allow the girl to go alone. He would go to such a dangerous place with her. Shana also wanted to tag along, but the guy said that they should stay here in case something unexpected happened. Instead, another member of the team decided that he would go with them and cover them. Jia Yu looked at the guy with gratitude. They will definitely find out what happened to the others. On the second floor, the guys saw bloody traces and scattered envelopes. They carefully looked into each room but found nothing anywhere. There was only one room left. Jia Yu wanted to be the first to go inside and reached for the door handle. She was very worried, and this anxiety was revealed by trembling all over her body. Ling Mo stopped the girl and said that she waited for a few minutes. And then he silently pointed to the floor. Jia Yu stared with all her eyes at the terrible picture. Thick blood was flowing out on the floor right under the door. Probably there was a murder in that room. Ling Mo warned the guys that they were careful because the blood was still fresh. He grabbed the handle and it clicked, and the guy opened the front door. The room was stained with blood, which was everywhere. It was clear that a brutal murder had taken place. And soon in the twilight, the guys noticed that their friends were already dead and were here. Jia Yu covered her mouth with her hand in horror. She tried her best not to scream, and tears poured out of her eyes. Ling Mo said that friends should remain calm. Now there is no danger. There are only victims on the floor. Judging by the state of the bodies of those killed, the marks of teeth and torn body parts, it was done by mutant dogs. And yet the behavior of the animals was quite strange. They tore apart their prey and disappeared silently. Ling Mo's anxious thoughts came to mind. He was probably right in his guesses, and they were being hunted. Someone is sending mutants to attack the guys. Therefore, you need to leave immediately. Chow looked at his friend in surprise. Does he really think that they are in danger because of which they should throw away everything they found? The guy explained that enemies were hiding here. How much ammunition was left here? Now it was better for them to retreat. After hesitating for a few moments, the man decided that he needed to listen to Ling Mo and follow his instructions. A group of guys went downstairs. In the garage, there was a car in which they could escape. The guy whose name was Wang got behind the wheel and Chow asked why his friend was hesitating. The whole sound of the engine could attract zombies. Before they had time to drive away, a crowd of mad monsters actually ran towards the car. Wang tried with all his might to steer out, but before he could, Ling Mo and the girls got out of the car, fought and attacked the zombies. Yelian and Shana used their weapons and were able to defeat many opponents in a matter of seconds. And Ling Mo and Li Yaling fought on the other side and also killed the rest of the Eldritch Dead. Chow watched in amazement as they fought. These guys, and never ceased to be amazed at how incredibly strong they were. Finally, Van was able to start the engine, and it was possible to leave this place. The guy shouted for the guys to get into the car. The rest of the zombies who climbed onto the roof fell screaming. Ling Mo and the girls quickly jumped into the car and slammed the door behind them. Soon the car drove away, and the discouraged dead, with disappointment, heard the sound of the engine moving away. The guys drove some distance and finally they could catch their breath. However, the discomfort did not leave Ling Mo. He turned around. They were probably still being followed. Several dogs looked around curiously and sniffed the surroundings. And with them walked a zombie who had the makings of a human. That same blonde girl. Crescent watched with curiosity as the car moved away. But now there was no need to rush. This time she will not act frivolously, but will check everything properly first. She will use the saying that knowing your opponent and also knowing yourself is the key to invincibility. The dogs growled with rage. They wanted blood and longed for a quick fight. But Crescent warned that it was too early. The leader of the zombies understands that if they rush again, the bastard Ling Mo may use poisons again. But one day the Crescent Moon will get her that beautiful Ye Lian, and also this man will be enough to take revenge for all the insults he caused. But now the girl feels something strange in this city, some unprecedented feelings. It was as if another higher being like her had appeared. Before, the leader of the zombies had never felt anything like this. However, the leader of the zombies is confident that if he can take control of that mysterious creature, it will help him easily capture Ye Lian and the human Ling Mo next time. This feeling seems to beckon her and does not allow her to think about anything else. So first of all, they go there. Meanwhile, the car was racing further and further from that terrible place. Jia Yu couldn't recover from the shock. It's a pity that their friends died for this car. Chow advised not to focus on this because they already live constantly at risk for food, transport, and weapons. Despite everything, it was a successful foray with weapons and transport. They became much closer to realizing their dream, and all thanks to Ling Mo. However, the guy was visited by dark thoughts. Someone killed his partners right in front of his nose, and it is unknown what kind of creature it was. They stumbled upon it by accident, or it was specially tracking them down. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Shanna. The girl enthusiastically said that she needed to show her something. She asked Ling Mo to look out the window. Such a sight would really lift the guy's spirits. The car was racing at breakneck speed and knocking down zombies who were trying to capture the people in it. Ling Mo hopelessly rolled his eyes. And why can't she behave normally? It would be better to follow the example of Ye Lian and the eldest. Shanna pointed towards the girls who were watching with admiration out the window. Should we take an example from them? The guy decided that this was understandable. The memories had not yet been fully restored, so this was a new experience for them. But now is not the time to worry about it. And the main thing is to protect them and bring what is planned to the end. After some time, the car approached the shopping center and stopped. The guys decided that first they needed to collect food, and if they were lucky, they would also pick up one of the survivors. Inside the shopping center, there was deserted silence, only traces of blood everywhere. But still, there were zombies and Ling Mo. He went forward with the girls to clear the territory. Ye Lian discovered the last of the zombies and pierced him right through with her claws. Ling Mo praised her for the skillful job she did and smiled good-naturedly. The guy said that it seemed like everything had been cleared, but just in case there was no need to go too far and run away. The team members noticed that there were a lot of edible canned goods on the shelves. They successfully entered. As for vegetables and meat, they had long since reached the end of their shelf life. The products emitted vile odors. Chow sighed that now they will not waste time checking, but will collect all the sealed food and then simply sort it. The man could not praise his new acquaintance Ling Mo enough, thanks to whom they were able to achieve good results in one day, although he felt sorry for the dead guys. Jia Yu agreed with her friend and looked gratefully at her brother and sisters-in-law. Shanna approached Ling Mo. She said that she constantly felt vague anxiety. The guy replied that he had a bad feeling and carefully looked around the room. Ever since they entered the mall, he suspected that someone was watching them and it didn't look like zombies. Just in case, you need to be careful. There is something strange in this room. Ling Mo said that there was very little left and they would move on. However, Chow decided that they had collected enough supplies and needed to go upstairs to see if there were any survivors. They had not come to this supermarket before. The team had enough food that they got from houses and villas, and in order to collect even more food to implement the plan, they came here. Ling Mi understood what his interlocutor was getting at. They don't have enough workers and more people will be needed to launch a food production base. The guy told them to be careful and look out for each other. Suddenly, they saw that many life-size dolls had gathered around, which were smeared with blood. Jia Yu looked at it with apprehension. Could it be possible to find survivors in this place? Chow explained that this is quite possible. The first floor is completely isolated, and the only way up is the elevator, which the zombies do not know how to use, and needs to be searched there. Ling Mo agreed with the man. His guesses could be correct. Indeed, there may be people in this place. They find food below and return back via the elevator. Maybe there is nothing mystical in this, and Ling Mo felt their gaze all this time. Suddenly, the guy realized that something suspicious was hidden in the life-size puppet. The guy pointed a gun at the creature who was hiding and told the unknown person to come out. Chow! and the other guy watched in amazement as the man threw back his suit and began to hide. It turned out that this was a guy in a raincoat. He moved quite slowly but was well-oriented. Chow shouted for the unknown person to stop, otherwise he will shoot. But the guy did not intend to obey them. He went to a cluster of strange life-size dolls and got lost among them. Skeletons and other toys began to surround Ling Mo and Chow. This greatly discouraged and confused them. Ling Mo looked carefully at the unknown guy. Who was he and why was he hiding? But unexpectedly, Shanna was in pursuit. The guy looked sideways at her with apprehension. Another moment and a sharp scythe will pierce his skull. The man looked in amazement. Then he covered his head with his hand and screamed. The guys from the team noticed that he had a strange number written under his eye. For several moments, he looked at Shanna with all his eyes and did not move from his place. The guys ran up and looked at the man in amazement. Judging by the appearance, it was a child. The boy smiled and asked them not to get so excited and to calm down. The team was looking for survivors, and here he is. The boy pointed at himself. Then he turned to Ling Mo and said that the guy was very cool for finding him. After that, the child told Shanna to let go of the weapon if she didn't want to stab him. And if she did, then he was ready to die at the hands of such a beauty. Ling Mo sadly thought that this guy didn't understand how much he was risking because the girl could take his words literally. So Ling Mo told her friend to stop and lower her weapon. Meanwhile, the boy said that although he gives the impression of a psycho, in reality he is not like that. He said that his name is 202. Since the child does not have a name, he can be called by his number. And then he turned to the guys so that they would not stand rooted to the spot. And if they were looking for survivors, the guy was ready to lead them through. Jia Yu doubted whether she should follow him because this strange boy did not inspire confidence. Shanna added that the man was crazy and she would gladly kill him. Soon the guys followed the guy along a dark, gloomy corridor stained with blood. Jia Yu tried to get the boy to talk. She asked why. He didn't ask why they were here. However, 202 mockingly said that he should not know this. The team is armed, especially since there is a beautiful sister among them. Ling Mo never ceased to be surprised. He met various survivors, but this was the first time. Meanwhile, the guy opened the door and solemnly announced to Sister Yu and Lisik that he had returned. There were two people in the room. The lady, whose name was apparently Yu, asked where the guy had disappeared. And then people saw the company enter and backed away in fear. Who had come to them? Chow looked at them with disappointment. There were only 3 people, and he expected to meet many more survivors here. The man told them not to be afraid. Chow represents a self-organized group that is looking for people who are left alone. The girl looked at the company with all her eyes. Have the rescuers finally arrived? She really wants to get out of this place as soon as possible. However, first, Chow must warn that in their group, everyone is given certain responsibilities. In addition, the team is planning a risky operation. But if the case works out, then they will no longer need to worry about anything for a long time. Yu and Lisik looked at each other. They were afraid to go on a risky operation, but staying in this place was also dangerous. The boy said that he was going with the team. It was better than being bored here. He would go with pleasure to watch the zombies. Ling Mo looked at the child in surprise. Does he really like bloodthirsty monsters that much? The guy replied that they are easier to understand than people because zombies just want to eat his flesh, and people always behave suspiciously, and you can't guess what's on their mind. This statement seemed quite strange to Ling Mo. He met an amazing person, and the boy said that he used to be kept in some wards for days on end and given injections. He was damn tired of nurses in white coats whose breasts you couldn't even see properly. It's hard to even imagine where this 202 was even before the apocalypse. And the boy looked at his companions and said that there would be enough food for a couple of days anyway, so it would be wiser to go with a group. Yu and Lisik looked at each other once again. Probably they really don't have too many options. They said they agreed and would go with the team. Staying here was really not a good idea. Chow shook hands with the new team members and said that he was glad to welcome them, and Ling Mo turned his attention to 202 again. This person is still quite strange. Soon they drove away from the supermarket to a safe distance. The guys were happy that they had finally left this damned place. Yu said that they would be useful since the girl used to be an accountant and knew how to handle calculations. She would not be a freeloader, and her friend was the manager of a warehouse. 202 asserted that his friends were really good at boring work. Jia Yu said that it would be nice to know about the abilities of the boy himself. However, the boy replied that he was very capable but was not going to do boring tasks. Lisik added that the boy is really not as simple as it might seem at first glance because he has superpowers. Ling Mo frowned. He had assumed so. His premonition did not disappoint. It would be interesting to know what superpower the boy has, but he replied that since Ling Mo is interesting, it means that he has a certain gift. And if this is so, then it would be great for them to become friends. The boy began to say that he really has a superpower that acts whenever she wants. And this is annoying. 202 began to chatter about how he would like to play with Ling Mo's knife and touch the gun. He needs to check whether it's really real or just a toy. But the guy got tired of listening to this, and he asked him to be silent for a while. Yu and Lisik laughed good-naturedly. Probably their boy liked the company. Chow pursed his lips mysteriously. It's still not bad to have such people under your command. Soon they arrived at the camp. The guys who remained quickly ran up to the car. They were happy when they saw a lot of supplies, but the guys kept repeating that it was all thanks to Ling Mo. Suddenly, the young man heard someone's fast legs running towards him and a familiar voice calling his name. Ouyang Lian ran up to him and hugged him tightly by the neck. She said that she missed him a lot, but suddenly the girl noticed that the team was missing Yang Jia. Chow hesitated. He did not know how to convey this tragic news to the others, but Ouyang Lian probably understood everything. There was worry and unbearable melancholy in her eyes. The guys began to whisper among themselves. They were very sorry for the deceased Yang Jia. However, Jia Yu said that you shouldn't talk all sorts of nonsense in front of the baby. Ling Mo sat down to the child and began to tell him that in fact Yang Jia was fine. He was just absent temporarily. Ouyang Lian interrupted him and said that she understood everything. She was no longer little. She just wants to know when Yang Jia left this world, whether he suffered much. The guy said that it happened as if he had fallen asleep and did not suffer at all. The girl burst into tears. She felt very unhappy and depressed. Chow has said that the guys should not lose heart. He brought new people and wants to introduce them. The new team members introduced themselves and said that they were very glad to see the guys. They then turned their attention to boy number 202, who had powers. The guys began to joke among themselves. They were wondering who was stronger than Ling Mo or the new guy. Ling Mo suspected that something was wrong. It was not like Chow that he would so easily divulge the secret of the new member's superpower. Meanwhile, the boy smiled slyly at Ouyang Lian. He asked her not to fall in love. She had no chance. After all, his true love is mature chicks, preferably over 25 and with large curves. The guy mockingly explained that a mature chick means an adult, and if Ouyang Lian is interested in learning more about this, what he is ready to tell. However, Ling Mo decided that it was time to intervene in this conversation and took the girl away. 202. He shouted after them that it was just a joke because in fact it was funny. The boy smiled wryly. It will be even funnier next. Let the company wait a little. In the evening, the guys gathered in one of the rooms and Chow talked about the plans they were going to implement. They had the hope of finding a vaccine in a research center, or something similar, and then they would be able to resist the zombie virus. However, Ling Mo did not take all these rosy dreams seriously. He believed that people would be greatly disappointed, since nothing is even known about this virus. Although, on the other hand, that is why he helps them, so there is no need to disappoint the guys ahead of time. Suddenly, Shauna, who was sitting next to him, screamed and grabbed her head. The girl said that she felt as if someone had crawled into her head. She doesn't control her emotions and wants to kill. Shauna's gaze turned red. This means that Ling Mo didn't appear. Someone really tried to penetrate his mind, but the spiritual force repulsed him, and Shauna was hit by the rollback. Could this guy really pull off this? We should take a closer look at him. At this time, the guy was watching Ling Mo sideways and whistled mockingly. The young man furrowed his eyebrows in anger. It's really him, the person with superpowers who is watching him. Ling Mo told Ye Lian to look after Shanna while he dealt with the new team member. 202 tried to leave the room, but the guy caught up with him and told him to stop. Ling Mo intended to grab the boy, but he failed. He laughed loudly and said that it was not so easy to catch him. His superpower worked well. He added that his ability can be used against anyone. The boy has always achieved success in this. However, Ling Mo had no desire to listen to this. He improved the moment and still grabbed 202. The guy began to ask what he was trying to do with Shauna, but his opponent only wheezed. But then he answered that he had the ability to storm the mind. That is, a mental attack using spiritual power. Ling Mo understood that this spiritual force was not as powerful as his own, so the impact was minimal. However, the guy understood that this man was a threat to all of them, and he could not be left alive. He was already preparing to strangle the boy. However, something stopped Ling Mo. Suddenly, he felt that this man had a completely unusual spiritual light. This was the first time Ling Mo saw that the inner world was so torn and chaotic. It is likely that this is the source of his spiritual power, but also its side effect, which is why the gift sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. It's incredible how a boy with a serious mental disability can have such a superpower. This time the boy was lucky, because Ling Mo is also interested in learning better about the features of this power, so he lets him go. However, the guy warned that if 202 did anything like that next time, he would kill him. The psycho said that he understood everything and was not ready to die, at least until he met a mature chick with an ideal figure. Ling Mo said that the boy might not have talked about it, and warned about the danger of being curious and sticking his nose where they weren't asked. But the idiotic grin did not leave the boy's face. He laughed again, and then 202 said that it was interesting how Ling Mo discerned his superpowers. He added that from the outside it might seem that the boy is crazy, but in fact he is not. He just thinks a lot and these thoughts cannot fit into his head. And he is also very interested in Ling Mo. 202 has not felt such strong curiosity for a long time. The boy will still watch his older comrade, but his speech was cut off mid-sentence as a sharp knife approached his head. Ling Mo already regretted that he did not kill this boy right away, but 202 asked him not to rush because everything could be discussed calmly. But it's too late to discuss, the guy has run out of patience. It's necessary to teach the insolent a lesson. Soon after this, a tired Ling Mo went to his room, thinking about his new acquaintance. When the guy approached the door, he heard strange sounds coming from the room. 3 zombie girls were already waiting for him. They wanted Ling Mo to pay attention to them. The young man looked at them with interest, but this was not part of his plans, so he slammed the door forcefully. The indignant girls began to shout for him to come back. In fact, you shouldn't be afraid, because they won't eat him, that's for sure. In that case, Ling Mo would like to know what Shauna's hands are doing on his body. Yalian said that she really wants her dear brother to help her increase her combat power. The guy noticed that Yalian's behavior has changed a lot lately. Probably in developed zombies, the virus is concentrated in the crystal, or maybe her mental development is stimulated by physical stimuli, as Shauna once was. And if the virus does concentrate in the crystal, will it remain in the rest of her flesh and blood? In order to find answers to such questions, it is necessary to open an advanced zombie, perhaps even catch the crescent. But on the other hand, Ling Mo doesn't want to meet this pervert again. But his thoughts were interrupted by Li Yaling. She approached and looked at the guy with a seductive gaze. The girl said that she was very hungry. She needed to try the treat as soon as possible. She added that she didn't want an ordinary crystal, but another one that was much larger than the others. The guy decided that Li Yaling deserved the mutant snake crystal and handed it to the newly formed girl. Ling Mo noticed that since the snake bit her, the girl has become strange, and this is not the first time that she has shown interest in the snake pill. Since Li Yaling's instinct tells her that she needs it, and also given the successful experiment with an ordinary zombie, he allows him to be eaten. The guy noticed that she looked quite happy. I wonder what will happen if she is given more of these crystals. But suddenly, Ling Mo felt that same strange feeling come over him. Probably evolution began to occur with Li Yaling. The girl grabbed her head and began to scream loudly. Now the guy had no doubt this is exactly what he expected. The girl screamed that she felt bad. Li Yaling could hardly withstand this tension. Ling Mo grabbed her hand and tried to calm her down. Just a little more patience and it will pass. There is no need to be afraid. They are coping with this together. The guy pressed her to him. Eat him. Li Yaling shouted for him to hug her and hold her as tightly as possible. Some time passed, and the girl calmed down. She no longer felt the unbearable pain. Li Yaling looked at everything with an empty, detached gaze. But this state did not last long. Soon, she stood up and Ling Mo asked how she was feeling. Li Yaling looked at the guy with a loving gaze. She also wants to know how he survived this evolution. Ling Mo looked at himself. His body is fine, but he needs to check what evolution gave him this time. The guy noticed that the wild and unbridled energy of the eldest had increased several times. Most likely, the viral gel would change in her body and had finally united. But he really wants to test his strength, and so he made a sharp blow to the wall, which crumbled. Shauna looked at it with admiration and said that this blow was incredibly powerful. However, Li Yaling noticed something surprising and told her friend to take a closer look. This is not one blow, but a series of rapid blows, as a result of which the wall collapses. Ling Mo said that the power of his punch had not increased much, but the speed was simply phenomenal. and a crazy idea came to his mind to check what the crystals of other mutant animals could give to the eldest. But what is more interesting is how the snake venom will affect her physical abilities. On the second day, 2 cars went to the food production base. Lingmo told the girls to be alert and help immediately if any problems arise. Suddenly, a crowd of several zombies appeared in front of the car. Chow cold-bloodedly said that he would send all these scoundrels to hell. The car rushed at breakneck speed and knocked down the creepy zombies to death. His friend said that the man was acting too aggressively, but Chow didn't understand what to fear. After all, they were in the car. But suddenly the glass broke and a creepy monster looked inside with a loud growl. However, the next second, the zombie's skull was pierced by an arrow. Ling Mo used a crossbow and shot the enemy in one motion. Probably, you still can't do without a fight and you'll have to shoot everyone. There were too many zombies and the team grouped up to attack. Ling Mo quickly jumped out of the car. He was going to cover the guys while they were shooting. At this time, Shayna could deal with the zombies who were behind. And the eldest and Ye Lian attacked those zombies who began to attack from the flanks. Ouyang Lian is delighted. She asked what task she would have. Ling Mo patted the girl's forehead, yet she doesn't need to risk her life. The guy said that the most important thing is to be smart. To stay close to Jia Yu's sister is her whole task. However, the zombies were approaching too much. Wang radioed Ling Mo about the current unpleasant situation. The guys believed that they could not break through. It was very difficult to attack such a large number of enemies. But Ling Mo didn't think it was a big problem. He would deal with everyone in no time. Chow glanced displeasedly at his friends, and since when did the young man begin to give orders? If this continues, he will soon take the position of Chow, which the man has been working on for so long. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the creepy face of a zombie suddenly appearing in the window. The man shook with fear, and his friend said that I should worry, she's already dead. And indeed, the zombie, covered in blood, began to slowly fall to the ground. Yu and Lysik in the back seat began to ask in horror what was happening, why the car slowed down and began to shake violently. The girl reassured them. However, she was very worried. There were too many corpses and they were far from Van's car. Jiayu tried to drive through but realized that she couldn't do it. Zombies blocked the road. She thought for a few moments about what to do. Apparently, the guys were stuck. But Shauna noticed this situation and said that she would come to the rescue now. However, even she felt fear when she saw there the same dog that they had met earlier. Meanwhile, the zombies made their way inside the car and shook it from all sides. People began to shout in panic that now they would all die. Jia Yu tried to calm them down, but she was very worried. Meanwhile, Crescent Moon stood on the roof of a large building and watched with mockery as Ling Mo and the others fought the zombies. She thought that the moment had come when the hero would begin to doubt his abilities. Meanwhile, the Crescent will see how much more powerful this man has become after the evolution. Ling Mo heard on the radio that the car was stuck and the people in it were in great danger. The guy said that it was necessary to signal and lure the zombies to them, and he would deal with them. Chow was terrified. He was afraid to press the button and make the machine signal. Meanwhile, the zombies had already broken the glass and were sticking their vile hands through. Chow could not control himself. He began to have an attack of severe panic. Ling Mo realized that this man was a little scared and urgently needed to take some action to save people. Moreover, in that car there were Jia Yu and little Ouyang Lian. The guy must definitely get through to save them. The vile corpses kept approaching, and Ouyang Lian looked at them in numbness. Suddenly, a deafening shot was heard. The zombies turned their attention to the direction from which the sound came. It was Ling Mo who raised the gun up and fired a shot that attracted the attention of all the zombies around. Chow shouted that this was madness because now all the dead would gather in one place. However, the guy did not listen to him. He grabbed the sword and began to run towards the enemies. Chow just looked after him, puzzled. This young man is absolutely fearless. Crescent watched in delight as Ling Mo ran towards the zombie. This was pure suicide. However, Ye Lian and Li Yalin came to his aid, brandished their weapons, and killed the zombies with incredible force. Crescent did not expect this at all, and looked in amazement at how the girls fought. Suddenly, she realized that this guy was using it as bait for his teammates to destroy unsuspecting corpses. Therefore, the Crescent gave the signal for the dog to retreat. There was no point in continuing. The girl thought displeasedly that this time Ling Mo got away with it. But next time he won't be so lucky, she will be more consistent and attentive. Meanwhile, 2 cars were already in the zone of economic and scientific development. Jia Yu told the new team members that now they can relax, everything is fine. Chow thanked his friend Ling Mo for helping him overcome that obstacle. However, the guy replied that it was a matter of honor to protect women and children. The young man added that acting boldly in a critical situation is the task of a real man. But after this battle, he was very exhausted. His interlocutor said that he could already rest. Ling Mo, I thought that there are not too many supplies in the economic and scientific development zone, because it is primarily a production base and not a warehouse. However, if the city is ever restored, then the place will be useful. The question is whether people from this area will be able to return to normal life after everything that is happening. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by 202, who looked directly from the roof of the car into the window. The boy said that Ling Mo didn't look well. He was more energetic in the morning, and last night he was having fun with 3 chicks. It is necessary to take care of his health at least a little. However, the boy did not understand that he was playing with fire. Ling Mo's patience was already at its limit, and now he would kill him. The young man jumped onto the roof with one fell swoop and began shaking the impudent 202 by the leg. He said that the boy has only 2 options. Either he will shut up now, or he will die, just in this place. But the boy didn't want to die at all. He shouted that he was asking for mercy. Ouyang Lian began to ask her new friend with interest what he had done. But the boy dismissively replied that he was not going to communicate with her. The girl was offended and said that he deserved to be taught a lesson, 202. He began to be indignant, but Ling Mo quickly brought him to his senses and ordered him to shut up. Soon they arrived at the place they were heading to. Large barrels, greenhouses, and houses appeared in front of the travelers. Chow told the guys that this is the food production base, which includes grain production, livestock farming, and other projects related to consumerism. 202 walked away from the guys. He was thinking that such a company should have a lot of employees, but now it's very quiet. Where are all the zombies? Ouyang Lian pressed closer to Jia Yu. The girl felt great fear because there could be many dead people inside. However, Chow said not to worry, he already has a plan of action. They used the bridge behind them to lure out the zombies and kill them all in one place, because it's not for nothing that the team is armed. 202. He supported this plan. After one shot, many zombies will come running and attack from all sides. Ling Mo added that these are unjustified risks. The boy clung to his older comrade in delight. Could it be that for once he supported him? Chow said that in this case, he was waiting for Ling Mo to come up with the best idea and plan that he could offer. 202 raised his hand and said that he had a plan and wanted to tell it to the team. He believes that first, they use gasoline as a barrier line to prevent zombies from approaching. And then they sent people to the bridge as sentries. They will report any changes. The main forces should remain on the bridge, but some of the strong fighters will be for protection. And if suddenly something goes wrong, this place will be the escape route. Therefore, you need to make sure that it is safe. The boy added that this is not an ideal plan, but at the moment the best solution. Ling Mo thought that he underestimated this psychopath. After all, he has some smart thoughts in his head. Of course, the plan is really not ideal, but this is the best solution at the moment. The team quickly divided into groups and began to follow clear instructions. Several guys went into the field and carefully began to observe any movements. Suddenly, there was a noise behind the fighters. Apparently, an unknown enemy was hiding. Ling Mo said that it is necessary to stay close and cover each other if something happens. Suddenly, Van took aim, and then a shot rang out which hit the spot. But despite this, noise and some movement were again heard in the thickets. Probably, this creature was still moving. The man did not understand how this was possible because he was caught. Suddenly, the team saw the monster heading towards them and screamed in horror. But suddenly, the girls intervened in the duel. They prepared their weapons and belligerently aimed at the enemy. Ye Lian ran towards the monster, and apparently the creature got scared and began to run away. Ling Mo said that when it gets closer, you will have to do what he orders. The next second, the man noticed in horror that the monster was approaching at rapid speed. Ling Mo shouted that he needed to duck down, and his partner did just that. It turned out that a wild boar was flying at them. The guy swung his sword and made one powerful blow. The animal fell down and blood sprayed from its large wound. The guys approached in horror and began to examine their dead enemy. Ling Mo thought that this was not just a boar, but a mutated one, and the rest would soon appear. Suddenly, a menacing growl was heard. The team turned around in panic. Hundreds of red eyes looked at the guys with hungry and angry eyes. The guys thought that this was the end. Now they would be trampled by this large crowd of monsters. However, Ling Mo said that you need to remain calm and not panic. He has everything under control. In this situation, the most important thing is to be alert and prepare to react at any moment. A loud stomp was heard, and wild wolves were also running along with the boars. Hundreds of shots were heard. The guys used everything they had, rifles, pistols, and other weapons. Chow encouraged the guys and shouted that victory would be theirs in any case. The power of man is capable of overcoming the forces of nature. If we unite and fight back, then everything will work out. Suddenly, he saw one of the people being attacked by a boar with its horn. The man screamed in panic and called Chow for help. However, the man was afraid to go ahead and fight the furious boar, so he retreated some distances and did not help his comrade. However, the next second, Chow noticed that the angry gaze of the zombie boar was looking at him. The monster flew straight at him, and the man sat on the ground in panic and screamed to be saved. Suddenly, the bloody sword came down and cut off the enemy's head. It turned out to be Ling Mo. The guy said that now is not the time to chill. We need to kill them all. Suddenly, they heard screams asking for help. The team clearly couldn't cope. The guys tried to brush them off, but they didn't succeed. In addition to the boars, the crows also began to attack. Ling Mo thought that things were bad. If this continues, he will kill everyone before they reach the base. Therefore, the girls also need to be drawn into the fight. Ye Lian and Shana will help get rid of these beasts. Shana, swinging her scythe, beheaded the snarling wolves one after another. Ye Lian pierced right through the huge boar's body with her steel claws. The guys watched with admiration as they dealt with their enemies. It impressed them very much. With incredible speed, Ling Mo killed the crows that did not even have time to fly away. Chow heard the guys talking among themselves and praising the abilities of Ling Mo and the girls. Finally, the guy finished off the last boar and heard the screams of Boy 202 nearby. Ling Mo saw him throw the wolf aside, and it flew at incredible speed. This action was similar to the spiritual tentacles of the young man. However, he used his strength to control and distract. But here it is more likely an energy volley. Meanwhile, the boy enthusiastically continued to use his abilities. But suddenly something broke in this mechanism, and the effect disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Ling Mo thought that the stability of this superpower was quite poor. Therefore, it was necessary to intervene, and with one stroke he cut off the wolf's head. The boy enthusiastically hugged Ling Mo. The guy pulled away from him and told him to better go help others. The young man thought that there were too many different mutant animals in this area, and if they allow them to develop further, who knows what terrible monsters they will end up with. In this case, even the advanced Ye Lian would have a hard time dealing with them. However, the guy doesn't care what kind of monster stands in his way. They will all die. Soon the dead boars lay on the grass. But the team still had to suffer losses. Ling Mo ordered them to put the bodies in the car. Then they need to go get water to wash off the blood and put everything in order. Ouyang Lian ran up to her brother and began to hug him. She was glad that it was all over. Jiayu detained the girl and said that there is too much blood here. Children should not look at this. However, the girl said that she is no longer a child because her brother considers her big enough. Shana and Ye Lian began to pester him with questions about what this meant. Ling Mo replied that he had nothing special in mind. Shana still did not let up and said that most likely Ling Mo's brother likes the little ones, but this conversation infuriated him very much. The girls began to put pressure on him and told him that he should always belong only to them. Ling Mo thoughtfully said that he really liked it more. However, Shana took these words as a challenge and began to glare at him. The guys began to talk among themselves about how they were jealous of Ling Mo because he was so brave and there were girls surrounding him. They talked about how brother Ling Mo is capable and strong. If it weren't for him, they would already be dead. Chow listened with displeasure to how the team spoke about this guy. The man furiously furrowed his eyebrows. It looked like he himself had warmed the snake on his chest, and if this continues, Ling Mo will soon take his place. But this cannot be allowed. Chow will not tolerate such humiliations and will show who is in charge here. The man heard the guys call Ling Mo joyfully. They found something valuable. The guy went to look at Chow and watched him closely. Soon, Ling Mo approached the warehouses that were located on the territory. The guy happily said that they removed the remains, but did not expect to find such a thing in this place. It turns out that the team found a granary. Large boxes contained real rice and also dried meat. Ling Mo thought that this was a really valuable find for others, but that's not what he came here for. Jiayu, hugging the baby, said that this is great happiness. Now I will have to starve. The girl turned to Ling Mo. It is certainly his merit that they got here. The guy patted Ouyang Lian on the head and said that she would have pork for dinner and would no longer have to starve. Ling Mo said that they had done enough today, and he needed to leave to discuss some details with the eldest. The guy handed Li Yalin a mutant wolf crystal that she was supposed to eat. The girl tried it and said that she didn't feel anything special. Most likely it doesn't interact with snake venom. Ling Mo promised that he would get snake ones for her later, and first experiment on other advanced zombies. The guy thought that in today's battle, her speed and reflexes were better than before. So this is probably the result of the latest evolution. But Ye Lian and Shana, on the contrary, have already eaten quite a lot of capsules, and it is unknown whether the next evolution will happen. However, some changes are taking place inside the girls that are not similar to those that were before. Perhaps one day he will see the results of these changes. Or maybe the guy will be able to find advanced zombies nearby. But if not, then there is also a research center. Even subtle changes can become a turning point in their evolution. And at such a moment, even grains of information about the virus should not be neglected. Ling Mo noticed that Li Yalin had blood on her chest. The girl probably needed to be careful. Suddenly, a joyful little Ouyang Lian burst into the room. At this time, the guy was just busy removing bloodstains from his girlfriend's chest. The girl froze for a few moments and looked at them puzzled. Ling Mo said that she misunderstood everything and wanted to remove his hand. However, Li Yalin asked him not to stop and continue. The girl continued to stare but was in no hurry to leave. Finally, she said that she didn't see anything and quickly slammed the door behind her. Ling Mo felt incredible shame. Now in Ouyang Lian's eyes, he was a dirty pervert. A week has passed since the travelers arrived in this place. Work was in full swing. Everyone went about their business when the seeds arrived. Yu entered all the profits into a notebook. Ling Mo was covered in sweat as he performed heavy physical exercise. Xiana praised and said that today it worked more times than yesterday. The guy noticed that he would show in the evening what longer means. The girl smiled coquettishly and said that she would not like to wait until the evening. In this case, he can pinch her and cool down these bad thoughts. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by 202, who said that the weather is wonderful today and it would be nice to go outside and get some fresh air. Ling Mo angrily said that he had already tolerated the little one for too long, and now it was the end for him. However, the boy proudly extended his hand, which radiated superpowers. Ling Mo said that this time he would show what real strength is. The boy fell to his knees and replied that it was just a joke. But Ling Mo also wanted to joke. Now he will punish the impudent boy. The boy said that he came on behalf of Chao. The man wants to see him. The commander said that he had a request for the guy. This was a very important matter. Ling Mo wondered why he needed it and what kind of urgent matter it was. The guy headed towards the warehouse and heard the guys talking to each other. They were discussing the heroic deeds of their new friend Ling Mo. When he decided to shoot and save the people in the car, suddenly the fighters noticed that the young man had arrived. He said that he wanted to know where old Chao was. The guy said that the commander was further away and was in charge of the delivered products. The guy thanked him and said that he would not distract him. He was going to Chao. One of the guys said that he had never seen the hero Ling Mo so close before, and his interlocutor noticed that they were all as arrogant as the captain. The guy said that since they started talking about Chao, he remembered something bad about him. The man said that he noticed when Ling Mo shot to attract attention. The captain was clearly unhappy with this. He is a vile person. Ling Mo thought that this is how the secret always becomes clear. But once losing the trust of people, it will be difficult to regain it, and even more so, to remain a leader. At this time, the captain issued decrees to his wards. He said that if they unite, the guys will be able to achieve success. And the workers talked among themselves. And they believed that Chao could not just speak slogans, but help with deeds. Ling Mo approached the man. He wanted to know why he called him. Chao pointed to the boxes of provisions. The guy settled well here, and all thanks to the young man. However, the guy did not want to listen to these pleasantries, especially since they smacked of sarcasm. The man said that they were soon heading to the military district, and as far as he knew, Ling Mo wanted to get to the biological institute, which was right on the way. So Chao wants to know when the guy can go there with the team. Ling Mo thought that it was very suspicious. They just arrived at the production base, and they didn't even really rest. And he already wants to leave quickly. Most likely, the captain intends to complete the partnership as soon as possible. But in any case, his main goal was precisely the biological institute. So the guy is ready to go even now. Chao was very happy about this decision. The guys said goodbye to Jia Yu. The girl said that There was no need to worry about her because brother Ling Mo and boy 202 would not give offense. Ouyang Lian ran to the car. She wanted to know if the guy would be back by the evening. And when the girl heard a positive answer, she was very happy and said that she would wait. She also promises to wait for sisters Ye Lian and Shauna. The girls promised that they would definitely return. Ling Mo watched them through the window and was surprised that the cruel zombies would find a common language with little Ouyang Lian. Probably, deep down, Shauna is very caring. However, after a moment, he realized that he had made hasty conclusions when answering the girl's question, what Shauna liked for dinner. She replied that she would not mind eating her, but it was time to move on. Shauna deftly jumped onto the roof of the car. Chow shouted to the guys not to worry. This time, they will bring good news and take another step towards organizing production. 2 cars went to the military district, and the remaining guys looked after them. The team was anxious. They were talking among themselves. On the one hand, if Ling Mo went, then it is unlikely that any catastrophe will happen. But given Chow's character, anything can be expected. Ouyang Lian heard these conversations and felt unbearably sad. And at this time, strange sounds were heard over the city. Someone was constantly calling Crescent. The girl sat down in a panic on the roof of a large building and asked an unknown voice to shut up. She didn't understand what was happening to her, these voices, and an incomprehensible melancholy simply gripped her soul. Crescent couldn't do it and screamed loudly with all her might. She couldn't understand who was calling her. The sound simply made her head explode into pieces. She just begins to go crazy from these voices constantly sounding in her head. All this from the guy who stole her wife and wounded her with poison. Since then, Crescent has been feeling worse and worse. And the dog also failed. The girls looked at the stupid animal with anger. She can allow it to develop, or she can find another dog and order others to eat her. But before thinking about revenge, Crescent goes to look for the source of the voice in his head. She began to frantically touch her head, as if in this way intending to pull out an unknown creature from there. It seemed very close, and these sensations drove the Crescent crazy. And at this time, 2 cars were rushing forward and were already approaching a large area. Chow announced that they had arrived at the place. This was the goal they were striving for. The buildings and gates of the military camp opened before the travelers. Chow said that although this is a military camp, there is only one stream distilled here with a powerful production base. In this way, you can feed another 100 people. In addition, you could attract the military to your activities and cultivate more land, such mutually beneficial cooperation. Ling Mo doubted that they would remain in this place, and even so, it was not a fact that they would agree to cooperate. However, the guy is primarily interested in the Biological Institute and the rest is none of his business. So the young man went forward. Chow noticed that it was somewhat imprudent to rush so much because it is unknown what awaits ahead. But if the hero Ling Mo goes forward so rapidly, then the guys followed his example. The team went forward and did not notice that they were being followed by a sniper. Ling Mo looked around. His intuition told him that something was not right here. The unknown person, meanwhile, watched the soldier's van, who walked forward and did not suspect anything. A few more moments and there will be nothing left of him. The sniper smiled maliciously, but suddenly, the soldier is pulled aside behind the wall, and the unknown villain does not have time to pull the trigger. The sniper is overcome with incredible indignation. Why did this happen? The guy looks at Ling Mo in bewilderment. Why did he grab him so quickly? Ling Mo said that there is someone nearby, perhaps even a zombie, but it's still unclear. The sniper gritted his teeth in annoyance. It turns out that he was identified, but this is not so important. Those who are destined to live will not die, and those who are destined to die will not be able to survive. Ling told his partner that he should not panic. He should shoot and see the reaction. The young man picked up the gun and fired a deafening shot into the air. A strong and powerful bang was heard throughout the entire area. This shot was clearly audible. However, there was no reaction in response. Not a single zombie approached. Ayua. Ling Mo thought it was quite strange. Such a loud sound, the soulless dead couldn't help but react. At this time, the guys approached them and began to ask what had happened and why they were shooting. The guy said that he asked Van to shoot in order to attract attention, because it was better to lure the zombies in this way and attack them. His partner added that when he fired, there was no reaction. There were probably no zombies here, and there were probably no survivors either. Jia Yu said that she was coming out and the supplies they would find would be theirs. Chow muttered, displeasedly, that that couple had gotten ahead of him again. However, Ling Mo stared intensely into the void. There is not a single zombie here, and the food production base not far from here has been replenished. This proves that there are survivors here. But the guy feels an incredible thirst for murder that comes not from a zombie, but from another survivor. Suddenly, Chow said that the excursion was over for today, and they would come to this place another day. But at this time, Ling Mo spoke to an unknown type, that he had been following them for so long and could come out to talk. The guy is absolutely convinced that there is one of the survivors here, and this unknown person was watching them. After all, in a place where there were no people, there may not be zombies, but how can there be no people where there are no living corpses left? Suddenly, the team heard the words that were addressed to Ling Mo. The unknown person praised him for his intelligence. But first, he intends to teach people how to behave correctly. Wang prepared his gun. Jia Yu was not far from him. The guy said that he needed to be careful. The team looked around in panic to find the unknown person, and only Ling Mo looked straight at him. The guy said with a smile that if the sniper wanted to shoot, he would have done it long ago. Because otherwise, why let them get so close? Because at such a distance, the guys can seize the initiative. One of the team members said that he found a scoundrel who was watching them at the window of the administrative building. The sniper said that the guy Ling Mo who didn't panic was brave enough. The young man said that he had the same opinion about his disguised opponent. The sniper said that he would talk to those people who have superpowers. Let them come forward. Wang said, turning to Chow, that their enemy wants to talk to the leader. However, the man noticed that he does not have superpowers. Ling Mo was thinking about why Sniper said among people is he himself a zombie? Although this is unlikely. Judging by his spiritual strength, could it be that his unknown opponent had somehow learned Ye Lian's secret? Chow turned to the boy. He said that Sniper wanted to talk to a person with superpowers, but 202 was not going to take risks and gave this honor to Ling Mo. The young man himself thought that in another situation he would prefer to stay away from this, but the words of this man sound too suspicious. We need to figure it out. Ling Mo said that he would go and talk to the sniper. The team leader looked at him displeasedly. Most likely the sniper also has a superpower. Besides, it is not completely clear whether he is a person at all or not. Therefore, it is better to be prepared for anything. The guy sent his superpowers through all the windows of a large building. Let the unknown enemy blame himself for everything that happened. The sniper asked what the team was doing here, because judging by their clothes, they were from City X. The guy agreed and said that probably the people who were here killed all the zombies. However, why didn't they restore production? Sniper replied that first he wanted to know what the team was doing. Jia Yu said that they were ordinary citizens who came here for help and wanted to ask the people in the building if there were any means of communication or information about the rescue teams. Chow added that they wanted to talk to the sniper face to face, but he did not want to go down. Wang blocked his friend Ling Mo with himself. However, the guy remained calm. He calmly told Van to let him through. The guy does not intend to fight. Ling Mo stepped forward and told the unknown sniper, who continued to hold the rifle. However, if he wants to fight, then the young man in general is not against it and can provide such an opportunity. With these words, he released an incredible amount of his superpowers. Suddenly, the man started talking about how he was listening to the radio to find out some news. However, the last message came 20 days after the disaster. Ling Mo began to listen carefully to his opponent. What is this message that he received after 20 days? The sniper silently turned on a radio station that said that people should try to escape and they would send reinforcements as soon as possible. Chow surprisingly shouted something about the radio station, but immediately stopped short and did not continue. The unknown person said that he absolutely did not know how to use it. However, among those present, there were hardly anyone who understood this. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Ling Mo. Is this really the only one left here? But if so, how could he survive? The guy said that he would like to talk to the sniper alone. He would go up alone and would not take the weapon. The sniper agreed and wanted to add that the young man should take 30 with him, but he stopped mid-sentence. The unknown guy felt that there was some kind of alien voice in his head. Could this really be the ability of that guy? He told Ling Mo to go upstairs and take one girl with him. 202 glanced sideways at the guy in amazement, but didn't say anything, just chuckled barely noticeably. Ling Mo told Ye Lian to go with him to meet this mysterious man. The boy, meanwhile, watched them with interest because he just didn't hear it. It seems 202 found out another secret of brother Ling Mo. Will he eliminate the witness because it would be logical? Van, meanwhile, wanted to go upstairs and ensure his friend, but Chow said that he should not dare to do this. After all, in this way this action could provoke the sniper to do something bad. In this way Chow explained his position. However, in reality he simply did not want Ling Mo to help. The man approached his friend and told him to calm down. If it was dangerous, then no one forced the guy to take risks. They could only pray for him. And at this time 202 watched the girls with interest. He was tormented by the question, which of them is not human, or are they all not human? He wanted to make a plan on how to trick Ling Mo into answering these questions, but in any case, it would be great to make friends with monsters. Meanwhile, Ling Mo and Ye Lian were walking up the stairs, and the guy sneezed loudly. Lately, he has caught a cold and no one is taking care of him. However, now is not the time to think about nonsense. Perhaps the unknown person is already wary because of the power that Ling Mo showed him. The guy looked around with fear. Suddenly, he saw boards that were nailed to the wall. He pulled out the nail with incredible ease. It should have been needed just in case. Finally, they approached the room in which the mysterious stranger was probably located. The man said without turning around, "So that the guys stay in place and don't come closer." He guessed that he, next to Ling Mo, was not an ordinary girl, but a zombie. The guy asked how the sniper found out about this, while he himself was doing tricks with a nail behind his back. The man replied that he also had a superpower and said that his name was Hu Chuan. Judging by the guy's actions, the rest of the team members don't know who the girls are. Ling Mo said that there are reasons for this and the rest does not concern the sniper, and continued to quietly raise the nail into the air. Hu Chuan said that he had nothing wrong. He was just wondering how they could look exactly like humans. Still, it is not clear what primarily motivates the sniper. If it is just curiosity, then why is the man so serious? Suddenly, Ling Mo realized that something was wrong with his interlocutor. The guy began to ask why the man should know this and who he even was. At this time, the nail was approaching the sniper's head. He thought for a few moments. Yelen whispered in her ear that this person was very similar to them. Ling Mo couldn't believe it, but when his interlocutor turned around, he finally realized that in front of him was a zombie. Hu Chuan sighed. He wanted to know the guy's way of keeping the girls sane. However, Ling Mo absolutely did not believe this man because he saw his spiritual power, which means that the guy was using something like puppeteering energy. Therefore, the young man shouted that he could deceive other people, but he would not succeed. He did not believe that he was Hu Chuan's zombie. So the guy once again asks who is in front of him and what is his goal. His interlocutor smiled slyly. He asked what to understand. Who is a real zombie in front of him or not? Does Ling Mo have the ability? However, the guy didn't intend to reveal too much. First of all, he wanted to know who this Hu Chuan really was. The man said that he did not lie, and in fact has superpowers, but now he has also become a zombie. Ling Mo continued to listen with some doubt to what his new acquaintance would tell him, and the man continued that his ability is not at all what it might seem. He killed all the zombies to control his thirst for flesh and blood and cannot do anything about it. If this continues, he will turn into a real zombie. Therefore, Ling Mo must help him with this. The man does not want to become a monster for the rest of his life. That is, it is likely that this person's power was to transfer consciousness into the body of a zombie. However, the zombie's instincts get the better of him. But in this case, why doesn't he break the connection? Perhaps he has problems with his own body. But the man continued to interrogate. He wanted to know what the guy did to make his girlfriend look normal. He has a lot of army canned goods, food and weapons, and also a lot of radios, but he wants to know how to achieve this effect. The guy thought for a few moments. He really would like to help this man. However, he has some doubts that hinder these intentions. Ling Mo said that he could not do anything in this situation. Hu Chuan's eyes widened. Is he really being refused and left in this position? He plopped down on the ground and began banging his head on the stone floor in anger. Ling Mo said that this ability of his does not allow him to control a person. And besides, it is unknown how the guy's energies will interact with Hu Chuan's power. So Ling Mo asks for forgiveness as they head towards the exit. However, the man clenched his fists in fury. The young man would not get away with this refusal so easily. After all, Hu Chuan is not a monster, but an ordinary person. He has gone through many obstacles. But if Ling Mo refuses to help, then the man is ready to take extreme measures. In that case, Ye Lian is not worthy to live. With these words, he took aim at the girl. And then, with lightning speed, a deafening shot rang out in the room. However, Ling Mo could not allow this to happen. He used his secret weapon. The nail marked its target and pierced the man's skull with incredible speed. Meanwhile, Ling Mo blocked Ye Lian and together they dodged the bullet. Hu Chuan looked at the weapon with which he was wounded in exhaustion, and when this brat managed to use magic. However, let the guy not hope that everything will end so quickly. The next moment, his hand fell limply to the floor. Life ended for the zombie's body. Yelin began to ask how Ling Mo was feeling, but the guy felt a severe headache. However, now is not the time to rest because the battle is not over with this dangerous guy. Only the body of the zombie was killed. But the guys do not know where the enemy himself is hiding. And at that time, he was sitting in the middle of the room on a mattress. The brilliant plan had failed. The ugly guy dared to kill him because of some zombie. It's just outrageous. But if he wants it that way, very soon they will all die. There will be no mercy for anyone. And a moment later, there was a deafening bang that erupted throughout the entire vicinity. The zombie picked up machine guns and started shooting at the guys from Chao's team. The commander shouted for Van to continue shooting back and not hesitate. And yet, it's surprising to see zombies who can shoot so accurately. He must have had perfect military training before his conversion. With such overwhelming fire, you couldn't even raise your head. And this was terribly stressful for the guys. And the zombie continued to shoot while grinning maliciously. However, his actions were short-lived as Jia Yu deftly pierced him through with her spear. The girl took a breath. Finally, she destroyed this cruel, warlike zombie. Wang warned Jia Yu to be careful because there was also an ambush behind her. And the next second, another zombie sent his line of shots at the guys. Jia Yu barely dodged the bullets, which miraculously did not hit her. She noticed that every time they killed one, another appeared. What they should do in such a situation was unclear, and Van advised them to lie low. Suddenly, they saw another delayed action weapon fly near them. It was a hand grenade, and it was necessary to act with lightning speed because it could explode at any moment. There was a powerful explosion and for a few moments covered everything around with dust. Their opponent smiled maliciously. Now they have received their retribution. However, he was disappointed. It turns out that the guys were able to survive thanks to their support for each other. Jia Yu lost consciousness for a few moments but soon woke up. Ling Mo asked how she was feeling, but the girl was just glad that she survived. Wang said that their friend recently saved everyone from a big explosion. Jia Yu hugged her brother. Tears welled up in her eyes and she said that she was grateful to him for saving her. The guy said that on the way he killed all the zombies in the area, just in case. He thinks that they won't see them anytime soon. The guys realized that Ling Mo suspected that guy with superpowers was responsible for all these attacks. The young man said that this is exactly how he is, and he thinks the power of this type was to move his mind into a zombie, but they must find the real body. Chao said that they could just run away because this man could be chasing them. Ling Mo said that if the commander wants to leave, he will take him out of this place. The man added that the best solution is to just get out. If they stay, sooner or later they will be shot. Ling Mo said that they would return to the production base, gather and prepare to evacuate back to the cottages. This should be done because it's not far from here to the base. If you stay there, they'll be found any day now. The guy added that it's unfair to the dead brothers, but in Mr. Chao's life, it's more important, isn't it? The man said furiously. That in that case, let Ling Mo tell them what to do. The guy said that they need to kill him. In this way, they eliminate the threat, and if they are patient and compliant, they will be pushed around for the rest of their lives. The guys supported Ling Mo, and the truth is, they are ready to kill this scoundrel in order to continue to live peacefully in this place. Chao looked at the team in amazement. Has this guy taken over leadership again? Meanwhile, Ling Mo was giving orders that he needed to act quickly while that zombie was not nearby. The guys would split up and find his body and then kill him. Given the limited number of people at the beginning, it is necessary to search the building in front of the guys. Otherwise, he can kill them one by one if he spreads out too much. However, Chao decided that it was beneath his dignity to listen to the orders of some kid. The man went in the opposite direction. He contracted that his team, even realizing the danger, did what Ling Mo says is simply unthinkable. So he decided that he would find a quiet place and sit there and wait until the others got rid of this creature with superpowers. Soon Chao entered one of the rooms and noticed that there was a blanket on the floor. The guy approached this place and began to lift the blanket, while he felt an unpleasant smell. Who could sleep in such chatter? Chao didn't understand. He didn't notice how a dark silhouette appeared behind him. Suddenly, he turned away. But it was already too late. The creature looked at him with a wild look. It said that it felt thirsty and Chao refused to help in difficult times. This is so kind of him. The zombie decided that he would not hesitate and swallow this man right now. Chao cried out in horror that he didn't want to die. This shouldn't happen. He can't die so uselessly. He needs to reach the holster. The man couldn't do anything. He was already bursting into tears and didn't want to say goodbye to life. Is he really Guo Chao, the founder of the Future Order, who will now simply be destroyed by zombies? The man in tears began to ask Ling Mo to come and pull him out of these terrible clutches, but it was already too late. His hand fell limply to the floor, his strength left him. Chao tried with all his might to get to the weapon and shoot the zombies. Finally, he managed to reach it. A couple more moments and he would shoot. The distraught man picked up the holster and intended to shoot his opponent. However, Zombie grabbed him and hit him on the head with force several times. That was the end. The weapon fell out of his hands, and after flying several meters, the pistol fell to the floor. At that time, the guys were on the street. They heard the loud sound of a shot coming from the building. Jia Yu said that there should be no members of their team in that place. However, Ling Mo decided that, just in case, he needed to go and check what happened there. The girls also went on reconnaissance with him. It is unknown what could be waiting for them. And at this time, the zombie, out of greed, absorbed the body of Chao, of which there was nothing left. He noticed that the body was beginning to recover, and this is a good sign. Suddenly, the mutant heard approaching steps and was a little taken aback because it was unknown who it could be. Looked out the window. The zombie realized that it was Ling Mo, and with him a crowd of brave girls. He realized that he was mistaken because the pistol shot gave away his location, and the monster was so hungry that he allowed them to get very close. However, he decided that he was not to blame for anything and should not be afraid. It was all people's fault. He just wanted to become a normal person. The zombie looked thoughtfully at the body of the murdered victim. Now he must defend himself. Meanwhile, Ling Mo was climbing up the stairs. He told the girls that they would soon come to the place where the shot came from. Soon they opened the door, and an unpleasant picture appeared before them. Chao lay in a pool of blood. Ling Mo thought indignantly that they were late. However, the guy disdainfully noted that this man had outsmarted himself. In his next life, he would be more honest. They walked further down the corridor without making another sound. Suddenly, Ling Mo, with his peripheral vision, caught some movement in the doorway. The zombie aimed a gun at the guy. Will it really be that simple? However, Ling Mo had already tracked him down a long time ago and only chuckled contemptuously. And then the guy shouted to his partners to kill the vile enemy. The girls flew at the zombies from all sides in an instant. In a panic, he began to shoot back. However, he did not succeed. After all, Ling Mo was wearing a wonderful bulletproof vest that reflected all the bullets. Yi Lian jumped up to the zombie and with lightning speed tore off his hand with the gun. The bastard asked with rage, how did the guy find him? Ling Mo smiled smugly and said that from the very beginning he had been watching his opponent's every move. He had already penetrated the entire building with the help of super strength, and the zombie tricks had no effect. Who would have thought that even in his own body, this bastard eats human flesh to restore strength? Ling Mo pulled out his sword and the enemy retreated. Eating human flesh means that he has renounced his humanity and does not deserve to be treated well. And then the guy narrowed his eyes. This scoundrel had the audacity to point a gun at Yi Lian and also kill Chao, the only one who knew the location of the research center. These actions do not deserve forgiveness, and the vile guy should be killed. Hu Chuan began to run away, and Yi Lian asked if it was necessary to pursue him. However, Ling Mo replied that their enemy would not run far. He was already trapped. Meanwhile, he ran and shouted that he had done nothing wrong, while the threads of Ling Mo's superpower caught up with him. Suddenly, Hu Chuan noticed them and realized that they were chasing him, and began to run faster. Suddenly, he saw himself asking to join the team of fighters who killed zombies, but he was refused. The guys asked him not to use the ability because it greatly affected his mind. Hu Chuan even secretly licked the blood from his dead teammates. The guy joked that he was attacked by many spirits who were his dead comrades. Exhausted, he ran away from them and tried to hide in one of the rooms. He saw a bunch of corpses lying there and shouted that they would pay for all his kindness. But suddenly, the corpses began to come to life and rise with loud growls. Hu Chuan looked at this in surprise. He could not understand what was happening. Previously, he could control the zombies. However, now he couldn't do it at all. They began to attack him, and the guy was unable to fight them off. He understood that a few more minutes and the world's pipes would simply eat him up. The bastard shouted in despair, but it was too late to change anything. The next moment, he fell to the floor dead and made a muffled sound. It turns out that it was all his hallucination, and he died of cardiac arrest. Ling Mo explained that their enemy was exhausted and therefore could not withstand the visions provoked by his fears and also feelings of guilt. Shauna became interested in knowing what the bastard saw before he died. He screamed so loudly. However, the guy said that they would never know about it, and yet he is sure that these are terrible nightmares. Hu Chuan used his imagination to enter a personal hell. Some time passed, and the heroes went forward through the large hall. Suddenly, Ling Mo felt an incredible surge of severe pain and grabbed his head. Yelian asked what was wrong with him and carefully hugged the guy. He showed a through wound. His clothes were already soaked in blood. At this time, Jia Yu and Wang ran up and noticed that trouble had happened to their friend. Wang said it was a gunshot wound and he wanted to look at it. He noticed that the bullet went straight out, and this, to some extent, was even for the better. Ling Mo said that you shouldn't worry like that, it's just a scratch. Jia Yu began to shed tears, and the guy said that there was no need to worry because everything would be fine with him. After all, unlike Guo Chao, the young man can be said to be very lucky. The guys were wary. Ling Mo said that their friend probably wanted to wait out the danger here, but in the end, he wandered into the very lair of the ghoul. However, since he is already dead, there is no need to continue talking about it. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by 202, who appeared out of nowhere. The guy said that it's boring just one dead person. Van shouted at the boy and told him to show at least a little human respect for the life of another. However, the boy smiled wryly and said that you shouldn't be such a bore, and then he shouted that he had brought interesting things to cheer up the team. With these words, he began to throw wheat germ, canned fruit, peaches, and much more. The boy said that he had not only this, but also many different supplies. They noted with admiration that the guy probably collected everything he had: food, household items, medicines, and even large-caliber guns. Jia Yu happily said that there were so many different seeds here and they would definitely find a use for them. Wang added with a smile that they had not come this way in vain. Ling Mo silently watched them. He thought that now there is no need to worry about Jia Yu's improvement. And then I thought that it only took a little time to find this same biological institute. However, he felt himself losing consciousness. And the last thing Ling Mo noticed was the approaching figures of his sister and Wang. Evening came. The team lit a fire and pitched spacious tents. Ling Mo went to bed and slept for quite a long time. Jia Yu did not leave him. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes and began to look around. He sat down on the bed and began to think about the fact that he had been passed out for a long time. Then he looked at Jia Yu with gratitude. Probably she had been caring all this time and was probably very tired. He soon discovered Ye Lian and Shauna, who were glad that their brother had finally woken up. Ling Mo asked how long he spent sleeping. Shauna told her friend that she could calm down because I, dear friend, had come to my senses. Li Yeling said that the guy slept for about 5 hours, and they were watching at the post the whole time. Ling Mo thought that in this case it would be calm and asked the girls to come back today. They worked hard, and Jia Yu continued to sleep by his bed. Probably the girl was also very exhausted after all this time. Ling Mo admired her facial expression in her sleep. So stupid as in childhood, it seemed to him like it was yesterday. Suddenly, Jia Yu woke up and realized that she was drooling in her sleep. The girl hoped that Ling Mo did not notice this. However, the guy calmed her down and said that everything was fine. She was tired, he could even give up the bed. Jia Yu could not hold back her tears. She was very worried about her brother, and then she hugged him and said that she was very glad because finally, Ling Mo came to his senses. The guy said that everything would be fine and her brother was fine. Of course, if we don't take into account the rest of his sister's bandaging skills, the best in the world, he can't afford to die until she finds herself a good husband. The girl said that she doesn't need a husband. After all, she has such a wonderful brother, and compared to him, other men don't even deserve attention. And then she added that it was in vain that Ling Mo was slandering her because the girl did not bandage him. This was done, of course, by your humble servant, the mischievous boy number 202. He said that he couldn't miss such a chance to touch brother Ling Mo's beautiful body. Fortunately, while he was in the psychiatric hospital, he gained medical experience, but the guy did not let him finish and threw the boy aside with a bandaged hand. Jia Yu told Ling Mo not to strain himself so much, he was wounded. However, the guy said that after the blow his mood even improved. Maybe he should thank the young man. Suddenly Van came into the room. He was also very worried about his friend's health. The guy said that he had recently checked the warehouse, found a weapon, and was ready to give it to Ling Mo. This is a small-sized submachine gun, quiet, fast, and with a large magazine. And what's most important is that the weapon is light and compact. Wang said that it would be stupid to give such a weapon to someone else, so Ling is the ideal owner for it. The guy said that he would accept it with gratitude, but judging by the happy look of his friend, this is not all the news. Van laughed and said that you can't hide anything from your brother. What he found was much more useful than grain and weapons. Jia Yu hurried her friend and told him not to hesitate, but to quickly tell. The guy said with a smile that he had found the car and showed the keys. It was a model car. They went to the garage. Van pressed several buttons on the control. He called his friends to come and admire the big guy whom he managed to take for himself. Lingmo and the girls looked at this truly huge car in delight. Wang said that this armored vehicle probably belonged to Hu Chuan, who modified it. Lingmo tapped the body. This machine is several times better than their old one. A completely new level. It's just a pity that the enemy left behind only this good thing. Wang said that the car was redone not only on the outside, because he looked under the hood and since Hu was a military man, he had enough resources. In addition to the powerful engine, a turbocharging system is also installed. With the help of such a machine, they will double the capabilities for transporting people and goods. Ling Mo regretted that Chao was killed, because without information, even with a car, it is difficult to find the location of the biological institute. His friend sighed sadly, but the guy advised him not to be upset. The car was good. It would definitely come in handy. But suddenly, Jia Yu interrupted their conversation and said that she might know the location of the institute. Ling Mo thought that this was not bad. That is, the company still has an accompanying person. The girl began to look for something in her bag. She said that she didn't remember exactly whether she took the notebook with her. Jia Yu said that at the last meeting, Chao mentioned this place and then she wrote everything down. Finally, the girl discovered the notebook and took it in her hands with delight. She said that this is the same notebook in which there are notes, and now they have the opportunity to find a biological institute. Ling Mo praised the girl for her good work. He did not expect anything less from his little sister. The guy added that it was better to hit the road right now without further ado, and they prepared everything they needed and then started the car in order to hit the road. Wang proudly handed the keys to Ling Mo and said that the car is new. Let the guy try not to scratch it. The soldier said that they would go ahead and Ling Mo and the girls would cover them from behind. Shanna and 202 began vying with each other to ask the guy to give them the opportunity to steer, but suddenly he noticed that Ye Lian came up to him and looked at him with a pleading look. Ling Mo pulled away from them. Well, no, he will drive the car himself. Suddenly, the guy felt that his wound began to bother him. It was bleeding. To the girl's concerned questions, he answered that everything was fine. He just pulled his hand unsuccessfully. Shauna said that in this condition, it is impossible to drive a car. It is very dangerous. The girl added so that her brother would not overexert himself while he is wounded. Then she could become his right hand. And after that, very quietly, Shauna whispered in his ear that it could be driving, but or something else. In this case, Ye Lian approached the young man and said that she would become his left hand. Ling Mo laughed and said that there was no need for this, because his left hand was completely fine. Unexpectedly, Li Yaling clung to him. Probably she also wanted to serve the guy. Suddenly, he realized that his keys had disappeared somewhere. The young man began to look around to see if they had fallen out, but it turned out that Jia Yu quietly snatched them from his hands and said that she would drive the car herself. Soon the cars set off along the road following the planned plan. The girls surrounded Ling Mo from all sides and began to ask how he was feeling. Ling Mo didn't want them to behave this way, but he couldn't do anything with them. Shauna said that she promised to be his right hand and Ye Lian her left. Therefore, you need to keep your word. Girls clung to the guy from all sides. The situation in the car quickly became tense. Suddenly, they heard the driver cough delicately. It was Jia Yu who reminded herself. The girl said that we could probably put off the entertainment, and for now, it would be better to concentrate on the road. After all, they had almost arrived at the research institute and there was very little left. Soon, the children had a view of the territory of a large institute. The car approached at high speed and knocked down the fence that fenced off this place. Jiayu noticed that it was not very right to break in from the main entrance like that. However, her brother replied that everything was fine and just a method of intimidation. Thanks to the fact that Hu Chuan installed armored windows in the car, the guys could feel completely safe. They did not want to accidentally get another bullet. After some time, friends drove into the room and began to listen carefully. However, judging by the fact that no movement was observed, one could conclude that it was empty. Ling Mo signaled to his friend that everything was fine and safe here. Wang will also respond with gestures that he understood. Then they will begin their operation. The man loaded the cartridges of his large, heavy gun. The guys got out of the car and began to peer intensely into the darkness. Ling Mo walked surrounded by girls. He thought that, although without weapons, he was better protected than anyone else. They soon discovered an office in which there were several tables with computers. The guys began to frantically search the documents for at least some information. They hoped to find a vaccine, but if it existed, the world would not have reached this state. Suddenly, Ling Mo noticed a very suspicious document and stared at it in amazement. The guy read that this institute specialized in cell biology. And this discovery is very useful because Ling Mo knows nothing about the virus and advances mainly by trial and error. Or perhaps the method by which he feeds the girls is incorrect, and as a result, on the contrary, it delays their development. But these thoughts were interrupted by the walkie-talkie. Van was trying to communicate something. A friend said that it was necessary to go to the second building. They found traces of blood. Ling Mo ordered his partner to go to the second building and meet with Wang and the others. On the way, he thought about the fact that there are no traces of zombies in the first building, not to mention blood. If there are zombies in the Institute, it's hard to imagine that they are only in the second building. And if this is so, then all this is very strange. Unexpectedly, Yalian saw the guy's wound that was bleeding, and they headed further and further up the corridor to the second building. There they were already met by Wang and Jia Yu, as well as Boy 202. The guys' faces were serious. Van pointed to the bloody imprint on the floor and said that there were no traces in the entire building other than that. The guy sat down and began to look at really no remains. Zombies don't gnaw bones, and they certainly don't take things away with them. Ling Mo concluded that most likely there are survivors here and they are armed, so the team must be on alert. However, he said that the guys should not be such pessimists. Perhaps this is their chance. If there are survivors at the Institute, then we can come to an agreement with them. The guy wanted to add something else, but suddenly he felt that his strength was leaving him. Yalian barely had time to catch Ling Mo, who was already losing consciousness and falling. The young man opened his eyes and called Yalian. The girl calmed him down and said that everything was fine. She was nearby. Shauna approached them and grabbed his hand with excitement. But Ling Mo said that everything was fine. 202 watched them carefully. He said that the hero was injured and now enjoys the care of his girls. Another guy who stood at a distance added that he felt superfluous. And the boy went up to Ling Mo and said with gloating that blood was flowing from his wound. It would be better if it didn't go to waste. The guy could have shared it. The young man asked him to wither away, but the boy noticed that in return he could also share his blood. He is ready to provide any part of his body for his senior comrade. He does not mind anything, but Ling Mo again asked 202 to evaporate. Unexpectedly, the guy noticed that there was some tension in Li Yaling's behavior. Strange, is the eldest really worried about something? Maybe she's worried about Ling Mo's injuries? But the next moment, the young man noticed that Li Yaling had come forward, and in this way she was trying to protect him. The girl looked point blank at the approaching creature, and the guys saw it too. An amazing shadow appeared before them and made even the fearless zombie girls recoil. However, the stupor did not last long. In the next moment, Ye Lian and Shauna came to their senses and prepared their weapons. Ling Mo watched carefully as this man was already approaching them. His heavy steps were heard at the entrance. Friends peered with tension to see who it was, whether it was dangerous. In any case, they decided to be on the alert. And soon a man in a white coat comes out to meet them. He was probably a doctor. Ling Mo noticed this robe, most likely a person who worked at this institute. The man's psychological state is quite stable, but remembering Hu Chan, one cannot be completely sure of anything, and therefore one must be careful. Suddenly, Ling Mo heard a loud scream 202. For some reason, the boy was very scared. He pulled back and squatted on the floor, pointing his finger at the man in the white coat. And then, the guy screamed for the guys to be careful. This man is very dangerous. His hands are stained with fresh blood. He has seen countless deaths, and this man's heart is stone and cold. He is absolutely cruel and inhuman. 202 continued to shout that this man's aura is very destructive. He has never met anyone like him. Therefore, the boy is sure that this is not just a doctor but a real psychiatrist. The man silently looked at them and did not say a word. There was some pause. Then he started pointing and humming. Ling Mo looked at him questioningly. Suddenly, the guy realized that the man standing in front of them actually couldn't speak. At first glance, he looked unarmed and non-evil. But we cannot exclude the possibility that he has superpowers. The man extended his hand in greeting. He clearly did not want to quarrel with the guys. However, 202 believed that such cooperation was inappropriate. This man is terrible. His heart? Cold hands are even colder, the boy begged Ling Mo to listen to him. And the guy already decided that he would not listen to this abnormal boy. So Ling Mo extended his hand in greeting and they became acquainted. However, the guy continued to surreptitiously observe his new acquaintances. While the man was approaching, Ling Mo was able to reach him with the help of spiritual power, and so that the doctor did not try to attack the young man, this would be prevented. In any case, if this man does anything, he will be dead in a second. Suddenly, the man noticed the wound on Ling Mo's hand and began to look at it with interest. Ling Mo pulled away. What did this man need? And why was he looking so intently? However, he suddenly moved away and headed in the opposite direction. Jia Yu whispered in her brother's ear that perhaps a new acquaintance wants to help him with his wound. The guys from the team added that it would be nice if a qualified specialist looked at the bleeding. Ling Mo thought that the psychological hesitation of a man is not ordinary people. It is very calm. Besides, the doctor was probably glad to see new guests, so you can follow him. 202 walked behind everyone and said that it was clearly visible in the face of this man, a psychiatrist. The devil is known and the evil spirit that brings death. Meanwhile, the guys continued along the dark corridor in complete silence. Suddenly, Van broke the silence and said that this man was behaving very strangely, not looking at them and not reacting in any way. It was unclear what was on his mind. Ling Mo said that there is no need to push yourself, but the man cannot speak. And even if he tried to communicate, no one would understand him. That's why he is so quiet. But in any case, this is the only survivor they found. He is like a source of information. So you need to follow him. Soon they approached the elevator and it opened. The team needed to go inside. After hesitating a little, they didn't go in and arrived at the bottom floor. The man continued to lead them in complete silence. When they came out, the guys saw a corridor illuminated by bright light, and it was clearly not as dark as the previous rooms were. Wang thoughtfully said that there was probably an underground floor here. Jia Yu added that they would hardly have found it on their own. Ling Mo thought that the ventilation and lighting are working, but the upper floors are completely de-energized. It turns out that the basement is the most important part of the institute. However, unexpectedly, the guy discovered that there were traces of blood on the walls. I wonder what happened here. They walked another part of the way and the man suddenly stopped, his body trembling. He stood there for a few moments and then pushed the hole in the wall. The guys realized that this man was not so good-natured, but it was already too late. They fought through the invisible glass in panic, but this did not help. The team was taken hostage. Suddenly, they saw that some valves in the ceiling had opened and thick smoke was coming out. Ling Mo felt that it was just smoke and gas released to me. Van was in despair. He began to push against the glass with all his might and scream for them to be released immediately. 202 coughed and said, chokingly, that he had warned, one should not trust this guy, and now they were in a gas chamber and the end would come for them. Ling Mo covered his nose so as not to inhale the gas and thought about what to do. Suddenly, the guy felt some other smell that interrupted the carbon dioxide air. Jia Yu said that she also felt it, probably because the disinfectant smelled like that. The next moment, the guys heard someone greeting them. It was difficult to see anything in the cloud of thick smoke, but the team noticed a professor in a white coat and other silhouettes. The professor said that he welcomes the guys to the institute. These are difficult times and strict rules. Disinfection is necessary, so they ask guests to be understanding. The man said that his name is Zhao Ji, and now he plays the role of the main one. Then he turned to the rest of the people who were in the room and told them to also get to know the guests. One of the stern-looking men said that his name was Zhang Teng, and the sweet girl said that she was a research assistant, Stella. She was very pleased to meet you. The man who brought them mumbled something, but no one understood him. Next, old Luo introduced himself. Judging by his clothes, he held some position in the police. Zhao Ji said that now dear guests don't have to worry. They are convinced that there are no suspicious persons in the institute. Jia Yu happily said that they had finally met normal people. Wang added that this was great progress in travel. Then the soldier greeted and said that his name was Wang, and judging by the appearance of Zhang Teng, he was also a military man. Stella approached Jia Yu. She began to explain that she looked like a Chinese woman to me, because she came from abroad to this place as a student exchange student. Ling Mo looked at everyone with suspicion. Something was definitely stressing him out, and such feelings don't arise out of nowhere. However, the guy could not understand what actually caused the discomfort, but his thoughts were interrupted by Old Law, who suddenly began to run away in panic from the boy 202, who did nothing but simply came up to say hello. The professor told him to please him, not to be nervous and not to frighten the guests. And then he turned to the guys and said that Old Law was very glad to meet them. However, he still hadn't seen strangers here for a long time and was probably confused. And after that, he turned his attention to Ling Mo. This guy was probably injured, but the young man replied that it was just a scratch. Zhao Ji said that he needed to help the guy and sent his assistant to get medicine. A mute man passed by Ling Mo, and the young man sensed his anxious state. The man looked at the guy's face for several moments. Fear was visible in his gaze. Ling Mo thought that this frightened, anxious look was warning him of something. Among all the people, except the military man, judging by his appearance, this dumb Dahai seems to be the strongest. But now he looked as if he was afraid of someone in the room. But the young man decided that he would deal with this later, and now he must not forget his real goal. He asked the professor how much they know about the virus that has covered all of humanity. Stella answered that if a guy is interested in a vaccine, then it doesn't exist at the moment. However, Ling Mo said that he was interested in all the information about the virus and how far did the team of doctors go in the research. Stella hesitated. They had information. However, they doubted whether it was worth telling the guests. Zhao Ji told his partner that they looked like bad guys. In this case, the girl is ready to talk about the latest research on the zombie virus. Ling Mo prepared to listen. Finally, he got hold of something useful, and Stella began to say that the origin of the virus is unknown as well as the method of initial infection, and this complicated the first research. But in the course of subsequent research, they were able to obtain some information. After infection, the virus quickly infects the cells of the body. In a nutshell, this means that the virus changes the cells of the body by assimilating them and then continues to mutate. Ling Mo said that it turns out that zombies just look like people, but inside they are a completely new creature created by a virus. The doctor clapped her hands and said that the young man was thinking about the right direction. But this virus also gives a person greater strength and a more perfect body, because you can use it in another way. If you use it in the right way, it will be useful for society. Ling Mo now understands what the researchers are thinking. When ordinary people are afraid of the virus, these are thinking completely the opposite. However, if the virus is so easy to control, then the world would not be in chaos. However, on the other hand, interesting thoughts arose in his head regarding this. After all, the guy himself interacted with the virus more than once, albeit a highly diluted one. Ling Mo remembered that their peach juice was so sweet, but the girls noticed how the young man blushed. Stella cleared her throat delicately, hinting that she should continue the conversation. The guy apologized for the pause and said that he was ready to listen carefully further. And the girl continued about her guesses regarding the evolution of zombies. Her colleagues believed that cells affected by the virus would divide and multiply. However, the more virus the object received, the faster the cells divided, and, as a result, the rate of mutation increased. New types of tissue were created, and probably the body of the zombie would also undergo changes. Ling Mo looked at the girls thoughtfully. That is, shape-changing is quite possible. The guy imagined how Li Yalain would become half viper and have a tail. He tried to drive these uninvited thoughts out of his head. No, this cannot be allowed. But still, Stella just said about advanced zombies that produce new viral cells. This is just a guess and not necessarily true. In fact, no one knows how to describe the changes that Ling Mo observed in girls in scientific terms. But the virus in their bodies seems to be concentrated in crystals and processes. Maybe this is the source of new viral cells, which means that feeding on them will push them to a lesser degree of evolution. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a mute doctor who approached the guy and handed him some kind of jar. Ling Mo took the elixir in his hands and thanked the doctor for the honor. At this time, Zhao Ji said that the guys could stay the night. After all, it was late. He added that they could be provided with a hot shower. Wang and Jia Yu were delighted and said that they would gladly accept this invitation. The girl does not remember the last time she took a hot shower. Zhao Ji instructed old Luo to escort the new guests. The man was clearly not happy with this idea. Ling Mo frowned. This place did not inspire confidence because the unpleasant sensations did not leave him. They tried to reason with the man and say that there was nothing wrong with this. He would just trick the guys, but Old Law experienced incredible fear. Jia Yu walked down the corridor and said that she was very glad to finally take a hot shower. This is most likely a reward for hard work. Suddenly, the guys noticed that the light had disappeared and began to look around in panic. Ling Mo said that in any case, you need to be careful and stay close at all times. Old Lo shook even more with fear. He repeated that it was all over and they were about to die. The man looked very scared, and looked at Ling Mo with distraught eyes. The guy didn't notice that the unknown person was raising the knife to his head for another few seconds. Yes, and he would pierce him. Finally, this Ling Mo was caught. He will die, and it won't be difficult to deal with the rest. However, the guy saw all this and said that letting down your guard and then attacking is a very effective tactic. But this cannot be understood by Ling Mo, who has incredible superpowers. The professor retreated. He did not understand how the guy managed to unravel his cunning plan. Ling Mo replied that all this was thanks to old Luo, who acted so scared that it was impossible not to suspect Zhao Ji. The doctor said that the guys were lucky, but their luck would soon run out, and with these words he pressed the buttons on the remote control. Ling Mo noticed that the corridor was closed by a large steel door. The guy rushed after Zhao Ji with all his might. This vile man would not get rid of him so easily. However, the professor turned around and said that the show was just beginning and the most interesting was yet to come. The next moment, Ling Mo experienced a strong rush of heat throughout his body. The guy couldn't understand what was happening to him. His whole body was burning. It felt like his blood was about to boil. In addition, the wound began to hurt and ache again. The guy sat down and clenched his teeth in pain. He turned his attention to the girls. Apparently, the influence of this place affected them too. Li Yaling also experienced something similar to Ling Mo. She screamed in pain. Shauna said that she was also very uncomfortable. She felt that her body became hot. The girl crawled up to Ye Lian. However, her friend also didn't feel very well. They complained that it was too hot and lost consciousness. The rest of the team also sat down exhaustedly on the floor and did not react. Ling Mo remained cheerful thanks to the fact that his wounds hurt and did not allow him to pass out. This is a strong superpower that does not cause direct damage, significantly reduces the combat effectiveness of opponents. The young man will remember everything from Zhao Ji and take revenge on him. It's just a pity that he has a wound on his hand, otherwise the guy would have tried to cut through this door. Old Luo said that it was useless, the door was blast-proof and they couldn't get out that easily. The man said in a panic that they would all die here. They had no chance of salvation. Ling Mo grabbed the shaking old Luo by the scruff of the neck and began to angrily ask what was happening here. The man stammered that when the guys appeared here, the research team decided that they would become food. Shortly before this, Dr. Zhao Ji showed old Luo experiments with zombies. This process of fighting and developing zombies has become a real hell. Zhao Ji is just crazy. He has several frozen corpses, but the professor said that it is better to feed them with living people. Ling Mo wanted to know who was behind this professor, what this person's abilities were, and what creatures they fed to humans. Old Luo continued to shake like an aspen leaf. He muttered that everything Stella said was the true truth. This experiment will entail the birth of an amazing monster that is more dangerous than any mutated zombie. The girls looked at them in horror. Everything the man said made them shudder. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and something incomprehensible began to happen. An unknown force began to approach towards Ling Mo and old Luo. With a strong roar, the wall tore into small pieces and an unknown force penetrated inside. She grabbed the frightened old Luo, who only managed to scream, and looked at Ling Mo with a distraught look. In front of the frightened guys, the man immediately began to shrink all over. He shouted that he did not want to die and asked to save him. However, it was already too late. He let out a final cry, and the next moment his devastated body fell to the floor. Jiayu covered her face with her hands in horror. This strange creature sucked all the liquid out of the old Lo, but Ling Mo remained calm. He said that you guys didn't panic. This creature is incredibly strong and you need to prepare for battle. In the distance, through the smoke, a vague silhouette appeared. Probably their enemy was approaching, and the next moment a mutated girl walked through the rubble with a light gait. Outwardly, she was not very different from other people, but there was something mysterious about her image. The zombie licked her lips with pleasure and said that she wanted meat. Her wild smile and distraught look shocked all team members. Ling Mo understood that this was a mutated zombie created by man. It was difficult to imagine what could be expected from such a monster. From her hands came a lot of red wires that pulled blood and all the fluid from the body. This zombie was truly frightening, and one glance sent goosebumps across the skin. Ling Mo thought that the girl's mutation level was very high, but at the same time, she looked simply crazy. Human intervention can lead to unexpected changes in zombies, but these changes are not always for the better. Suddenly, a series of shots rang out. Hao Yu decided that he had to finish her off before she devoured them. Ling Mo stared at the guy in amazement. All the ammo had run out and the mutant didn't even flinch. The shots angered the mutated zombie even more. She growled with rage, and then pierced the guy's body with many red wires. He caused pain. Ling Mo pulled the young man away and gave the command to Wang to retreat, and Shana at this time cut the tentacles of the zombie. The girl growled with indignation at how these pathetic non-entities even risked cutting off her life-giving wires. The team began to run away in panic. The guys noticed that the monster was even capable of destroying walls with its tentacles. They ran away faster and faster, but the powerful enemy overtook them with incredible speed. Suddenly, behind the guys, an impressive explosion was heard. The iron door shattered into small pieces. Ling Mo commanded that they should run even faster because they risked dying. Soon the team arrived at one of the offices and decided to hide in this place. They smashed through the door with a bang and headed inside. The main thing was that the monsters didn't catch up with them. They began to close the doors in every possible way, and Ling Mo watched how his comrade felt. The guy said that he was not feeling well, and red tentacles began to crawl out of his shoulder. It turns out that the monster's wires will penetrate deep into Hao Yua's body, so it is necessary to cut the clothes and remove them. And this must be done as soon as possible, otherwise the guy risks getting infected. Fortunately, this is a laboratory, and there is a lot of disinfection equipment and gloves. Jia Yu and 202 guarded the door, and Ling Mo began the operation. When the medical knife touched Hao Hu's shoulder, he screamed in pain and tried to escape. Van had to hold his comrade and persuade him to endure it as it was for his own good. And the nature of the tentacles is already amazing. They seem to be alive, even if they are separated from the body. In appearance, they look like spiritual connections. Did the crazy Zhao Ji really not even understand what was being created with his own hands? But suddenly, the guys screamed that they had been discovered, and a fierce monster was breaking into the wall. Ling Mo said that in order for his friends to hold out for a while longer, he needed to complete the operation. Wang noticed that their friend Hao could not stand this for long, and they needed to decide on some action. 202. At this time, he was holding the door with all his strength and was indignant. How the freak Zhao Ji turned the big-breasted beauty into a monster is simply unthinkable, and if little brother Ling Mo doesn't hurry up, she will soon rush into them. The weakened Hao said that nothing would come of their venture, and let the guys put him here and run away. However, Ling Mo did not listen to him and continued the operation with concentration. He asked the boy 202 to bring a table. However, he replied that he was a little busy restraining the beauty of the monster. Soon another finger was pulled out and the guy said that it was all over. Ling Mo asked his friends to remain calm and explore clear instructions. Suddenly, 202 said that it was very sad, but their beauty probably decided to leave. The guy felt that he really didn't feel her presence behind the door. Did she give up? But still, one should not relax and the guys should remain alert. Van said that he would go and see the situation. Soon the guy discovered that some strange block of zombies was watching them. And the next second there was a deafening explosion. Most likely they were attacked again. The terrible lump approached. The monster's gaze was empty and distraught, and drool flowed from his mouth. Ling Mo charged his weapon with lightning speed and shouted for Buddy Wang to jump aside. Several bullets flew towards the zombie, and it seemed that in a couple more moments he would explode. An incomprehensible green liquid poured out of the zombie's vile body and scattered in different directions. When it fell on the stone, it completely corroded it. Ling Mo thought that it was poisonous slurry. The guy shouted that it was better to stay away from this zombie and quickly run away. It will be even worse if the zombie girl with tentacles returns, because the two monsters and Zhao Ji are serious opponents, and the guy has not fully recovered from his injury. But Ling Mo feels that Ye Lian and the others are regaining their strength. It's probably the viral gal in the form of a crystal that's working inside their skull, so it's not that bad. Judging by the glow of their spiritual energy, it is as if they have a power generator inside them that constantly restores their physical stamina. Maybe after injury or exhaustion, the mother's nest automatically accelerates the production of the virus to protect the host. And if this is so, then Ling Mo could try to recover. Finally, they climbed into one of the rooms and began to look around. The room was dark and there was a smell of blood. Van turned on the lighter in order to at least slightly illuminate the place in which they were. The guys saw that there was a lot of blood on the floor and a piece of human meat lying on it. They probably, without even knowing it, ran into the zombie's lair and drove themselves into a trap. Soon, the friends heard that a zombie girl with her red tentacles was approaching. Hao asked the guys to leave him here and use him as bait. He still couldn't get out, however. The team didn't even want to think about it and told him to stop saying nonsense. Ling Mo thought to himself that the weak in spirit are doomed. They cannot run away forever and this fight must be raised. So the guy shouted for everyone to calm down and called them to silence. He told the team not to panic and to buy him enough time so that Ling Mo could regain his strength, and when he fully recovered, everything would be fine. The guy asked to trust and not fall into despair, and then their journey would not end so tragically. But there is little time, so you need to act quickly. Jia Yu and 202 hid behind the door, and Wang and Hao will support them, while Ling Mo will restore strength. The team concentrated and expected an attack, and the guy mentally wished them good luck. Suddenly, the monsters began to rush and rumble and break down the large iron door. A few more blows and a huge, powerful fist will break through their cover. Jia Yu asked the guys to be ready and be able to repel the blows at any moment. And the next second, a large barrel-shaped zombie approached them with a loud growl, and the guys opened fire. They realized that the tactics were working and the zombies were trying to dodge. They must not slow down. 202 was thrown aside by Jia Yu because the girl was almost captured by the red tentacles. However, they noticed that despite everything, the red wires were getting closer and closer to them. The girl thanked the boy for throwing her away in time. He said that instead of thanking her, she could figure out how to stop this woman. But Jia Yu did not have any plans for this. Van told the guys to try to escape as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, he will cover them. Suddenly, the monster's lump puffed out its cheeks, and the team no longer knew what to expect from this zombie. Meanwhile, he released a viscous, sticky liquid from his mouth directly onto the guys. Wang tried to open fire, but before he could do it, Hao ran up to him and grabbed him. Out of surprise, the soldier released his gun and it fell under the stream of liquid released by the monster. Van shouted that he would kill this scoundrel, but his friend noticed that it was more important to stay alive and that another gun could be found. But the next moment, the monster girl launched her tentacles at the guys. It completely absorbed 202 and the guy screamed. He fell to the floor and tried to resist. Jia Yu ran up to him and tried to free him, but the boy was unconscious. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said that he was not ready to die. How much more time does the elder brother need? Let him hurry up because he won't last long. However, the girl did not know how much more time Ling Mo needed to regain her strength. And at the same time, Jia Yu sincerely trusted him and knew that everything would be fine with them. The girl added that since childhood, he has been a real hero for her. And at this time, the red tentacles were approaching her more and more rapidly. She is sure that he will not let the team down and will be able to cope with the monsters. At this time, Yelian and Shauna asked if he was sure that he wanted to do this right now, because his case was still wounded. But Ling Mo had no doubt that this is exactly what will help him recover and gain unprecedented strength. Li Yalan said that mixing their bodily fluids is very risky, especially the snake venom that is in it. Ling Mo said that he had interacted with their liquids before and everything was fine. If something unexpected was going to happen, it would have already happened. Therefore, girls should not worry and should trust him. The guy told them not to doubt it, and this way he could recover. He continued to carry out his plan, but for his friends, time seemed to stand still. They no longer had any hope and were completely exhausted by this battle. Hao said that the situation was very bad because his friend really didn't take any grenades this time. But Van has a couple of cigarettes and you can smoke the pepper of death. Hao smiled, exhausted, as one could joke in such a situation. He said that in the next life they will still remain good friends, but it would be better if there were no zombies in it. And at this time, Jia Yu already felt that she was being engulfed by a red web of tentacles. The guys already have absolutely no hope of salvation. It's all over. 202 shouted for the big-breasted sister to let Jia Yu go. Let her take him instead. Hao asked if his friend was happy with such a death. However, he replied that he should not talk nonsense. With the last of her strength, Jia Yu called her brother for help, and the tentacles kept tightening around her neck. She realized that she could no longer cope and would now die, mentally saying goodbye to her family. But suddenly, Ling Mo's voice was heard. He shouted for the monster to stop its attacks. He released his superpower and attacked the terrible monster. She screamed in surprise. The guys shouted in delight that brother Ling Mo had returned and would save them all. Ling Mo said that Yelian should take them and leave and he would deal with the rest. However, the huge fat monster shouted angrily at the girls, preparing to attack. Ling Mo couldn't allow this to happen and furiously prepared his fist for a brutal blow. The next second, the thug flew into the wall like a large soccer ball. However, The guy also had to deal with the zombie girl who looked very scary. But first of all, Ling Mo paid attention to his sister, who was looking at him with joy. The young man affectionately patted her cheek and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was already fine. Jia Yu added that she believed in her brother and knew that he would come and save them. Therefore, she did not give up. Ling Mo also noticed the fingers that the zombie was using. He realized that the villain was trying to entangle his sister. And then, he decided that he would take revenge on her and do the same to her. He angrily thanked Zombie for taking care of his sister. And now, he is ready to provide a reward and launched his spiritual power and his transparent tentacles towards the discouraged girl. She tried to resist and release the tentacles in response, but she failed. The enraged zombie began to cough with a thick, incomprehensible liquid. Ling Mo said that it was time to settle the accounts, and these two monsters will still pay for what they did. But he is in a hurry, so let them not attack together. The guy is not going to waste a lot of time on them. His gaze was very stern and there was a tense pause in the room. But the next second, two monsters began to attack him with a loud, wild scream. However, the big thug immediately received a powerful blow to the jaw with his fist. The giant fell. He breathed intermittently and tried to get up, but he was unable to recover from the blow. Suddenly, the guy discovered that the tentacles of his other rival were approaching him. In response to this, the guy released his superpower and directed it at the girl. She was confused and could not get out of these shackles that constrained all her movements. Ling Mo mockingly said that she is not the only one who has tentacles. He also has one. She underestimated him only because the guy was injured. But now he is completely fine. Now he will show who the real monster is. And with these words, the young man threw her to the floor. Van asked his boy 202 how he was feeling. He replied that he had a couple of scratches. He just used up too much spiritual power. But after rest, he would be completely fine. But the boy never ceased to be amazed at Ling Mo's abilities. The young man is indeed very cool and has powerful spiritual power, but his interlocutor noticed that he can be aloof. Jia Yu intervened in the conversation and said that the guys simply did not understand anything. After all, Ling Mo has a rich inner world and he can sometimes be closed in and withdrawn. Meanwhile, the guy approached the mutant zombie and asked if she didn't have enough falls. If so, he will have time to play and this will be a very long night. Ling Mo continued to hold her captive and did not notice how the second monster woke up. He growled and began to rise. The guy drew attention to the fat man, and this second while he turned away was enough for the zombie to free herself from captivity. She quickly stood up and began pointing her tentacles at her opponents. The guys stood in a daze, and meanwhile the red threads were approaching them. But the next second the guy cut the tentacles with his sword and thus prevented the attack on the guys. However, his rival did not seem frightened. On the contrary, she smiled mysteriously. The guy looked carefully into her face. Something was wrong here. He missed some important detail. Suddenly, Ling Mo realized that his opponent suddenly began to increase sharply in size. And then the guys noticed that some kind of liquid began to fly out of his body. It seemed like he was about to crack. Ling Mo realized that this attack was just a distraction, and her own companion was not the real one yet. However, even if the mutant zombie does not even dream of being able to absorb him, the guy does not give up so easily. Suddenly, the iron partition opened and rose, and someone appeared in the doorway. It was Stella who arrived, who in fright shouted for the guys to stop the fight. She said that the Venom Eater's acid reserves are growing rapidly due to the stimulation of the Spider-Girl's finger, and the monster wants to take them with him. Ling Mo was surprised to think that these zombies are capable of empathy and mutual assistance. Meanwhile, the girl told the guys to immediately go down into the tunnel because the monster was about to explode. Ling Mo began to quickly run towards the exit, and Glory from Poison was already heading behind him. The guys who were already near the door excitedly shouted for him to hurry up. And literally, in a few seconds, the guy flew in and they managed to close the door. The vile poison hit the closed door and spread throughout the entire corridor of this building. It corroded everything in its path and the walls began to collapse and crumble with a crash. The next second, there was an incredible explosion, and poisonous liquid poured out of the walls of the building. Zhao Zhe together with Zhang Teng watched everything that was happening. Through the screen, the guy noticed that it seemed that one of the results of the experiment had died. The professor replied that the strongest will survive. This is the law of the universe. He admires the efforts of the guys, but it's all in vain. After all, he is destined to be at the top of the food chain and no other person has the chance to do so. But in the meantime, Stella was near the guys. She was glad that the disaster had been averted and everyone was alive. Suddenly, the young man, with anger and indignation, extended his hand towards the girl. He squeezed her neck tightly and said that Stella had no right to speak, and he does not intend to hear that the girl came to save them because Zhao Ji sent her to control them. However, frightened Stella asked to be listened to. She did not wish harm to the guys. She was indeed sent to see what was happening, but she was also ready to take this opportunity to save them. She said with tears in her eyes that she really came to help the guys and admits that old Luo, during his lifetime, approached her with an escape plan. But then she hesitated because she believed the professor. But when he asked old Luo to lead her, she realized that he was ready to sacrifice his comrade. And in this case, he could send anyone else as a sacrifice, and tomorrow it could be Stella herself. Ling Mo thought about it. It looked like the girl wasn't lying, but should she trust it? Yelian warned the guy that she does not have superpowers. She is an ordinary person, but Ling Mo thought that this was for the best. So he extended his hand to Stella and said that if he believed her, let her rise. However, this does not mean that the guy forgives her. After all, the girl is still considered an accomplice of Zhao Ji. She looked at the young man in tears and asked what she could do to make him spare her. Ling Mo replied that a deal can be made, and now that Luo is dead, she must tell everything she knows. He added that after he deals with Zhao Ji Tuo, he will help her get out of here. The girl looked confusedly into Ling Mo's eyes and said that she agreed to any conditions. Stella began to talk about how when the disaster broke out, this place was no different from others. Blood, violence, and fires. It was like in a terrible and terrible dream. And then this center began to represent an important cryogenic storage facility in which many important samples were preserved. After the zombie crisis, in addition to those who died, several dozen people were injured, and in order not to kill them and also not to release them, Professor Zhao Ji decided to lock them here. The girl thought that Mr. Zhao Ji was doing this out of the kindness of his heart and humanity. However, she was cruelly mistaken because she soon realized what his motives really were. The girl remembers how he proudly announced that after so many years of evolution, the last piece of the puzzle was finally found that will allow man to become a god. Then his colleagues looked at him questioningly, and already at that moment doubts crept into the girl's head. And he continued to say that it was a great honor to see this with their own eyes, and they should enjoy it with gratitude. Then the employees realized that Zhao Ji was not pursuing good goals at all, but wanted to become the ruler of the whole world. However, when they realized this, it was already too late. Colleagues who had turned into zombies had already begun to eat each other. Two powerful monsters, the Queen of Spiders and the Venom Eater, had undergone terrible mutations. Now she understood what a cunning plan Professor Zhao Ji had in mind. Because thanks to his abilities, he could safely get close enough to the zombie and feed him. The girl finished and sadly added that it was too late, and Ling Mo was right. She was an accomplice and involved in everything. What happened within the walls of this building? Stella, with a prayer in her voice, added that she is also a human being. She is terribly scared, and she does not intend to participate in this anymore. The girl can no longer live every day afraid that Zhao Ji will throw her to be devoured by zombies. Jia Yu came up to her and began to stroke her head soothingly. She shouldn't panic ahead of time and kill herself like that. Ling Mo thought that all the stories of the mad professor turned out to be not a joke or an assumption. It seems that he really thinks that the virus can be useful in particular for himself. But if such a person gains such powers, this could lead to even greater catastrophic consequences. But to be honest, the plan looks rather superficial. Ling Mo thought about what he would have done differently if he were in his place. And suddenly a thought struck the guy. He feverishly began to ask Stella if Zhao Ji had mentioned that he was going to go to the city. The girl stared at him in puzzlement. She was curious about how the guy knew this. However, Ling Mo suddenly became enraged and punched the wall. The guy said with hatred that the professor noticed how there is nothing to feed the zombies in the laboratory, but they are not developed enough to achieve what Zhao Ji wants. And the next thing he planned was to bring them to the city, hunt down the survivors and zombies, and then continue to carry out the fruits of his experiments. It's scary to even imagine how many innocent souls will die at his hands. Moreover, if the guys allow Zhao Ji to carry out these crazy plans, Ye Lian and Shana will also become his victims. However, Ling Mo will never allow anyone to harm the girls. He clenched his fists in anger. This scoundrel must be killed for the good of humanity. The guy turned to Stella. He remembered that the girl had another colleague. The girl asked in surprise, "How did he know?" But Ling Mo noticed something suspicious when the power went out. After all, Zhao Ji's followers would not have time to get to the main switch unless it is inside the laboratory. But it is dangerous to install it there. The girl said that her colleague is in the battery compartment. In this case, Ling Mo asked me to tell him to get ready too, since they would need the guy. Soon the guys set off along the spacious corridor of the laboratory. Stella pointed to a large iron door behind which was an elevator, while Zhao Ji's laboratory is located below. The girl began to enter the security code using her fingerprints. However, an identification error occurred. Ling Mo said that this was not surprising because the professor was not going to let her back in and abandon her, just like old Luo. The girl stared at him in amazement because the dumb Dahai promised to help her, but the guy replied that that man was not on her side. In this case, Stella didn't understand how they intended to destroy Zhao Ji, even if they couldn't open the door. Even if you break it by force, the professor will have several dozen more doors of the same kind and simply won't have the strength left to fight it. But Ye Lian said that she would try. She used her steel claws and began to open the door with them. Ling Mo looked at the girl in bewilderment when she managed to learn such skills, but even the previous Ye Lian did not have such abilities. But soon the guy realized that he had an idea who could teach her such things. He watched with curiosity as Ye Lian tried to open the door, and her actions were clumsy. However, she radiated complete concentration. You can look at this forever, but now the guys are in a hurry, so Ling Mo decided that he would help her. He penetrated the mechanical system and pressed the necessary buttons with spiritual power. Ling Mo felt a little tired. This is a little help, but it is very tiring. Hao muttered in surprise that the door was opened by Ye Lian and Ling Mo was sweating. Wang explained that such phenomena are called empathy. But suddenly, 202 noticed something amazing in the window and looked in with curiosity. Suddenly, the boy recoiled in horror. What he saw shocked him. The creepy zombie spider had recovered from the fight and was very close to them. He shouted that things were bad because big-breasted sister came again to kill them. But now her body has changed, she has evolved. Wang screamed in horror. How did she get here so quickly? But Jia Yu asked the guys to calm down and buy time for brother Ling Mo. Yelian had already opened the door by this time. The guy thanked her and replied that he did not expect anything less. Ling Mo ordered that 202 stay here and the rest go upstairs. He will then tell him what to do next. Then he asked if Stella was sure of the information that the professor and his subordinates were downstairs. The girl said that there should be no mistake. They are exactly there. Ling Mo happily said that she told her colleague because it was time for him to act. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji listened with pleasure to the sounds above. It seemed his friends were having fun. The more difficult the battle, the more the zombie develops, and he sincerely hopes that they will last for some time. And above, Ling Mo and 202 continued to deftly dodge the terrible tentacles of the zombies. The boy dreamily said that he wants to be bait. It's so romantic. A seductive girl will tie him up and drink him dry. These thoughts make his heart beat faster. Ling Mo threw the thoughtful 202 aside and connected with Jia Yu via walkie-talkie to find out how things were going with them. The girl said that with the help of Stella, they reached the elevator engine room and were ready to act at any time. In this case, 202 should get ready because a creepy spider will appear soon. The boy looked with inspiration at his big-breasted sister. Her new image was simply driving her crazy. After the evolution, she really became much prettier. Ling Mo suddenly found himself thinking like this. His sense of beauty is so primitive, so why does he find this creature beautiful? The guy tried to drive away uninvited thoughts from himself. He probably took too many stimulant liquids, and now he can't think clearly. Suddenly, he felt a strong spiritual connection with his three girls. And at this time, they were discussing the new tentacles of the zombie spider, which received them after the evolution. Ling Mo listened to this conversation and what only girls think about at such a crucial moment because of this, and he got distracted from the main thing. He called friend 202, who shouted that he was already running to the meeting. The boy began to tease the creepy zombie spider and run further and further away from her. The girl furiously released her tentacles and tried to grab the clever boy, and he shouted with mockery that he would show her his treasure again. But suddenly, 202 realized that too many dangerous tentacles had fallen on him. He landed on the floor and thought with horror that he needed to get out as soon as possible. The guy was at a loss. He did not have the ability to dodge such a massive attack. But suddenly, he felt that he was being grabbed by Ling Mo's spiritual power and was being dragged in the opposite direction. The guy screamed in horror and hung in the air, and vile tentacles broke the floor in the place where 202 had just been sitting. Ling Mo advised his partner to be more serious in future. otherwise he risks being left without his treasure. The guy drew attention to the hole that was formed from her blow. The floor was simply corroded by acid. That is, the zombie swallowed the poison eater and received his abilities. Now, this creature has real tentacles and they are much more destructive than the threads of spiritual power. Ling Mo told his friend to take the gun and attract her attention. 202. He shot and started shouting so that the big-breasted beauty would look at him. The zombie headed towards the guy and rolled to catch him with an angry growl. The boy ran further and further, and the zombie spider tried to catch up with him. He shouted to his partner that everything worked. Ling Mo told him to run further and not be afraid of anything. However, 202 was already worried and asked his partner not to leave him. Suddenly, he felt the zombie's tentacles touch him and hit him with all their might. Couldn't his sister be more gentle? However, the boy said that receiving blows from such a beauty is truly a real pleasure. He then shouted to Ling Mo that he had already reached the large iron door. She attacked the spiders after him and ground her teeth in rage. She wanted to catch up with this impudent boy as soon as possible. Suddenly, 202 noticed that the sharp tentacles were approaching him too quickly, and he did not have time to jump away. But at the very last moment, he was captured by Ling Mo with the help of soul power and thrown back while the zombie continued. Ling Mo commanded the guys upstairs to get ready. Jiayu reported that they had already prepared everything properly and could serve food at any second. A colleague began to click buttons in the system in order to control the devices. The elevator doors parted and the zombie spider did not have time to brake and fell straight into the hole. She flew sharply by inertia through the open doors of the elevator. Suddenly, the zombie realized that this was a trap and she was specially lured in order to close the door. Ling Mo shouted over the radio to Jiayu that their prey was in the elevator and it was necessary to destroy the engine. Shauna began to furiously strike the iron mechanical system with strong blows with her scythe. The cable broke and began to descend at rapid speed. A terrible spider flew to the bottom floor in an iron box. She could not understand anything and growled fiercely, an uncontrolled elevator. At this time, everything was going down at incredible speed. People in the laboratory heard a strong sound and froze in horror. What could it be? The professor approached Da Hai, who was supposed to check what happened with the help of cameras. Suddenly, people discovered that a ferocious spider queen was walking along their corridor. Zhao Ji was very scared and said that first they need to get out of here and they will figure out the rest later. The man clenched his teeth. He cursed these guys who dared to rise up against him. 202 asked if they could defeat this monster. However, Ling Mo was absolutely not interested in this. Let them try to defeat the ferocious monster that they themselves created. The guy sincerely hopes that they will be busy with each other for some time. Zhao Ji and his partner fired pistols trying to destroy the zombie spider. However, they did not succeed. She easily deflected all the bullets and came closer and closer to the frightened men. Suddenly, they noticed that the spider had grabbed Da Hai and was already intending to suck all the blood from him. However, this could not be allowed and his partner quickly approached, cutting these tentacles with a knife. But the next second, he felt that they had already entangled Zhang Teng himself. The guy pointed the trigger at the zombie. Chao Ji looked at his friend in rage. He forces him to decide on extreme measures. Zhang Teng must not destroy what the professor has worked on for so long. The professor said that he had enough. He had medicine. And in the next moment, the creepy fingers disintegrated and cracked, freeing Zhang Teng. And Zhao Ji said gloomily that if the zombies want to kill each other, he will fulfill this desire. With these words, the professor took the pink liquid with trembling hands. He took this drug only a couple of days ago and the next dose must be taken in a week. However, he decided that he would do it now. Zhang Teng stood up in horror and asked the professor not to do this because then he would mutate. However, the distraught Zhao Ji did not intend to listen to anyone. He shot Da Hai in the shoulder in anger. The man screamed in surprise, and Zhao Ji said that he doesn't care. He doesn't want to die like her other victims. He has gone too far and is not going to die. So he will fight to the last. With these words, he drank a full test tube of liquid and began to transform. In front of her distraught colleagues, Zhao Ji's skin turned blue like a zombie. And then the man, in a wild rage, directed his power at the zombie spider. Zhang Teng grabbed the wounded Da Hai and said that they needed to get out of this hell. Meanwhile, the guys noticed that something strange was happening with Hao's wound. The young man told Ling Mo to kill him right now because he doesn't want to become a mutant. 202 heard the girls talking among themselves. They discussed the smell of Hao's blood, perhaps due to the influence of the tentacles. It had a pleasant aroma for them. The boy thought that it was not without reason that he liked the smell of the virus so much. Most likely these are unusual people. One of their trinity is definitely a zombie. However, on the other hand, he understood that zombies cannot get along with Ling Mo's person, especially since they are not trying to eat other people. Something is unclean here, but it is becoming more and more interesting. And at this time, Ling Mo reassured his comrade and said that it did not look like a mutation and everything would be fine with him. After all, the virus came into action, but the guy continued to think sensibly. It turns out that there is not enough infection in the wound to resolve. Therefore, a low dose of the virus will help him recover and even possibly make him stronger. This news made Hao very happy. It is incredible that he will also become a Superman. Van hugged his comrade in delight. They told me that he was happy for him. Now their comrade will become. But let him not forget about his friends. Ling Mo was watching them, but suddenly he heard a conversation that caught his attention. Stella spoke on the radio to her colleague and asked him not to worry. They will definitely get out. But from the receiver, his indignant screams were heard that the man was also involved in the experiments of the inhuman professor, and there was still no excuse for him. With these words, the radio went silent and Stella was sadly silent for several moments. The girl, in a panic, began to call her colleague, but he had already disconnected the connection. Stella burst into tears, and Ling Mo approached and began to ask if he understood correctly that she was just talking to a colleague. After thinking for a few moments, the guy announced to Ye Lian and the others to go with him. Ling Mo told the guys that they were going to kill this scoundrel who had started such terrible crimes, and he told upset Stella that in the world such sacrifices are made every day. You shouldn't cry because of this. You need to learn to be strong and cope with these emotions. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted by Van, who noticed something and showed the guy to pay attention. The backup elevator that was in the laboratory suddenly turned on and is now heading from the lower floor. The next moment, the iron box stopped. Is it really Zhao Ji who has arrived? The guys got ready to defend themselves. They decided that they would put an end to this scum. But it turned out that it was not Zhao Ji who arrived on the top floor, but his accomplices. Out of breath, Zhang Teng asked the guys to help the wounded Da Hai after being attacked by a zombie spider. Wang did not intend to listen to them, and the guy took aim and said that because of them they fell into such a trap. However, Ling Mo asked his friend not to rush. The guy asked why they came to them for help if they were on Zhao Ji's side. Zhang Teng said that they had little time. He cut off Da Hai's hand. To avoid infection, one might die from bleeding. And now, the man asks them to save their friend. In return, he will tell the secret that Professor Zhao Ji is hiding. Ling Mo began to suspect something, but he decided to still help the unfortunate Da Hai. Soon the man's hand was bandaged, and fortunately it seemed to be done on time. That's why Da Hai didn't lose too much blood before he got here. But now Ling Mo wanted to know Zhao Ji's secret and prepared to listen carefully. Instead of words, the man handed the guy a test tube with pink liquid and asked if he knew what it was. Ling Mo looked at the liquid in surprise. However, he didn't understand that it was possible that it was glitter. Zhang Teng explained that this is a virus that Zhao Ji extracted from the zombies and processed in a special way. Periodically, they took it to strengthen their body. This is why Zhang Teng can still move despite being injured, because the guys lured the Spider Queen into the basement. The professor was forced to take this drug out of schedule. Ling Mo noticed that this drug must have side effects and Zhao Ji should not be doing too well right now. Zhang Teng replied that he doesn't know this. Zhao Ji has always had a higher ability to survive, especially since he is the only one of them who has super strength. And these are not empty words. The man himself saw his superpowers with his own eyes. The queen of the regiments was suddenly slammed into the wall while the professor did not even touch her. Moreover, the Spider Queen suddenly became very weak and lost a lot of strength. Judging by these stories, Ling Mo realized that Zhao Ji is able to control gravity. Perhaps he not only throws away the opponent, but also affects blood circulation, weakening the victim. Suddenly, his interlocutor began coughing up blood and it looked quite bad. Zhang Teng said that his leg is infected and it's all over. He won't survive or be saved, but he wants to convey something else. Ling Mo asked what exactly the man wanted to say. He handed him a package and told him that his son's address was written there. Zhang Teng hopes that he survived and asks the guys to check on him. Ling Mo said that he would not promise anything, but if the opportunity presented itself, they would come to him. His interlocutor was silent for a few moments and then added that he had one more request. Ling Mo understood exactly what Zhang Teng meant. He would try to make it as painless as possible. After some time, Ling Mo said that he and the girls would go downstairs, and the rest of the guys could get out and wait for them there. Unexpectedly, they heard Stella calling them and trying to catch up. Ling Mo said that she shouldn't have come because he ordered the guys to wait for them outside. But she wanted to personally make sure that it was all over. And you can breathe easy. The guy said that she would only get in the way, but despite this, the girl showed persistence. Yelian stared at Stella indignantly. She was moving too close to the guy. The girl came close to her rival and looked fiercely into her eyes. Ling Mo is tired of arguing. He said that if a mess starts, he will not protect Stella, and since she is very fleshy, the Spider Queen will definitely be interested in her. The girl thought that he considered her Tolstoy. However, this is not so, and she is ready to prove it. Shauna chimed in and added that Stella really does have extra pounds, unlike her. Soon they arrived on the lower floor. It is unknown what lay in wait for the heroes in this place. Shauna sarcastically noted that Stella would be the first victim of the zombie spider. The girl came close to Ling Mo. The guy protested. However, she said that she just wanted to walk behind. Ling Mo began to look around, and there was so much smoke and dust that she seemed to be fierce. The guys noticed that Zhao Ji's lifeless hand was lying among the rubble. But it seems that he was not the only one who lost, because looking a little further away, Ling Mo noticed another victim of the battle. Apparently, they both died, and the guys saw a sad picture of a spider crushed by a zombie. This girl is also a laboratory researcher. Her name was Song Zili, and she came here as an intern. It turns out that another fate ruined by Zhao Ji is something that even death cannot atone for. Suddenly, Ling Mo felt a strong headache that made his entire body shake. Stella suddenly also felt that her body was burning as if on fire. Li Yaling also felt something similar. Her body suddenly began to move on its own. Yelian also felt strange. As soon as she looked at Ling Mo, she was filled with unpleasant sensations. Ling Mo realized that Ye Lian and the others had fallen under his influence. That is, their enemy was still alive and located nearby. The guy warned them to be careful, but there is so much debris here that it is unclear where he is hiding. Suddenly, he heard a voice that said that Zhao Ji was upstairs. And the next second, there was a deafening explosion, and the ceiling collapsed on them. The girls flew to the side from a strong blow by inertia and called Ling Mo. However, the guy was also thrown to the side. He screamed and hit a large cobblestone painfully. A terrible silhouette appeared in front of the young man. In a fierce voice, he said that because of him, he became like this. Therefore, they all must die. The thug did not at all resemble Professor Zhao Ji in appearance, but it was him. The monster swung at Ling Mo and said that it was all his fault, and now he would tear him apart. The guy thought that Zhao Ji really looks like a zombie, but he still has a human mind. How is this possible? But unexpectedly, the thug was stopped by the enraged Shayna, who flew at him with her scythe. The monster ordered her not to interfere and released a spell on the girl. This made her recoil, and Shauna flew several meters back, unable to cope with gravity. She tried to fight. The forces were unequal, but the brave girl had a secret weapon. It released the chain embedded in her scythe and sent this structure towards Zhao Ji. The monster tried to get out, but the chain was so strong that it did not allow him to do this. Shauna called Sister Ye Lian and said that she had caught the villain. Now it was her friend's turn. The girl walked along this chain straight towards the angry monster. Xiaoji wondered what was wrong with these girls and why they recovered so quickly. Suddenly, the zombies had a hunch. There was something suspicious in their eyes. This bestial red look could only indicate that they were not human. These guesses betrayed his confidence, and the monster continued to resist with renewed vigor. The villain realized that Ling Mo has superpowers with which he controls the zombie. The next second, he sharply jerked the steel chain. Shauna made every effort, but could not hold it. Chao Ji laughed maliciously. This superpower is really very cool. Shauna couldn't keep her balance and fell straight onto Ye Lian. And by this time, the monster swung his chain and dealt a strong blow to the girls. They screamed in pain and flew several meters away. Even strong zombies could not cope with this strong man. And after a couple of moments, Zhao Ji threw them away as far as possible. Ling Mo looked at this in horror. However, he lacked spiritual strength. There was a deafening explosion and a lot of debris flew down. They crushed the unfortunate girls and they screamed in pain. And the monster laughed fiercely and said that it was a durable alloy and the girls would have to try to get out. Now there is only Ling Mo left, which the strong man can handle in no time. The bastard shouted that when he was done with the guy, his faithful girlfriends would become wild zombies again, and thus he will enslave them and continue his crazy experiments on people. And yet, Zhao Ji is grateful to the guy for providing him with good laboratory mice. But unexpectedly, he noticed that Ling Mo laughed maliciously. The thug shouted that there was nothing to laugh about, because without 3 girls he was just a pathetic loser. However, the guy began to get up and said that he was very glad that Zhao Ji was able to survive. After all, in this way he has a chance to tear the enemy into small pieces. Zhao Ji has absolutely no chance against a person with control ability. The strong man boiled with anger. Does the guy really think he can take control of him? He will kill Ling Mo before this happens, and he does not have time to carry out his plans. However, suddenly, the thug realized that he had missed, and his opponent very quickly disappeared from sight. Ling Mo said that Zhao Ji made 3 unforgivable mistakes in his actions. After all, this monster's abilities make the wounds on Ling Mo's body hurt even more, and this keeps his mind clear. In addition, the guy's abilities are not designed only for zombies. He can subjugate any objects and even people. Ling Mo came up with something while watching the Spider Queen fight, and although he cannot directly control a zombie with pieces of human consciousness, he has other advantages. Of course, the tentacles of spiritual forces also cannot directly attack the physical body, but this does not prevent him from simply attacking the soul of the person who is in front of him. The monster recoiled, and suddenly he felt that his eyes hurt unbearably, and the next second, his hands suddenly began to detach and fall away on their own. Something similar happened with my legs, which simply became numb and dry. The bastard screamed. He no longer felt his arms or legs, the limbs of his body simply disappeared. Stella began to slowly come to her senses and opened her eyes, looking around at everything. Suddenly, the girl noticed a test tube with a liquid substance. It was a drug. She decided that she would hide it just in case and would not show it to anyone. And at this time, Shauna and Li Yaling also freed themselves from the strong shackles and thanked Ling Mo for this. The guy approached the still-living body of the defeated monster and kicked it with disdain. He whined for Ling Mo not to come closer and not do anything like that to him. But the guy loomed over him and said that the third mistake the thug made was trying to harm Ye Lian and the other girls. Therefore, he will not kill his opponent too quickly, but will give him the opportunity to suffer. The monster screamed, to be spared and not killed, but the guy no longer listened to him and raised his knife. Some more time passed. Stella asked if everything was over. The girl looked at the scene of destruction. Ling Mo looked powerful and stern. However, even now Stella doubted that the bastard Zhao Ji really died. The guy said that this was certain, but before he died, the bastard suffered well. Ling Mo gave his opponent hell. Death must have been his liberation. He got exactly what he deserved. Ye Lian and the others carefully examined the spider woman and were convinced that she was definitely dead. The guy said that it was good, he didn't want to leave the matter unfinished so that she wouldn't be revived later. He approached the lifeless body of the monster and carefully examined her. It looked like she was fighting to the last. However, Ling Mo wanted to take her blood in order to send her to experiment on girls. To do this, he began to carefully examine where the wounds were. Stella was shocked and watched this. Who would have thought that the guy had such inclinations? Ling Mo himself understood that the pose was quite awkward, but he had to make such sacrifices because the blood of a mutant zombie could tell a lot. He noticed that the consistency of the blood is very thick and the smell is pungent, either because it is dead or simply the concentration of the virus is too high. But if Stella and others' theory is correct, this thing could be useful in the future. However, the guy thought that it was too early to give it to the girls because the unexpected could happen. But suddenly, he noticed that he was carefully watching Stella. Shauna whispered in her ear that she knew exactly what Brother Ling Mo was doing, because he wanted to check whether a zombie could get pregnant from a human. The girl said in horror that he was a dirty pervert, and meanwhile Shauna approached the guy and looked tenderly into his eyes. Stella continued to yell that if Ling Mo wanted to conceive a child, then she only wished good luck. And although the guy is really interested in this question, Shauna could not have said such a thing. He pinched her cheek and asked why the mischievous friend had scared the man. But the girls had already stuck around him and said that if he was so interested in it, then he could try and everything would be clear. Suddenly, Ling Mo noticed that Li Yalin was the only one who was aloof. She snorted disdainfully and did not approach him. The girl said that she was simply afraid, because her brother did not have enough strength for this. Ling Mo just grinned and decided that now they would regret behaving like that. And then he grabbed them all in an armful and said that today he would definitely teach them a lesson. They would find out what a stallion he is. But Stella unexpectedly returned and said that it was not a very suitable environment for flirting, Because the girl wanted to remind you that in Zhaoji's desk, there was a virus reagent that the guy needed and he could take it. Ling Mo has doubts whether there is anything left there. But in fact, the guys found several fittings. This trip was not in vain, and he was able to find a worthy find for the further development of the girls. Finally, they left the building and Jia Yu was happy to see them back. She approached Ling Mo and did not ask how he was feeling. The guy replied that it was good and asked where Wang was. Jia Yu said that old Wang went to the wounded Da Hai so that he would not do anything. Suddenly, the guy was called by 202, who wanted to know something interesting for himself. The boy is very interested in how the Spider Queen is doing there. Perhaps she is saying something, or did Ling Mo manage to make friends with her? However, Ling Mo asked him to shut up, otherwise he would go to the next world with her. Suddenly, Stella intervened in the conversation and said that if everything is in order, then we need to say goodbye. Jia Yu invited the girl to go with them because they have a base, food, and shelter, but Stella thanked her and said that she refused. The girl looked at Ling Mo and said that this young man was right. Tears and prayers will not change anything. She cannot always depend on someone. Therefore, to begin with, Stella will try to find someone she knows nearby, and then she will learn to survive in this world in order to do everything possible for her remaining friends. Ling Mo said that if she decided so, then he can only wish good luck in parting. The girl said that she was grateful for this. However, she wanted to do something before leaving. And with these words, she bent down and kissed the young man on the forehead, who was somewhat taken aback. Then the girl waved her hand, while Ling Mo's furious friends looked at her with hatred. Stella laughed and told them not to take everything to heart and not to get angry. She is not going to steal it, so there is nothing to be afraid of. For now, at least he is all at their disposal. Ling Mo began to suspect that she was deliberately provoking it in retaliation for the fact that Shanna scared her then, and at that moment he observed a real fire of rage near the girl. He looked after Stella as she left. She looked like she was really going to become strong. When the girl was out of sight, she began to feel in her pocket for the items found in the office. Then she took out several test tubes with a smile. What a blessing that we managed to get rid of Zhao Ji. But she still has these incredible things that can be used. Suddenly, Stella felt that some invisible force was watching her. The girl turned around in horror to see who it was, but the street was deserted and no one was found nearby. Stella peered for several moments. The girl thought that most likely it seemed to her that she was overtired and needed to rest. She moved on and did not notice that an invisible thread of tentacles was following her. After some time, the car containing Ling Mo and the rest of the team arrived at the base. The guys ran excitedly towards the meeting, shouting that brother Ling Mo had finally returned. Ouyang Lian, who with a joyful exclamation ran up to her friend and hugged him tightly, was the most happy. Jia Yu noticed with displeasure that before the girl ran only to her, she felt a pang of jealousy. Li Yaling approached the girl and said that most likely she was jealous, but Jia Yu assured that she was simply misunderstood. And then she walked up to little Ouyang Lian and said that this is not the time to have fun, you need to do your homework. At this time, the guys noticed that old Van had a new wonderful car that was full of supplies. Friends wanted to know more about how they did it, but the guy replied that it was too long a story. But if briefly, he was cool in saving how, his partner became indignant because it was not entirely true. Suddenly, one of the team members noticed that for some reason Chow was not there. It was interesting to know where he was. The friends hesitated. They didn't know how to tell the others that their commander had already died. But Ling Mo broke this pause and calmly noticed that Guo Chao was already dead. The guy added that he was attacked by a survivor when they were in a military base and, unfortunately, the guys didn't have time to save him. The team members were very upset. They only saw him alive and well a few days ago, and now it was difficult to imagine that he would never cross the threshold of their base. However, Wang noted that now was not the time to indulge in despondency. The supplies would not be sorted out on their own. Hao supported him and said that the most important thing for them was to take care of a comfortable future. The team members agreed with them and decided that it was necessary to cheer up, because what happened could not be returned back. Ling Mo watched with his friends and thought that during the trip they had matured very much. The guy believed that now they could cope without him. Judging by Hao He's appearance, he has fully recovered and his physical strength exceeds all expectations. In addition, the coronavirus and the cells will completely merge. It will be able to strengthen even more. This is good, and Ling Mo is sincerely happy for him. Towards evening, the guy went to his room and there the girls helped him bandage the wound, which suddenly began to bleed again. The girls noticed that it heals too slowly early. It still won't heal and it's quite annoying. Ling Mo explained that he is a human and he does not have the same regeneration as they do, so in any case, sooner or later everything will work out and be restored. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the blood was coming again and it needed to be stopped with something. Shauna asked him not to panic, but now she will look and come up with something. But unexpectedly, Li Yalin intervened in the conversation and showed the guys a bottle of liquid. The girl said that the first thing to do is to wash the wound clean. Ling Mo thanked her and said that he did not even expect such care from the girl. Li Yaling turned away. She said that there was no need for gratitude, but the guys noticed some tension in her movements. It turns out that the girl was barely hiding her tears. She asked Ling Mo to take care of himself. Suddenly, Shauna pounced on the guy and began to kiss him, and their lips merged together. She said that in this way she could relieve the pain that Ling Mo was experiencing. The guy replied that from such care, he would certainly get better very soon. Ye Lian, who bandaged his hand, said that there was very little left and she would end with it. Shauna said that if brother Ling Mo is still in pain, then she can continue. However, Ye Lian noticed that it was all because of her and therefore gently touched the guy. He himself no longer understood whether it hurt him or not, since he was bursting with very diverse feelings. The girls asked what was the matter and how they could help him alleviate the condition. Ling Mo said that when they approach so closely, it is very difficult for him to concentrate. And at this time, 202 was watching them and was glad that they got so much interesting information. Suddenly, he heard steps behind him. It turned out that it was little Ouyang Lian who was heading to Ling Mo's room. The girls wanted to ask him to teach her how to keep a diary. There was an awkward pause. Ouyang Lian noticed that her friend was sitting near the door. It is likely that he is spying on Ling Mo, and by the way, this is completely uncivilized. The guy began to make excuses that he was not peeking. He was engaged in very important scientific observations. With a sense of accomplishment, 202 said that he explained everything as it is and Ouyang Lian should believe him. The girl smiled at her and said that she understood everything and had no more questions for him. And then, as she walked away, she wrote in her diary that she had met not just a voyeur, but a dirty pervert. 202 became furious at these words and shouted once again that he was conducting scientific research. Meanwhile, in the room, the girls properly treated his wound, and the guy said that now everything would definitely be fine. Therefore, now is the time to eat magic crystals and thus gain strength. Ling Mo thought that Zhao Ji's energy caused strange fluctuations in spiritual power in the girls, and it is quite obvious that they recover faster. It must be the mother's nest in their skull that has reacted and produces more viral cells. And if he can stimulate their mental activity and at the same time activate the mother's nest, then perhaps he can spur their evolution. The eldest is now at the highest level of evolution. And as for Ye Lian, her body is rather strengthening. But as for her mind, it's more difficult. But it's strange how evolution affected Shauna. The girl noticed his gaze and asked why he was looking at her like that. Ling Mo thought to himself that her evolution has developed significantly towards intelligence and also spiritual strength, and perhaps she is the best for this experiment. So the guy grabbed her hand and said that they needed to leave. He added that he wanted to conduct a small experiment with the girl, and it would be a little unpleasant, but it was worth it. Shauna happily agreed, but asked the guy to behave as gently as possible. After some time, they sat down to begin this complex process of experimentation. Ling Mo enveloped Shauna with his spiritual powers and asked her to hold on and concentrate as much as possible. However, he realized that her spiritual body still resisted this experiment. He realized that it was not easy for the two of them. After all, interaction with someone else's spiritual body is extremely sensitive, and you need to act gently, slowly. Ling Mo noticed that there were two intense fluctuations in spiritual power, which did not allow him to carry out his plans. Therefore, Shauna should be calmed down. Otherwise, if they continue in the same spirit, something will go wrong. But he cannot allow something to happen to his girlfriend, so he needs to think about how to do everything right. Ling Mo noticed that the last tentacles could explode in just a split second. Suddenly, he felt that Ye Lian had quietly approached him from behind and pressed herself against his back. Ye Lian and Li Yiling said that they would lend their spiritual power to brother Ling Mo and let him try to continue this experiment. The guy thought that most likely they sensed his excitement and came to his aid. He simply had no right to let them down. Having combined these forces, Ling Mo tried another attempt. He is sure that this time everything will work out. Shauna whispered that she felt bad. However, the guy asked her to be patient and told her not to waste energy on talking. And in the next moment, the girls felt with a sinking heart that a connection was taking place. An arrow formed from spiritual power went straight to Shauna's heart. The girls screamed from the unpleasant sensations that she felt. The experiment was completed. She began to wander around the room. The guys watched her in amazement. Ling Mo asked how she was feeling at this moment. The girl was silent for a few moments, and then said, looking at her hands, that she seemed to feel very good and unusual, and her spiritual powers increased significantly, and the guy noticed an unusual sparkle in Shauna's eyes. Ling Mo thought that he had seen something similar at the crescent moon. Now her spiritual body looks exactly like that girl's. And then he happily announced that his friend had evolved to the level of leader of the zombies. Shauna couldn't believe it and looked at the guy in surprise. Suddenly he felt a strong blow. Ling Mo felt his heart beat faster. The young man sat down on the bed and grabbed his head. He said that he was fine, just a little dizzy after he looked into Shauna's eyes. She approached him and anxiously began to ask how he was feeling. But when the guy looked into her eyes again, he felt an incredible surge of severe headache and dizziness. It means it didn't seem to him, but the problem lies in her gaze, which disorients the enemy, and if the girl learns to control it, then few will be able to resist her. Shauna was delighted and threw herself on the young man's neck, and he thought that it was evolution that gave such a big impetus, and it was not in vain that he started all this. But suddenly Li Yaling came up to him and whispered in his ear that she also needed attention. The girl explained that she didn't feel the same as before and wanted the guy to help her figure it out. Ling Mo looked carefully into her eyes, and some guesses appeared in his head. The guy thought about it for a few moments and then came to your conclusion that the eldest condition is the same as Shayna's. That is, it seems that the girl has also evolved to the level of a zombie leader. The young man thought that they achieved such results without much difficulty, and now Shauna and Li Yaling have the same level of evolution. However, Shauna came up and hugged the guy and then said that something was wrong with her evolution. She feels that she has not yet reached the level of a leader, and there is an obstacle through which she cannot break through. Ling Mo thought that most likely she needs to go through what she and the eldest once overcame. However, if the girls need this with every evolution, then how long will it last? But they shouldn't worry about it. They just try to do it, and then they can observe how the body will react. However, at the most inopportune moment, Ouyang Lian suddenly burst into the room and waved her hand at Ling Mo with a joyful cry. The guy, embarrassed, began to ask why the girl came in without knocking. However, she replied that she had come in like that before. She just has a question because the festive banquet will begin soon, and Sister Meng said that Ouyang Lian should call everyone. In parting, the girl said that the guys should hurry up because the event will start any minute. Ling Mo promised that they would be on time and gather very quickly, but he himself thought that his sister was also involved in this organization. During all this time, Jia Yu has also matured very much, and now commands the rest of the group in everything. He thought that his sister would definitely be able to become an excellent leader, and at this time she thanked everyone who took part in organizing the holiday. Ling Mo thought with satisfaction that he could calmly leave them and not worry about anything. So the guy told the girls to get ready. After all, they will be leaving, Yelian asked. What about the banquet? But the young man patted her on the cheek and said that a long farewell is just extra tears. It's better to leave everything until the next meeting. Therefore, they will not waste any more time and will quickly pack their things. The guys hit the road as they had to solve other equally important matters. Meanwhile, a cheerful meal and casual conversation took place in the banquet hall. The very cheerful Wang and Hao joked good-naturedly and tried to outdrink each other. But suddenly Jia Yu raised her glass and asked the guys for a little attention. She said that they had come a hard way to achieve everything they had. But in any case, she is not very good at understanding some things, so the team must group and work hard in order to ensure a good life for themselves. The guys supported her and cheerfully said that they would make every effort to improve their situation and always have sources of food. Meanwhile, in the room, Ling Mo treated his wound with the substance that Li Yalin gave. He noticed that the bleeding has become much less and is really healing early. It seems that the shoulder will recover very soon. Li Yalin entered the room and said that everything was ready. They could move out. And then the guys went ahead while the rest of the team were at the party. Yelian was worried about how they would get out of here. This place is very far from the city. But Ling Mo replied that they could leave by car, and in half a day they would be where they needed to be. The guys did just that. They climbed into the garage and approached a large car. The guy opened the door and noticed that there were several boxes there. It's strange that this could be. Ling Mo began to wonder where they came from here. But suddenly, one of the boxes opened and 202 jumped out like a devil out of a snuff box. The boy said that if they were leaving, he wanted to leave with them. However, Ling Mo had no intention of taking him with him and angrily told him to go to hell. And the boy said that Jia Yu asked him to collect some supplies. She guessed Ling Mo's intentions to leave in this car without saying goodbye. The guy looked at him in amazement. He couldn't even imagine that his sister would guess about this. And at this time in the banquet hall, the fun was in full swing. One of the guys approached Jia Yu, and the new ones whispered that they saw her brother with the girls who were going to leave. Jia Yu ran to the gate and shouted to Ouyang Lian to have fun and she would come soon. Meanwhile, 202 tried to persuade Ling Mo to take him with him, because he is capable and can do a lot. But the young man did not want to take him and was thinking about how to get rid of this annoying boy. He had a good plan, so he patted 202 on the shoulder, and good-naturedly said that they would do the following, because the boy is interested in finding out what superpowers he has, and he is ready to tell it. But for this, 202 needs to stay here and protect the survivors, and the next time they meet, Ling Mo will tell all this as a reward. The boy happily said that he agreed, and Ling Mo noticed that he agreed too easily. However, 202 had no doubt that the young man would not deceive him, because he would definitely return. Ling Mo became angry at these words and angrily hit the boy on the head. And then he told the girls to quickly get into the car and they moved out. 202, with a bump on his head, wished him good luck and shouted that everything would be fine. But suddenly, the guy thought that he was also very worried and it was hard for him to say goodbye. He paused for a few moments and said that 202 should be successful in everything. Ling Mo extended his hand to the boy and suddenly looked at him with warmth. The guy asked 202 to take care of the team members. He really counts on him. And then in the car, Ling Mo shouted farewell words to the boy. And a few moments later, the car began to leave the garage towards the road. Jia Yu and Ouyang Lian watched as the car drove further and further. The girl could not hold back her tears and said that she was sad. After all, they would not see their brother again. But Jia Yu, who was also crying, said that he would definitely return and everything would be fine. You just need to wait a little. The girl understood why he left and didn't say anything. Apparently, he didn't want to see their tears either. Ouyang Lian whispered that she was not crying and was in control, but tears flowed like hail from her eyes. Suddenly, they heard a sound next to them and looked around in amazement. Jia Yu, in a panic, realized that this was the roar of the zombies and that they would probably be attacked now. Meanwhile, at the guard post, the guys were watching what was happening on the territory. Jia Yu walked up to them and said that a couple of minutes ago she heard the sound of a zombie, which provoked them to come here. Hao noticed something suspicious and told the guys to also look in that direction. It turns out that Ling Mo's car made sounds that attracted zombies. But why is he doing this? Unexpectedly, the team noticed that Ye Lian jumped out of the car and began to fiercely fight with the arriving corpses. Not far behind her was Li Yaling, who swung the crescent moons with all her might and knocked out the zombies. Jia Yu could not hold back the tears that flowed from her eyes. Probably her brother helped them for the last time in order to clear the territory for them. Ling Mo mentally turned to his sister. He did everything so that they could live in peace. The guy told her not to cry, and they would definitely meet again. And at this time, the growl of a mutated dog was heard over the city. Crescent turned to the dog whose name was Wang Tsai and asked him to shut his mouth. And then the girl leaned over to him and affectionately patted him behind the ear. Probably the dog was hungry. However, she was told that they should be at this place, so she would have to wait a little. The dog barked again and reassured with its tail, but she did not argue with the owner. However, Crescent believed that there was no need for extra noise here, and so she hit the dog on the head. She said that once again she asked him to shut up because in the last battle the dog almost died. The weak always obey the strong. Even before, even now, nothing has changed, even during the apocalypse. But now the Crescent has become stronger and can acquire a good ally. So they need to wait for some time and he will come soon. Although it is strange, why so long is he still looking for a cure? Meanwhile, Ling Mo and the girls continued to fight, destroying the zombies. The thoughtful guy said that they say correctly that a beautiful day begins with good weather. Shauna noticed that a great day starts with a good kill and winked playfully. Ling Mo still decided that such phrases sounded too wrong. And then he turned his attention to Ye Lian to see if she also wanted to go play with the zombies. Ye Lian looked thoughtfully at the crossbow. This thing interested her very much. And if that's what she wants, then Ling Mo is ready to provide her with such entertainment. There aren't many crossbow bolts left anyway. The girl leaned out of the car and took aim at her enemies, and her gaze turned red. She looked carefully at the target and did not see anything around. And the next moment, the arrow flew at rapid speed towards the zombie. Ling Mo carefully watched the movement of the crossbow bolt and realized with amazement that the girl had hit. She probably aimed at the head and did not miss, hitting the target with precision, and then rushed a few more arrows towards the maddened enemies. Ling Mo stared in surprise at his friend from afar. She put 3 people down. It's simply incredible. He was interested in how Ye Lian managed to do this. However, she shrugged and said that she just wanted to hit it and got it. The guy thought in a daze that this was too much of a mark. He didn't expect this from his girlfriend. He enthusiastically imagined that if there were more crossbow bolts, and from a great height, it's even scary to think how this girl would kill all the zombies in the city. But soon the battle ended and they were approaching the outskirts of the city. They needed to concentrate. Ling Mo looked at the area in surprise. It seemed to him that he had never been to these parts. Therefore, the guy told the girls to rest a little near the car and he went to reconnoiter the situation. After some time, the guy found the map and began to look at it with interest. Studying it, Ling Mo realized that they were on the wrong road and turned in the wrong direction. But it's good that he found a map and now they definitely won't get lost. City X is very large, as much as 12.5 km. And the girls were already waiting for him near the car and began to ask if he knew the way. Ling Mo said that they took a wrong turn and would have to return to another route. Lia Ling tutted irritably and turned away. Ling Mo said in anger that it looked very rude. The guy said that they must have ended up at a tourist attraction that was located next to the road. And ahead there is an attraction that was even talked about in the news. It is designed for a large number of people. However, there are few zombies in these places, probably because the tourist season had ended by that time. Shauna threw herself on the guy's neck in delight and said that they were very lucky because she wanted to have fun so much, and Ye Lian's eyes lit up. She said that she also definitely wants to have fun, but their older friend noticed that this is child's play. But if the girls insist, then she will also go. Suddenly, Ling Mo discovered that Ye Lian looked much happier than the others, and the girls said that they had previously agreed to go here with him, and now they came. The guy remembered that once before she had talked about this place and asked the guy to go to the Ferris wheel, but at that moment he was busy playing. Then he forgot about this incident and did not give it much importance. But Ye Lian patiently waited for the game to end, and they could agree to go to this amusement park. Some time passed, and finally Ling Mo finished his battle and was able to pay attention to her. He told his friend on the phone that he and Ye Lian were going to an amusement park and would play another time. His friend chuckled and said that he wished them to have a good time with their friend. Ling Mo angrily replied that he should not think anything and not just childhood friends. However, they didn't go that day because it was already late, and agreed to leave in the morning. But the plans failed to come true because the zombie apocalypse had begun. He didn't even think that the girl would remember about it. Ye Lian brought him out of his thoughts and asked why he was acting so strangely. Ling Mo replied that he just remembered something. Shauna shouted with joy that they were finally not going to have fun on the Ferris wheel. And Ye Lian looked at her boyfriend and thought that he remembered everything. Ling Mo said that leave the car, all zombies should not attack an empty car. And yet, he will take some things with him for safety. Suddenly, a strong wind was heard with incredible power. The guy realized that the leader of the zombies was nearby and unhooked from horror. But the next moment he took it in his hand and grabbed the weapon. His intuition did not let him down. Chances are that Crazy Crescent is still looking for him, and the guy is ready to fight. Ling Mo shouted for the girls to remain on guard while he tried to locate the leader. But when the guy discovered a zombie with the level of a leader, he was taken aback in bewilderment. In front of him stood a little girl who looked like Ouyang Lian, who had turned into a mutant zombie and was now very dangerous. The guy retreated in horror. He didn't expect this and was thrown into a slight shock. Then he began to think that this girl is the same height and age as Ouyang Lian. But it's strange that in the entire city of X level, there are about 10 zombies, and he has already met 2. Ling Mo noticed that the behavior of this mutant is as disgusting as that of the crescent moon. Is this really his new wife? But the guy decided to drive away these stupid thoughts from himself. This is impossible. After all, they are looking for a spouse for the sake of the reproductive instinct. Suddenly, the mutant shouted for the guy to listen to her and pointed her finger at him. Ling Mo said that you shouldn't shout at him. Hey, he has a name, wasn't the girl taught proper manners? However, she thought about it and said that she didn't know his name. From this, the guy concluded that she doesn't remember anything from human life. You can tease her, thus learning useful information. Ling Mo called himself a fictitious name, but said that for ease of reference, she could call him Handsome Brother. The girl thought for a few moments and then decided that she needed to continue the conversation. So she furrowed her eyebrows and shouted angrily so that he would not distract her from her thoughts. The girl wants to know why his handsome brother came here. Does he really want to get in trouble? The guy could barely restrain himself from laughing. And then he leaned over to her and said that he was interested in knowing something about his sister, after which Ling Mo leaned closer to her and said that brother is not scary, and he can even treat her with jelly. The girls looked at him with contempt. Their discontent was visible in every movement. Yu Shiren was her name. She looked at them carefully. She felt that the girls were also zombies, and they looked alike. Suddenly, she shouted and jumped Ling Mo a few meters back. Yu Shiren said that they are with the man Ling Mo for a reason. He forces them. And yet the guy could not understand why every advanced zombie asks such questions and considers him a pervert. The girl said that she is familiar with this word, and that's exactly how she thinks about it. For this reason, Yu Shiren will never forgive his handsome brother and will now protect the zombie girls. Ling Mo said with a sneer that she was in too much of a hurry. You need to be more careful. You cannot attack a person head-on without making sure that he is unarmed. With these words, the guy took out a crossbow and then took aim at Yu Shiren and said that times have changed, you need to come to terms with it. The girl froze for a few moments, but the arrow was already pointed in her direction. The zombie screamed. She clearly did not expect this and was a little scared, but remained steadfast. The girl grabbed her shoulder. Apparently, she was seriously wounded. And from behind, she was suddenly attacked by Li Yaling, who swung her crescents. But the girl managed to jump away and thus return from the blow. She landed, but her backpack fell next to Li Yaling, so Wu Yanglian ran to pick it up. With rage in her voice, she said that on the contrary, she wanted to help the girls, but they are trying to kill her. This is unfair. The guys surrounded her and the girl stamped her foot indignantly, saying that her handsome brother was very cunning. Let them remember for the future that next time they won't be so lucky, she said decisively. With these words, she left and Li Yalin wanted to catch up with her. But Ling Mo said that there was no need to pursue the enemy who was in a hopeless situation. The guy saw a zombie with a backpack for the first time, and he was interested in what was in it. When he looked there, he saw that there was a lot of viral housing in the bag. Moreover, they were of very good quality. In addition, Ling Mo found anti-inflammatory pills and antiseptic in his backpack. The guy thought hard. Are zombies also looking for medicine, but it doesn't look like pharmaceuticals for someone else? But in any case, it's none of his business. Ling Mo said that she's had enough of a beating and won't bother her anymore, and then he told the girls that it was already quite late and they needed to think about where to relax and go to the amusement park tomorrow. And on such a joyful note, the friends went to the city to find a suitable place to spend the night. Soon the guys approached the hotel on the roof of which pigeons were sitting. Shauna began to disperse them, and Ling Mo took a closer look at them. Are they also infected? Unexpectedly, one of them began to approach the guy and was probably not afraid of him at all. The bird sat down on his shoulder, and Ling Mo looked at the bird in amazement. It's strange that the pigeon was not afraid of him at all. Perhaps he was once tame and obedient. Suddenly, this thought dawned on the guy, and he thought that if he could control them, it would give an incredible advantage. If you dilute the virus to a certain level and feed it a little into a pigeon, will it be able to turn it into a mutant, and will it then be possible to control it? But in order to find out, you need to try, since it's impossible to guess otherwise. He made a diluted liquid and gave it to the pigeon, anticipating what the effect would be. But in the next second, the feathered one suddenly began to look at the world with reddened eyes. Probably he really turned into a mutant. The bird clucked much louder and more aggressively than it was before. However, the next moment she fell to the floor and the guys stared in amazement at the dove. Ye Lian said that the bird did not die, but simply lost consciousness and he needed rest. The girl took him in her hands and said that she would take care of him so that he would come to his senses and recover. Ling Mo looked sideways at Ye Lian, who grabbed the bird in her hands and began to talk to it while smiling joyfully. He had not seen a girl so happy for a long time, just like in the good old days. But you shouldn't waste time and you need to go in order to get a good night's sleep. Ling Mo thought about his own. Apparently the heavens gave him the strength so that he could protect what he did not value in the past. And now he will do everything possible and impossible to protect Ye Lian, Shauna, and the eldest. Meanwhile, little Yu Shiran was looking for her lost backpack in confusion and thought that it would be a disaster if she lost it. You definitely need to find these people who most likely took it and get your thing back. This time she will find them at all costs and will not let go. Let the handsome brother prepare for death. Meanwhile, Ling Mo lay relaxed in the bath and thought that life was wonderful. Surprisingly, until now, everything was going quite well. But the more he got to know zombies, the more he realized how different they are from people. As for the more advanced zombies, their maternal nest will continuously replenish vital energy, but this process is very slow, and housing cannot be done without timely feeding of the virus. Apparently, the higher zombies consume more than they can produce. Lingmo sighed briefly. Everything is becoming more complicated than we would like. Suddenly, he was torn from his thoughts and Shauna approached him to ask if the water was warm. Meanwhile, the guy continued to think that a breakthrough in Shauna's evolution was important now, and she said that there was only one obstacle left for a full-fledged leader of the zombies. But he is increasingly worried about the girl's behavior. She sometimes behaves like a wild monster and at times like a normal person, as if she has a split personality. This anomaly in the form of an obstacle that she is talking about is possibly related to the split personality. These thoughts make my head spin, and the guy decided that he should not rush to conclusions. He remembered that somewhere on the map the zoo should have been marked, and tomorrow he would definitely need to go there and also look into the amusement park. Maybe they can get Shayna some jelly, or maybe some mutant animal gel like the eldests. In any case, if you want to stay strong, you need to fight at some point. For a long time, he couldn't even imagine that it was possible to control someone, and now for him such things are absolutely nothing. The guy hit the water with his fist. He couldn't relax, otherwise all his hard work would go to waste. Therefore, the path to becoming strong is truly long and very thorny, but it is worth the resources expended. Suddenly the wind blew stronger, and the curtain on the window began to sway rhythmically in different directions. Lingmo looked around thoughtfully when the wind managed to rise so strongly, but unexpectedly, the autumn guess of it is possible that there is someone in the room. They are not alone here. Most likely it was Yu Shiran who returned again. She hid her presence and secretly made her way here. However, it is risky to invite girls here because she can rashly take the wrong steps. And if he gets to her first, he will be able to protect himself for a short time. Therefore, we need to seize the initiative. The guy prepared his sword and pulled it out of its sheath. But suddenly he realized that in fact no one was present here and this was just a hangar. Is the guy really paranoid? He looked around angrily. Until now his premonitions had rarely let him down. But most likely now he's just nervous. Lately everything seems very suspicious. So he decided that he needed rest and didn't notice how Ouyang Lian Yi came straight to the ceiling and watched him with interest. She prepared her knife and rushed straight at the guy while he was thinking about how he should go and sleep. He said that of course, first of all, one thing needs to be done. That is, to deal with an uninvited guest who decided to attack on the sly. The girl said in anger that the damned pervert still tracked her down and got ahead of her. She did not understand how he was able to achieve this. Lingmo said that her plan was perfect and everything would have gone well. But the guy has incredible powers of observation, and he noticed when he entered the room that there was no hanger on the balcony. In this case, Ouyang Lian asked why the guy attacked her. The guy smiled and said that these were ordinary calculations. He had thought of everything. How could Ouyang Lian dodge his blow only by jumping onto the balcony? He noticed how the face of the girl in the glasses was distorted and said that she was in the balls because she had fallen into her own trap. However, the girl turned away disdainfully and said that her name was Yu Shijian. The guy mockingly asked if she had changed her mind about attacking. The girl said that she was interested in the things that Lingmo took from her. They were needed to cure Crescent. Lingmo stared at her, puzzled. That's too much of a coincidence. It's big. Why is everything revolving around this masculine girl? And he said that before he would have given these things away, well, because Yu Shiran spied on him, he is very angry about it. And besides, he is not going to give up any things for the distraught Crescent. Yu Shiran asked how the guy knew her, and he replied that he had some unfinished business with the Crescent. The girl let go of her gaze. Probably this Lingmo doesn't want to give it away, and so she will take extreme measures. And in this case, it's useless. She'll just do what she has to do and kill the guy. However, Lingmo mockingly said that she would most likely be very disappointed in this. And then he added that Yu Shiran could look back and see for herself. After all, next to her stood the real mutant zombie Li Yalin. She experienced unbearable hunger and wanted to destroy the victim. And the next second, Yu Shiran felt a strong blow from which she lost her balance and fell. She shouted that the guys attacking her would pay for such antics, but Lingmo said that it was better for the girl to worry about herself. And the next moment he broke her head, and from this blow she was somewhat lost. Yalian and Xiana burst into the room and anxiously began to ask if everything was okay. They suggested breaking her arms and legs, and then leaving her to the will of fate. Li Yalin thoughtfully said that she would still need it. Ling Mo said that it was necessary to take her prisoner because in this way the crescent could be lured out. The guy said that he has an assumption that this is his new wife, and whether the operation will be successful depends only on Yu Shiran. Viral jelly of the zombie leader, or more precisely the mother's nest. I wonder what it will look like. Some time passed. Yu Shiran woke up. The girl felt that she had a severe headache. Then she discovered that next to her was her brother, the same person who knocked her out. But besides him, there are also evil girls in the room. Yu Shiran, in a rage, said that she would destroy them. She angrily shouted for him to immediately let her go and fight in a fair fight. But then Ling Mo said that it's enough to beat around the bush and we need to talk. Let Shauna let the captive go. The guy decided that he could talk seriously and make a deal that would be beneficial to everyone. Yu Shiran thought for a few moments. She suddenly realized what exactly Ling Mo meant, and then she told the young man to hurry up if he was going to do this, and after that gave her the medicine. She lay down on the bed and said that if Ling Mo is ready, let him start. After all, she understood perfectly well that this spoiled man dreams of only one thing. The girls began to look at each other, puzzled, and whisper to each other. They said that brother Ling Mo was not that kind of person at all. And meanwhile, the young man covered his face with his hands. He simply could not imagine that girls could be so spoiled. And who could teach Yu Shiran such obscene things? The girl lowered her eyes, and the guy assumed that the crescent told her about all this. However, she angrily said that it was none of his business, from which Ling Mo concluded that he was reasoning correctly. But he was tired of discussing this topic, and he said that Ye Lian and the others could begin to carry out the assignment. The girls surrounded Yu Shiran from all sides, and she shouted in panic, "What does Ling Mo want?" The guy smiled mysteriously and said that he would ask only once, and if the captive did not agree, then he would have no choice. First of all, he wants to know where the crescent moon is hiding now, and secondly, Yu Shiran must help meet her. The girl thought for a moment, but she could not say it. Ling Mo, noticing her stupor, said that they were just old acquaintances and he wanted to talk to her about the past. Nothing bad would happen. Yu Shiran finally decided. She was very scared and said that the crescent moon was now hiding in a fashion house. In this case, at first she said that they were going to this house right now because to see the crescent, the guy decided that he needed rest. He ordered the girls to gather and guard Yu Shiran, and he left. Ling Mo felt terribly exhausted. The spiritual power of the zombie leader was incredibly heavy, and he only had a small impact, but the energy was gone. The guy looked out the window and thought that in order to become really strong, he would have to overcome a long way. When the young man rested, he caught several zombies wandering around aimlessly. With the help of his spiritual power, he subdued the walking corpses for his army. Thus, Ling Mo gathered enough of a crowd to deal with the crescent moon. While they were walking, the guy asked Yu Shiran why they came to these places. The girl said that Crescent was looking for a person who was nearby and injured her. Perhaps Ling Mo understands who we are talking about. Of course, the guy understood who exactly the leader of the zombies wanted to find. However, he was silent about this. He asked his interlocutor how they met the Crescent. For some reason, the girl blushed and fell silent for a few moments. She hesitated and didn't know how to say it. She then explained that she felt a call because when a zombie develops to the level of a producer, she gets the opportunity to call a partner, and she responded to this. After that, Yu Shiran said that Li Yalin should also know this, and perhaps she will soon leave the person Ling Mo. The guy looked questioningly at the eldest. Is it really true what the girl said? Li Yalin explained that, in fact, highly developed advanced zombies can use calling. This is a kind of courtship. The girl then added that she also used the call. However, its target was Ling Mo. The guy stared at her dumbfounded. He definitely didn't expect this and was a little confused. And Li Yalin said that the young man did not answer at all, and she could only continue to persist. Shauna approached him and told the guy not to worry so much because there are positive sides to this. It turns out that the zombie also needs to reproduce. However, the girls still haven't used the call yet and could train on brother Ling Mo. Li Yalin picked up on this and said that if her friends don't know how to do it correctly, then she is ready to teach them. She said that first you need to exhale, and the girls repeated this with inspiration. And then you need to release the spiritual power in your head and call your victim by name. And then another mysterious action follows. But suddenly their conversations were interrupted by Yu Shiran. They were about to go somewhere. Ling Mo cleared his throat in this commotion. They completely forgot about the main thing they had to do. But suddenly, he thought that he was very interested in the question of whether it was possible for a situation where one zombie would be summoned by two at once. He looked thoughtfully at the retreating figure of Yu Shiran. For some reason, it seemed to the guy that she was not telling him something. Is it really all because of the feeling of rivalry that even zombies experience? And at this time, the call that was constantly looking for the crescent kept wandering around the city. The monster shouted in rage that this time he would not let his victim escape. And with these words, he laughed loudly with a terrible and deafening laugh. Soon the friends arrived at a large fashion house located in the very center of the city. Ling Mo noticed that there are a lot of zombies here. If they break through, they will make a lot of noise and attract attention. Therefore, it is better not to let the Crescent know that they are here for the time being. And instead of them, a crowd of tamed zombies will work who do a good job with their brothers. Yu Shiran watched in surprise as the enslaved dead went to kill other zombies. The girl couldn't imagine who this guy really is, whom everyone obeys. When they cleared the area, the guy said that they need to hide their smell, then there is a chance that they will not be detected. Yu Shiran began to say in surprise that Ling Mo wanted to talk to Crescent Moon about the past, but in fact she was behaving very suspiciously. However, instead of answering, the guy took a bottle of some liquid and sprayed it. The girl began to spit and ask what he poured on her, and Ling Mo replied that it was ordinary perfume to hide the smell. They were given by a very good friend. The guy doesn't know what they are called. The smell is quite strong. Ling Mo sniffed the aroma, which is quite sharp and cloying, but overall this is what is needed. And just in case, he decided that it was necessary to also spray the rest of the girls, who winced with displeasure. Ling Mo hid the perfume in his pocket and said that he would not argue and not go further. Of course, he had no guarantee that the perfume would certainly save him and kill the smell, but it was still worth a try. The guys arrived in a large, spacious hall and began to examine everything with caution. Ling Mo told the girls not to let their guard down because the Crescent Moon might be hiding somewhere. Soon they arrived on the top floor. If she is not below, then most likely she is on the upper floor. Suddenly, Yu Shiran noticed something and began to look around cautiously. Ling Mo decided that as a better security measure, they would gag her just in case. The guy said with a smile that this way she wouldn't be able to talk and wouldn't give them away. Suddenly, the guys heard a voice coming from above asking that she had already returned. The Crescent Moon looked at them and said that she heard Yu Shiran's voice. Was it really her imagination? Ling Mo rejoiced. Now the most important thing remains to quietly approach the crescent. Suddenly, the guy felt that some kind of unpleasant smell was coming from the perfume. Probably it had already deteriorated, but nothing could be done and he would have to be patient. But then he realized that their prey was actually in the toilet, and that was a good sign. After all, the toilet itself is very narrow and she will have no room to maneuver. Ling Mo told the girls to hide, and when he gave the signal, they would join him. The guy decided that today he would rather play the role of Jackie Chan. With these words, he grabbed a huge pipe and began to make his way up, sweating profusely. He felt incredible excitement. Although this was not the first time he had kissed a zombie, however, now is not the time to think about it, but we need to move forward to accomplish what we planned. Suddenly, he heard the strange words of the Crescent, who shouted in hysterics that his wonderful part was not growing. The guy stared at the Crescent in surprise and decided that now time would lie low for a bit. And in the meantime, the enraged zombie shouted loudly that he was actually a man, because the book says that he should have this, but for some reason nature deprived him. And at the same time, Crescent suffered greatly from the fact that her breasts, on the contrary, were growing every day. Ling Mo was surprised to notice that he was overcome by incredible feelings. The guy began to think why this was happening, because Crescent is his enemy and he shouldn't feel anything like that towards her. And suddenly, he remembered that in fact the perfume contained an aphrodisiac. Van warned his friend to spray it on for a reason, but preferably before bed. Suddenly, the guy felt a pipe crack under his feet, and a sound was heard. Crescent heard this and asked who was in the room. And now, Ling Mo had no choice but to act with brute force, so he prepared for a duel. The guy shouted to Ye Lian and Shana that it was necessary to attack. They readily accepted this challenge. And at this time, Li Yalin was holding the captive Yu Shiran, who was mooing and trying to twitch. Ling Mo broke the window in one fell swoop and burst into the room. A deafening ringing sound was heard. Crescent screamed in panic. She didn't expect to see this guy here and was very scared. Ling Mo angrily put the knife forward and said that now is not the time to chat. He needs to pay bills. And yet Crescent came to her senses from the shock and angrily shouted, "What is this guy doing here?" Ling Mo smiled maliciously. He was glad that he was able to make such an unexpected surprise. The girl noticed that most likely the friends did not arrive with good intentions. They have broken into the Crescent Moon, and are now underestimating her abilities. Lingmo felt that the incredible heat of the spirits was engulfing him, and only intensifying. There should be no delay in order to sort it out and teach the impudent Crescent a lesson, and the armed girls headed towards him. Yushiran tried with all her might. Li Yalin grabbed the girl tightly and did not let her go. She thought that she should definitely intervene. After all, this guy found the Crescent. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion and many fragments flew in different directions. Shauna swung her scythe at the stunned Crescent and told her to go to hell. Crescent noticed that her opponent had changed a lot since their last meeting. She probably evolved, but how is this possible? But when she looked into the eyes of this girl, she realized that the incredible was happening. Crescent realized that first of all, she had to deal with the leader, that is, Lingmo. However, the guy is ready to meet her. He smiled and said that it wouldn't work to attack like last time. And suddenly, Crescent felt that an incredible force was covering her from all sides and did not allow her to move. And the guy immediately gave the command to Ye Lian, and the girl went to attack next. She pierced Crescent's body with her steel claws and her opponent screamed in pain. The girl intended to hit Ye Lian in response, but she failed because she deftly dodged. Crescent stood in a defensive position and squeezed her wound. Everyone attacked one. This is completely unfair. Lingmo mockingly said that since the enemy could not escape, she decided to talk to them about justice. But chatting is already useless. She needs to prepare for death. However, the girl is not one of those who gives up so quickly. She said that if they want it anyway, then there will be a real massacre. With these words, she screamed loudly and began to call on her army with these screams. The guy pulled away from surprise for a few moments and was overcome by paralysis. And the next second he saw that there was a dog nearby, which, with incredible speed, grabbed his sword in its teeth. Now the guy understood why they constantly came across such animals on the way. It was surveillance. At that moment, Lingmo clearly understood that all the attacks of wild animals were the work of the Crescent Moon. And this is a sufficient threat for the guys. The dog has evolved quite a lot. It is at least an advanced zombie and maybe even higher. After all, animals are initially faster than people, and this difference only intensifies when they become zombies. And if they go into a frontal attack, it will be a bloody massacre. Maybe they will even suffer losses. The young man cannot allow this to happen and expose the girls to danger. Therefore, Lingmo ordered the eldest to drag their captive here. They will have a constructive conversation. And literally, a minute later, a girl burst into the room carrying the bound Yu Shiran in her hands. Crescent screamed in horror that they dared to make her a friend. It was simply unthinkable. Lingmo said that he would not hurt her, but if Crescent Moon wants to fight, then no one will guarantee the safety of this girl. The guy said that he had an offer for a deal. He would give this girl into the hands of the Crescent, and in return, he would take the dog. However, the discouraged opponent did not want to give up her faithful friend Wang Tsai so easily. Lingmo, with the help of spiritual power, examined this animal and realized that the dog has a mark in its owner. If it is erased by force, then most likely it will die. But it will be easier to make a deal with the Crescent because she will not reject her partner. She clenched her teeth in anger and looked at the guy with fury and hatred and called him a bastard. Lingmo reminded that her partner is in their hands and let her be careful with her words. Shauna thought with indignation that their brother Lingmo had been looking more and more like a villain lately. Meanwhile, the guy opened Yushiran's gag and told her to try to convince Crescent Moon that the deal was correct. However, the girl shouted for her friend to run quickly because this guy was already here. Crescent stared at her in surprise. Did he really appear so quickly? It's simply impossible. Lingmo asked what type they were talking about because he doesn't see anyone here. But suddenly, there was a deafening explosion and the wall began to fall. The guys barely had time to jump away. Lingmo began to look through the dust and debris, trying to see the girls to understand that everything was okay with them. But a moment later, the guy realized that the stone had been thrown from the street. Apparently, some thug had thrown it. Suddenly, he saw a huge monster that constantly shouted the name of the Crescent Moon. This monster was so creepy and huge that the guy stood in a daze for several moments. Lingmo noticed a huge pickaxe that was in the hands of the mutant. It was likely that a leader-level zombie was standing in front of them. The monster burst out laughing with a loud scream and said that she had finally found her victim. And then, the giant said that this time the Crescent would definitely not escape from his clutches. Lingmo asked Crescent Moon what this thug wants. Apparently, he is looking for a girl. Yushiran said that the zombie called for her partner, but the Crescent had already chosen a mate and now the offended monster was pursuing them. Ling Mo ironically noted that their passions are really boiling, even they have a rival in love. He said that this creature is chasing two leader-level zombies and a highly developed mutant dog. Judging by this, the giant is really strong. If the guys stay here, they might also be involved in this, so you need to take the dog and run away as soon as possible. However, Li Yalin said that this monster suddenly left very strangely, but he really was nowhere to be found. But suddenly, they felt that some kind of earthquake was happening again. The floor began to crumble underfoot and apparently the sound was coming from below. There was another deafening blow that turned the building into rubble. The giant approached Crescent and said that this time he would not allow her to escape from him. Yu Shiran attacked him from above and shouted for the creature to immediately let go of her partner. But the thug threw the girl aside in 1 second and she flew away without having time to strike. The brave dog rushed to the rescue and wanted to bite the monster to death. However, he said displeasedly that apparently he also wanted to die. And the next second, the vile creature threw the dog aside, but not before the animal managed to bite him. Shauna said that probably one of the beast's advantages is his great height, but he's not really dangerous. However, Ling Mo believed that the girls underestimated the abilities of this bruiser, because the dog's attacks did not cause much damage and the battle continued. Soon the dog flew to the side and landed on the floor with a loud crash. Then he barked exhaustedly and no longer tried to approach the aggressive, powerful giant. Crescent noticed in horror what was happening to the dog and called out to her in confusion. The wounded Yu Shiran, barely breathing, said that her friend should run away and leave them here. However, these circumstances only angered the girl even more. She said that she would not forgive the monster for this. If he dared to touch her friends, the only punishment he deserves is death. Ling Mo thoughtfully watched as the girl furiously rushed towards the aggressive giant. He believed that she obviously lost. But suddenly he realized that she could not do otherwise. It was too cowardly a position to run away, and every living creature has something for which they are ready to sacrifice everything, even their lives. After all, he also has a reason to be brave and determined, as he protects girls and helps them survive in this world. Suddenly, the guy was distracted from his thoughts by an iron pickaxe hanging over his head. He noticed that the Crescent was clearly losing and was now not in the best position. And meanwhile, the monster pointed towards the girls and said that this was also his property. However, this clearly did not suit Ling Mo. He said that the beast was insatiable and yet did not dare to covet his girlfriends. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried to avoid a fight, he still had to kill this thug. The guy fearlessly looked into his eyes and said that he would see if his opponent was worthy of being so self-confident. The giant raised his fist above his head and swung it to deliver a powerful blow to Ling Mo. The guy barely had time to jump back. Still, he underestimated this monster. Its strength is too great and its movements are very fast. He began to carefully observe his enemy and thought about how to properly overcome him. But suddenly the girls entered the battle. They could not allow Ling Mo's brother to be so offended. Yilin attacked her opponent with incredible strength and speed and began to scratch him with her steel claws. The monster's eyes flashed. This woman clearly annoyed him and he intended to destroy her. However, the girls were full of determination. Ling Mo is right. There are situations when there is something that needs to be fought for to the end. The beast laughed disgustingly and said that their attacks would not affect him in any way. The monster said that it is not for nothing that he is called an iron wall and also an indestructible monster. Now, the girls will see from their own experience what it is like to fight such a beast. Suddenly, the mutant discovered that they started shooting at him and he received a terrible wound. Ling Mo held a weapon in his hands and said mockingly that they would still see who is the iron wall and indestructible. The beast clenched his teeth in rage. He asked what the guy did to him and how he did it. The young man said that he wanted to teach the monster a good lesson so that he would learn to behave correctly. Then Ling Mo added that times have changed, and now the strongest, the most agile, and also the smartest survive. The thug shouted that he would definitely kill this damn guy who interfered in his affairs. However, first, he had to deal with 3 armed zombie beauties and the brave Ling Mo. The next second, the guy inflicted several gunshot wounds directly on the monster's terrible body. However, his opponent remained on his feet, and the young man thought that he had not expected this. And yet, he noticed that the monster's strength was running out. The guys just needed to not give him the opportunity to catch his breath. The next second, several girls attacked him and the zombie, in a rage, tried to repel their blows. He screamed wildly and began feverishly attacking the girls. But his body was pierced by hundreds of swords and he simply could not stand this physical pain. His eyes glowed with wildfire, and his growls were heard throughout the area. The monster shouted that he would kill them all and swung his weapon at the guys. However, the girls acted together. They understood that they needed to attack as soon as possible. Yelian and Shanna rushed forward to meet the zombie and readied their weapons. The next second, Yelian pushed her friend and she flew even faster. Shanna swung her scythe and shouted that now their enemy would die, but not them. And then the girl rushed past the monster and was able to cut it with a huge knife. The monster saw that he was left without a weapon and screamed angrily out of anger. And at this time, he was attacked by Li Yaling, who pounced on him from above and prepared her crescents. She accelerated and swung with force and said that now it's all over. The next second, there was a deafening ringing sound and their opponent fell to the ground. He breathed his last and didn't move anymore. Apparently, the guys were able to defeat him. Ling Mo took a breath and said that finally they defeated him. The guy spent a lot of spiritual energy and can no longer resist the action of these spirits. So he went to Ye Lian straight into her warm arms, intending to alleviate his condition in this way. The girl asked what was happening to him, but he didn't answer anything. He just pressed himself against her. And then their eyes met and they felt the heat pierce their entire body. Shanna and Li Yaling said that they also wanted attention and approached them. But suddenly, their enemy stood up and swung with renewed vigor. Probably he came to his senses. The guys flew to the side and, out of surprise, did not have time to react, so the enemy took them by surprise. Li Yalan said that they were mistaken, and in fact their enemy is still alive. Ling Mo slowly began to rise and said that he would take this monster with him to the next world. Li Yalan shouted in horror that she would not have time to save him. Everything was happening too quickly. Shanna couldn't believe her eyes and looked at what was happening in confusion. Yelian felt her heart beating with anxiety that Ling Mo might die. However, the guy's gaze turned blindingly red. This monster dared to interfere with his plans. The monster made a crushing blow and clouds of smoke rose around and debris scattered in different directions. He did not see how two sharpened knives were rushing towards him. And the next second, the monster felt that its eyes were pierced by this weapon. Ling Mo now stood on his face and said that the monster had greatly disturbed him and now he must get rid of the heat throughout his body. The guy can no longer hold back and struck many blows to his opponent. This creepy guy will die right now for daring to attack Ling Mo. Yelian felt that the guy's spiritual power was out of control and she felt it very much. Shanna also noticed this and began to call brother Ling Mo for help. Li Yaling felt incredible spiritual powers of energy filling her entire body. Ling Mo was covered in blood and looked terrifying. He laughed and looked at the defeated monster with pride. Yelian looked seductively at her friend and winked at him. The guy sighed with satisfaction. He finished off this bastard, but only part of the heat came out and the body is still burning. He thought that it's good that he didn't touch the mother's nest of such a strong leader. Surely there is a top-class viral jelly. And soon he really found the treasured crystal incomparable with thousands of ordinary zombies. And then he discovered that Yu Sharan seemed to have run away, and Crescent was passed out. But the most important thing was that he still got the dog. The guy decided that it was necessary to establish a connection while the animal was unconscious. A moment later, the dog opened his eyes, and his gaze was red and ominous. Ling Mo happily petted the dog, now it is his own dog, but suddenly he felt a blow to the head, which made the guy a little taken aback. Ling Mo grabbed this crescent moon and said with a smile that he had finally found the enemy's weak point. Shanna said that probably their enemy was only pretending to be unconscious, and now took Ling Mo's brother. The girls decided that they must certainly catch up with the evil leader of the zombies.